I'm still talking. I'm just trying to finish up. I'm here a lot less than most people, so just give me a second. I just want to get this was out of the way, and we can go right back to not understanding. It's fine. I'm not here to tell everybody what to say, but that's the point. If you don't have an alternative, I don't want to make this about the Bible, but we're forcing me down this path. That's not what the server is about. The server is about is this deception, this outer space deception, this magical ball religion, which centers around Satanism. Relativity is another word for Satanism. Gravity is a magical thing that magically saves all the problems of the relativity and outer space religion. Any problem at all, gravity comes to the rescue. That's like the savior, like this antichrist kind of weird seance. They just say gravity and it's like spackle. Oh, I got a problem. Let me just say gravity. And now magical balls can fly around in my imagination. And that's okay because I have this magical word that I don't want to say again because it's so stupid. It's cringy. It bothers me when I hear these crazy words. So the Great Attractor is what they came up with about 30 years ago. It snuck under the radar because they don't claim that it's a heliocentric religion. The outer space religion is a Satan-centric religion because it revolves around the Great Attractor, which is the black hole. They describe it as a void of nothing that actually created everything. So it's an antichrist form of Satan. Again, this is very obvious as the Bible is the complete opposite of explanation of the true creator God. This is an antichrist religion. That's the reality that not everybody understands. Most Christians have no idea that it's literally a satanic worship centric system. Yep.
Well, it fits. I mean, some worship is Luciferian and all that. Heliocentrism puts the sun at the center of the whole thing.
Well, I know this is going to be a little repetitive for some people, Central Banker, but that's the point. It's not heliocentric anymore. They're admitting it's the Great Attractor, which is another word for Satan. That's what I'm telling you. Like, it's much worse than this word helios. If you're saying heliocentric, you're still undermining. You're not getting the point out. The jury's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, son. That's not what it is, guys. It hasn't been for like 3 decades. It's Satan-centric. That's what the Great Attractor is. They fooled you to think it's heliocentric. It's not. Yes, Nathan Oakley probably hasn't caught on. I'm sorry, the flat earth hasn't caught on, guys. It's not heliocentric. I'm just telling you.
Well, maybe you could help us out instead of repeating it like 500 times. Maybe you could cite your source and show us where Satan
this is my point.
called the Great Attractor. Sorry, it's my turn to talk this time. Sorry, it's my turn. Sorry. Yep, sorry about that. My turn to talk this time. So when people ask you, like, hey, I don't understand, can you show me what you're talking about? You can't just move on from the sentence and then complain about people don't understand it. Maybe it would be kind for you, maybe even showing a little bit of, fruits of the Spirit to say, oh, you don't understand this? Let me show you. Here's where I got it from. This is where they call Satan the Great Attractor. And now that you can plainly see it, now if you don't understand, now that's not my problem. You can't just... you never heard of this? Oh, well, it sucks to be you, bro. I'm just going to parade around and tell everybody that you don't understand. But I'm not going to try to explain it to you. I'm just going to take it as a win. Stuff it as a feather in my hat, right? That way I can have as many feathers as possible.
My mama always told me birds were dirty, not to pick up feathers.
Hey, is everyone here a flat earther?
Just about.
So, I'm kind of new here. I'm, as of now, a globe earther. Can someone here try to convince me that the earth is flat?
So, that's not what we do here. We don't convince people. We're not trying to recruit you, right? This is a totally different thing than what you're thinking. This is not a religion. This is a place where people come to talk about the shape of the earth, and if you want to, we can show you how to measure it yourself. Would you be interested in that?
In how to measure the
curvature is flat yourself?
Yeah, sure.
Teach you. Okay, so you have to understand a few fundamental things, right? So first, look at the radius. Can you show me the radius of the Earth? Can you Google that or search that on your favorite search engine?
About 4,000 miles.
Right, that's right. Okay, so now go to Earth Curve Calculator, any one of your choice, right?
All right. I'm there.
type in 1 foot observer height.
All right.
And tell me where the horizon should be. You might scroll around to look for horizon distance.
Horizon distance 3.87 miles.
At 1 foot observer height, it should be at 1.225.
Yeah, it is. I forgot to calculate. All right, 1.225.
Right. So at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So you need to go to a large body of water at rest, right? And test it yourself. We'll give you more information in just.
Wait, what did you say? What's that last part?
I said, hang on a second.
All right.
How do they know? Because you gave them the math, you idiot, you know.
Oh, it's all good.
1.22 inches. Oh, shit. Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. Took a little time off to go through that.
No, you're good.
So you see that there's a curvature rate, 8 inches per mile squared, right? 10 miles, it should be 66 feet. So now that you know that you can measure it, you can just go to a large body of water at rest. You can either use a mirror to reflect sunlight or a laser, right? Because light usually travels pretty straight. Or you can just make observations and calculate everything, all the variables and factors, put it right into the Earth curve calculator, and see if you're supposed to be able to see these distant objects. But we do have arguments, right? So it's not like we're sorry. We do have arguments here, right? So we do have arguments. They're not meant to convince you that the Earth is flat. They're meant to convince you to go out and test it for yourself, because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, right?
Yeah.
So the easiest way to convince somebody is give them the tools to test it for themselves. Right? Like if I told you that I had a size 13 foot, right? And I just showed you a picture without anything to measure it, that wouldn't really be enough to convince you. But if I handed you my foot and a ruler, that would be enough, right?
Yeah.
And then you no longer believe that my foot is size 13, then you would know it, right?
Yeah. So, like you were saying, if I set like the observer height in a Earth curve calculator, like let's say to my height, if I go out to an ocean, how do I tell exactly how far out I'm seeing?
Well, that's the thing. You have to get objects of known location. So what we use here a lot is the Black Swan argument, because the Black Swan has these things. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I can.
These cool. Okay, hopefully somebody will post the first Black Swan image, because I'm still in the old and trustworthy. Oh no, ambulance. I think he wants to pass me. All right, so do you see what was just posted?
Yeah.
All right, so this argument here, give me a second. That's a fire truck. So this argument here isn't meant to convince you the Earth is flat. It's supposed to show you that anyone can go out and measure themselves. So these are a couple old platforms. Where do you see the horizon?
Like in the picture?
Yeah, is it before, in between, or after the old platforms?
After.
Cool. So this was taken at 1 foot observer height. So after you looked at the Earth curve calculator, and we can provide the original video so that it will eliminate all the variables in your mind, because you're probably thinking, well, what if this is 60 feet up in the air? Right?
Yeah.
You're probably thinking, what if this is some kind of trickery? So when someone posts the original video by BLMO69 or whatever his name is, then I would take a few minutes to watch the video, and you can see that he shows you landmarks, Google Earth, and this shot is kind of a bullseye because he zoomed in a lot to get this shot right in between these two oil rigs.
Nikon P900.
Okay, and you'll see that this is kind of a bullseye shot with that camera, and there's no other way that he could have faked it or did anything else. Anyway, it's going to eliminate all your concerns, because if you're a smart man, you're wondering, okay, so I'm going to go over the Modus Tollens argument, right? So this is really simple, bro. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, she lays on her back, she can't see her toenails. If she can see her toenails, she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Why can't she see her toenails?
Her view is being blocked.
Right, by a curved belly, right?
Yeah.
So this is very similar. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So not Q, the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get where that's coming from.
Right, so it's just like the pregnant woman thing. Right, there's no way she'd be able to see her toes if she's pregnant with triplets at 9 months. Right, there's no possible way. So there's no possible way, if this is true, the radius is 3959, there's no way that it should be almost 10 times further out. So this isn't a margin of error, right, like you would expect to see. This is like, what do you call it? An order of magnitude, right? So that's a big difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it was like 2 miles, we'd say, oh, that might be atmospheric conditions. No, it actually can't be further than 1.225 miles. Right, because the claim there used to be that it was a geometric horizon. You know what geometric means?
Yeah.
Like, horizon. There's a lot of videos, right? These videos, we call them black swans, because if someone claims there are only white swans, it only takes one black swan to prove that wrong, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you can show me 1 million white swans. That's not evidence for your claim. I have here a black swan. So the claim is debunked. It's over with this one black swan. Well, there's a bunch of black swans. So what people do is they come back and sometimes they'll accidentally show us, like, I think it was National Geographic. They accidentally showed us a black swan on accident while calling it a white swan. They were like, oh, this is the horizon, but the thing is that there can be an artificial horizon. The horizon moves based on weather conditions, not based on the size of the Earth. So when you measure the horizon, you're actually measuring its location, not measuring the size of the Earth, because the horizon moves based on the hour. Can someone post the Skunk Bay time lapse? Please and thank you. Yeah, there's the zoom in on that shot. That was quite a zoom.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the Skunk Bay image. Go ahead and ask. Go ahead and ask, bro.
Oh, sorry. Like, what's the explanation for, like, lunar eclipses, then? like where the sun's or the Earth's shadow is cast on the moon? How does that work if the Earth's not a sphere?
We're going to go over the scientific method. Do you know what the 3 requirements for an experiment? Do you know what that is?
Off the top of my
I'm
head.
going to answer your
no.
question. Okay, so you need an independent, dependent, and control variables in order to do an experiment. This is well known. So you need a natural observed phenomenon, let's say water boiling, right? And you form a hypothesis. So let's say the heat causes the water to boil, right? Then you add the heat. You're manipulating the independent variable, right, to see if it's the cause. So you manipulate the heat to cause the effect. And once you see it causing the effect, then you've proven with the scientific method that heat causes water to boil. So you use the natural, right?
Yeah.
The lunar eclipse, right? So what are you going to manipulate to see what's causing it? The Earth? You can't manipulate the Earth, sir. So anyone who's ever said that caused
yeah, Hank, you're roboting out. Sorry, man. Your mic's breaking up bad, Hank.
Alright, cool. We just checking our way. 7, 8, 9. Alright, I won. King high, I won. Never call before the flop, either raise or fold.
Try it again, Hank. You cut off at whenever you're trying to manipulate, and then you kind of robot it out right there. So continue on, please.
Before flop.
Okay, can I be heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was uploading the GIF. So, yeah, when you manipulate the cause and you witness the effect, you know that one's causing the other, like a light switch. You turn the light on in a new hotel room, you see the effect, you prove that this switch affects this light, right? Yeah. That's like a simple version of the scientific method, but it's easy to understand. So if you can manipulate the Earth's shadow and during an eclipse, and you can prove that this is the cause by making it go off and on, right, then you've proved scientifically that this is the cause. If you're not using a scientific method, then it's poetry. All right, it's nice, it's poetry, it sounds cool, but there's no proof, there's no evidence. So you're asking me to explain it. How can I explain it if I don't know the cause? Because any village idiot can give you an explanation of what they saw and how it happened, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to know what's actually causing it, what do you need to do?
Prove it.
Right, you need to manipulate the cause, witness the effect, and at that point, then you have knowledge. Otherwise, you have a belief. So your belief that this is what you don't. You can't verify it. So if you can't verify it, it's basically like if I gave you, let's say, a postulation that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, right? Well, I can't prove it, right? So
yeah.
You can disregard my stupid little theory that I just, made up off the top of my head, right? You can disregard it because I haven't provided any proof or evidence.
I mean, but there could also be proof that, as to why there can't be green grass on the other side of the moon. Because, the moon has no atmosphere, and plants need oxygen to live, and if they don't have an atmosphere, then they can't live.
Well, maybe, these are extremophiles, and this grass doesn't need large amounts of oxygen. What it needs is moon dust. You see what I'm saying? See how you could argue it? Right? That's just like you arguing, well, we've known for thousands of years, that the Earth's shadow gets cast onto the moon. But the interesting thing about this eclipse is that it actually doesn't line up with your story at all, because there's a Selenelian eclipse, and this eclipse happens when the sun and the moon are in the sky. So it's been dubbed the impossible eclipse, because it's geometrically impossible to have all three in a straight line if both are up above your head in the sky. So once you get a load of that impossible eclipse, it's kind of like, well, okay, you got me there.
Wait, why would it be impossible?
So,
I mean, they don't line up perfectly.
If you ever cast a light on two pull balls, they have to be lined up. The light, the two pull balls, in order to get that shadow, right? If the light is above one pull ball and the other ball is above one pull ball, light doesn't travel in a triangular path, does it?
No.
So it would be geometrically impossible to line it up that way.
Not if
but anyway, I noticed that you... Go ahead, bro.
Saying that if they were lined up in a better way where it could be a straight line from the light to the first pull ball to the second, then it would be geometrically possible.
Bro, see, here's the thing. We always get caught up on space with you guys. So when we're in here, we're talking about the shape of the Earth. You guys always like to talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, measuring shadows from a caveman's well. Like, you guys never actually want to talk about the shape of the Earth. So if I were to walk in, right, to a boot place here in Texas and get some custom boots made, are they going to measure my head or are they going to measure my feet?
Your feet.
Right. So we're going to talk about directly measuring the Earth, if that's all right with you. Does that make sense?
The Earth is in space, so we could use other things in space to...
Earth is not in space. You need to show that Earth is a planet. If you believe Earth is in space, then show the measurement of Earth's curvature to validate that it's a planet or a ball or a sphere. Do you have that?
A planet is just something that revolves around a star.
Do you have a direct measurement of Earth's curvature from any time in history, and what method was used to directly measure that?
I could look one up right now and find it, but I don't have it right in front of me.
Yeah, you would need that first in order to move on into space, but then we'll go to gas pressure. So try to find the curvature first, then the next one would be axial rotation, a detection of that, and then you're going to need to provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So good luck with that. Start with curvature, a direct measurement. You know what direct
gravity.
You know what direct measurement means, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it requires an exchange of energy for someone to actually measure a physical surface, object, physical body of any kind. So you need a direct measurement, not a secondary measurement, no sticks and shadows, no looking at the lights in the sky. We need a direct measurement of the surface of Earth itself. Thanks.
Let's say Earth was a sphere. How would you get a direct measurement of that?
Let's not say it is. Let's go measure it.
Okay, but you're asking for a direct measurement. Mm-hmm. How do you want to get that direct measurement?
I want to know when it was done. It's not up to you. It's not your responsibility. You just need to find when it was done and what the method used.
I mean, I know you mentioned that you don't want any of those, like, sticks and shadows things.
Because it's not a measurement. It doesn't equate to a measurement. That can be done on either surface, curved surface or flat surface. So therefore, if something can be done on either surface, do you understand that that does not prove either way?
It measures curvature.
If it can also be done on a flat surface, I could do it on my floor and show the same exact results on my floor right now. Does that mean my floor is a ball?
How do you measure curvature on a flat surface?
I didn't say measure curvature. I said the sticks and shadows, I can line up a light and get the exact same effect that you get with a curved surface. So if it can be done by manipulating the light source, it can be shown to be, the effect could be this exact same on both surfaces, then it doesn't prove either.
So check this out. You asked how we want you to go about trying to directly measure curvature. Well, unfortunately, that the burden of proof isn't on us, and we're definitely not responsible for telling you how to measure it. But you are responsible, if you believe in the globe, or you want to argue for it, for providing that. So it's up to you really to come up with how to measure. We could give you a little bit of a cheat, be nice. What we've done to try to prove the curvature and never found any is make long range observations with optics, similar to the Black Swan. That's a start. We did a lot of that. But we've also done laser tests. Running a laser a little bit above the water over a long distance. If you were indeed on a ball, then by the time the laser reaches the target, it should be well above the target's head, right? It shouldn't hit the target because the Earth would be dropping away over distance. So you could go about trying to test for curvature that way, but we've done that for you and found zero curvature every time.
Yeah, but we did that with him 15 minutes ago, and he moved from that observation to the moon eclipse. Like, this doesn't matter because there is no curvature. Let's move to the moon. Or if you want to know about that sticks and shadows, do you want to repeat that experiment what he did? I think that you're speaking about Eratosthenes.
I think it was him. I don't
Can
know
you repeat?
exactly how he did it.
Can you repeat? I will tell you how he did. He put one stick in, let's say, in some place in Africa, you know.
Okay.
And then 2,000 years ago, and then he went 5,000 miles away, you know. He put another stick. Okay.
Okay.
That 500 miles are straight line.
Yeah.
Can you do that? Can you do 10 miles straight line 2021 without anything?
What?
How he 2,000 years travel in straight line for the 500 mile? And
well,
he's yeah. Okay.
Any 2 points will form a straight line.
What?
Right, but he has to know like whether or not he stayed in that line, like as he was doing this. How would he know that?
He had the direction predetermined.
He had GPS, maybe. He had car to move 500 miles in 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Well, he traveled with the camels like for 3 months to get that point. Straight line. Don't forget straight line. 2,000 years ago, 500 miles. You cannot do that today, but how he did it.
And also, just so you know, it's highly debatable whether or not Eratosthenes actually ever existed.
So I was going to point the guy out to the live stream voice text. Not that long ago, I posted the GIF, the Skunk Bay time lapse. Can you see that, sir?
Which one?
The GIF of the Skunk Bay time lapse. It's a picture of a bay.
Yeah.
GIF.
Yeah.
All right. So once you closely look at the GIF, right, study it well, right, you'll notice that when it begins, you can see on the other side quite clearly, right? There's not a whole lot of atmospheric conditions going on, and everything looks pretty straight. But as the day progresses, the sun perturbs the atmosphere and causes all these atmospheric conditions to make the image look wonky, right? Because you're not actually looking at the buildings across the bay. The light is bouncing off the buildings and then traveling across the bay until it reaches your eye, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is called a false horizon, because the real horizon is right under the second line in the background. This horizon in front right here, this is due to atmospheric conditions. So people have been saying for hundreds of years that boats go over the horizon, and this proves that, you know, the Earth is round, but you're seeing that these buildings are disappearing from the bottom up. In fact, it looks like they need to be evacuated, but it's in appearance only. This is an optical illusion. They're not actually flooding out over there, right?
Yeah.
So if it was like this, the Earth would be blowing up and shrinking and getting big and getting small. But it's obviously atmospheric conditions that's causing the horizon to do this. So if it can make buildings disappear from the bottom up, do you think maybe it could make boats disappear from the bottom up?
I guess that would be possible, yeah.
Right. So what we're trying to tell you is that you've been told your whole life that the Earth is a sphere, and you can tell because the horizon is the geometric edge, right? People always ask us, where's the edge? Well, we're asking you today, where's the edge? Because what we see is the atmospheric conditions cause the edge, not a geometric Earth curve-based horizon.
I know earlier, someone mentioned something about, like, vapor pressure and a container. Like, I don't know who that was.
So you want to talk about gas pressure?
Yeah, I still, like, didn't fully get that part.
All right, let me make it simple for you then. So if you got a propane tank with 250 psi and you open it at sea level, what's going to happen?
Gas is gonna diffuse.
Right, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
And then when it's 14.7 inside the container, at that point, it's going to stop spewing out because that's what it is outside. All right, so what's difficult to understand about that? This is a natural law, right? And it's covered under something called entropy, right? But you can look it up, the second law of thermodynamics. It's really easy to understand because if you have a cup of coffee, right, and you get a phone call and you come back 30 minutes later, the heat from the coffee radiated out until it reached equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
And if you have two batteries, one's dead, one's fully charged, you hook them up with jumper cables, you come back the next morning, the high energy from the battery that's charged is going to flow into the low energy until it what? Reaches equilibrium, like the coffee cup, right?
Yeah.
Like the propane. So if the Earth has gas pressure, or let's say if Jupiter, one of the gas giants, has gas pressure, it would spew out until it fills the volume, or at least until it reaches equilibrium. Does this only happen on Sundays when everybody's praying and their faith is real high? Or does this coffee cup battery example and the propane, does that happen 7 days a week?
7 days
365 a year. Right, every time, no matter what. That's why it's called a natural law. Because we've never seen anything but this happen. All right, so you remember the scientific method I went over earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I like to debunk gravity because this is really easy using science, but I'm not debunking all forms of gravity. I'm only debunking the ones that are non-scientific, all right? So I need you to search the term specific gravity because we like to be hyper-specific in here.
All right, I did it.
You got relative density in front of you?
Yeah.
All right. So the first one is called mass attracting mass. It's Newtonian, right? And there's a lot of mass in that propane tank, right?
Yeah.
In fact, there's more mass than outside of the propane tank. But is the air from the outside attracted to the more mass on the inside? Does it move towards the surface of the Earth into the propane tank? No, it doesn't, does it? It's spewing out in all directions once it gets past the nozzle, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the next one is the bending and warping of space-time. So can you get some space-time here so we can manipulate it? No, it's a mathematical concept. So if you go into the deepest, darkest vacuum of space in your model, right, and right there it's a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the 17 negative torr. So there's barely any matter there, right?
Yeah.
It's mostly just empty space. Well, there's space-time right there, right? And it's not the material, like the hydrogen and helium atoms, right? It's actually non-material. So it's not physics, it's metaphysics. So it's kind of like talking about God. Non-material, right? So this non-material gravity is what created the Earth, but we can't test it and turn it off and on to see if it's what causes things to fall down. But what happens if I drop a helium balloon?
It'll float.
Right. And why does it float?
The mass of the helium is less than the mass of the atmosphere.
Well, it's not the mass, it's the buoyant force that actually causes it. So it's the relative density, right? So if you drop the balloon in a vacuum, it'll go down. Because of why?
It has a higher density.
So the reason it goes down is because of the lack of buoyant force. Now, this is something that you can test, right? If Newton would have been sitting with a pail, right, and the apple would have landed in the pail, and let's say it was raining that day, if it was full of water, what would happen to the apple?
It would float on the water or sink. I don't know how buoyant.
Right, it would float. It would float because of the buoyant force. So what happens if it stopped raining and there was a tiny hole at the bottom and all the water came out? What would happen to the apple after it was drained? The pail was drained of water.
It would sink to the bottom with the water.
Right. So if you add water again, it rises. So what is the cause of the apple rising and falling?
The buoyant forces.
Right, that's right. So if there's a buoyant force, if there's enough, it'll float. If there's not enough, it'll sink. So the cause of this has nothing to do with mass attracting mass, has nothing to do with the bending and warping of space-time. And if it does, please show me an experiment that can prove that. But until now, there is none that I'm aware of. So here's my natural observed phenomenon. The apple rises and sinks. What causes it? Okay, so I'm going to manipulate the relative density of the medium that the apple is in. And when I do that, I prove that everything in nature, except for birds and aerodynamics, if something is in a medium and it rises or it sinks or it falls, then the cause of it has to be the relative density or the lack of buoyancy or the buoyant force. Does that make sense?
Doesn't the buoyant force and the density of the medium go like hand in hand?
Yeah, of course. Right. So specific gravity is the real gravity. We can verify it with a scientific method. We can test it, turn it off and on. Like on would be with water, off would be without water. And then we can see the effect rising and sinking, rising and sinking. So we know for a fact that specific gravity is the real gravity. And all the other ones, including dark gravity, Newtonian gravity, all the other ones, they're not scientific because there's no experiment that you can show me from Einstein's paper in 1915. It was only a mathematical conjecture. It was a concept. Like me, I'm a Texan, right? So I have this crazy idea about liberty and freedom, right? So can you bend my liberty and freedom? Can you bend and warp? That's physical, right? Can you bend and warp? That's a physical thing. My concept of liberty?
No.
No, it's not physical. Now you might be able to bend and warp my crowbar if you're strong like Superman, because that's material. So it's kind of like saying this. If you're scared of ghosts, it's because you don't realize that they don't have hands and they can't hit you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because ghosts aren't physical, they're metaphysical. So it would be awfully weird for you to say that, mass warps space-time, and then space-time then affects mass. So you're saying material affects the non-material, and then the non-material affects the material. Thank you, sir. So that would be kind of a weird thing to say, but that's what mass attracts mass, and Newtonian and Einsteinian, that's kind of what they were talking about. And that's really weird because it's like, hey guys, you want to play tetherball? I got the pole, I got the ball. And then I set it up and like, where's the tether? Oh, bro, don't worry about that. We're going to use gravity. Like, no, that's not how that shit works. That's not real life. Right? So around here, we like to be hyper empiricist, right? Which means that we don't really like to talk about what we believe. We only like to talk about what we can prove. So that's why we tell you to go measure it directly. And that's why we destroy your gravity with a scientific method. And we want you to look at the real gravity because you can test it yourself. You could test it in your kitchen. Take an egg, drop it in the water, it'll be at the bottom. Add salt to the water. You've manipulated the density of the medium by making it more dense by adding more mass in the same volume, and then the egg floats. Or you can take an orange, peel one, and don't peel the other, and drop in the water. One is going to float, one's not.
So, like, which gravity are you saying doesn't exist? Like, you said, like dark gravity or something?
Yeah, dark gravity is a theory that goes against dark matter. So they're opposing theories. So there's black holes, there's dark gravity, and dark matter. Those are three competing theories to explain why gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, because according to Michio Kaku, in cosmology we have a crisis, right? And this is why they come up with the theory of dark matter. He said if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10 in science, we say this is horrible, you need a new theory. However, in cosmology, we're off by 1 to the 120th. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. This is the biggest mismatch between theory and observation in the history of all science. And you got to ask, what is he talking about? The cosmological constant problem. If you type that in, you can find a pretty accurate Wikipedia with a Harvard link. And you can check that out. The first link in there is from Harvard. But the important thing is that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, according to Michio Kaku. He says that the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast. And it's different than the solar system because Mercury has the shortest year, while Pluto has the longest. With the galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center have the longest, and the stars out have the shortest year. So there's not enough gravitation because there's not enough mass to hold the stars near the center, but yet they don't fly off. So they've come up with a theory and explanation to explain away this cosmological constant problem, right? And it's dark matter. So dark matter is one that came around, let's see, I'm trying to remember what it came about. Like 50 years after they realized it was a problem, they just said, well, let's say that there's dark matter and it doesn't interact with light. I don't know how they could know that without testing it or observing it. But that's what they say. It doesn't interact with light, and it just happens to be there. So there's dark matter there, and explains the missing gravity. Also, there's dark gravity, which is another term for the same thing. There's missing mass, and then there's black holes. So they say there's black holes to create enough gravity to hold the outer stars in. But these are all theories to ad hoc explain why gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. It doesn't work down here either because it doesn't go through the scientific method. So I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions. If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know, because many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So, do you know when and where and how someone has directly measured the surface of the Earth and see that it curves? Have you already been asked that? Maybe he's reading. Am I still on?
I hear you.
Hopefully he's reading a Harvard extract. That'd be really cool if he did. Zero point energy. I'm really surprised that, they even talk about it in cartoons. Because if I was a heliocentric guy, I would not want anybody looking up 0 point energy. The Casimir effect, the cosmological constant problem, aka crisis, physics outside the standard model. I wouldn't want anybody looking up any of that stuff. So they must have ignorantly brought it up. And then the subsequent theory, of course, is dark matter to explain it away. Because when you don't got science, you just come up with an explanation, and then you tell that to all the people in all the schools, and they will repeat it until they're blue in the face. Affirmation of indoctrination. So he disappeared? What happened to that guy?
Yo, hello?
Hello, how you doing? Hello. Thought we were busy past couple days. Is there any more new people?
Not yet. The lobby's even quiet right now.
Well, I could see the new people obviously need some time alone with their globes. Tell them goodbye and, thanks for all the daydreaming. But it's over.
Yeah, it's like going on deployment.
Because reality is just outside. Step away from the TV and all other brainwashing forms of communication. Just long enough to make some measurements outside your house, over a large body of water. That stuff we call reality.
Hey, Hank, do you have a hobby other than flat Earth?
Is flat Earth considered a hobby?
I mean, if it's not work and family time, I would consider it a hobby. There's a picture I stole from somebody in here. The chick asked the guy, what do you do for a hobby?" And he says, "I blow people's minds," or whatever. Make them question their own reality.
A hobby should be studying.
$60 ago, I heard somebody ask a question. I didn't hear it. Could you repeat it? Flat Earth is like a what?
I don't know if it was me. I just asked, is flat Earth considered a hobby?
Well, I guess it could be considered a hobby if it's the thing that you like to talk about, investigate, measure, go out and do. I guess you could consider it that, but it's just kind of one of those weird labels where, you know, people like to label things so they know where to like store it in their brain. But I think flat Earth is now an awakening, right? All around the world, people are losing their belief in the globe Earth lie, and they're stepping out of the cult. And in a lot of ways, it's kind of a new culture. Right, and when I say culture, right, I want you to, think about what the word means. Right, so the hippies were a counterculture. In the beginning, they were anti-war, right? Because the culture at the time was obviously war. So everybody around here seems to think it's a sphere. So if we no longer have that belief because we've seen evidence to where we can't reconcile the Earth being a sphere and measuring flat.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you could say we're more of a counterculture would be a better label.
Yeah, and I would also like to add to that, if I might. I would say that it's a form of activism, along with what Hank said. We're challenging the norms that are, and here in this society and in this outside culture of the heliocentric belief system. We're challenging that mainstream belief because we found out that it was false, and we have a passion for actually putting this information out for others to digest so they can learn to think for themselves. So I think it's a form of activism, yeah, and I think it is a culture as well.
But the reason
All right, so let's go over the difference between a regular culture and a cult, right? So a cult would have like a leader, right? And they would like tell people, give us your paychecks and we're just going to, put it in the commune. And the leader, if you say anything and go against them, you're going to be kicked out and you're going to lose communication with your family. Like, we don't care what you believe. If you want to believe the Earth is flat, or if you want to believe it's a sphere, that's fine. You can come and go. We don't care. Like, we really don't care what you believe. All we're doing is offering people an opportunity to measure it for themselves so they can find out if it is a globe. Well, I'll just go measure it. Right? Because you can measure it. It's not that we're too small and the Earth is big. Tyson was explaining that. He was explaining that you wouldn't see curvature like a higher altitude, I think. Oh, wait, it was during the BOB debacle. So I guess he was double speaking because A, the boats go over the horizon and that proves the ball Earth, or B, you're so small and the Earth is so big that you can't measure it. So I guess he's double speaking there. So maybe I shouldn't use that quote in the future. Okay, sorry, I had to work that out. So the thing is that we can measure it. You can measure the Earth at 10 miles. There should be 66 feet of curvature. So the cool thing about the coastline, it isn't a perfect straight line. You have peninsulas and coves and bays and all sorts of stuff. So if you can find a bay at rest, right, not during a hurricane, not during fog, right, and make a measurement of, about 10 miles, that's about the height of a 6-story building. So you can't see a deer on the other side of a 6-story building. You can't shoot it with your camera or your rifle or bow and arrow, right? Because you can't see it. So you acquire the target, then you can shoot it with your camera, rifle, bow and arrow. But if you can't see it, then it's behind the curvature or behind the building. So 10 miles, 6-story building. But the thing is, I went to Corpus Christi during the 4th of July, and there was a 10-mile stretch of water, and I could see the buildings. And when you pulled it up on Google Earth, yep, 10 miles for sure. But the problem is that those buildings weren't 6-story buildings. They were just like beach houses where people lived. And, like most beach houses, they're a little high, right? They don't want to get flooded. But they're not 6 stories high. It's not like I'm in Dallas and I'm looking like straight up, like breaking my neck. No, they were like, maybe 3 stories off the ground. Or sorry, off the sea. They were not 6 stories high. You could stand in the water and not even like break your neck to look up at them.
Yeah, those houses are.
So, yeah, I've seen that. Can't unsee that. Can't unlearn it. Right? It was kind of like a traumatic event. It's like when you see it, you're never going to forget it. Like you can't unsee it, and so it's going to be in your memory for like a really long time, as opposed to a regular event like getting mail on a Monday. You just forget it. You'll never forget when you see that there's no curvature.
Well, Hank, my question was at the beginning, what is your hobby? Do you have one? Because I know Sonny likes to play music.
Yeah, I have many hobbies, though, actually. Too many. I have to whittle those down a little bit.
Yeah, you ride your bike.
Yeah, I think most of us in here are like that. I would imagine, without even asking Hank, that he is very multifaceted as far as his abilities and skills and interest. Is that
That's
true?
correct. I've made jewelry in the past. I've made music. I'm always like trying to do stuff with my hands. My wife complains that I have too many hobbies. I like to shoot guns. I like to collect knives. I like to collect weapons. I like to, I like do martial arts with my son. I've never taken any classes, but I've done. What did Glatflobe say? I've done my research out in the field.
Yeah, and I think many of us in here actually, from my conversations with many people in the server, that a lot of us have been in professions where we build things, measure things, and actually do things in the physical, in a natural physical reality sense of things. Like mechanics, engineers, concrete layers, highway engineers, surveyors, lots of different things like that.
Yeah, so also one of my hobbies, lifelong hobbies, is cosmology. Ever since I was in the 1st grade and I discovered the space books on the bottom shelf of the library, I was a NASA fanboy, space nerd, whatever you want to call it, most of my life. I mean, all the way up into my 30s. Now, I knew that NASA had faked the moon landing, but I was waiting on that Martian rover. I was like, okay, the moon landing was fake, but this Martian rover is going to be great. And I was waiting so patiently. And then I started getting the images from NASA itself, space.com, nasa.gov. And it's like, why are these images like edited? Why are they blurred out? You know, what are they hiding? Is there aliens on Mars? You know, I couldn't figure it out for a while, but then eventually I figured out that they fake that shit too. Like, damn it, these bastards fake everything. But, you know, at first I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, okay? But yeah, I think at this point, you know, you have to practice the philosophy, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? It's like, well, if you fool me twice, hopefully I'm not going to let you fool me again, right? That's a funny George Bush quote. I bet everybody's thinking about that right now. But yeah, if you fool me twice, why would I trust you after that? So NASA can provide information, right? And they'll tell you openly that this is a compilation image, this is not a real photograph. Yeah, and people won't believe it until they see that it comes from NASA themselves, where they say, oh yeah, this is, you know, CGI cartoons. But until you see it, like, you're not going to believe it. But then once you see it, you're like, oh shit, there are no real images of Earth from space in 2021, 2022, just about. It's like, how is that possible? And the images that you do see, they're cartoons made in Photoshop by Robert Simmons, Goddard Space Agency. So you can pull that up and see Robert Simmons. He'll tell you. He takes the flat map and stretches it over the ball. And that's how they make it. It's cartoons. Everything you've ever seen, the globe Earth, has been cartoons, except for allegedly in 1970. What was it, 69 or 72? Can't remember which
72.
mission.
Yeah, I think 72.
No, I think it was 69 because it was Buzz and Neil.
Oh, was it? I thought it was from.
Yeah, because they only did the one moon landing, and yeah, at the height of their career, after landing on the moon, they fucking quit. So
that wasn't the blue, that's not the Blue Marble. That was created. So you're talking about the Earthrise or something like that, right? Wait,
no, I'm talking about the Blue Marble that they faked, and something funny happened on the way to the moon.
Oh, you're talking about where
they've got a porthole they're looking out of, and a porthole is a perfect sphere. So you'd be able to shove your camera up to it and show the Earth. That's what they said they were doing when they presented it to the public. What they were actually doing is they had all the cabin lights turned off, so the blackness of the cabin showed the porthole showing the Earth. So what they saw was space is the blackness of the cabin, and the porthole was the spherical Earth. So it didn't look perfect, so they cut out a piece of cardboard or something and created a false Terminator line with a piece of cardboard. And that made it look a little more realistic. And they were talking about how they were going to do it to make it look a little more realistic. So there you go. That's how it was faked. Cardboard and a porthole at high altitude. So there's no question they can get high, like 80,000 feet, right? And you can look down and see the clouds, and you're like, oh man, I'm in space. And then you look up and you see like the blackness of space. Oh man, space! But it's not actually space, it's just high altitude. So, you know, they use movie magic to trick people, because if they would have asked, hey Congress, I know that I know we promised there wouldn't be any more wars after World War I. And, you know, 2 was supposed to be the end, but then we had the Korea thing. Can we fund these Nazis for their rocket program so that we can wage a relentless war for like the next 100 years? There's no way Congress would have said yes. Back in those days, they like said that, I think there's a thing where Congress said that God is real, and we're like, it's in the government. The government proves God is real or something like that. You can see, like, back then they actually were more, I don't know what's the word, God-fearing for some reason.
Because they
But
had
yeah, nowadays they just sell us out. They cash like $1 trillion checks so that they could end the United States of America. $1 trillion? You got $1 trillion to spend? The government thinks they do. They think they got $4 trillion.
they tried to get all the Nazis on trial during the Nuremberg trials. Lawyer said they shouldn't be tried because, according to their philosophy, they were doing the right thing. And how are we going to try them for submitting to their culture? And then they stopped it, but then they brought it back because someone was like, well, there's a law above man's law that says what's right and wrong, and they broke that law. They put it back on trial. But it's nuts how they only executed a very small portion of Nazis. Remember, there was a lady who did a study on it, got real in depth. She laid out the numbers, and she was like, there was this many Nazis, and of these Nazis, they actually tried. Of these, there was this portion that was acquitted, and the rest were actually put on trial, and even a smaller amount of those were actually
hung,
actually convicted, and then a smaller portion of those convicted were actually executed. Can't remember her name. She wrote a book about it. She wrote another book about DARPA. I remember her face, but I can't remember her name. She had brown hair. She had glasses at the in the interview. One of the interviews I watched, she did it in a library. It might have it saved somewhere on my YouTube.
I think they actually, I could do more research on this, but I've done a little bit, and I believe that the Nazis, at least 1,500 of them, made it over here And some of them were working for what the man. Oh, that was. Yeah, we're talking after the war. So in the missile program, yeah, they captured some V2s. Werner von Braun actually had 20,000 slave workers in his. I think it was in Poland, the V2 factories, where many thousands were worked to death and tortured and all the rest of it. But I think the Nazis went into every high place in power. That's how we end up with Nazi descendants or Nazi sympathizers and people that were giving assistance, like Prescott Bush, Union Bank, IBM. Could go on and on, but I think they went into the American Medical Association because that Nazi torture information about human body and what it could withstand and all that was absorbed into the medical system in the U.S. along with dental, medical, psychiatric, the police forces, on and on and on, and most of the sciences, manufacturing.
I posted the video I was talking about where she reviews Operation.
Yeah, not only that, there was a huge infiltration before World War II, specifically Edward Bernays and the thinking of the Frankfurt School, right? And all this is absolute garbage. Everything that came out of that school is trash, as far as I'm concerned. I'd like someone to challenge me and show me any different. And if you think Freud, you think he may have figured out the subconscious, like, I don't think he knew much of anything because he was projecting, saying that every man wants to kill his father and sleep with his mother. Obviously, he's a weirdo, right? So I have no respect for the Frankfurt School and their ideologies. I don't like I'm all about equal rights, equal protection under law between men and women. I'm not about the Edward Bernays version of it, right? Because all he did is he doubled the workforce, got the schools to educate the children, right? And then now two people are paying taxes. And nowadays it's even worse, right? Because inflation has gotten so bad and the minimum wage is there shouldn't even be a minimum wage, right? You should just know that you're worth something. Your time is valuable. That's why people want to give you money for it. And you should negotiate your worth. You shouldn't just take the lowest possible wage. But anyway, now it takes two people to have two jobs while the government raises the kids. And this is a far worse outcome than you could ever imagined, right? With women with their freedom sticks, that was obviously propaganda to buy more cigarettes. And burning their bra, obviously that was for Victoria's Secret, so they could make money. I mean, like I said, if a feminist is someone who believes in equal rights for men and women, then I'm a feminist. But if a feminist is like a man-hating, like fact-ignoring, person who's only pushing their agenda, that's not a feminist. That's a feminazi. So I believe there is a difference. So, I think it's weird that New York has a law where women can walk around topless. But if that's what it takes to keep them from getting thrown in jail for breastfeeding, then I'm fine with it. Now, I'm not saying that women should walk around topless. Obviously, that's not something a lady would do. So another weird thing to come out of the Frankfurt School is the Kalergi plan. Not a very nice plan, right? It seems a little genocidal to me, but that's the kind of crap that comes out of the Frankfurt School. Anyone who doesn't know about the Kalergi plan might want to look it up. And if you just simply exchange white to black, you can easily see how racist it is if you're having trouble seeing that before you change white to black. Are there no new people? Is this typical for a Tuesday? Stormfire, would you like to join me in the VC check-in so I can get you checked in? That way you can use your mic. VC check-in is one of the rooms right above this one. If I see you go up there, I'll follow you up there and get you checked in. VC check-in 1. Just need to authenticate that you're not a man-child or a troll. Just need to see if you can have an adult conversation. You can just stay down here and listen to the crickets.
Are we having a moment of silence? Maybe for the past of the globe. Stormfire.
Hi. See ya.
Stormfire. Can you hear me?
Oh, am I on mute? Hello?
Hey.
Hey,
Stormfire.
how's it going?
Good, how you doing? Welcome to the server.
Thanks, man.
What brings you by?
What's that?
What brings you by to the Flat Earth Discord?
Oh man, I've been delving deep for the last few years, and I'm right there, man. God is good, you know.
I hear you.
Man, that was a good thing, Jamesy. Good one.
Yeah, I've just been listening to you guys' conversations. It's good stuff. There's a few things I hadn't heard, like the Black Swan and that kind of thing. It's all kind of new. But to be honest, I felt like I didn't even need it. I was kind of already there, and now it's just like, wow, you know, incredible.
Yeah, the Black Swan is dependent on the Flat Earth, and you already knew before the Black Swan.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let me see. So before the what have you been looking, or like you said you were digging into the topics?
Literally every topic imaginable. You know, the societies, the globe, the pandemic nonsense, you name it. It's been happening for a long time.
It sounds like to a lot of people, once you can kind of discard a lot of the nonsense, you can see through some more things that you can say is BS, and a lot of things that are waste of time. Even entertainment, we still do it, but you can actually filter a lot of that and concentrate on other things and new things that were discarded probably gets discarded pretty easily. Disregarded.
You know, the way I've seen it for a long time is these layers, right? Layers of veils. And the more and more veils you lift, you start seeing what's really going on. And there's many layers. Oh, man.
I had got a wart-ridden old codger running things. It's pathetic. What, y'all never seen The Wizard of Oz?
I haven't seen it recently, though.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. No, go ahead, bro.
Oh, I'm just really heartbroken that he already knows the Earth is flat, because I can't find any Globers ever at all.
Yeah, I don't know whether to be happy or sad about that, but that's right.
It's unbelievable.
What do you think, guys? What should we do?
There isn't even a claim. That's the problem, Glad. No one claims in history that they experience Earth curvature, so I just don't even know what's going on.
Well, obviously, in the practical sense, no one ever does anything with the globe, because even if you build a globe, let's say in a decorative
with Play-Doh.
Yeah, with Play-Doh, with crayon.
It's paper mache usually. It's my favorite way to do it.
You can do that, and it's practical. You could build
I've done it plenty of times before the age of 15. I made like 7 or 8 of those fucking things.
It looks good for decoration purposes, maybe, or for illustration of cartoons.
No, they're completely worthless and stupid.
I'm trying to put a place on the globe. Let me try to find it, bro. Let's do it. Let's find a place for
No. Come on now. It's
If I
funny.
blow
It's
a balloon
earlier.
up,
Go ahead.
On top of a table that is dependent on the flat earth. But then people grab it and they start looking at it and putting their mind in that globe. Like, yeah, this is
I think
where I
it's
live in.
interesting. Somebody brought up earlier.
Building from there. Building from the people look at people grab the globe, design the globe in a paper, right? And then they put their minds into putting how they live on this globe.
And you know how they design it? On flat paper. But anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is that I find it really interesting that, and somebody brought this up earlier, you know, when they say Santa Claus isn't real. Sorry, we did lie to you. Yes, but we're telling the truth now. That's an interesting thought. Because I can tell you, and this is not, oh, woe is me, because I think everybody had something like this going on growing up. My parents lied to me about a whole hell of a... So yeah. Anyway, like, they got away with some of it, they didn't get away with some, but Santa Claus was a tip-off. I was like, okay, I'm not a dummy, so this might happen again. Just like, yeah, anyway.
Can you guys hear me right now? Yeah, now I'm lighting up. I don't know if you heard me a moment ago. I wasn't lighting up. Was that Storm? What was it? Stormfire? Something like that?
I'm nowhere near a storm or a fire.
Not you. The guy's name who was talking. You know, the thing where you said about lifting veils and all that. I was saying, like, what kind of has me going is, I know that it's highly unlikely that I've lifted the last of the veils. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see what comes after this. You know, like, what else are we missing?
I've been thinking about that. Yeah. How many layers are there left? I feel like I've heard someone say in the last couple of days that flat Earth is one of the last things maybe not the last things, but it'll take a few veils to be gone before you could even see through it. And that sounds pretty true to me.
Well, I think it catches everybody at a certain level of understanding. Some people, it's their first thing that they delve into and they hear about, and a lot can't handle that, but some can. And other times it's a gradual process. I honestly just think that there's a resonant frequency to see these things and to understand them as they are without emotional reaction. I honestly think that it's like a programming, something like.
Agreed.
I mean,
programming.
You know, like flat Earth, it's a big one. And if you can see this, and you can see how it opens your eyes and it lifts so many of these other things, you can see through it, like you guys were saying.
Yeah,
I think that's a preparation for our mind of like whatever the big one is. That's even like this seems like the big one. I'm sure
it's
there's
not.
one.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of big shit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Lots of big shit coming up. We won't be here for a fraction of it either, by the way. You know, we just got our little bit here, and it seems like a lot for us, you know, but it is in a way.
But yeah, you're gonna have to. It's like you're gonna have to have this as like a stepping stone. You're gonna have to start seeing through all that bullshit before, if you're ever gonna have a chance to make it to that next level, to see that next one.
Honestly, I think the next one is just how to handle all the information. For me, it getting all the information and seeing, wow, I can't trust nearly any of this, really, truly, from personal experience. So yeah, just like not letting it bring me down and finding the things still through it that I think I can influence positively.
Well, with the right information and the things that we do, it comes growth as well, right? So we are at this point taking the steps, everybody in their own kind of way of doing things. I guess we keep learning and growing and having that next new day that hasn't come yet.
And I was thinking today, while talking with the coworker, like about, we're listening to Quantum of Conscience, Matt, whatever, on his freevoice.io, which he had a really good show this last weekend on there, honestly.
Yes,
but
he did.
he made a really good point. I'm kind of losing where my point though, so that's not good. But so like even this last 2 years, we already knew before this started that there were a bunch of creepy people freaking that were our controllers that were doing all kinds of stuff. But how eye-opening has it been to realize just what kind of a hold they really have on us? Like, I wouldn't have guessed that they had that much power, that they could control us that well.
Well, hey, but he brought up also it's the illusion of power, and I agree with that one too. It's just so much. There's only so much that humans that go and take a shit and crack their knuckles and have to change the oil in cars can actually accomplish. You know what I mean?
Well, what I mean, no, they don't really truly have like power of everything around us, but like they have the ability to steer us and control our minds and to make us.
Yeah.
So at like that amount of control, I didn't think they had that much of a hold.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, what's scary to me, man, is that if I'm like, is my mind being controlled into thinking that I'm awake to things when really it's all just jam, all of it, every single tiny little fucking bit of all of it? What I think is true and what I think is false, right? Just every tiny bit's nothing. Doesn't mean shit. That's what I'm worried about.
And then unrelated to this, actually, seeing as how you're aware, obviously, of the free voice IO thing. Are you aware also that if you try to, at least with me, if I try to type in freevoice.io into Chrome or into a Google browser or whatever, a search engine, that it won't take you there. It's like it doesn't exist. It just blinks and like glitches. It won't even take you
to Matt's page.
Yeah, it won't even do it. You have to use DuckDuckGo, or that's what I've been doing. But
is this from your phone? Or
yeah, on my phone. Phone, right?
It's probably because it's an Android. I use an iPhone and it's fine with me. I just go to YouTube.
Yeah, I use a DuckDuckGo browser on there, but when I use just like the search bar that has like the microphone, that's clearly a Chrome thing. So like if I type it there, it just flashes and nothing happens. I have to use the DuckDuckGo browser and be able to find it.
That's crazy. Well, he's almost at 100,000 subscribers, and I think they really start to smell you a little bit more, you know, like a hungry dog does its meal when when the animal first starts to die and the dog starts circling. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know how long you've been watching him, but like
a while, 2.5 years at least.
He used to be Texas Shrugged, I think was his name, and I had heard of him, maybe seen a couple of videos before that. But
I never saw it.
I started watching his Quantum of Conscience channel when he had less than 1,000 subscribers, and when he was probably around like 5,000 or maybe 10,000, I think it was before 10,000. I remember him even saying that he didn't want a big channel, and that when he got 10,000 subs, that he was going to delete it and start over again.
Well,
and here he is at like almost 100,000.
You know the sweet smell of success, right? But then he also was talking about in just his last video that sounds like he thinks that the numbers are sus anyway. His 80,000+ subscribers and he only gets 350 a month kind of deal. That's what he doesn't get, but whatever. It is what it is. YouTube's a stupid bitch. Really, it really is. And it's hilarious too, because it's like, man, it's a free platform. I don't know what we expect too much from these fucking people in the first place. It's free. It's like you can pay for options. I use it for free. I use it for free, bro.
No. Everything has a price.
Well, I pay for internet, but I also pay for phone service.
I'm not talking about a monetary price.
Are you going to go there right now?
Yeah, everything has a price.
No, you're right. I agree. You just, I think it's an art form figuring out what that price is in every situation. I agree with you. What are you really paying in? What are you really paying for?
time energy consumption into the system that you're utilizing. Because if you have access to the internet, even most people are consumers, and every day more and more people are consumers and input, like influencers that put information, people that build businesses using the www World Wide Web. So
yeah, and of course that's satanic 666 stuff. Your diet woke, usual garbage.
Yeah, but there's big business people dailies. There's people that work, and that's how they make their money and their living, right?
Sure. It's the beast system. No matter which way you try to fry the egg, it's still an egg. You know what I mean?
Oh no! If I can connect with my neighbor, or maybe the town 50 miles from where I'm standing, and do business with them, there should be some communication system that is not. I mean, if I wanna, hey neighbor 50 miles away, I need you to bring me this product that
You're talking about just like walkie-talkies, because those can go pretty far.
No, I'm talking about the system that is in place. That it can be used, and it's being used every single day.
Yeah.
But it's the intent, purpose, and the productivity that it brings. People doing
the sweat equity, and it really just boils down to electricity. I think currency. Like you have to have a current to have electrical flow. I don't know. And it's, the money's tied into the sweat equity, and so it's all like a big energy suck.
Well, the movement of people, the people putting the effort into doing anything, that's the energy right there. That's if people stay in their house and don't do anything, and there's no movement, what is going to happen? The money is not going to do anything. The gas is not going to put itself in the vehicle.
It's funny. It's like they're not going to kill off the world they want to control. Right? That doesn't make much sense. I mean, they want to control most of us. They're going to keep us around a little bit. I think some of us are going to go and whatever, but I think there's so many few people, so far few people dying compared to what they tell us.
Way before the systems that we talk about every day here, that people have been doing all these things for forever, because this place designed to put the energy back into the system. You consume and you put the energy back, and it's been done since the first day. It's just now that it's
a toroid field, man. If you really think about it, energy in, energy out. It's simple as shit, to be perfectly fair.
I mean, if you're a small group of people and you want to control a very large group of people, okay, and that's not an easy task. So they're more than willing to cull off those who don't cooperate as well. Okay, no, they're never going to kill all of us, but the ones that give them a hard time, they would be glad to get rid of us.
Bro, remember you spoke about the veils? Remember there's one veil that we have to take into account, because I understand the controllers of the gravelers, they take into account the last veil of each man or woman, that they're going to close their eyes one day and pass on, so they, in a timely manner, they've been, doing all this with each generation, but it's a plot that has so many pieces that it's just I guess it's, in a way, it's organic. I guess people will have to just, I don't know, be given a revelation to decide to just do away with evil or something, because that's got on you guys.
Bobby.
Yeah, especially if about getting rid of the ones who don't cooperate. If they're gonna ever have a chance. Let's say this is a growing population, right? You can control 10 people pretty easily. 100 people is more difficult. 1,000 is much more difficult, and continues. So, but if you have a growing population that you need to control, that task gets harder and harder, and you need to get rid of dissenters. And I think that's what we're seeing.
To go back to the foundations and concentrated that energy given to us, and we have to go back to there's rules, guidelines to this place, laws of nature put by the designer God, and that stuff has to be more recognized and using in day-to-days, because right now we have this machine that is working towards the control of the system, the resources, the time, and the input of everyone. And that machine has these features that gives people this illusion world. Politics, war, even comedy, entertainment, sports. We have like I was watching some comedy, and comedy is so good, right? But they have these jokers just having people, watching comedy movies. The Joker in the movie is that's his job, making people laugh about this stuff. And we have the gladiators in the sports competing against each other, and that boils some people's blood, and they want to just watch it. It's like a machine with a lot of tentacles that is just keeping people minds looking somewhere towards a montage, and you can take it to space, and you can have basketball in space. You can in space you could have the gladiators, the jokers, the politicians all working together in space, and you put it in a movie. That's big business, but it goes deeper than just watching a movie. It's like I'm molding that mind into this weird state.
It's good. The sham won't be able to hold up. Literally, I mean, that's the objective truth. We don't know when it's going to all collapse, but you know what I mean? And so I wonder what it'll be. What'll be like the last deception they try before it's all like, okay, let's go. We're done with this. And then, escalation, and then we clean up the streets and see what we can do. Once again, if there's not some kind of stupid ass reset that people keep talking about, which I don't even know if it happened.
Yeah.
Don't know about any of that stuff.
The ultimate reset will be straight up God. He'll be okay. We gotta clean this place or whatever, right? Because I mean, are these people controlling this system gods? I don't think so. People talk to them about them and put them in pedestals, right? And we have to follow what this person is saying, because whatever he's saying we have to do is gonna save us. That's why people just trust
They're getting people used to living amongst restrictions, rules, guidelines, mandates, and a few other of those useless ass words.
The thing is that there are rules, there are guidelines that
just the right ones, or the ones you and I are talking about.
Yeah,
fucking follows.
But they're
secondary to natural law.
Going against that,
they will fake the God on the end. They will show something and say this is God.
Yeah.
Human zoos. Just like with zoos where we try to take a wild animal and contain it and control it, you can't really do that.
Bro, don't even get me started on this place is fucking contained, and I think that's bullshit. But we probably could move past that. People don't want to talk about that. Okay. We're in a place that's contained.
I'm not talking about the earth. I'm talking about...
I'm just saying that was a deliberate choice by an intelligence that seems to have a thing against humans. Or at least... we should... It's finite, no matter how you swing it, because it's enclosed. So, why can't we see the whole thing? Why can't we leave? That's the bigger question. Oh, cool, look how beautiful, yay! Why can't we leave?
Dude,
why? There might not be anything.
It's not that hard. That's not that hard to comprehend, man. Like, can Mario leave the cartridge that the game
Well, he's
is
not
on?
sentient. He doesn't understand that it's bullshit. That's all he can be is Mario.
But what I'm saying is, like, even if Mario did come to the realization that he had a creator, like, could he ever go face to face with him?
Not at all. That's what I'm saying. It's very unfair. Very unfair. Such bullshit. Because here's the thing. It's literally like Mario waking up. Listen.
So, for fair for you would be to just not exist.
No, I don't
That
know,
would be
man.
fair, right?
I don't know. I don't know any alternative.
Not existing. That's the alternative.
I don't know what that's like, so I can't make that as a choice.
You could think about it, though.
Think about a lot of things. So what?
It'd be not existing. So we've been given existence on this realm where life is even possible, physical life at least. And you're like, why has it got to be this way? It is what it is. You can choose to not exist, I guess.
Oh, I'm not complaining like that bad. Dude, I'm just laughing about it, to be perfectly fair. At the end of the day, the hell am I going to do about it?
I was because I was chiming in what you were saying about how they operate and things like that, and I was saying that it's unnatural to try to harness people and reduce everything down to total totalitarian control, where everything is monitored, everything is regulated. Like, that's an impossible goal because
I know that
you can't indefinitely wrestle nature like that.
It might be an impossible task, but for a group of psychopaths, it's a natural goal.
Is it impossible?
That's true. Yeah.
It's their goal.
What present saying?
It's like herding cats.
What this date saying to you? This present, what's saying to you? That is impossible?
What?
It's not it's not enforceable. It's not enforceable. Like, you control the whole world. I mean, by force and.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they create enough of an illusion,
you cannot have someone in a computer watching everybody, right? That's why they want to bring this AI and all that kind of stuff. But still, the enforcement, there is no total control ever.
I agree.
Somehow,
like I said,
it will break free. It's just nature.
It's just the illusion, like the man said earlier with veils. Once it's just the illusion of power that they have over us. Our genuine creative power is much more forceful than theirs. We have the force, y'all. That was cheesy. Okay, go ahead.
Sean, if I in 45 years didn't realize I have 50. Last 5 I will not count. If I didn't realize in 45 years where I'm living, they are doing very good job with possibility of total control.
They can get a lot of the control, but what I'm trying to say is it's just like the saying, you can't fool all of the people all of the time, but you can fool some of the people some of the time, or some of them all the time. Anyway, I don't even know how it goes. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. Sorry.
Even once they get to 99.999% control, it will be broken because it's just impractical. It's against nature.
Right. There has to be.
Yeah, it would be unsustainable. Like,
So
they
they're
might be
making
able to.
down. Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly.
Well, there has to be some kind of balance, and it tries for balance. We'll never get to the actual the promised land balance thing, but there'll be good times and bad. Anyway, who's talking?
Yeah, I wanted to say, do you know how many people need to know about flat Earth? How many people?
I heard 3% of the world.
I think 1 is enough.
Yeah.
Only 1.
I don't know, man. Sure. Yeah, 1%.
Only 1. I'm saying, 1. If he
one
knows
person?
Yeah, 1 person.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Oh,
that's the idea.
As long as the right person understands it and uses it properly. Basically, if you get You get like a Neo the one, like something along those lines.
It
is a prison for your mind. The globe.
It must be life, of course.
It's also a physical prison. It's kind of what I was trying to say earlier, but I don't think anybody's ready for that conversation just yet. Right? Let's just focus. Hey, it's really beautiful here. We've got a lot of land, and they're hiding land, and yeah, but why can't we leave anyway? I don't know, man. Something about it. It's like a cat. When you bring a cat home and he starts looking, the first thing he does is start looking for a fucking way out. He's like, where the hell can I leave from? What is this place? Anyway.
Yeah, of course. But that's the classic ancient Luciferian perspective. Why the hell did they have to put us in this thing? I want to get out of this thing. I'm claustrophobic in this thing. That's the fundamental Luciferian perspective beyond like the Bible and all that. I'm saying fundamentally.
Yeah, I know, and I don't like to agree with it.
It's just a natural reaction, and it's not even just a human one. Like when a squids are pretty smart. Like if a squid is in a tank, he realizes quickly that he's in a tank, and he tries to find a way to break out of it. It's a natural reaction for anything that can think, like anything, and I don't even know how much a squid can think. It's just a natural reaction to have.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you, Squid. I'm fucking with you, bud.
Yeah, it's definitely natural. It's definitely inherent to want to know what the hell's on the other side of the gate or the wall or whatever the hell.
Well, I mean, if you're trapped in a jar, you're gonna have to eat or something else. I mean, so it might be a little more to it, but
what if it's just humans that realize that no one here gets out alive?
Gets out of what?
Whatever we're in.
Quarantine.
What is
physical?
They are out. They are out for 50 years, and then what they brought?
You're in your existence until you die. What do you mean what you're in?
I'm talking about this physical. They were just referencing the physical containment that we're stuck in. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that would be your body.
That too, but I'm talking about. That's not what they were just talking about, though.
It's a series of containers.
Only container that you're
No, I think what he's doing is stepping it up to the next level. Like we were just earlier talking about, like what is the next veil. I think that really a lot of us are kind of onto that. That it's more about how basically this is just an avatar. We're driving the car, right? Like you are not the car. As Matt said this weekend. But I think that's kind of the next step. But you have to work your way up there, and a lot of us are getting an inkling of this, but we don't know anything about it.
That's the thing. It's amnesia. It's not perfect, but it's just enough to make you not remember most of the important shit.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying you can't. Like the Luciferians want to break through the firmament or whatever it is up there or on the sides.
I don't care about doing that.
I'm saying no one can do that.
Just let me go in and out, bro.
It's not a firmament.
You have to die.
No, dude, give me a cat door. Give me a cat door, or don't give me anything.
No one can do that, obviously.
Go through. It's called resistance.
Do you know how excited I got when Truman got to that fucking door in the studio set of his life? Do you know how excited I was? Do you know how many times I watched that scene over and over crying?
I was too, but what if that was propaganda to awaken the Luciferian spirit?
Yeah, but no, that scene does give you that emotional reaction. Like, no matter how many times I see it, when he gets to that point, there's some energy that you get. You just like you feel good for him. You're like, he did it, and you already know what's coming.
He did it, and then you're like, wait, it's this bullshit? Oh no, it's real.
Yeah, but what do you do though?
Deep down, we know. Listen, deep down, we know that represented our reality. We just didn't want to admit it to ourselves. That's why that movie's so powerful. Before you even wake up to shit.
Now think about this. You make it on the other side of the door. Now what's on the other side of what you haven't been on the other side of? You see what I'm saying? Like it's a never-ending story.
I don't know. Just get me to the next level, dude.
Right. Like where the fuck, like the firmament, like what really is that other than just air or resistance itself? In itself, it's resistance. It can be temperature, it can be electricity, it can be static, it can be resistance, it can be a medium to go through.
It's a mystery, but it's like I don't care. Just let me leave and figure it out from there. Like figure out what this was, what it is. Like, come on.
Maybe
did you notice the context of that movie? The way they portrayed the creator, where he's just Hank Harris or whoever it was who's in the fake moon.
Yeah, he's like him look like fake Steve Jobs. Sorry,
they make him look like a piece of shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't go with that. That's probably
that's just part of the movie, I think.
What I'm saying is think about the context of that movie and getting people to be happy that he's breaking through to the other side because he's breaking through what this piece of shit creator
isn't that a pretty small
propaganda,
man? Of creation? Like, wouldn't that be a pretty small idea of what creation was? Just some dude.
No, but it's the context. Like in movies, they flip stories on. They invert stories.
Look at all that. I'm talking.
Yeah, but hold on. I totally get your point. But would you have that perspective if you didn't have a religious background at all? Like
well, I'm not religious.
Well, I mean, but
I'm just
even without being religious, like you grew up in a society that has a lot of roots dealing with religion. Like a lot of it's primary. You and I are at least living in a place where it's a primarily Christian country, right? And so there's been a lot of Christian influence, and this idea of a loving, creator, like that could be part of the trick too. What if it's not? What if he's not so loving?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like, come on.
Well, we were created, so it is what it is.
Whoa, that was the best answer.
I'm just saying that there's an intentional inversion in Hollywood. Like, have you seen Jupiter Ascending or Jupiter Rising or whatever it is?
Yes.
They made that character, the Jesus character, super wicked. Like, they inverted that whole story of the New Testament in that movie. And it was obvious to me. That doesn't mean that it brings validity to the New Testament. I'm just saying that I'm just acknowledging what is happening. In Hollywood, they despise Christianity, obviously, and they look to invert it. And I'm just saying there's context there for that Truman Show.
Yeah, that's how they came up with fucking your mom, pussy.
Oh, relax. Oh, I'm so sorry it has to be that way I knew that might have happened. I was going to start talking. Okay, well, that was easy.
Yeah, there's very, very deep themes in that movie. A lot of these movies have very profound themes that the average person isn't picking up on.
That guy waited an hour. He got out of the VC like an hour ago, and that's how long he lasted. He did that. He waited an hour to last 3 seconds. What a life!
I thought that was just a glitch. What the heck was that?
Yeah, it was the O. It looks like his name kind of says like O Diablo, but it's like O something else. Yeah, hour ago. If he didn't, well, did he get banned? Because if not, obviously, he'll probably come back.
I'll give him Cog this. Or what do you think, Lou? Ban?
Tell him to come in here right now. Why don't you just tell him to come in here?
Who is it?
I tagged him in the VC. Yeah, let's try to...
Let me torture him. Yeah, let me torture him.
Communicate with the aliens. Let's try to find some medium of communication with the aliens.
Yeah, most likely he's a lost cause if he came in to do that. But sure, give him a second shot, right?
Seems like a nice guy.
I think we need to say his school teacher what he did. And then he can decide for parents.
Yeah, these Freemason stuff, they're basically saying the creator created this place and is dead now, basically. That there was a great architect that designed it and made it, but there's nobody behind the wheel anymore.
Doesn't that fall in line with preterism that we're in the short season?
With what?
That we're in the short season, according to preterism.
Oh, preterism.
Yeah, that the millennial reign of Christ already occurred.
Yeah, I guess so.
And, the short season where, the adversary or whatever is ruling, I don't know. It seems pretty apparent that could be maybe the case.
Well,
that's just my opinion.
Well, unfortunately, cryptocurrency has saved again the Bible, and we're going to be in Revelation 13 in the next couple of years. So cryptocurrency shows we're in Revelation.
XO, as far as that goes, I don't disagree with you, but I think it's not necessarily the currency itself. It's the fact that the cryptocurrency is what's being used to get people's money, their investment in that crypto, or the greed to try to earn that cheap buck, that easy buck. But that's what's building up the blockchain, which is the tool they will use to enslave us in the future. Zero privacy, and all kinds of, hurdles before, if you want this, you're going to have to prove this and that and that and that. It's more the blockchain than it is cryptocurrency itself.
Well,
do you disagree?
You're very good. I am impressed that you're that accurate, because it's very misunderstood. But yes, that you're right. It is the building of the blockchain, but it's all the same system. So if you, listen, this is going to hurt feelings. We should not talk about it. But however, the last thing you should do, I can't say it, but I don't know how to say this. You don't want to promote cryptocurrency, guys. I don't want to say it. You're going to regret it. I'm sorry.
It's unfortunate. I agree with you on a lot of things, but we always bash heads anyway. Yeah, I totally agree with you on this.
Oh, listen, I'm not going to mention any names. I talked to someone and you're going to know who I'm talking about. It's so funny. I just thought about this conversation. Like I was going to have to explain this to you. And I don't call you out anymore, because every time I do, you get pissed. So this is amazing that you're talking about this.
That's why you're fighting like 30 people at a time.
No, it's my fault. It's always my fault. Let's just agree on that, okay? So what I'm saying, though, is that I talked to some of the moderators here, and I was shocked that they knew that this is not a good thing. I'm not going to mention his name. You probably know who I'm talking about. And I had a little back and forth with a couple of the bigger moderators of the server, because I was thinking I might have to leave the server if I disagree with them at this point. No, but it was a good conversation. It turned out that the moderators agreed with me, so I'm able to actually say this little part. But anyway, yeah, the moderators here understand this as well, Lunatic. So this is not a secret. You know it. Just I didn't explain that to you. So yeah, we're in that system right now. It's being built up by the blockchain, but it's the body activity data systems that are going to monitor us. That's related to that. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm not going to fill in the blank, but it clearly is that. It's going to happen.
Sure. Because they can incentivize you with good behavior when they have that impetus set up. I don't know how anybody can't clearly see the danger of cryptocurrency and getting everybody used to it. It's clearly very, very dangerous. They say, oh, it's going to free us from usury and the bankers. It's like, dude, this is the bankers times 10. Like, This is a wet dream.
This is the banker's wet dream right here. We just said wet dream at the same time. Jinx.
It is. It's a wet dream for the bankers. It really is. It's like it's infinity amount of Ponzi schemes they can run with this shit now. Already running. Remember when I first, because people were pushing it and pushing and pushing. I said, you know what? I'm gonna go in and look at these cryptocurrencies. I went in to Coinbase. I created an account and it said, "Oh, you get $5 free Bitcoin or whatever, right?" And then you go into the whatever notifications and they've got like these different cryptocurrencies. You watch like a little 30-second video on how it works and they give you $2 in crypto or whatever. So I watched those different videos and I'm looking at these different cryptocurrencies. Dude, one of them, you can be a fractional reserve banker for other users. And it was just like, dude, this is insane. They can run unlimited amount of scams with these fucking coins, man. And that's besides the fact that it's going to provide an impetus for pure control.
Well, but I've talked to plenty of people who are supposedly, awakened to all this stuff and truthers, and I can make these same arguments with them while they're investing in the crypto and stuff like that, and they can agree with everything that we're saying, but they're like, however, if I can take my chunk of that and make my life better and my family's life better, then great. You know what I mean? But what they're doing though is they're selling future generations down the river, and that's exactly the same shit that got us to where we are now.
Precisely. Just like when they say, "Hey, the way to wealth is I get a big loan on a house and then I can gain wealth that way." It's like, yeah, you just did that personally. You just made that $100,000. Not to knock anybody who's done that and got their equity and everything else, but everybody doing that is what put it in that mess. And now houses are expensive as shit. Like property taxes are hell expensive because they're based on that. Not that there should be property taxes anyway, but it's just like you said, it's the same different types of scams. And when you even hear that being said as a justification, it's like, well, now I see why it reeled in so many people. Because you're doing it for a good reason. You're like, oh, I need to gain enough money to get a house or something for my family or whatever it may be.
Especially with XO around, I feel like I don't even deserve to like quote the Bible, but the love of money is the root of all evil. You know what I mean? Like,
said it correctly. Yes, amen. That's exactly the number one verse that's going to come to mind.
It's just like the lotto, where people it preys on the same type of thing. It's like, oh, I need to get some scratch offs, or I need to get the lotto, and I can strike it and provide for my family and this and that. It preys on people.
Horrible. I work in a grocery store, so there's 2 lotto machines right by the checkout, and it's just like people come in on a daily basis, and they get scratch offs. This one dude, I swear, it's like a part-time job for the man. I don't know how much money he makes, but I'm sure he looks at the app and sees how many winners are for what and all that. I don't know.
Yeah, he makes however much, and then the next day he loses it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's sad, man, that people spend that money like that.
It's gambling, and you're basically gambling that you can ride the wave of whatever the big money people are doing.
And
like, hopefully that just happened to align with what they're planning, because they make it rise and fall.
Wait, there's one more component to these machines that they have in the grocery store. They look like a video game. So kids go up to it and they play with it, and they want to, they go up there with their parents and they put the money in the machine and they press the buttons. It's like, whoa, it's like you're teaching your kid how to gamble, and that's like not really good because that's what they're going to do when they grow up. So it's kind of crazy a little bit. I don't really get it. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it how people don't get it. I guess that's it.
And with crypto, it's like with stocks, they have the stock market that opens and closes early in the morning and then in the afternoon, and it's Monday through Friday and all that. Crypto, it's just 24 hours a day. It's like a 24-hour casino.
Damn.
It's 24 hours a day.
Yeah, until the whales start losing, and then they shut it down, like we saw last year.
Yeah. Yep. And you're basically banking that if the big whale is going to make it go up for the next 10 days, then hopefully I can ride that wave. You're banking on being the plankton on these giant whales.
Damn.
And that's how you get caught holding the bag. And they get all the profit.
Wow.
It's messed up.
No further comments.
Why, thank you, EXO.
No, thank you, Jenny.
No, thank you. Glad you made it through the hard time, however that went. Good to see you.
And the Bitcoin thing, that was a profound spell because the whole story of it is, if you would have bought $10 of it when it first came out, you would have $100 million. Like, that story alone, I can't imagine how many people have lost money because of that story. And will. I talked to to get unbanned. Funky Steve.
I don't know, man. I don't know who. I've seen him around, but I don't know what he did to get banned. Who banned him? I don't know if he brushes his teeth twice a day. I don't know anything about this man. He's got a big nose in the picture. I like the big nose.
Yeah, gambling addiction is dangerous for sure.
Hey, Glenn, if he really wants to be unbanned, as long as he promises to come in here and have a conversation with us, not just get on the server, we're usually pretty open to lifting bans.
Okay. Hey,
the market has been unsaturated, yes, for several months now. We've revamped the qualifications. He won't have to fill out a credit app list.
Not this time. No, we don't need your social this time either. We got enough from the last batch.
Yeah.
Gosh, we're still living off that. So thanks. Anyway,
we have verbal authorization to proceed.
Copy that.
Yeah, the good news is if you need to use the bathroom, you don't even have to have a key anymore.
So, Funky Steve, if you're listening, come on in the Discord.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on the Flat Earth is Right.
And I can meet you in the VC check-in.
We have to actually lift the ban, so we have to know if his Discord name is Funky Steve, and we have to go in there and
Steve, we're going to do some work for you. Can you provide us with the Discord name, please? Oh, Gin and Juice. Gin and Juice.
I think I recognize that one.
Here, hang on.
Is it funky because of like playing a sick bass solo, or is it funky like not taking
See, that's a good question.
We do have to also check to be sure that he's not on the permaban list, but it takes a lot to get there.
Funky Steve, you might have to wait 5-10 minutes.
Right. Let me go to my computer for this.
But you're making a big stink here, Steve, so you better have some gravy. How about some gravy and some juice, not gin? We'll do gravy and juice.
Gravy and goat milk.
Well, as riveting as unbanning someone is. Anybody else want to join? We are spending a lot of time outside so that we can talk to you in confidence.
So yeah, we're taking new contestants, right?
All the time. Consistently.
All right, so we have an issue. We need to get in contact with Wolfgang Hope before this ban can be lifted.
Okay. I'll do that. Once I find his name on the list, I'll talk to you guys in about a week and a half. Wolfgang! Ja, wie flat?
Well, there is a slight issue on the old credit application that I just found, though, Glat, from this guy.
Oh dear. Let me review his
okay, hold on. Let me
file.
Hold on, look into the hold on. I got the file right here. I'll send it to you in a second. I got here at the bottom when he had his complaint section about why he was kicked. He said he got kicked for disagreeing. I have a serious red flag for that claim. If he would have put there, "Oh, I got kicked because I was trolling," or because I was lying, I'd be like, "Oh, get this guy back." No, but he said he got kicked for disagreeing. Sorry, that's going to be. It's going to take us at least another 10 minutes to get that uncertified and get the stamp of approval.
That might be hard to clear up. I suggest, and that's just with a superficial skim of the credit history. Let's see. Give it 5-10 more minutes of just seeing what we can dig, what we can't dig up at this point. We'll see what happens.
And for any viewers, this should be impressive. Look how thorough flat earthers are. We're pretty fucking thorough.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you guys back in here, and I'll even leave when you get here. If you need me to leave, I'll get out. It's fine.
Man, how else can we sweeten the deal here?
Well, turn the tables. Go ask the 10,000 atheist channels that I've been banned from if I can go back there for 5 minutes. Go see how they're doing it.
No. Sorry. No.
I go to Gem Pandas. They ban me as I enter the room. They have it right with the ban paddles just waiting for me.
They smell me coming. Listen, I can, dude. The gamma rays coming off of that mere individual. Hey.
Gosh, I have to pretend I can put up with English people.
Yeah, his tone, his timbre makes it really hard to classify him as a human being when I'm talking with him.
Aloha, ICC. Good to see you back again. This just in. Flat Earth News Press. This just in. The new hotline for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This the reward for Gravity Hotline. If you believe to be right about gravity 100%, press 1. If you believe the experts have figured everything out, press 2. If you are mechanically inclined and are able to manufacture a quantity of gravity, press 3. If a straight line is curved, press 4. If the horizon is not horizontal, press 5. If you trust the authorities, press star 68. If you know everything about everything, press pound star comma 3 pound 999 star pound 33. Thanks.
That was amazing, Sonny. Hey.
If you know everything, just hang up because we don't have any answers for you.
But we do want to talk to you if that's the case. So go on to that hotline.
Great, Sonny. Thank you.
If you would like to hear this menu again, press 0.
Representatives are waiting for your calls.
Hey, Technohead 261, what's going on? Are you okay? What's happening with you? Cool. Is he in here? Is he in the thing? No. Technohead, do me a favor, go up to VC check-in. Roger that. Is that a copy? You tracking with me?
Yeah, we'll meet you up there. Yeah, I wrote that down about 6 months ago.
That was good.
Just found it in my notebook.
Loved it. Sonny, you should share that. Or no, nobody could do it as good as you. Never.
Yeah, keep it right.
Yeah.
Keep it close to the chest there.
Yes. I love it. I'd
Nobody
love to
but
hear
Sonny
it
can do
again.
it.
At some random.
Especially if they keep typing 0. You're going to be doing this a lot.
I know.
Well, if you would do it at some random point in time when there's crickets, that would be hilarious.
That's a good idea. I'll keep that in mind.
Yay! Okay, cool.
And so is my volume okay and everything?
Yeah, so.
Okay. Not too low, and I'm not too coming in too hot or anything.
It was certainly clippable. I made sure to laugh after you stopped.
Cool.
Can I give a shout out real quick? Where's this?
Of course
Thank
you can.
So Slow Mo Moon Buggy 7:51 my time, that'd be west of we got here. I saw Timothy P. Southwick trolling the Globebusters chat 2 days ago. I took a screenshot of it. That is an excellent job done by Slow Mo Moon Buggy out there in the espionage fields, tracking down those trolls who pretend to be fake Christians. God bless them. Yep, they pretend to be real Christians. But yeah, that's good. That's excellent that we have these viewers that can inform you about these people trolling the chats. Way to go, Slow Mo Moon Buggy. Thank you. Oh, but if you're not in the chat often, you have absolutely no idea.
I do.
Yep, Glat knows, and probably 2 other.
Honestly, man, it's it's fish in a barrel, right? It's low hanging fruit. What else am I going to do?
Oh, I feel terrible for wasting so many minutes and hours looking at psychopaths.
Why? Why do you feel terrible?
I just could have been I could have been outside, frolicking with butterflies or anything.
Oh, don't be selfish. Isn't it funny to watch fools trip around on their own shit? Their own shoelaces tied together that they did themselves? Like, come on, that shit's funny as hell.
It is funny, but then when you overdo it and you're beating them on the ground with a baseball bat, okay.
Yeah, that's true. I don't like that either. You're right. There's a threshold, there's a limit.
I admit I overdo it. Sometimes I get carried away. I'm all right. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me, man.
You don't even accept that. He's not sorry. He's not sorry for anything he does. He thinks he's a victim.
Me?
No, XO.
Oh. Because I'm a victim too, damn it. I think I'm a victim. No, I'm just kidding.
I think that's no, that's not going to work, Lou. Sorry, that's too far.
I'm right. And look, I'm being lighthearted about it. But dude,
thank you. I am the problem. Okay, listen. Most of the time,
I'm not saying you're the. Oh, look, I'm not saying you.
Come on, XO.
Sometimes you absolutely are the problem, and it's not because of your message. Again, it's what I typed you up in the locker room. It's not because of your message. It's the way that you deal with people. Like, I don't know what kind of a reaction.
Oh, no.
I don't know what kind of a reaction you expect to get when you say the things that you say, the way that you say them.
Yeah. Hey, XO, do you wake up sometimes in the morning or more times than often and just think, I'm just going to wreck everybody and cause a bunch of confusion, chaos, and get everybody pissed at me? Do you do that?
Yes, every single day I wake up, I just crack my knuckles, and I can't wait to piss everybody off until the brink of literally death or being banned forever, just by the skin of my teeth coming back every day. It's a wonderful trip.
Look, man, we know you don't do that, but I know it's very interesting because personalities are very interesting.
The point is not to make friends. The point is to make an impact. Thank you.
Yeah, you do make that. I hand that to you.
Well, let's just go to the chat real quick. We got 6 minutes after the hour. A lovely person named Kenny is in the chat. They've told us, XO is effing messed up in the head. That's okay to say that. I'm not mad at you for that. there's a reason you feel that way. So God bless you for your opinion.
Yeah, they say it about me all the time. And that's just the flat earthers.
Well, right. I just want to know that person can come in here right now and tell us what's going on, and I can be quiet. I will force myself to be quiet and let you have the mic. How many other psychotic people will allow you to do that? Thanks.
I want to know if I'm psychotic too. Can someone please tell me? I've been wondering.
Well, yeah, you are.
Are we asking YouTube?
Probably if you're wondering, you're not.
Oh well, I beg to differ.
No,
here's the reality.
You seem pretty good rocking to me, but I don't know what YouTube thinks.
That's hilarious.
Look at this guy. Let me go back to the chat now. Look at this guy, Lukey Pool. I mean, he's really angry at you guys because you're not talking about free energy, and you guys say you don't care. So again, that's the flat earthers' fault. Yeah, the minority small group that everybody makes fun of. It's your guys' fault for not pushing the free energy save ourselves thing.
Lukey, listen. If I'm gonna go hang out with some friends I like, and I take you along, but you've constantly got like a dagger just barely touching my bare skin the whole fucking time. I probably don't want you around much, if ever. So when you come in and you talk about flat Earth, that's fine, but you never do. You know what you talk about? Anything but. And then you just make fun of the flat earthers. Like I said, you're just a little dagger in the side. Why should we keep you around? You're calling us a psyop when it's measurable.
Yeah, my question to him is, though, like, he thinks it's never talked about in here. Free energy and Tesla and all this stuff is brought up like way more than it should be. We talk about it like a lot. I don't know how much he pays attention, but we do talk about that here.
Well, they're just going to keep coming up with nonsense, right? Anything is a diss if you just, like, say it on the internet at this point. Oh, you guys don't even think bananas are real. Fucking.
It's almost like he wants to moderate the channel as well, like telling you what you should be talking about,
Oh, that's their favorite thing to do is to moderate the channel.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
In order to satisfy him, he's obviously thinks he's a truther. Like, in order to satisfy him, we need to change this from 24/7 Flat Discord to 24/7 free energy Discord, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, it's a topic that gets covered here all the time, but only when it's there's no flat earth to talk about.
There's only so much that we can do.
Right.
And say.
I mean, when there's Glovers here and there's people that want to learn about the flat Earth, that's what we're going to do.
And then let it be known, like, we're not just silencing the freaking globe zealots. We're silencing people who are freaking boneheaded about free energy too.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm ambivalent about free energy, man. You know why? I'm in a flat Earth server, and the point is, you could talk about free energy all day, and I won't bat an eyelash. But then when you come in to our crowd and start talking shit and saying free energy, flat Earth isn't important, what I have to say is important. Well, then again, like Lou said, go start a free energy server. You will get some followers, bruh. Promise you that one. Whether or not it's a real deal, lots of people come talk to you about that. Just not here.
Uh-oh.
I got a question.
Much deeper.
These minerals that conduct electricity, are they free, or do you got to pay for like copper and stuff like that? They're not free, right? So if you were to make a ground generator, also known as a ground battery, and you put the two different types of metal in there, and then you wet it, right, and then you hook up some wires, is that time free?
Yeah, the hardware's not free. You're right.
So define free energy.
Yeah, shit, no doubt.
Is it free on a money Is it free on a money standpoint, or what is it? Somebody define it.
It doesn't require fuel.
It's an oxymoron.
It doesn't require fuel. Well, you get wind energy, you get hydraulic energy. That's pretty much free, right?
What about when there's no wind? The wind is a source of energy. I mean, sailboats use it.
Right. That's why I said define it.
Well, it doesn't require any fuel. I mean, the wind isn't always there. You can't, if there's no wind or there's no sun, you
Naturally
can't use a solar
occurring
panel.
provision of energy.
Yeah, but you still got
Anything
to
that
build.
moves,
So
anything that moves has
wind
kinetic
and
energy, correct?
Yeah, but you still
So
got to build something
wind.
to harness it.
So you got wind, hydraulic. Is there any other one? Sun?
Yes, son.
It's something that you can't deplete.
Okay. But it's something that you can't I want to know what it is, not what it's
I
not.
don't know what it is. It's just there. Like
That's the problem.
it's in the ether. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, do you know what it is? No one knows how to put their finger on it, but it's something existing that it doesn't require any resources to tap into it. Like once you have the equipment, the resource is you can't deplete it, right? It's infinite. Well, that's
Yeah, you're not talking about like a perpetual motion machine, are you?
no. You're just tapping into an existing energy source
I
that's
got you.
already there. Yeah.
Okay. I understand that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I just wanted somebody to define it. So
Naturally
everyone-
occurring
not
energy.
only
Is that what
me,
it is?
but I'm sure I'm not the only one that's sort of like, okay, free energy. What's that specifically? Right?
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
want
it
to know.
gets away from artificial scarcity, right? Like where you have, they call it fossil fuels. We know it's not fossils. Like crude oil is not a fossil. It's found beneath the layer of where a fossil is even possible. So it's just, it gives you that artificial scarcity. And basically that's what gives the US dollar any value at all is the petrodollar, is the fake scarcity of crude oil. So without that, our dollar would be toilet paper.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I want to get back to free.
one way to look at it, I would say, would be to come up with a machine that is a perpetual motion machine. Not only perpetual motion, it would have to produce more energy than it takes to use. So it would have to be 101.
Yes.
It would have to be 101.
Motion is not required though, Lou.
That's
There's
true.
no motion involved. There's no moving
Okay, I got
parts.
an answer for you, Kiwi. Okay, so here's the answer, Kiwi. Free energy is clean energy. So thus, plants are free energy.
My God.
So alcohol, watch this. Alcohol is a product that comes from plants, and you just grow the plant. That should be the system.
Yeah, got it. Thanks.
It requires more to grow the ethanol. To make ethanol requires more fuel than it produces.
Here's my definition of free energy. It's a relationship between input and output. And to me, 100% free energy would be zero input and 100% output of energy from somewhere. Naturally occurring energy.
No, well, if you had zero input, 1% output would be sufficient.
Sure. Yeah.
Talking about
We
any
already know there's an electrical field. Like
we're not
everyone
talking
knows
about
about
any Hold on, Ron. We're not talking about any man-made attachments to it. You're majoring on the mind.
Okay, wait. What's powering the field? There's an electrical field that's 100 volts from every
What's a
3 feet.
field?
You come up. Where's the power source?
What's
Is
a
it free?
field?
Is it infinite? Where's the
What's a
power source
field?
coming from?
What's a
No,
field?
well,
That's the fourth time, and there's no such thing as infinite, neither in mathematics nor in reality.
Well, it's never been depleted. It's still there.
You're telling me what it's not. I need to know what it is.
Figure it out, smart guy. Figure it out. You're so smart. Figure it out.
Wait a second, Ron. Relax. So geothermal is the only thing I can think of that is something, but of course we don't know. Is it expendable? We don't know. There's so much we don't know about it, but it seems to have always been here.
Well, even according to the environmentalists, like it's irresponsible to use geothermal because you don't know what kind of damage you're doing. Because you are harnessing it, you're putting some kind of drag on that system, right? So
I wonder what the super cool generators that are all around the Salton Sea and these pumping this stuff from beneath the Salton Sea. There's hundreds of these. What do they call that?
Salton Sea. Where are you from? Zimbabwe. Figure it out, smart guy.
Salton Sea. Shut up. It would take you to tell me about the word pronunciation.
See, I got bitched out for not being around, so I figured I'd come around, and now I'm the smart guy.
No, glad you're around. Glad you're around, man. It's good to hear you. Yeah.
Hey, Kiwi.
Hey, how's it going, Jenny?
It's going.
Yeah, I hadn't left. I just got a little hobby I'm trying to master, and it's bugging the shit out of me.
Oh, well, as soon as you go back to it, you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's right. Listen, that is very profound. I just talked to my wife this morning. I told her about, my life and my life pursuits. And whenever I embark on something, right, and I get really heavy into it, and then I leave it go for a little while after that, and I come back, I'm like so much better at it.
Hey, you're gonna crack up when you hear how my profound statement, how I came about that in my life.
Go ahead.
It was being stuck in a certain portion of a video game. You'd leave it, and then you'd come back all fresh and new, ready to go.
Hell yeah, dude! It's actually like my drum set. Every time that I would spend some time away from it, if I were playing all day, I'd be, I'd think, I was fine with it every day. But if like I had to take a week off or something out of nowhere and then come back, dude, I don't know. It was on right then.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I concur with the guitar playing too. Damn it! Why Gladflub? Why aren't you like just down the block from me or something? Shit.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not how it is right now.
That'd be too much flatness, you guys. I don't know if the world can handle that.
Flatness. I think it'd be too much goofiness.
Oh yeah.
That's a good name for a tune. The flatness between us.
Sonny, yeah. Dude, go with
it. And the goofiness created, yeah.
I gotta type it into prosperity here. I mean,
who? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you who started this song shit. Right, Anthony Riley.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, he's the genesis of where it all started.
He started it with Wiggle It.
No, well, okay, but
pretty close. We'll give him.
I want to see you wiggle it.
No,
just a little bit.
I wish I had that video at hand, but I don't.
I thought it was Tiger Dan.
No.
Oh.
I don't even, I think I've seen one video from him way back in the day and then totally lost after that.
Somebody did something about flat earth and a monkey, and I'm not talking about something wiki in his name, not that dude.
Did you get cut off?
Else. Oh, can you hear me still?
Somebody mute me.
I did see that you were deafened for a second.
Somebody deafened me?
You did it when the banana finger was probably
playing around with QE's buttons without my permission.
You got a cat.
You can always dig and find out, but most likely if it was that fast, it was an accident.
Don't push my buttons, you zipper heads.
Here, let me make sure your button works. Let me try it myself. It works. Sorry.
I might have went down there and clipped it myself. I don't think I did though. Can't remember. It's too long ago.
Oh.
Seconds ago. Too long ago.
You're not a boomer. Knock it off. Hey, you're not a boomer.
Smart guy.
He is a boomer.
No, he's not.
Who QE?
He sounds like a boomer.
Yeah,
QE is a junior boomer.
Is he a new boomer?
I'm a senior boomer.
I would guess 55 or 60.
I'm a new old person. I just turned 50 this year, this August.
50.
I'll be 58 in 5 days.
You're 58.
Junior boomer.
Dang.
Hey! I was wondering, y'all. Do you think we could do like a boomer night?
That'd be awesome. God knocking, I'm sure would go for that.
Dude, it's like boomer night every night around here. What are you talking about?
You're a Jew.
I was gonna say y'all are overrepresented already. Like, come on.
On Sunday, Boomer Sunday.
Lou would be the keynote speaker.
There you go. The most junior boomer.
I get lumped in with boomers. I get lumped in with millennials. Somehow they always miss Gen X. I don't know what that's all about.
It's so hard being the middle child, isn't it, Lou? Sorry.
But Boomer Night would be amazing on Sunday. But somebody said it would need to be early because you guys have to go to bed. Kidding.
I'll rock the heck out of that Boomer Night.
Hell yeah, you will. I know you will.
Oh, man.
But seriously, I'm being really serious.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
But the next morning,
Jenny,
you have to drink
they
a pot of
say
coffee.
They say that the older the violin, the sweeter the music.
Yeah, make sure you guys announce the day, the boomer night, so I can plan to do something besides being
something else.
No.
Fill the old schedule that week. Shit.
I know it would never happen, but I would love it if we had a boomer night and y'all could flat smack my mom.
That didn't sound right, did it? I don't think that sounded right.
Oh, come on,
well, we
now.
should do,
Come on.
instead of just boomer night. What if it was like bring your mom to work night? Like, you know.
For real.
That's, I mean, not a bad idea. You guys would love my mom. I'll say that right now.
That is funny, Lou. High five.
Especially Battle Mod.
We all love moms. Come on, guys.
Except
yeah,
me,
my
right?
mom would.
That was
that was a nice twist of events there.
You like that? A little extreme, huh?
Is that you, XO?
No. That was Sunny, right? Where's Sunny?
I thought it was Sunny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Is Sonny gonna play the blues for us? You gonna do that?
Hold on, we got a Witsit. We got a Witsit rocking. Are you where signal's good, Witsit?
I don't know.
All right, give it a shot.
Witsit.
What up, bro? Q, you heard we got an RV?
No, I didn't hear that, man. What's up?
Yeah, Kai and I got an RV, and so we decided to call it the Flatmobile, and we decided the first thing we're gonna do is get it decked out, and we're gonna pop up at your crib, cats out the bag, buddy.
Really? That's cool. Do you know where I live?
Yeah, oh yeah. Don't worry about how. It doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Well, give me some warning, man. Well, it won't be on Skype because you never looked there.
Yeah.
All right. It's amazing that only QE would not be creeped out by like, do you know where I live? Yeah.
No shit, dude. What? Kiwi, if I knew where you lived, you'd be like, what the fuck? And you would sign off. We'd never hear from you again.
I'm armed, by the way.
I know. I'm not.
Nice, bro. Me too. Is that what you said?
I feel safer in people's homes that are armed, but I'm just going to make sure I bring that nice white flag I got while I'm walking up.
Cool, man. What's it? I'll be looking forward to it. Make sure you catch me. Well, I'm pretty much here all the time, so you're good.
We flirted with calling it just naming it the Black Swan, like literally making the RV black and calling it the Black Swan. But I was like, nah, not really our thing. We'll go with the Flatmobile.
The Flatmobile. That sounds cool, man. Great.
So we're gonna. Anyway, I just wanted you to know. Don't be too surprised when you look out.
No, I won't. Do you have a picture of it?
37-foot RV flat Earth billboard just sitting in front of your house, and I'm gonna.
Do you? Wait a second. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Do you have a picture of it?
Yeah, somewhere. We're gonna on the speaker. We're gonna scream out your government name. You know, as soon as we pull up, so there's no confusion. All the neighbors know why the Flatmobile is there.
What's my government name, dude?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, dude, I got connects, bro. We don't need to talk about.
You got okay. I can't wait, man. Make sure you scream that bitch loud.
Okay.
Sweet, man. How are you and Kai doing? Happy holidays, brother.
Thank you, man. You too. We're good. We're actually driving to see Familia at the moment. So.
To where?
To see our Familia, our families.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, outstanding,
I'm the one
man.
driving. I'm the one driving because someone can't handle the long road trips.
Right, someone. I think I know him.
Yeah, I'm not turning down show first.
You allow a woman to drive long distances?
Yeah, like I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. You're like, yeah, it's not easy, but I do. I'm kidding, Kai. I'm kidding, Kai.
Well,
you guys had fun.
There's some
It's too hard to Discord and drive, so that's why.
Well, you know.
He won't be sleeping while you're driving, though, right?
Say again.
He won't be sleeping while you're driving, though, right, Kai?
Will I be sleeping while I'm driving?
No. Okay, you're not hearing me right. Never mind. You're ruining the joke.
You won't.
If I've been in long road trips where I'm not driving, and every little movement, it's like, what was that? Like, does he do that?
Wow.
When I go on road trips,
You
I
should
do
try
that.
sleeping on a sailboat.
Yeah. I was on a road trip once where, touring around the country with the band, and everybody was passed out drunk, and we had a long drive, and we fucked up because we were supposed to, take less time talking with people and go get some rest, take less time partying, but we didn't. And so we had to a couple of us stayed up all night. I decided to drive, and I'll never forget, man. We were about to just hit something and go flying off. We had a trailer, and so it would have been really nasty. And it was just last second, and I remember coming back too. And it never happened again. Like, I got tired, and I would just pull over and switch. But that was the one time where, a thousandth of a second later, had I not reacted, we would have been really hurt. So from that moment on, I made sure there was at least one person awake while I was driving.
Yeah, I would never just leave her hanging. Normally I drive, but with these long distance journeys, I'm willing to look past the inherent chromosomal handicap, if you know what I'm saying.
Which one?
You're getting on to my joke, yeah.
Which one is what I'm wondering.
The X or the Y?
It's those damn X's, bro.
The X's are the problem, huh? Yeah, you won't be driving while blind either, I suppose. That's probably a good thing.
The man drives through the mountains, all right?
Yeah.
Is that a ZZ Top song, or is that a Leonard Skinner song?
The man drives through the mountains.
Hey, did you guys hear my other plan? I think we're going to go to the Kennedy Space Center, but masks are required. So I'm just going to wear a John F. Kennedy mask.
Here, I'll post it from the last time you were on here and post it. Just 1 second. Let me find that.
Actually, here's a question. Have you driven a big vehicle through the mountains yet?
Oh, the RV?
Yeah, like a...
No, Kai's not driving the RV, bro.
No, have you...
I'm not suicidal.
I'm not suicidal.
Let's see. There we go. That's funny.
I just wanted to make sure that you guys know about downshifting on instead of wasting the brakes.
Too late now.
Now, that's what you call love, people. The statement, I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, no. No, because if anybody hasn't had experience through the mountains, you can very easily overheat your brakes if you ride them on the downhill, and that's what those ramps are for. Runaway truck ramps, but especially with a big vehicle, that's going to be an issue. So you definitely got to throw it into a low gear. Just a little tip.
Yeah, for sure. You can't just ride the brakes too much; they'll just bring them out.
Wait a second. Excuse me. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait for this picture to finish here.
You don't really want to drive the RV up the mountain, though. You just want to drive the RV to the mountain and drive a vehicle up the mountain. So from experience, this last year, it's not even worth it.
That's what the ballers do. They ride the brakes continuously.
Oh yeah.
They show it curved adjacent. Yeah.
We keep asking.
I heard you get that question.
Yeah.
It's right at the end there, brother.
Yeah. We meant to. Our plan was originally to literally start the debate with it, and it just evolved.
Right, I got you. Yeah.
Wait, that's
thanks for posting.
Wait,
Holy
that's JFK?
shit,
I
Sonny.
thought it was Alfred E. Newman.
Yeah, that needed to get in there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like
Sonny.
those questions
How dare me?
were way out of their league. You know.
Oh yeah, it was a belly laugher. That big fat ass bastard. He's so retarded he doesn't even know it.
Yeah, no, that's the craziest part.
Yeah. I seen you guys snickering in the background. It was priceless.
Yeah, I had to keep my finger near the mute, bro, because it was too much.
Yeah. He thought he
They
was
were
all that
bottom
in a
of the
bag
barrel.
of chips, and he was a friggin' Elmer Fudd numpty dipshit.
Yeah, that was kind of funny though. Like even the girl, he got mad that she was basically 3v1ing him at one point.
Yeah. You got her on the entropy. That was quite ironic.
Yeah, it's hilarious. We're gonna get her to come in here and talk to you, bro.
Oh, cool.
The Jen girl.
Yeah, we're oddly decided to wear sunglasses inside during the debate, girl. Talk
Yeah,
about
she seemed
here's our
pretty
perfect.
cool.
What's that?
She seemed out of it, but she seemed pretty cool. In the after debate, she came to the after debate, and I kind of went off on her a little bit, but it is what it is.
Where was the after debate at?
In the modern day debate Discord.
Modern day train wreck.
Yeah. She was like, "Oh, I only came to the debate to make fun of it, and it was just something to do, and I don't need to do this, and this." I said, "What the hell are you doing here then?"
Yeah, what's it caught him? I think that doofus son of a bitch said he was scattergunning, right? But that's what he did the whole fucking time.
Yo, he called
Yeah.
my presentation a scattergun, and I mean, well, dude, it's a presentation, dude. It's
Yeah, right. You even said it. I was cracking up. Hey, it's a presentation, dude.
That Mark guy is awful.
Yeah.
I think that's the best recruitment for Flat Earth that exists, though. Like people like that guy.
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Like if I had saw that guy, I would have been like, "Oh man, Flat Earth's onto something. I can't be on his team."
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually a trip. The reason I even occasionally do the modern day debate is because one time I was in Cali at Santa Monica, and some random person walked up to me, some younger dude, and was like, I assumed it was a flat earther that knew I was going to be there. I've seen you on YouTube when you debated that vegan. Dang, I'm sorry. He said he saw my debate with Vegan Gains, some random dude in California. So,
Nice.
yeah, I guess it's kind of worth it, right? You never know who sees it.
It's pretty cool.
So we're gonna. I want to try to see if we can sneak into the university debates by just starting off with basically like geocentrism and sit outside astronomy departments to see if we can get someone to take the bait.
Start up the 3 questions, man. Just kill it quick.
That sounds awesome. What's it?
Now, 3 questions,
I agree
man.
with you, actually, Kiwi. I agree with you, Kiwi. But like I'm saying, just to literally get them to engage. I don't know. I guess maybe we could. Yeah, I don't know. You could just go straight for the gusto, I guess.
You just want to put a bug in their ear.
Well, if you ask them the 3 questions, you're going to knock them off kilter, right? They're going to go on full tilt. So be prepared.
Yeah. Well, that
Do you
sounds
need
awesome.
some sort of permit, or do you just set up?
No, like if it's a public university, you don't need a permit. I mean, they try to say things like free speech zones, which of course I've been looking into because of my whole national park ordeal. But every time that free speech zone on a college campus gets challenged, whoever challenges it wins. So I'm not really worried about public university. It's public domain.
Well, that was H.W. Bush that did that back in the day under his presidency. But a college is one of those places that's kind of like a sidewalk. It's meant for open conversation. It'd be like saying that you can't have free speech at like the town square, right, or
If
a
it's
park.
open to the public.
Yeah.
So, seeing as how we have a pretty good crowd here, I know this is something that I looked into this morning a little closer. Somebody in the server, I forget who it was, has been bringing up. It's something that I heard maybe a year or two ago. I think maybe Indio brought it up in the first place, but about little diamide, and I've talked about this earlier today a couple times, but little diamide and big diamide in the Bering Strait. One of them is Russia, one of them is Alaska, and they're 2.5 miles apart from each other, but yet their sunrise is a 3-hour difference. It's actually like 21-hour difference because of the date line or whatever. But
what?
So it is very interesting. Yeah. So at first, on its surface, it sounds very confusing, but I dug into it a little bit more. So let me maybe seeing as how I heard the what from QE. Okay, big diamide and little diamide. Big diamide is on the side of Russia. Little diamide is on the side of Alaska, right in the Bering Strait. They're only 2.5 miles apart, and yet if you look at timeanddate.com, sunrise is 3 hours separate from each other. So it sounds like a huge riddle. Like, what the fuck is going on? But I think I may have dug to the bottom of it. I'm not 100% satisfied. There's other stuff I would like to corroborate, but it has to do with the international dateline and the way that it zigs and zags around Alaska and Hawaii. It's meant to go down. It's meant to go down the prime meridian. But in order to keep one country on a certain time zone and another country on another time zone, they move the line. It jags around. And I think that's the simple solution for why this is. It's not that the sun. It's not that the sun is rising 2.5 miles apart in 3 hours difference. In real time, it's rising at the same time. It's just how you keep your clock. And I've heard this talked about a lot recently, and I just kind of want to point that out.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. It sounds like a problem between convention and actuality.
Right.
I was thinking, what if the maps aren't accurate? I mean, is there flight paths that can confirm the terrain, or
you
know what I'm saying?
Hold on. International, wait a second. That doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah, take a look. The international dateline zigs and zags through. It starts on the prime meridian. It mostly follows the prime meridian, but it doesn't necessarily follow the prime meridian.
Yeah, but it's absolute. The sunrise and sunrise. That's absolute, right? Yeah,
Here, I'm gonna give you some screenshots that I took. Okay, this is gonna go in live stream voice.
That doesn't work. You can't. It doesn't matter. You don't need to give me any screenshots. 2.5 miles. It's over.
Right. Well, I can give you that one. I went on Google Maps to measure stuff, but who can trust that? So there's this one. So that's the difference between the two islands.
Well, it's over. It's over right there. I don't think I'm missing anything. It's over right there with that first screenshot.
All right. So you agree, but I don't think everybody else follows.
Now, it's not that hard to follow. If something's 2.5 miles away from something else, then sunrise cannot be 2 hours.
3 hours.
No, it can't be that. It's impossible.
Right. But I want to show you the time and date stuff.
The international dateline or time and date is irrelevant.
Right. So there's the dateline. Here's the prime meridian.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Here's so then here's little and big diamide on time and date this morning.
what would the international dateline have to do? Okay, let's say the sun rises in Russia at 6:45 or 7 o'clock, right? What's it going to be?
Well, I'm just saying. Oh, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, what's it going to be on the Alaskan side? The dateline has nothing whatsoever to do. It's still the same date.
Right. Well, no, but it's technically not the way that we do this. It's convention, like you said. So if you look at these last two screenshots, you've got one of them. This was taken seconds apart from each other, or maybe a minute, right? So on Big Diomede, it was December 22nd, 2021 at 1:43 a.m. On the other one, 1 minute apart. Time and date has in Alaska. So that first one is in Russia. In Alaska, it's December 21st at 4:43 a.m.
I have a question, if I could. Is time and date based on observation?
Time and date's wrong. I think Nathan Oakley debunked time and date, or was that the other one?
I remember having conversations with Indio about this, and I do recall him saying that they are not based on observation, as well as military site according to the same type of information.
What's the other one? You got time and date. What's the other one?
It's a military one, I think.
Isn't there another one?
Yeah.
There's another one.
Time and date and sun and moon or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, well, what I'm showing on time and date is the sun and moon tab. Okay, so that with the I'm looking for the sunrise. So according to this, even though they're 2.5 miles apart, they have a 21-hour difference between sunrise. But
no,
obviously we know that, you know.
Oh, what? Hey, Lou. I wonder if you might be able to sort more stuff out if you looked at flight paths and compared them onto the flat Earth, the AE map or whatever.
And actually, I have those screenshots too. It doesn't change between Google Earth or the AE map. So, like, I can give you here's an AE map, and here's Google Earth. Here's Google Earth, and here's an AE map, giving you pretty much the same exact picture, right? Like nothing changes.
I see what you're saying. So maybe they're both wrong.
It's interesting to go down the path, but I just asked her.
Hey, Lou.
Kick my feet. I'm sorry.
Did you ever watch? Sorry, QE. Lou, did you ever watch episode 7 of EWAR's documentary?
Look, I think I watched all of UR, and I disagree with like 90% of it. Like, I just think the whole thing.
Yeah. I know. But did you? The one in particular, the one about the moon. Did you watch that one?
When it comes to like the moon map and stuff, I'm not even going to waste my time. I don't trust anything.
I'm just curious. I'm only curious.
I'm just for like the 5th time. Anybody who attaches Anon to their name, I assume that they're with the anonymous group. The anonymous group is not for truth. They're for propaganda, and they're controlled by the CIA.
Okay, I'm just looking for coincidences. That's all. That's all I would be looking for. And then that might lead you to something else that you have, you know what I'm.
No, I disregard URN. I'm telling you that right now.
Duly noted. Thank you. Okay.
It's a cool story.
It is.
It's about as far as I go with it.
Yeah, I'm not making any claims about what he said.
Like watching a movie or whatever.
Yeah, it is.
Like Lord of the Rings or something like that.
Hey, you never know, dude. You never know.
Or maybe the moon mission.
Hank's gonna weigh in.
Has that been confirmed about the big Diomede and little Diomede islands, that it's actually a 3-hour difference between sunrise?
Hank, I don't think your mic's working. Sorry. Yeah, rejoin, Hank. Mike is just buzzing at us.
Sorry about that. That's not
No
my
problem,
mic.
dude.
Someone
You're
else.
good. You're good. Sorry to whoever
I
I
was
talked
waiting
over
until I
just
got.
now.
Wait until I got in front of the Wi-Fi,
But we
so
were talking
nobody.
about. You were wanting to say something.
Yeah, I tried to say it a second ago, but I wasn't getting a good signal. The whole EWAR thing is speculative conjecture at best. He doesn't
Yes.
really provide anything, but it is entertaining to people who like to wonder and look at things they haven't seen before. And, maybe it's a lot like Ancient Aliens where all that shit they're talking doesn't mean anything, but I'll go check out these places like Angkor Wat and, Sexy Woman. I'll go check them out and do my own research on these individual places on my own things.
But Lou, you were talking about the Bering Strait, right?
Well, look, it feels like you're trying to drag me into the
No,
conspiracy
I
side.
am. I am sorry.
I'm going to tell you that it's actually been solved and it's a simple solution.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 hour difference. It would have to be like 3,000 miles away.
Well, actually, I measured
Not
that
three.
too. I measured that too, according to Google Earth, anyway. So, like the difference from where Big and Little Diomede are to the Prime Meridian. So obviously, the international dateline jogged around in order to get Big Diomede on the Russia side. The difference there is like 305 miles.
Okay. There's got to be, when you're fudging a map the way they do, there's got to be little spots where they couldn't quite fudge it all the way. So
right,
maybe,
and that's
maybe you're identifying that. Maybe you're identifying the little in between marks that are hard to.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Like I said, I'm not completely satisfied. So, like at this point, I think where you have to go from what I just told you guys is to then look in the area between what they call the Prime Meridian and where they jogged over, and to make sure that the sunrise actually happens at certain times and in certain places. Like I even got to this point of thinking like what if 24 hours or 24 time zones, however you want this, is wrong? Like, could this actually add up to like 27 hour, 27 time zones? You know what I mean? Like, but I'm not sure I'm thinking about it properly. It's like the way they jog it around and what's going on there is meant to cause confusion.
Yep.
And so now
waters.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. And the first step is getting accurate data inputs. And I've always wanted to see time and date actually get checked, because the way they show it is that, like in the South right now, the so-called Southern Hemisphere, the further south you go, the more hours of sunlight there is. They're claiming that around this time of year at the bottom, there's like 17, what is it, the bottom of South America, that there's like 17 and a half hours of sunlight. And I want to see that myself. I want to see that verified. They're so-called, because they're saying sunlight, not just daylight.
Another thought that crossed my mind is, instead of the fudging being between, like on the Russia side, between the Prime Meridian and the international dateline, what if Alaska was actually much farther to the west, closer to Russia, but because it's connected to the continental, like I have a feeling they've verified distances. You know what I mean? Like, it's been driven and it's been measured. Like, so that would be a harder place to fudge it. It would be over water where you would do that.
There's probably some sort of cables under sea somewhere over there, right? Underwater data.
Oh yeah, most likely somebody probably has the map for that stuff too. Actually,
that's what we need. Those blueprints, man, of those underwater sea cables. because you can't run a cable based on hopes and wishes.
Yeah, if they were traveling around with 6,666 extra feet for every 100 miles, yeah, that's a problem.
And then another thing that came to mind is I'm just glad that I came up with this solution to this riddle before Glober just said, "You dumb fucking flat earthers. This is easy." You know what I mean? I didn't even hear a Glober fucking call us idiots yet.
Well, I'm sure they have. That's one of the only tools in their arsenal, right? So there's always going to be that. You got to use what you got, right?
And on the other side of that, I'm actually a little disappointed because, like I said, I think it's been a year, maybe 2 years since I heard this argument in the first place. It's just been brought up again recently. And I'm a little disappointed that I didn't hear this explanation as at least a possibility. Like, it only took me about 15 minutes to fucking figure this one out.
You talking about those islands? Have you checked the ancient maps?
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that the international date line jags around, and so it's like it's similar to like if let New Mexico or Arizona, one of those states, and maybe both, they don't acknowledge daylight savings, right? So it's like when everybody else switches and you don't, all of a sudden sunrise is an hour different. Well, the sun didn't come up an hour separate. Like, it's still coming up at the same time. It's just how you keep your clock. And that's what's going on there, I think.
Makes sense. They're trying to fit a square into a triangle hole.
3 hours is a considerable amount. They're probably slicing something out that they don't want us to see, more than likely. Oh, there's just a missing 3 hour gap between these 2 points. Yeah, right.
Yeah, 2.5 miles away. That's nothing.
Right.
Well, maybe the gap is in a different place. Maybe we're finding the math here, but the gap is somewhere else.
You see it's not straight, so they're cutting out slices here and there that they don't want you to see. Look at Midway Island should be to the left of that line.
It's probably
more likely missing in the Pacific somewhere than missing near any land, because I think that people would figure it out quickly. If there is portions of the map missing, it's going to be where there's no cargo ships, no trains, planes, automobiles, right? It's not going to be in a shipping lane where people can figure it out, right? It's going to be somewhere else.
It's the Aleutian Islands. That's where the Alaska crab fishermen are, and maybe if we can get a hold of someone who does that for a career, who's a commercial fisherman, lives in Alaska, who goes through those the Bering Straits, there might be something that we're not seeing, obviously, but I doubt that there's a 3 hour time zone difference between 2 islands. Even that whole Bering Straits, like how wide is that supposed to be?
That's what I'm saying. If I can take with the data I have anyway, who knows how reliable it is, but with the data that we have, the difference in sunrise between Little Diomede and Big Diomede is going to be minutes at the very, you know what I mean? Like, not even. I'm guessing that in real time anyway, that it's essentially the same sunrise. Okay. So we got to talk about real time, real sunrise. The rest of it about like what time is it when the sun rises, that's a convention of man.
Yeah. Yep.
It's obviously not 3 hours. You're not going to have, it's going to, yeah.
It's negligible at best.
Yeah, right. It's like I was telling Hank, between Dallas and Fort Worth, you're not losing shit. You're a couple minutes at best.
3 hours is like Florida to California.
Right, 3 time zones. Up there, they're tighter. They're tighter packed because it's a tighter circle. So yeah, the further south you go, they get wider. But yeah, up by the Bering Straits, that shit is it's remote. Like, even if you worked up there, odds are you've never been in the ocean. You're working on a pipeline or some shit. You're not out fishing. And if you are fishing, you don't know where the hell you're at. You're in the middle of the ocean. That's all you see is water. So it would be difficult to map that stuff. You'd have to fly over it. If you knew someone, Marlena is a pilot, but I doubt she flies that far west. Yeah, if you know, my cousin is a pilot.
I miss her so much.
Marlena, yeah, she was cool. I have a cousin who's a commercial airline pilot, but he actually flies out of Houston. I doubt he goes up to Alaska. But I should ask him. That would be the best way to map it if you could fly over it. Remember that woman that was pregnant and they landed in Alaska to give birth?
Yeah.
You remember that article? They were flying over that. It's I'm sure if you you know what? There's a Japanese flat earther. He's called Flat Earth Banjo. And I'm sure he's flown to the United States.
That's what I was thinking of, Ron.
I do like his channel, man. Like, I don't it's not like the best, but the stuff that he covers, he
covered this, really Lou. He covered what you're talking. He covered exactly what you're talking about.
He covered this? Okay. I have to
International Timeline. Yeah, he covered it, and it said it's as crooked as a dog's leg. But it's yeah. The thing is, why is it so crooked? Why is it so jagged and bullshit? It should be a straight line.
Well, like I said, yeah. If we're trying to do it based off the sun, yeah, like it should just follow that prime meridian, right? Like, and then it should be divvied up into equal segments, moving to the left and to the right of it. But we don't do that because there's places that they're like, no, we want to have the same. It's Siberia you're talking about there. There's nobody living there, so they might have found that it just didn't make sense to continue time zones that way. We're just going to keep all of them together with us.
Yeah, but we don't even know that. We don't. They're just telling us no one lives there. There could be a lot of people living there. We wouldn't know. There's a lot of North Korea. Do we know if North Korea is really like a closed society? And like, we don't know shit. We just know what they tell us.
Do you know, I think the bigger question that comes up in this that's within what you're discussing is where and how they gerrymandered those lines. It has something to do with the true nature and the flat horizontal nature of Earth that they had to do that. So that's the rabbit hole. That's what I think. It's how they had to change all of those, move them all around because Earth is actually flat on a plane. And they're trying to match it up on a ball. So they have all these weird shapes now.
They had to hijack it.
Even the globe has it. On the globe, it's all jaggedy and shit. So there's probably some shit, like some land that they don't want us knowing about. It's like, here, let's remove this section and move this piece over here.
Exactly. It could be on the grand scheme it's easier said than done when you're fudging a globe map like that and you're moving all these pieces around. Now you move this piece, now Japan is here, and now this is here, now that's there. So it may have been changes they made across the world, and then it ended up to where they had to just fudge what was left.
Well, look what you can hide with 3 time zones. You can hide a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and it may not even be hiding physical land. It may just be hiding the gaps in their nonsense.
Well, they have to slice some of it out, but I mean, why not just slice a straight line? There's obviously something they're covering up.
Ron, what about
it from the other side?
Ron, what about restricted areas that are close to other areas or something like that? You know, like closer towards the center or something.
Oh yeah, that's the dew line someone was talking about, and I think Marlena actually flew too close to it. Remember her story where she said like a military plane fired a missile past her.
Sadly, I do not remember that. I'm sorry, I
Yeah, she
don't.
said she was flying up there really far north, and someone came up beside her and told her to turn around, and they actually fired a warning shot at her. The shot across the bow, like, "Hey, turn your shit around. We mean business." It's like, okay, I get it. Turn around.
It's more in our face that we can probably perceive in a way because remember we have limitations to the places we can go, military regions or whatever. In this old map that I've been looking at, this old map, it's like I think it's not French, uh, Italian or Portuguese. I don't know which one is it, but they call Greenland Tierra Verde, and they depict it as a green land and all that kind of stuff. But the maps that we get these days is
I love this
frozen.
map. This map is a shit.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool map. Tierra Verde. Why would it be called Greenland Tierra Verde in multiple languages, describing it as a Greenland? And now in the modern maps, it's a frozen place.
Is it restricted?
I'm not sure, but I know people. I have this photograph that someone walked to a certain area of Greenland, and look at this. He walked to a certain spot in Greenland. He hiked, and he can see like they call it the inner ice. It's like a mountain high ice.
Oh. That's some interesting terrain there.
Yeah. But then, when you get closer to the center in the map, it describes the area as tormentoso, the stormy sea. It's like all around this region and close and getting closer to the middle, to the north, to the zero parallel. It's
Right.
like a stormy region.
I
Apparently,
wouldn't doubt it.
stormy. And it's almost like in the middle is a mountain. It's like a mountain and water is flowing from it.
Well, I don't get stormy from the what's in the middle. What I get is like, whoa, is something being projected from underneath?
To me, it looks. You see how there's mountains stacked on each other, mountains and mountains, and it looks like I don't know if the water for you looks that it's going into the middle or from the middle into the sea.
From the middle.
It looks like the water is kind of like falling on a deck cliff or something.
Now, if you look at the upper right quadrant of the center, to me that looks like it's coming from the center and going out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the water is falling.
Okay, sorry.
From mountains.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like a higher altitude, and the water is just flowing towards the sea or something, flowing downwards. But yeah, what I said about the stormy is that the sea, the name of the sea. Let me read it again. Where is it? I have to open it again. It's a pretty detailed map if you zoom in it.
But what language is it in?
Mare. I think mare is in Spanish we call it mar, which is the sea, mar. Mare will be, I think, Italian. No, I'm not sure. No, maybe Portuguese. I'm not sure which one. Mare, mostraton, tempestoso. So in Spanish we call it tempestad, which is a storm. So this will be un mar tempestoso, a stormy sea.
I think it's Latin, actually.
So the word tempest is what you're bringing up?
Yeah, tempest, storm. Let me translate tempestoso.
Dude, Tempest, by the way, sorry, but the Tool song that came out, the Tool album that came out just before like the whole CV thing, and the song Tempest, by the way, jammer. That fucking thing's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, that's the name of it, Tempest. A tempest must be just that. Like, anyway, it's fucking great. Continue.
Okay, thank you.
Also, means stormy. Yeah, stormy.
Okay, I got you. Well, could it be something from the sky? I mean, not just a storm. I mean, like, never mind. We're good.
A magnetic hyperboloid.
Yeah, that sounds more what I was thinking of.
Maybe it's an electromagnetic hyperboloid that's a plasmoid.
Yeah, Latin for sea is mare.
Okay, but back to the map though. The center that looks like it would be not what like a storm. That doesn't say anything about a storm to me. That means like
no.
What do you guys think?
The seas around it. The seas around this middle point. One of the description is tempestoso, stormy sea.
Okay.
Get it? Mar tempestoso, stormy sea.
I'm with you.
Around. Yeah. Because the circle gets smaller and smaller with the degrees, right? So past Greenland and past Norway is this sea that is described as tempest, stormy sea, and then there is the islands, the middle islands, and then the middle point. There's 0 degrees in the map. Nice. Then you go to, then you see everywhere in probably every civilized nation that we know of today, you'll see like little castles everywhere or settlements almost everywhere. But the closer you get to the center, the less information there is. Like if you see the continents, they call it incognita. Incognito is like some you don't have information of. What incognito will mean in etymology, right? Like no information of that. Incognito. Terra nova incognita is new land that is incognitive. Incognito. Interesting that Greenland is Terra Verde, which is green land, and green doesn't mean frozen, right? Doesn't mean like ice. You can go to the circle, or what we call the circle, the biggest circle, And there's a bunch of stuff. They depict animals, Tierra del Fuego, which is land of fire.
Okay, so where's like the Bering Strait on this map? I'm trying to look right now.
So yeah, we can see it's not
Basically, the Bering Strait. The Bering Strait is just the water between Russia and Alaska.
Okay, but what about what you were talking about earlier, Lou, with this map? Is anything different at all?
Honestly, everything compares perfectly. Like it's just a matter, like we were saying, like I was saying earlier, it's all about convention of man and how we keep time. Like everything lines up as far as I can tell. But we shouldn't even be arguing that, because your AE map, when it comes to like a north pole projection of an AE map versus a North Pole projection of the globe, they should be specifically accurate right there. Like, and so why would there be a difference? There would be none.
This map, the land looks a lot closer though, right?
The middle is definitely not that far away.
I mean, where the west coast of America is and stuff.
Oh, to Russia, yeah, to the other side, yeah, it looks very close, yeah.
Very, very close.
Yeah.
Different. Yeah, I've always tripped about this map, how it has the habitable green land out there where Antarctica is.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting.
Are you talking about the Monty map?
Wonder, like, are they taking pictures of an icy area and just telling us some shit?
You want to know something crazy? There was some old pictures from Chicago where it was like World Fair pictures and stuff of these older buildings, and they had palm trees in front of the building, like mature palm trees. I'm like, wait a minute. Chicago gets cold as hell. That's in the wintertime, sometimes 20, 30 below zero. You don't see no palm trees in a cold environment like that. Something back in that era, the temperatures might have been, they must have been a lot warmer for a palm tree to survive, like a mature, full-size palm tree.
Some of that shit looks like what they call dinosaurs.
Where are you guys looking at? I don't see what you're looking at.
Looking at the Monty map.
Oh, yeah. There was some crazy shit. I found some spots on there. They had a as above, so below pose, like a devil. I was like looking over it real close. And they had a place called Tartaria on it.
See, I think Tartaria existed, but I don't know that it replaces any other civilization, like some people think.
Let's see, here's this. Yeah, I don't know if his map is, he's got some crazy shit on his map.
Yeah.
See, like that devil doing the as above, so below.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's some people out where Antarctica is supposed to be. Yeah, that's crazy.
The merman.
In the middle of the map, they put the letter G.
Yeah, the Freemasons use that too.
Let me see. This was 1587 in Milan. So I guess that would make sense.
I mean, it's a piece of art. We don't know how much of it's artistic interpretation versus reality.
Oh yeah, it's not
that moon map that dude made.
but the translations and everything. I mean, they put some work into it, but and shows a lot of whatever what we know of, but that middle point and even in the outer
Wrote down
circle.
the latitude, all the latitude lines on here.
I wonder what all that crap is written on the outside triangles.
The positions of the sun. You've seen the sun in many positions, many different positions.
Whatever
there's a bunch of writing.
I want this map that you guys are looking at though. This thing came about very, very recently, and I want you to look at the source of where it came from. It was an art student at I forget what very highly accredited, prestigious Ivy League college. Okay, I think this map might be just propaganda as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one's saying it's legit. It's just, like I said, artistic interpretation.
Then there's the whole on a religious level, any of them that are like religious about this, don't they have to like tell the truth, like truth in plain sight kind of thing? I don't know.
Well, I mean, how would anybody paint that shit? Like, oh yeah, I've got a full picture of what it looks like. What was he using to as a, you know, like, what was he using as an image to paint from? Just his memory, his imagination? Was he looking at a different map and trying to do his own spin on it? We don't know. Like, how did they map that shit back then? There seems to be the interesting thing is a lot of them near the north all look very similar. Even a Mercator from that time period, where they have the 4 sections, right where the North Pole should be, and we don't see that at all on the modern maps. That's the interesting part. The rest is just like,
you know, one important. You know, one thing that one thing I noticed in the whole map, that all the waters before what is it, in the between the 1 and 1 in the parallels, when you get closer to the middle, everything is labeled as a sea, and then beyond that is called the ocean. So beyond the, if you follow the numbers, right, and you find that number 1 that goes opposite ways, so closer to the middle, everything is a sea. The sea has a name, Sea of the North or Sea of this, Sea of that, but then beyond
you mean below the equator? You're saying everything above the equator is a sea and below the equator is an ocean?
Yeah. Below the equator is the only thing I've seen is labeled as an ocean.
Huh. I didn't pay that much attention. That's interesting.
But think about it. This ocean goes all around the perimeter, right? So the ocean is all around most of the lands between the land perimeter that is Antarctica or whatever, right? And the land that's an ocean that is between these 2 places, basically. The middle lands and the perimeter lands.
It would be nice if we could see how old that paper is, right? To see if it is an ancient map, because it could be forgery or some kind of, you know, some bullshit.
It's interesting.
It is. I wish I could read it. I did read some of it. Like, look at that lake, the name of that lake.
What is Levante or Levant Ponente?
Levante is like elevation.
Equator. on the red line on the
Yeah,
bottom.
the ink does look a bit new. It looks vibrant. It doesn't look aged. The paper, too, should be a lot more yellow for the age. It does look too new.
Yeah. Oh, Levante.
And then that Baphomet thing, that's really curious. It's like, what? He's got no hands. He's just got, I don't know. It's creepy.
There's a lot of dark stuff going on during that time in Europe over there with that stuff.
I still would like to see the map. I heard it's like 9 feet in diameter. It's huge. It's all in pieces, like slices. So you can't even observe it in one piece, right? You're just looking through a book. This is all digitally edited together.
It'll be cool to have I don't know, like a 12-foot wall and put it on that wall.
Yeah. Priceless map, paste it to the wall. Hell yeah. I don't know if it is. I really don't know how old it is. Like, it's hard to say. They lie so much.
Those circles on the bottom are surrounded by like these cherubims or something blowing water or air.
Yeah, we always see that too. Like when they depict angels on the ceiling, right? You'll see the depiction as little cherubs and half nude people. All the gods and stuff they paint on the ceiling. The thing is, you see the same type of gods everywhere. Just I'm curious who painted that stuff. And even there's one at the Capitol with like George Washington depicted as a godhead. He's up there on the ceiling. It's like, what?
Yeah,
I wonder who these people were. Like the founding fathers. Who I know they're Freemasons, so they probably weren't any good, right? Probably not any good. So.
Well, they like to, just like with any cult, they like to bring reverence and the appearance of ancientness and the appearance of godliness and reverence, and they also like to do fulfill their own prophecies. Like, look, one of our own prophesied this however many years ago. Like, yeah, okay.
Right. Like the Federal Reserve is going to take the gold in 1933 on the communist holiday on May Day. It's like all this shit. Like they planned that shit to a T. Like they knew well ahead of time. If you've ever read the Protocols of Zion, it's like a freaking playbook. And it's like Henry Ford even realized like there's too much in here to be a coincidence. 100 years ago, over 100 years ago, he read it. He's like, holy shit. This shit is true. And he was giving away copies when you bought a new car. He would give you a free copy of the book. So he was red pilling people back in the day.
Oh yeah. His brochure, his international brochure and all that. Well, there's no doubt they run from scripts that are at least decades ahead of time. Like, I remember years ago, my friend sent me this thing on Facebook about, it was this dude talking about how The Simpsons predicted 20 different things accurately, but his premise was that Matt Groening must be a time traveler. It's like, yeah, that's more logical than he's privy to a literal script. Don't you think that's more likely than a time traveler?
Yeah. It's like, when did they write these papers like Agenda 21, Agenda 2030? All this shit is planned out well ahead of time.
Yeah, we've seen proof. We've seen direct proof of it with all the current hoax with the pre-programming from Outbreak in 1995, and then all these different movies. We saw the 9/11 pre-programming for years on end, for decades leading up to 2001. Like, there's no doubt they have a script.
Dude, their card game, the Illuminati card game, if you look at those cards and you compare it to what actually happens afterwards, it's like, okay. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some decoys that not all of them are like prophecy or whatever. predictive programming. It's not prophecy. They're just telling us like, hey, I'm going to do something shady. You have to decode it. Here's a bunch of cards. You have to decode which ones I'm going to do. And like, if you just look at it, you're like, what the hell is this? I don't know what this is. You only know after the fact.
Cards are nonsense, or appear to be.
Yeah, you can only figure it out after the fact. You're like, oh shit, look at this one, the airplanes and buildings. Oh shit, look at this one, they're wearing masks. It's like, okay. It only makes sense after the fact.
Like in Simpsons predicting the Ebola outbreak and predicting doing FaceTime on your phone decades ahead. It's like they already had a script to lay out and how to control people, how to get people addicted to phones and all that shit.
It's like, yeah, thanks for the warning, assholes. It's like, hey, we gave you a warning. We told you we were going to do it.
It's the pre.
How gracious, yeah. We warned them. We warned everybody. That's their psychology. We warned them.
Yeah, right in their face. I can still remember when what's his name runs in. He's like, what does he say on Outbreak? Where he's like, it's mutating. It's going through the air now.
Oh, I can't take it, man. Reality sucks. Reality sucks, man. You know, like when you know what's going on, but you can't wake other people up. It's something so obvious, and it's like that's the worst feeling in the world. One of the worst feelings. Like you try and warn people, and they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, they're trapped in it. Because reality is actually 99% of the world is fine. It's just this little VR headset they've locked onto people's heads, so to speak, with the media and movies and shit. And I remember because my family members and everything always like, oh, so you think everything is a lie? Everything is just a hoax? Everything is a lie? I'm like, no, 99% of the shit that happens every day is real. And then you have these people who have cornered the market on media who are presenting a bunch of fake shit. But that's a 0.1% of the shit that happens on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah,
so I somewhat recently watched the movie Free Guy. It was pretty interesting.
What's it called? Free Guy?
Free, Free, Guy. I forget his name. Ryan Reynolds. Miguel's got it. He's the blue shirt guy. An NPC in a digital world. I hate trailers, so I don't want to spoil it. Ron?
Oh, I don't watch movies.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't watched any movies for a long time because I hate Hollywood. And even though I would get them for free, it's just I don't like watching their propaganda. Maybe I should because they're probably.
Well, it's kind of like the position I take is truth in movies, lies on the news.
Oh yeah, like now that I have eyes to see, I could probably watch it and be like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
This is one of those movies, and it's what y'all's been talking about, kind of, sort of, in my opinion.
I don't know that I need to see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
because this is the type of stuff people are watching, and you can connect the dots, Ron.
Oh, they'll think, oh yeah, it's a movie, right? It's just a movie. That's all I need. No, it's a documentary.
Not funny, but. Have
you seen Contagion?
I refuse to watch that and the other one you mentioned a moment ago. I refuse to watch them.
That movie.
I'm kind of Team Ron.
He's literally telling people in the crowd, "We need to do social distancing. We need to do this, and this."
Oh yeah, I did watch that clip.
They come up with a V word, and it's like V word number 33, and there's a conspiracy theorist person who's shouting from the rooftops that that they're actually going to harm people with the V, and he ends up getting arrested. And
damn, it sounds like a really.
The way they framed it was he was actually lying to everybody that the V was going to harm them so that he could make money off of some scam. So it was Spellcraft 101.
This was a decade or more before what's happening.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to watch it. It would be too scary because it's real life happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And the subtitle of the movie is Fear is the Contagion.
Nope, I don't want to put my energy into that. Free Guy is not like negative, or like, well, it's not so real because it's kind of like, you know, in the virtual reality kind of thing, and that's, you know, we all know that's like fringe. So
not really. I mean, they're gonna that's transhumanism. That's the next step.
True. I mean, we've got this Meta Facebook BS, and who knows where that's going to be in 10 years.
Yeah, if there's all these scary bugs outside, why wouldn't you stay in and get on your metaverse and order your Amazon? And
they've already been testing stuff like that game Second Life, and there's all kinds of, you know, world games. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Have everybody in their little, have like millions of people in a city all in their little China-style pod.
I wonder
on their metaverse. And
I wonder who absorbed Second Life. Does that still exist?
Second Life?
Yeah, who absorbed that? Who took that company?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Oh my god!
Game, right?
Yeah, Second Life was the original. Do you know what PlayStation Home is? Like back in like PlayStation 3 days, did you ever play PS3?
I didn't. I stopped playing when it was like Xbox going to Xbox 360.
You were an Xbox guy, so you might not know it. But it was basically they had this like community area where
it was a PC.
You could have an avatar. Right now I'm describing the PlayStation version of this. So like you had like an avatar in this community area where you had like you could dress yourself up and like, you know, go dance with people, and it was really fucking gay. But like that's exactly what Second Life was. Only Second Life was like almost a decade, or it feels like a decade. Maybe I was wrong, but it predated all that. So it was just this. It was like a chat room, but like a virtual chat room where you had an avatar that you could build. You could make them look like what you want, and it was all like role playing and stuff like that on PC.
Dude, that's like The Sims.
Well,
the Sims
the
was the
Second
OG.
Life, Lou, Second Life, it was like a whole nother universe. You know, people had commerce in there and everything.
Yeah, you're right. And people lived and died on that shit. Like they like there was some people who took it so seriously that if you got smeared on Second Life and like your reputation got ruined, people got so depressed that they killed themselves and stuff like that. Like it was that bad.
It was a big deal back then. That was when
You remember
social
The Sims?
media.
You guys remember that?
Just to give some context. Just to give some context to Second Life, that was when social gaming was really starting to emerge, and you know, with MySpace had some gaming, and then it transferred over into Facebook. And I remember hearing.
So I went on to Second Life. I got a confession to make. This is funny. I went on to Second Life. I went on Second Life I spent about 20 minutes on Second Life in my life. And what I did is I went and I trolled the shit out of them. I created a character that looked like he was naked and had a giant erection and went chasing people around.
Oh my god, that's so funny! Oh my god! Wow.
So it was just like your first life.
That's the best.
Exactly.
But yeah, I wonder who bought that company.
Probably the robot Zuckerberg or whatever.
Could be.
Metaverse is going to be worse than that, though. They're already selling real estate in that realm, and they got these NFTs that they're getting. It's like a scam. It's like a crypto scam, but with NFTs. They're gonna have a whole LARPing world. It's gonna be so whack.
But have you watched New Guy?
No.
Oh, highly recommend, y'all. It was recommended to me. I forget who.
Yeah, it's totally pertinent. It's kind of pertinent to this topic, I would say.
If I don't have to pay for it, I'll watch it.
No, I got a perfect site for y'all. Hold on just a second.
Or get a virus or whatever.
No, nothing like that. I've been using this for a long time.
New guy or free guy?
Free guy. If I said it incorrectly, my bad.
I can even like host something like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real life LARP, just a big old LARP. Everybody on their metaverse and NFTs and buying real estate and
craziness.
Like you said, getting depressed if something doesn't go down right in the metaverse. And, it's a precursor to transhumanism, obviously.
Just a little bit.
And then they'll start talking about. They're already talking about the Neuralink thing for 2022, but using it for like handicapped people that can't use their legs. And blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, okay. That's
Hey, you guys, I don't know if you, I posted the link to that movie. I don't know if you guys knew about this or not, but I was talking with two ladies at the grocery store, and they both had hearing aids. And come to find out, you can Bluetooth your phone to your hearing aid.
Well, that's nothing new. I mean, look at what
I didn't know that.
Look at what they've been selling with AirPods and Galaxy Buds and stuff like that. The exact same thing.
I mean, I'm not surprised entirely, but hearing aids though, can't you just
I'm
put
not
in
surprised. I would assume that. And that's beaming radiation right into your head.
I know. That's what I was thinking. God, all the time.
I already had the ringing in my ears from all the Wi-Fi and shit. I don't need to have it shoved into my ear. Get the shit direct.
I mean, I've actually got them. I'm actually right now. I'm using one Galaxy Bud right now. I usually do like one if I'm on my phone anyway. I try to use my computer, but lately I've been doing my phone. And they only have a limited charge time, so I'll do like one Bud, and when it dies, I'll switch to the other one and charge the first one. But like my grandma, a year ago when I bought them, like she saw one of them in my ear while I was, at the park with her and my mom and my daughter, and she was like, "What is that? Like, are you are you listening to music or what?" And I'm like, "Yeah," but I explained how it even has like the where it loops audio from the outside back in like a hearing aid, and she's familiar with hearing aids, so she's like 90. So she was like, "That's actually really cool," like it's pretty much the same thing.
What evidence is there to support that Bluetooth earbuds or Wi-Fi like radiates your brain or anything?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Like there is radiation that comes from all of them. Now, whether it's harmful, that's the question.
There's a lot of tests that have been done.
Hang on.
If you got the Rainbow book, half the book is citing sources all the way through of the effects on electricity in general, going back 100-something years.
My grandfather had a set of those earbuds, or not earbuds, but hearing aids, right? And what ended up happening is he developed a brain, or not a brain cancer, but a lung cancer in the brain because of it. Highly abnormal. Didn't have lung cancer, but he had cancer in the brain that spread to his lungs. But the cancer that was in his brain was lung cancer.
Well, I would say this, okay, like the earbuds, the amount of energy from Bluetooth from your phone to your to your earbuds and like that's probably small compared to like the radiation from your phone itself, which is sitting in your pocket next to your reproductive organs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
like if you look at your manual on your phone, there's like warnings about, like they literally tell you that you are never supposed to hold your phone up to your head.
Yeah, it does say that. And it says for children to keep it like 4 feet away from them because of the radiation. They definitely have that disclaimer in your phone. You're definitely right about that. Because I remember posting it on Facebook, screenshotting it.
I just wonder how like destructive that stuff actually is. You know, like, is it making a big enough impact on you for you to be really concerned about it?
I think so.
Even a little bit. Like, yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I'm dealing with it. I'm just using it anyway. But I know the dangers that they tell you are there, and it's in their own legal disclaimers. So yeah, I'm gonna guess if they've got a disclaimer about it, yeah, there's a real worry.
Yeah, because they protect themselves from liability right there. They found it necessary to do that. And yeah, like there's places where they put radio towers next to a school, and the entire city or town has like 2 cancer cases a year, and like 5 kids that year all got cancer when they put that radio tower there. Like there's obviously that's just a correlative thing, but there's so much ample evidence that radio frequencies, microwave frequencies, RF radiation from cell phones, even laptops, create a lot of damage.
That's just called EMF, right? Something like that. EMF radiation.
Like, if you look at the disclaimer, they tell you that you should use like wired earbuds and keep the phone away from your body. That's what they tell you should do. When you go wireless, you're going to have more of those EMF waves, period. But even still, the wireless earbuds are going to be a smaller wave, a lower transmission than the signal coming into your phone, which is sitting next to your frickin'. If you're a woman, you're probably keeping it near your ovaries. If you're a male, you're keeping it near your fucking junk, right? Like, so if you want to have babies, like, this could be bad.
Yeah, and it's
definitely concerning.
It is. Like for 10 years straight, I used to keep, because now I don't, but I used to keep my cell phone in my left front pocket, like at all times. And I've got a patch of like 4 or 5 tumors right there, right where my phone has been for 10 years.
Wow.
I doubt that's a coincidence. Now I put it on the airplane mode, or I don't keep my phone next to my bed or any of that. I keep it in the living room, and when my alarm goes off, I get up.
Oh, dude, you should hear this. You said you keep it in airplane mode. Check this out. So there was a study done on this also. Your phone actually gets pinged more often if you go into airplane mode.
Is it?
Yeah.
Not surprised. Did you see the dude that did the infrared or whatever, turned the lights out, and the phone was taking a snapshot like every 2 seconds?
No, I did not see that.
That was a trip.
Yeah, like you think your phone is turning off all radios when you go into airplane mode, right? That means Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, mobile data. All radios are being turned off. Well, now they're losing all of their whatever, their external things for more accuracy. So what they do is try to triangulate you more often.
Oh, it's
what does that mean?
Yeah. Which is the same thing when you have Wi-Fi on and it's can't find it. It's continuously beaming out trying to find Wi-Fi.
What's the point of airplane mode then? Like, why do they want you to take it off in an airplane?
Well, it significantly reduces the overall EMF that comes out when you do that, when you turn it off or put it on airplane mode. But humans aren't, maybe in the future we'll be adapted to it somehow, but humans aren't meant for, because we're electrical beings, so we have all this interference with too much, because too much of a good thing is a bad thing. And every time they unroll things like radio or 1G, 2G, 3G, every time they unroll something like that, people get sick as a dog. They get big flu pandemics and shit. Because they're not built for that. That Invisible Rainbow book, I highly recommend that book. Because like I said, half the book is just sources for everything he lays out in that book.
What's the Rainbow book?
Invisible Rainbow, because he goes back to like when they started with electricity, at least in the modern history sense. Maybe in ancient times they had electricity or whatever, but in modern times, and he goes into detail, like exactly, they used to have these jars of electricity that they used to experiment with, like people had them and shit, citizens, and they used to do therapy with electricity, and in some cases they would be helping people, some cases they'd be messing people up bad. And it's a very interesting book, the effect, because there used to be certain areas of the world that weren't electrified, and they didn't have major cases of diabetes and heart disease and flu and all this shit. And then they finally got those power lines and everything put in there, and there's nowhere to escape it now.
There's one more thing. There's one more thing about that airplane mode study that I was just talking about that they also said is also if your phone is powered off, it does it at the same frequency as airplane mode.
I remember you used to have to take the battery out and to not be recorded, even if you turn your phone off. But now they started sealing the battery in where you can't take the battery out.
Now you can't take the battery out. And even if you did take the battery out in the old ones, because of the way capacitors work and stuff like that, they could still hold a small charge and ping you anyway.
Yeah, no doubt.
Is that author Furstenberg?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that man, that book, I read it nonstop when I read it because it was so interesting. And what really was interesting to me was when I was like 11, right around 1996, when they unrolled cell phone towers for the mainstream public in my town, I basically I didn't know that at the time, but I dropped to the ground with a heart condition when I was 11 for the first time. And it was a unique electrical heart issue to the point where the doctors had no idea what the hell it was. Like they had no idea how to attack the problem. They had no idea what type of surgery to do to fix it. It was something they'd never seen before, even a specialist. And then they said, let's try doing an ablation. They basically go in and solder some wires in your heart, just winging it. And it didn't help. It didn't fix it. And I ended up like not having health insurance when I turned 18 and all that shit. And I fought to get health insurance, and it was a big old long boring story, but I eventually got heart surgery again 10 years later, and it was like night and day. The dude had done hundreds of surgeries on this exact condition. So all of a sudden, in 10 years time, it went from they've never seen it before to now it's like he can do it like the back of his hand. And then I got my second heart surgery, and that's when they actually fixed it. But it was like, when I was reading that book, when he was talking about the different areas and exactly when cell phones were rolled out for the public, like, dude, that's exactly when I developed that.
Man, I'm just going to tell you, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I appreciate what you're saying because I talk to a lot of people in my town because I'm just a grocery store clerk. But if this is related to like a lot of heart conditions, not associated with like diet or whatever necessarily, but I mean, I have not read the entire book of that, but I know the basic premise of the book, and the implications of that are huge. I mean, it really points towards, points against germ theory for one. But I know that I can recommend that book by heart. I mean, so I could easily write that down to someone. So, I mean, would that be relevant to someone who has like a pacemaker or something?
It depends. Yeah, you answer her because she asked a question, but I'm going to hold my thought.
That's all right. Well, he goes in not just on heart disease, but on diabetes and cancer, and he shows specific parts of the world with their specific diet unchanging, but once electrification came, dramatically went up in the heart disease and all that, and it's.
Oh wow! It's been kind of like on the back burner of my to read list. And I think it's way overdue. I mean, if you think it's related to like diet on top of that, because that's an interesting topic for me whenever I have time to go into it. So, yeah, thanks for talking about it. Go ahead, Lou, with what you wanted to say.
So, about your thing with germ theory, like what I fear is that people are like discrediting germ theory like it doesn't exist. Like, we know for a fact that washing your hands helps to reduce
bacteria.
We know that for a fact. Germ theory is still real. It's just whether or not viruses fit in, or what they're calling this virus anyway.
Thank you for pointing that out. Very, 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 a very crucial point. Thank you, Lou. Yeah.
Well, there's definitely bacteria, and there's definitely hygiene practices. Like if you're touching a dead body and getting flesh-eating bacteria on your hands, and then you're going and touching your newborn and touching your eyes, and that's not a good thing. You should wash.
We're not saying that germ theory, we're not saying that germs aren't real. That's not what we're saying. Actually, that's not what I'm saying anyway, because a lot of people that are claiming to claim truth are saying.
Yeah, but a virus and a germ are two different things.
Yeah.
A bacterium and a virus.
And there is scientific evidence of bacteria outside of germ theory. So germ theory usually is a specific thing that has been debunked as a whole by people like Bichon.
Well, from my understanding, the Koch postulates none of the 4 steps that are used for bacteria have been observed with the virus. None of the 4.
Well, no, there's no science backing it up at all.
Right. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So there's that. How do we get talking about that, you guys?
And this is how we get shut down. But germ theory really does not explain what we're seeing today.
Yep. Well, let's not talk about that.
Back it up. What were we talking about before that? Does anybody remember?
I was talking about the electricity, but yeah.
Oh yeah, the electricity. Yes. Nothing wrong with
good book though, because of all the sources he has in it. Like half the book is just a big bibliography.
So I could totally recommend that book. I'd remember the title and the author of that one to write it down to people. In fact, I have actually.
That's amazing. You survived all that, man. I'm glad you're here. Fuck.
Yeah, it was.
So, do you mind? What kind was it? I mean, what kind of procedure was it that's popular now? It wasn't then.
Well, no, they did the same type of procedure, but they know where to go and what to do now. Because basically, long story short, people had they had different types of ventricular tachycardia and stuff like that, where, in a nutshell, it's like a short in your heart because your heart's electrical, just like your body. And they basically go in and solder it so that it's not short-circuiting and doing a whole cycle instead of cutting off. But in my case, it wasn't that simple where they could just go locate the bad wire and go solder it.
Got it.
It was like a different technique where they basically went across the whole thing, like with a net, basically. Basically, just instead of just soldering one wire, it's like creating an entire net and slamming it on top of the whole thing. I'm just saying, all right, that'll fix it. I still don't know if it's the top science like where it should be, but
you know what you just described?
What is a new phenomena?
You just described that thing. It's called a neural lace that they want to put on people's brains and put like a USB port in the back of their skull and then like a net, like the same net you had over your heart, over someone's brain, and it could they could interact. They could probably do it wirelessly. They wouldn't need like a connector, but it's pretty freaky to think about that they put that in your heart.
It is, because I had millions of episodes to the point where it's like, man, I'm tired of having it in any episode. Heart episode could kill me and all that, because I would go up to like 300 beats a minute.
Holy shit. Did you live by a cell tower?
Well, that's what I've been researching lately. I know there was one put near my school, which is where I first had the after I read the book, I went and looked it up, but I'm trying to actually look at where I lived, and I'm trying to see the history of the companies that actually set up and all that. Because once he said that, I was like, dude, that's insane, dude.
What about a smart meter? Did you have a smart meter on your home?
Well, back then, no. They didn't have them back then, but I think here in California, we all have them now. Most of us. And smart meters. And the thing about that book that also reached out to me was the fact that I've always been very sensitive to electricity and frequency, right? Like some people, even something as simple as a speaker that's turned up really loud that doesn't have music coming out of it, you can hear that static, you know? Some people who can't hear that. And then even with electricity, I'll get bad ringing in my ears. They call it tinnitus. That's from electrification. There's nowhere on the earth you can go now to escape that shit. And there's actually people who are very, very sensitive. They call it electrical sensitivity. So they can actually hear the electricity, and it bugs them to death. So if somebody lives near a radio tower that has electrical sensitivity, it'll drive them insane. But
I can hear it under the power lines.
Yeah.
You know, the transmission lines, you hear those buzzing, and then when it rains, you could hear it sizzle. It's like,
yeah.
I've had tinnitus for a really long time.
Yeah, that's the electricity.
Well, it's not so bad where I live now, I think, but it does change. And it's not like I keep track of it or anything, but
yeah, it's better some places than others, and other places you can barely notice it and forget.
I live right by those lines, the power lines. I live like right by.
For me, it seems to be exacerbated by the diet, but I don't know.
Yeah, diet's always gonna exacerbate or make things better or worse. It's not like it's what I mean. It's just one
if
thing.
I'm stressed, when I'm stressed, it can exacerbate it also.
But the case he lays out basically is that arguably the electricity is doing more damage than even the bad diets.
Yeah, I had no idea, man.
Because generally speaking, and this is based on what some doctors claim, is that the human body has its own mechanisms for getting rid of toxins. So when your body is full of too many toxins, it'll sit you down. It's called the flu. It'll sit you down and force you to sweat those toxins out and purge those toxins.
It's called exosome theory.
Yeah. So that's kind of like how a fever, you wouldn't want to take something to stop you from having a fever, because a fever is your body's natural way of getting rid of something. And what they're trying to do is stop you from getting rid of your toxins. But there's many ways to toxify the body. You can eat bad food. You can eat poison water or drink poison water. You can get pesticides. You can get chemicals. You can get injected with poisons. You can get poisoned by too much radiation from 5G and whatever else. Your body can only handle so many toxins. And when it's had too much, it'll sit you down and make you get rid of those toxins.
Do you think something in your water was making you more susceptible? Like if you had types of heavy metals in your water, and then the metals were in your heart, in your brain, all that stuff that made you more susceptible than someone else? Like why did it affect you more?
Sure, though. Because most of us, well, everybody I knew drank tap water back then when I was a kid.
But you were the only one to get the symptom, like this heart symptom?
Yeah. It's just like if I've always been highly electrically sensitive though, also. Because we all have different strengths and different aspects, you know what I mean? Like some people can take one pill of a certain milligram, oxy, whatever the fuck it is, and for one person they overdose, for the other person they barely felt it, for the other person they're zooming. Like everybody's body chemistry is different. There's like no one size fits all type of thing with the human.
I didn't know if there was anyone in the area that was affected, because then you can rule that out. It was just you, and then it's like maybe you're just more sensitive to it. But sometimes they have these hot spots where a lot of people come down with illnesses and stuff. And it happens to be around maybe a cell phone tower or something, power lines. There's some kind of correlation.
For sure. That was so long ago, and I was only 11, that I don't even have the awareness to even know if everybody in the neighborhood at least got sick during that time or whatever it may be. I just know I passed out in the middle of recess, in the middle of school. We were on recess playing football, and I fell out in the grass, passed out, and just woke up after school. It's like, damn, the teachers, the students, none of them even noticed or gave a shit. They're just like...
That's fucked up, dude.
I woke up after school at like fucking 3:45 or something.
I would have went in and raged on some principals, bro. Fuck those people.
I think they weren't just leave you out there. Hey, he's
Probably
just
just
laying
didn't
down
see
in the
you.
field.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the last thing you remember before being like taken on an ambulance somewhere. Because how long can you live like that? You know what I mean?
Well, I passed out in the field and then woke up a few hours later, like I said, in the same spot in the field.
Oh my god!
And the first few hard episodes I had, not just first few, the first 100 or 200 episodes I passed out, but not for as long as that. I'd pass out for like 2 minutes.
Dude, I gotta tell you, I just recently had a similar type of an experience. Like you guys, a lot of you know that I like bumped my head earlier this year because we're like supporting it out a lot.
I'd say that's a little more than bumping your head, partner.
Yeah.
It's not like, oops, cabinets, it's... Sorry, go ahead.
So I was literally just pumping gas. I felt fine. All right. And all of a sudden, like the fumes, it felt like they got to me. And all of a sudden I got lightheaded. And I was like, oh my God, I got to take a few steps away from this. And I didn't even make 2 steps. And I hit the ground. Not only did I hit the ground, I think I hit the curb. And I got a fucking huge I probably died. Like, I don't know. I woke up like 15 minutes later with a cop standing over me. But I felt, again, I was all with it. Like I could have fucking flash smacked the cop at that moment. You know what I mean? Like, I was all with it.
But the gas fumes got to you and you passed out?
Dude, that's the way that's the way it seemed like it went. But I don't know if it's something more. Like, I honestly don't know because, well, I'm not willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to find out whether or not I've got a major problem or not. But, so this is what's hanging over me at this moment. Like, I think I may have a health problem, but,
were you dehydrated?
Yeah. See, at the time, it was the middle of summer. We had a huge heat wave, and I had worked my ass off the day before in the middle of a heat wave, and I thought I was just dehydrated.
He forgot his big boy pants before he went and got gas.
That happens.
Yes, that does happen. That does happen. You're right. And I thought it was a one-off, but it wasn't. Okay, it happened again like a month and a half ago. I didn't hit my head this time.
Not water, or
no. This time I was totally hydrated, totally with it, driving down the road, and all of a sudden the same symptoms came where I got sick to my stomach first, and then all of a sudden, I got lightheaded, and I was like, "Oh shit, it's happening again!" And I started to try to pull to the side of the road. I didn't. I slowed down. I got to the edge of the road, but I was looking for a safe place to pull over. What I needed to do was pull over immediately. I pretty much fainted again while driving at like 5 miles an hour, and I fucking hit a light pole. Okay, and I woke up probably 30 seconds later this time instead of 15 minutes. And I felt fine again immediately. I don't know.
Okay,
what the fuck
I have two questions for you, Lou.
You might have some atrial stuff going on with your heart, man. You need to get checked out.
Hang on, Lou. Yeah, he could be right about that, but I have two questions for you that you need to consider and answer immediately. First, when you bumped your head, I saw the pictures. Did you get an MRI after that? No, you would know it. Did they put you through a big fucking machine and check your head?
I can't remember if it was a CT scan. Yeah, I think it was an MRI. But I can't remember what type of scan it was. But yes, there was.
Okay, so the second question is, when is your next one scheduled?
I don't have one. I don't have insurance, bro.
You need to get that, and you need to get a stress test on your heart booked as well. This is not medical advice. However, I know a lot about this stuff. Get a stress test on your heart.
If a stress test don't work, they'll have to put a Holter monitor on there so that they can actually see what happens when you go through this. Because the stress test sometimes won't work, and the EKG sometimes won't work unless you're actually having the episode.
Do you agree that he should do all of it?
The Holter is not going to tell you anything unless the episode happens when the Holter is on.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what they had to do with me.
Maybe you could be. Maybe you have low blood pressure and your blood pressure dropped.
There's all kinds of maybes. Like maybe I've got like what my dad has. What do they call it?
Heart murmur.
No.
I got that from my dad.
AFib.
Yeah, AFib. That's the one. Like my dad's got AFib.
Sounds like you got.
But the thing was, is they're all like, did you feel like your heart was racing? I was like, no, I felt fine. Like my heart wasn't racing. Like you know what I mean? Like
it can feel like you get dizzy and just pass out.
Then they're like, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe instead of high blood pressure, maybe it's low blood pressure. But I had the scans. I had my blood pressure tested. I had I went into I didn't want to initially, but I did go in, and they checked all my vitals and all that stuff, and they saw nothing. Like,
and it wouldn't.
You could be having many strokes. There's all kinds of stuff could be going on if you.
When you go in
think about
triage and they do the EKG and all that, it's not going to show that.
No, it's not.
Well, anyway, there's a chance that I'm dying, so I hope you
No, you'll be good. You just need to get in there and to a cardiologist or something, because that's the only thing the doctors are good for is these physical things. They're not good at healing things as far as health and diet and stuff. But as far as mechanical things like the physical heart and if you break a shoulder or something, they're good at that stuff.
You'll be good, Lou. Just stop sniffing paint.
I was going to mention that.
I thought maybe you were outside painting with the paint fumes getting to you.
I mean, we do like I'm a carpenter. I cut a lot of wood, but it's not like mostly real wood. It's like composite wood where it's mostly glue. So there's that. So
you know what? That formaldehyde. There's formaldehyde in that glue. That shit's pretty rough. OSB is the worst, man. I hate OSB.
Yeah, it's basically LP. It's LP Smart Side, which is like 95. The stuff that I'm doing is like 95% rosin in Louisiana Pacific fucking shit, which is exactly the same. Yeah.
You know what you could do? I rigged up a leaf blower like when I'm cutting concrete with my diamond blade, and I'll have someone blow the dust away from me when I'm cutting. So all that concrete dust don't get in my face. I don't have to breathe that shit. But yeah, if you're doing that, if you're working outside, try and rig up a leaf blower or something to blow that shit away from you.
Dude, I'm outside. It's usually windy, like a leaf blower.
You're still gonna breathe it. It's like a cloud of dust. Even if you're outside. I'm saying outside. I use a blower.
I'm covered in dust all day because I'm primarily the cut guy. You know, like I'm telling people what to do and cutting it for them. You know, like telling them when they've measured wrong and shit. I've got great eyes. I can see from 2 stories down when they I can read their tape measure better than they can when they're on the 2nd story, like these fucking idiots.
I can read better from afar than near. My eyes are shit close up, but I can see good from far distance.
Anyway,
I'll tell you one thing. My eyes work when I see something I like.
Yeah, so I'm not saying
anyway, so just so you guys know, like, yeah, I'm a little worried.
Somehow that has to do with flat Earth.
And I don't know the solution because if I go to try to get insurance, I can definitely not afford, like, even the testing just to find out what's wrong with me. Like, that's gonna make, if I'm in Wisconsin, if I go to find out what's wrong with me, that's gonna be bankruptcy.
I'm not exactly pro socialism or anything, but do you make too much money to get Medicaid?
Yeah.
I was just afraid of minor brain bleeds, that's all. I'm not afraid, just, just saying.
I'm
just
saying you have the same thing that I do, but when I was younger, I would faint all the time. Faint, whether I'd get up or just walking around, sometimes I would just faint. And I'd be on the ground for 30 seconds to a minute. And I don't faint at all anymore. My reasoning is because I upped my salt intake a lot. And I cut out a lot of my carbs. So, I mean, maybe you can try doing something like that. I don't know.
Would that mean you were dehydrating yourself? Or?
Seizures. My friend's son was having seizures.
That's terrible.
Are you saying because of something in the atmosphere?
To tell you the truth, look, the way that I'm looking at things is I'm like ready to say goodbye to pretty much everybody, okay? Like, there's no way that I'm going to go bankrupt and cause debt to my family over trying to figure this out. Secondly,
dude, don't talk like that, man.
Your job doesn't have health insurance.
Secondly, hold on. Don't tell me not to think like that. I'm going to tell you the reasons why I'm thinking like that. Secondly, the way things are going in this world, I don't even really care to see the next chapter. Third, even if I were to see the next chapter, it's going to be jail time because I'm not going to play along with their fucking rules. Fifth,
popcorn's going to be great.
Technically, I'm 100% with you right there, Lou. So, yeah, I'm right there with you.
Fifth, I've got a daughter who's very smart and she can see this shit. Like, I can teach her some things. My main goal is to prepare her for the future as best as I can. And my time, who knows how much I have, but I will make the most out of it then. Like, there's not much I can do about this.
So you don't get
a healthy standpoint, my friend. There's a certain kind of wisdom that comes with even having to consider stuff like that. You know what I mean?
But do you have health insurance through your job?
No, dude. I pay child support. She's supposed to have insurance on my daughter, yet she still has not got it.
So, but your job doesn't offer health insurance?
No.
Okay. I know that's obvious, and you would have already been there, done that. But I was just asking.
Sounds like you need to get your comeuppance on that front.
It's unaffordable in Wisconsin. Like, Wisconsin has the second highest insurance rates of everywhere in the country.
Bro, why don't you come over here to Midwest, and I'll hook you up with something cheap, something nice.
He's in the Midwest, dude. He's in Wisconsin.
Look. At this point,
I'm farther west.
At this point, if I was to try to get health insurance, they would consider anything I have a pre-existing condition and say that I'm not coverable.
Not with the Obamacare shit.
That didn't go through. Remember?
That's why I got my heart surgery. Even though I'm against socialism and against all that shit, I would not have gotten heart surgery without that. It was because of the pre-existing. But did they remove that?
Yeah, no. Thank you, Trump.
Yeah, well, that was the only way I was actually able to get insurance, because I was always denied when I tried to buy insurance for pre-existing stuff. But if you don't have a record of that, you don't have a diagnosis yet.
No. Now that it has been recorded, because I got fucking woken up by a cop, and then I fainted again. Dude, I've got twice now where it's been recorded that this is an issue.
But is it diagnosed by a doctor and on your...
No, not diagnosed. They don't know what's going on, but they know it's an issue.
Can you see a family doctor?
So you don't know until you try. Did you try to get insurance? And did they deny you?
No, insurance. I can't afford it. Fucking personal health insurance. In my state, literally, to get covered, it's going to cost me more than $500 a month just to get insurance for myself.
Don't they have advanced premium tax credits to get money taken off of that premium?
I don't know about credits, but maybe.
Hey, wait a minute, Lou. There's a way you can do it. My friend, he doesn't pay any bills, like utility bills. He renounced his citizenship, and there's a way, because you have what's called a straw man account, which has money under your name, your corporate name, right? Your straw man name, and you could tap into those funds and use them to pay these medical expenses. Well, there's a way you can do it. I'm not sure all the details, but I guarantee there's a way you can do it, because you can use those funds.
Loopholes and legalities and stuff, I don't know anything about them, but I'm just...
Well, no, it will pay for your expenses.
What I'm doing right now is I'm telling you guys now, you probably noticed a change in my demeanor over the last few months, and this has something to do with it.
Dude, you sound real depressed, man. I mean, I don't like to hear you like that, Lou.
I would try to... So here in California, they call it Covered California. It's the Obamacare website. If you apply on there and your income's low enough to Medicaid...
No, my income is not low enough for anything. Okay? I make good money. My income, I'm a single white male that makes good money. Like, not great money, good money. But I definitely don't qualify for anything based off of income. Like, I am the class that they take from to pay for everybody else.
Well, yeah, it depends. So what I'm saying is, if you're close to the Medicaid range, they'll refer you to the local Department of Human Assistance. But if you're over that range, they will see if you're eligible to tax credits, where they can take hundreds of dollars off of that premium. Potentially. Depends on the income, of course.
You don't have to pay those bills. I had a bunch of bills from a doc, and I never paid them.
I did that too.
No, dude, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, I can do that. I know that. But that doesn't go away. It gets passed on to your next of kin.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not.
No, it doesn't.
When's the last time you heard about somebody going to jail because they didn't settle daddy's debt with the state?
It's not debtor's prison, Lou. It's not debtor's. They write that shit off. They got insurance for that shit. Don't feel bad about that. Go get your treatment, dude, and fuck them.
End of the day, how are you going to trace back the sweat equity? It just lost in the mix, guy.
And it's worth a try just to see. You can even do it online probably and see if you're eligible to the tax credits at least.
Dude, all the fucking complications, it has to be during all this bullshit. It's going to be like, well,
Are you vaccinated? Do you need to get vaccinated? It's gonna be like, oh, I'm not doing it. I'm willing to fucking put my fucking feet in the sand and say, no, I fold. I'm done. Whatever God wants, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I feel you on that because my feet are in the sand already too.
The school of thought is no matter what you think, it's up to God. I mean, that's the school of thought tossed around.
A lot of times too that you can worry yourself about something that was it could have been something minor, but you worry yourself sick if you think there's something more severe. It's like I'm not saying you're a hypochondriac. I'm just saying like sometimes you could psych yourself out, and it might have just been like you said, dehydration or something else. The gas
Dude,
fumes.
the first time I wrote it off as that, but the second time that didn't fit.
Hey, Lou, it's also 2 times, for what it's worth. It's also just 2 times. So don't put all your chips in the fucking game just yet.
Do you got a blood pressure monitor? Even just checking your blood pressure, make sure.
My blood pressure is in normal range. It's slightly high.
Okay. You know, like even you could take garlic, like eat a chunk of garlic, and you don't chew it, just you could swallow it, and that helps lower blood pressure without pharmaceutical shit. My friend was on blood pressure meds, and he quit all that shit just by taking garlic. He takes like 1 clove and he chops it up like 4 or 5 times, and he just swallows it. He don't chew it or anything. And he said he got rid of his meds. He weaned himself off. He was a heavy drinker, though. He was. That's why his blood pressure got high, because he was an alcoholic. But he quit the alcohol too.
Yeah. All I know is I've been faced with what's going on in the world, like the whole depression thing. Like anyone who thinks that they're handling it perfectly is out of their minds. But like being a parent, like now my mind is on like what my daughter is, you know. I'm gonna have to shut up. Actually, I'm starting to get emotional.
Do you have any family, like a brother? Anybody?
I got a 20-year-old brother. I got a sister who's 2.5 years younger than me.
You got a 20-year-old brother? Shit, you sound. How old are you, Lou?
My brother's a half brother. He's from a second marriage.
But he would take. I was wondering, like he could. I mean, I'm not. The medical bills, it should be the last of your concerns. If you needed to go see your family doctor, just a family doctor to just like a minor checkup and just make sure.
They can do a lot more than you think at a family doctor too.
I haven't seen a doctor in over 20 years unless it was covered by fucking workers' comp.
Well, there's a guy by me that he'll just see. You don't even have to be like a his patient or whatever. You just go and you give him like $80, and he'll see you. He's not like my family doctor. He's just a guy, like a corner store doctor. You know, he's a professional doctor.
The thing is, yeah, you can get an opinion, but they can't really determine anything without the expensive tests.
Yeah, you're going to need like an MRI or something on your head.
Well, and I had one recently, and they found nothing. They said it looked good.
Oh, you sure it was an MRI? Because those are pretty expensive, and you can't always get them in right away.
Well, a CAT scan maybe, but how did they pay for that? How did you pay for that?
I told you, because it was covered under workman's comp, because technically when I fainted the first time, I was on the clock. I was driving the work truck, gassing it up at the gas station on the way into work. So I was on the clock, so we got covered by workman's comp. Got lucky, okay? Second time, too, on the clock. But I didn't even go into the doctor.
You go to workers' comp lawyer and get your health insurance.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I wonder what it was.
You wouldn't have to pay shit for anything.
Did you have the heart racing too, like Mr. Anderson, or not so much?
Like I said, no. Like I've never felt like an elevated pulse or a heart rate or anything like that. It's just
I got sick to my stomach. That was the first warning. Sick to my stomach both times. And then lightheaded. And then seconds later, out.
You might have internal bleeding or something, maybe low blood pressure.
That's what I was talking about.
Like an ulcer or something.
Well,
if you had the store, I don't know how bad the stomach pain was, but it could be something like that. You know what you can do for that? There's it might sound trite, but aloe vera plants, they sell the kind, these big leaves, and you can eat that. If you did have an ulcer, you could eat a little bit of that each day. Might not taste so good, but it will heal your ulcer and your internal bleeding. If you had something like that, it will heal that shit up. Aloe vera leaf, the real shit. You can't not the stuff you buy in a bottle. It's got to be like real from the plant.
So here's what's weird, like also about it is both times. I mean, the first time it didn't really mean much, but after the second time it happened, kind of like came to the realization, I talked to somebody on the phone that worked with, I think it was the health insurance company, that for workman's comp, they asked me a couple of questions, and I was like, yeah, I think it was this and whatever, and they were like, yeah, this stuff happens, you never know what it could be. It could just be. They love to say it's, what do they say?
Stress.
Where you just stress or being anxious, anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Like
stress and anxiety.
Like, are you overstressed? Are you anxious? I mean, dude, who isn't a little bit? At this point,
yeah.
But nothing overwhelming, and it's just, it could be a one-off, but it wasn't, though. It was a two-off now, and yeah, I don't know. Like, it just seemed like maybe you guys said maybe you psych yourself out. Like the second time it happened, for sure, it was weird. I was driving through some roundabouts, and for some reason, the thought came to my head, like, how bad would it be? Because I was a little bit stressed out about the first occurrence. And, I was like, how weird would it be, or how bad would it be, like, if this happened while I was driving? And then, sure enough, I got sick to my stomach, like, on that moment. And I was like, oh my God, that's like the same feeling I had. And then all of a sudden I got lightheaded. I'm like, oh my God, I got to pull over. It's happening again. And fucking, I didn't quite get in the park, and it fucking happened. What the fuck is that?
It's any number of things that,
It's like I did it to myself, like what the fuck?
Maybe not. It could be a combination of something that's there, and obviously if there's something happening physiologically to your body, it's going to stress you out.
I'll put it to you this way, Lou. If you do that one more time, if you predict that one more time and it happens again,
you're doing it to yourself.
Something's happening. Yeah, fuck, dude. Crazy.
Hey, do you smoke, Lou?
I do smoke cigarettes, yes.
I mean, you might want to wean off those too, because it sounds like it could be an oxygen level thing. If your oxygen levels are not good and you're not you're having trouble oxygenating, that something like maybe the cigarettes is
maybe yeah. But again, I'm looking for like I'm looking for what
quicker fix.
Like no, I'm looking for what is
triggering that
the correlation. So like in both occurrences, it was like first thing in the morning on the way into work.
What do you do about breakfast?
I don't eat breakfast.
That could be becoming a problem.
But when you do eat, what do you eat? Like my suggestion would be avoiding wheat.
Raisin bran.
What?
Yeah. My suggestion would be avoiding the gluten and gluten-like compounds that you find in wheat, barley, rye, and oats. So you find gluten in wheat, but you'll find something called gluten or something like that in oats, and it's almost the same exact thing. That's why they can get away with saying gluten-free oats and put that on the packages at the grocery store, when in fact it has something in it that will line your lower intestines and inhibit you from absorbing nutrients from the meals you eat afterwards.
Holy shit! I think that was, dude, Orion. Your heart's in the right place, my friend, but I'm not sure. Like, if you were telling me advice, I'd be like, I love you, but I'm not going to focus on all that.
I mean, look, I eat 3 bowls.
Well, let me complete that thought a little bit more. So the thing is that when you're inhibiting your ability to absorb nutrients, it makes it more likely for you to develop a nutritional deficiency. And there are literally hundreds of different types of nutritional deficiencies that you can develop. And this just might be one of them that we don't know of.
Could be,
very
yeah.
well.
Yeah, you're right. There's one I heard of a guy who.
Anyway, you guys, I appreciate all the concern. I'd love to talk with some of you, maybe on a personal level, but I should have not even brought it up on the live stream. I don't want to make it a worldwide public fucking issue. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it is now. It's too bad. Now you got a whole hell of a lot of people caring about you. Oh, shucks.
Hey, Lou. I was listening on the YouTube part, but then I kind of was like, wanted to reach out to you. The same thing happened to me. I was driving my truck and I got this nauseous feeling, and then I thought I was going to throw up. And I pulled over on the side of the road, and like all of a sudden I felt like I was going to black out. And so then I laid down in the grass because I didn't want to get a concussion from hitting the concrete.
What?
And everything got like really.
Well,
really,
you got out of the truck. You got out of the truck and laid in the grass.
I'm not kidding. Well,
yeah. If you catch it early enough, if we're talking about the same thing, yeah, you have. As long as you're not like in traffic or whatever else, yeah, you have enough time to do that.
Well, it just felt like I was going to throw up, and then I got out of the truck, and then all of a sudden I started getting really dizzy, like everything started getting like blurry. I'm like, damn, I'm going to go out because. You know, I do jujitsu, and I know from being choked, like when I feel like I'm going to go out. So I was like, I'm about to hit the floor. So I started walking over. I was like, oh shit. And I ran over to the grass and I laid down, and then it just sort of passed. Like I didn't pass out, but it just sort of.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I've had a couple of other occurrences where I almost passed out, and just like you're talking about, like I've had a couple of those.
Nate, here's the thing, though.
Can I say something? I think that's just vertigo. I think you just have vertigo.
I know vertigo, dude. I work with heights, man.
Vertigo?
I'm a spider.
Vertigo's no joke.
I stand on scaffolding and ladders all day long. That's the other part of the scary.
That's where it's sketchy, right there. That's sketchy. Yeah. So
that is sketchy.
I was on my 7th day of having COVID, and extreme loss of water through diarrhea, and I was barely eating anything and everything. And my wife had COVID too, and I had just dropped her off at the ER because she was having the same feeling, like she was going to pass out.
She had diarrhea.
We both did, like bad.
Hydrated.
Bad, dude. So it could have been that too, but
did you guys? I mean, come on. Did you guys go to the same restaurant?
Dude, we were just in our house sleeping like more than I ever had in my life. And then
what convinced you that you had the boogeyman bug?
So we took an at-home test.
Make it quick.
We took an at-home test and it was positive, and then we went to the ER and they both tested positive for it.
Does that make you think that you had a non-existent thing running through your body?
Hey, I'm not saying that it exists or not. I just know that we got tested positive in both the at-home and from the hospital.
Oh man, that must make it right.
Well, that's good enough though, because that's gonna go down. whole nother path that's gonna.
No, look,
Yeah,
don't let
that's
it
good enough.
How did I just become like?
No, brother. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry about that.
I'm just
I
explaining
passed out
like,
like that from
what
dehydration.
happened.
Gotcha.
Busting my
I
head
hear
on
you.
the toilet.
I apologize.
Yeah,
I
no,
took it there.
No, that's so you've experienced the exact same thing that I'm talking about. Basically, is so, and I'll be perfectly honest. I felt under the weather the first time it happened, and it was dragging on. And I'm not going to say it's what they're calling it. I
Did
never
you
went
have
and got
COVID?
tested. I never went and got tested. I've never been tested. I would never get
The
tested.
C word,
But
yeah.
I guarantee you, I've got what they're calling it, or I had
So,
it. You know what I mean?
so this is why I wanted to reach out to you, because like I've been having this like acid reflux freaking issue ever since, and it's the strangest thing. Like it's like it happens all day long, and I can't figure out what's wrong with me. And it happens when I'm like drinking water, and it's ever since I was sick. Like it's been this reoccurring thing.
So it comes back once in a while. Like how often? Like what kind of
It's
frequency?
every day, like morning, afternoon, night, and it just doesn't go away. It's like I always have acid reflux.
Are you throwing up a lot?
Dude, this is a serious reflux that should be had off of live stream for all of us.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Great conversation.
So
That
you
shouldn't
know,
be had
acid reflux is lack of acid reflux. That's the proper name for it. It's not the technical
So,
name.
with
but the
that
proper
said,
name
is
for
there any way we can move this to a different place?
Yeah, go into chill chat real quick, Lou. Go down there for a minute in the chill VC.
All right, I'll go over there.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So even acid reflux only happens on a flat Earth.
Shut up. Fucking you fucking
Hey, Glasslobe.
What's up?
It only happens on September 11th, too. I'm just saying.
Shit. Yeah.
It only happens to people who put garbage in their mouth.
Garbage in, garbage out.
It's true. It's all the food,
What are you munching on right now?
or what they call food. Oh, fat. I eat fat, a lot of
You're
it.
eating right now. You're munching on fat.
He's chewing on a large piece of lamb fat.
So in America we call chewing the fat, talking over a whiskey or something. Chewing the fat.
Okay.
Talking
yeah,
about
I'm
the
doing
important
that.
stuff. You chewing fat? Like literally?
She took it to heart.
Yeah.
What animal?
A pig.
Pig fat.
Bacon.
What country
Yeah.
are you in?
You know, many people
It's
would
very
call
good for
that
you.
garbage.
It's not garbage. It's
Yeah,
delicious.
it's because I don't. It's because they've never looked into it. That's why.
Not
It's
me.
because they think the mainstream telling them not to eat fat is gonna help them, which is actually killing them.
Yes, you need fat. You don't need carbs. Not too many carbs.
Yeah, but remember, the mainstream tells you that fat is bad for you, even though you need fat for just about every single thing in your body.
I think it was a conspiracy with pizza companies to do the food pyramid. To do the
I
food
think
pyramid
it's
with
the
breads and pastas at
pharmaceutical-
the most biggest thing, Pizza Hut. Come on.
I guarantee you.
Makes sense.
Pharmaceuticals and all the food companies. I mean,
Yeah,
everything
it's like, hey,
is low fat.
I'm going to give you diabetes with your diet, and then you're going to buy insulin from me, too. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, since everything turned low fat, that's when people started getting sick, and nobody thinks it's the food or what they call food.
No, it's just simply genetic.
Not over here. I can guarantee you I've eaten plenty of fat.
Eat raw meat.
Yep. Raw meat, fat. I never, ever get sick unless I eat something bad.
Hey, Glasslobe.
I'm eating a raw steak right now.
Mr. Anderson, we should ask people, every person who comes on here and says they're sick, be like, when was the last time you went outside barefoot, homie? Seriously. Because you regenerate that white blood cell. Gotta go get grounded.
That's not a bad question, yeah.
You make yourself a conduit. It heals stuff up.
Right?
That way. Yep.
It really does, dude. And going in the sun.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I sun gaze as much as I can. I haven't been doing as much as I should. I can only get maybe 10 seconds before I have to look away again, but getting that sun, because by the way, it's healthy for you to do that. I don't know if you guys know that. People are like, oh, don't stare at the sun, it'll burn your eyes. Really? It gives life to everything. You fucking kidding me? Here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to notice that it gives life to everything and helps. It's the best way to get vitamin D, one of the most important fucking things you can have. I'm going to stare at that thing. I'm not going to look away from it.
I agree, but I also wouldn't overdo it. I overdid it one time by staring at the sun. I live in Montana, and I went to Arizona for like 2 weeks, and I was like, I'm going to stare at the sun here, knowing that the sun's going to be closer anyway. Well, I stared at it for way too long. Like, I'm talking like 3 minutes or so. And like not like completely, but like pretty much 3 minutes. And the next day, my eyes had a really hard time adjusting to different lights. And I looked in the mirror, and my pupils were completely like blown out of proportion. One pupil was small, one pupil was huge. I feel like that's definitely from overdoing it, and you can definitely overdo it.
Eventually go back to normal?
Oh yeah. I'm fine now. Absolutely.
Okay. So then it wasn't a damaging experience. You had just taken your body to the point where it hadn't been before, and so it was adjusting to the activity and the input. That's all it was. So 'cause you went back to normal, you didn't do any damage.
I will say that my eyes kind of felt a little sore, per se.
Of course, yeah. You're becoming a conduit. So especially if you ground and sun gaze, you're literally taking the most powerful source of life energy in through your eyes and then into your feet, into the ground. That's why they call it the ground, because you complete the circuit with yourself.
I've never known of it making your eyes sore though, and
if you do it too much at once, you have to ease yourself into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you do it like, I've never heard of any damage anywhere, anytime. Like if you do it early or late, like
Early in the morning or late. Yep. Yep.
Never do it. Do it only when it's reddish, orange, or whatever. If it's white, don't ever do it. Like that. That seems to be like a key way to know when to do it or when to not. Like that's the only time that I think that any damage can come from it. But I wanted to say, just so that you can, be aware that if you had one pupil larger than the other, more than likely you have, like, that's a sign of a stroke or blood clot or something like that. So if you had pain in one of your eyes and one of them were larger than the other, I would consider that you could have possibly had something like that going on.
Do you have a prescription to glasses? Excuse me. Do you have glasses?
I need glasses, or I mean, at least the doctor told me to wear glasses, and I have a pair of glasses, but I never wear them.
So you don't need them?
I should honestly wear them, but I refuse to wear them because I am pretty I like the idea of you wearing them is just a crutch. Like it's not going to help your body heal. So
You're right. If anything, it's going to make the problem worse. That's good. What I was going to say, because I don't want to go off topic, I was going to agree with Jenny that
I don't have a stroke.
Hold on. If you're gonna sun gaze, if you're gonna sun gaze, do it, because these are the soft times when the sun isn't as violently shoving stuff out, and it's sunrise and sunset. First hour of the day and the last hour of the day, and you will enjoy it. It will improve your entire physiology.
I will say this. This isn't really necessarily have to do necessarily with sun gazing because obviously
That's fine.
the sun.
We
and,
could go. See if you could take it back to flat Earth real quick. Okay, go ahead.
well, I mean, it's not really related to flat Earth either, but I will say, they say that the arc of welding, like welding, is pretty similar to the sun. Obviously, it's not the same thing. It's not the sun for one.
How do you know it's not the same thing?
I'm a welder's worker or helper, and I wasn't wearing my glasses when they were welding, but I was not staring into the arc at all or the flash, and I have to stand there with my fire extinguisher or whatever else throughout the day and kind of just be there in case there was a fire or anything. And I never really noticed anything in my eyes or that they hurt at all. But later that night, I woke up at 2 a.m. in the morning with my eyes like closed shut. I couldn't open them. I mean, I could, but I couldn't see. And my eyes were watering profusely and they burned like a motherfucker. And my eyes were all fucked up.
Listen, so your eyes can heal themselves. So you probably burnt off
of course,
the first
now.
layer of whatever the fuck it is. Yeah. But that your eye sealing closed like that was like all the dead skin cells, and then your body was sending white blood cells and platelets and such to your eyes. But since they were closed and sealed for even like an hour, you can imagine the crusties that happen when it's healing in there like that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's what I think could have happened, but like even then, like I couldn't look at any lights at all. The lights were blinding.
Oh hell yeah, dude! That's got to be horrible.
I could only look at my feet, and barely if that. But do you think that the sun, staring at the sun like that, could result in something like that?
I don't, and I have a lot of experience with sun gazing personally, but again, that's just my own experience. I don't have anything else to say about it.
I would agree too. No, I haven't either, but as long as you stick with the rule of thumb, don't do it while the sun's white and hot.
Okay.
Do it only when it's like red or orange, which is
All right.
early, like at sunrise and sunset.
Yeah.
This is not medical, by the way, just for the record.
Truth, did I call you Jenny earlier? Now it's bugging me. Okay. Well, now it's all fixed because I realized my mistake. I'm sorry.
How dare you? How dare you mistake her?
Listen, I took sleep meds, and that is my excuse.
Whoa! Sleep meds. Hey! I thought we were just talking about how shit like that just makes things worse.
It's melatonin, fella, and CBD. What of it?
It's not natural to your body.
Bullshit. Wow. So melatonin's naturally occurring in the brain, and CBD. Yeah. We're one of the only kinds of animals on Earth that have cannabinoid receptors. So, what else you got?
Yeah. Except we don't get any of that from anything externally. Our body creates that ourselves. So you just taking something and putting it into your body, you're obviously messing with your body's own levels of cannabinoids or melatonin. Your body produces it itself. And even if you were to get...
So what?
And it's probably synthetic at that. It's not even the true thing that your body would get.
So what?
So that exactly. What do you mean?
What are you trying to say, bro? If it works, it works. I'm much more calm and I'm going to go to sleep soon. I don't see the issue.
Have cannabinoid receptors, but I'm not sure that our body produces
I think it does. I've heard and read it does. Again, that's just my opinion.
Well, then how would they ever be able to like actually do drug tests or something like that and determine whether or not you're ingesting?
Well, they just get the threshold, but that's also, I mean, how many drug tests are bunk? I tested positive after I went to treatment for a month and a half. I tested positive for weed. Okay, so there you go.
Well, if you have, if
It's a weed resin. It's like an oil. It's from the weed. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it sticks around for fucking ever. It's worse than like poison ivy.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Like 30 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that they say and that they put out is questionable.
But it is questionable, like the amount, the level of something they're trying to read, and if they say your body has that type of same thing, it's like, how did they differentiate if it is the same thing? It's the, that's the only question.
And I love to trust my fellow man and everything, but I've had so many drug tests, guys, that should have been one way or the other. Let's just say. And
anyway,
so
yeah, there's little
the point that I was trying to make when I said that was that if like up to 45 days, like if you're chronic, it will store in your fat. Right? If you do it a lot for a long time, it could take up to 45 days.
Hey, Truth.
Completely. So if it was like 30 days, that would almost make sense that it would still.
Hey, Truth. Sorry, love. Can you reconnect, please? It's like you go into the micro machines guy, and you speak real fast, and then there's nothing, and then I interrupt you.
Well, this is a different laptop too, so let me mess with the wire. Tell me, do I sound okay now?
Yeah, you're kind of roboting as well.
You're roboting, but it's like fast.
Dang it.
It's like you're going from 50 miles an hour to 63 miles an hour.
It's
strange.
You have 2 times on. You need to take that off. It's like
I don't know.
Twice
I
as
don't know if
fast.
she can fix it if it's going to be the device.
Am I good now?
Sounds a lot
We'll
better.
see.
So what I was saying is it would make sense, like if you
Ooh,
did
maybe
it a
not.
lot for a while, that it would still show up 30 days later.
Yeah, it's your connection, hun, or something, or the computer.
Go on mute. Yeah. Continue.
No, you don't have to. I'll put up with it if y'all don't care.
No. I don't want to be an ear source.
Because like it's weird. Because like I can understand what you're saying, but I also
Stop it. They'll probably fix itself anyway. Don't worry about it.
yeah, it might just do that.
And it also may be just us hearing it. Maybe just our connection is bad.
It's the secret, right? We create our reality around us with our thoughts. We're just imagining it, and then all of a sudden it's happening.
Yeah, I was like, isn't this live? How is she speaking faster? Like, how's it on fast forward? Like, I'm like, am I watching a recording?
It's trippy.
Head up.
I was wondering why, like if I talk really slow, will it sound normal to you guys?
Probably, yeah, but don't try to do that.
I don't think that I can anyway.
It actually did sound okay a little bit.
Yeah.
Beep beep boop boop.
I guess there's nobody to pick on you now.
What's up, boys and girls?
Hey.
What's up, all you gender people?
What's up, people of all kinds of whatever the fuck you want to be today?
Are you gender fluid today? Cool, man. Just sat
What's
down. Cracking a glass of wine.
Okay, switching it up. What do you got? Little Chateau
Little Cabernet Sauvignon.
Lafitte. Oh, little cab. Hey. So, what do we got? Some walnut notes, maybe with like a charcoal finish tonight.
It's got a little burnt taste to it.
A little burnt, yeah.
Oaky burnt.
It's not bad.
It's all right.
Little chocolate. Is there a little chocolate in there?
Did it come out of a box?
Chocolate cherry. Shit.
Chocolate
Sorry. Got it. Well, so my stepbrother, he's the kind of guy that says, so like if I'm like, hey, are you a third degree sommelier? He'd be like, those fucking losers, like this kind of jerk
Yeah,
off.
I got a
But, yeah.
buddy that's smart.
We had to tell him to stop. Like at every family dinner, we'd be like, "All right, Dale, you get 20 seconds on the wine."
That's a strong one. 16.1% alcohol, man. Got a little kicker to it. Woo.
Flying.
That's Night Train, man.
Well, fuck no, that's like, what is that? Boone's Farm. Okay. What's that shit the bums drink?
Anything?
Well, I think they have a
$2 wine, $2 chuck.
I was gonna say they'll drink fucking hand sanitizer.
That one guy was in here last week. He was drinking the box wine. I was like, the space bag? You're drinking a space bag?
Yeah.
That brings back memories, dude. Of being a kid.
Yeah. It's always the girls that brought the bagged wine to the parties, right?
Right.
And it's like when the beer and the whiskey runs out first, then the beer, and then you're like, fuck, I need just a little bit more to drink. You go bug the girls for the rest of their fucking wine bags.
That's exactly.
It's fucking great.
Wine bag.
Jenny, hey, wake up, Jenny, you're sleeping on the wine, Jenny. Sorry, it's just a name. I didn't mean to pick on anybody in the server. I grew up with so many Jennys. It's ridiculous. Anyway, go ahead. It's not just a name. I like this Jenny that I get to listen to. So all the other Jennys, they were just drunk retards. No, I'm just kidding. Drunk girls at parties.
We used to fill up water bottles with box wine.
Hey, where's my purse?
Exactly. Where is it? And then obviously every answer was, I don't know, where'd you last have it?
That's fucked up.
Motherfucker, if I knew that, I wouldn't be asking.
You're supposed to say it's under my bed.
Well, I guess that all depends.
Happy solstice, everybody. It's almost over.
Solstice. Is there a pagan sacrifice going on? The Matrix comes out in America tomorrow.
That's between now
right.
and
Comes
next
out
few
today.
weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude. In 1 minute. Well, not really, but.
Yeah, you just have to
Are you guys ready to spend the next 20 years dissecting this fucking piece of shit? Sorry.
It's all a VR, man.
People are getting their stabbies and wearing their masks to go watch The Matrix.
Well, didn't you know you could buy one of those guides? You know, like you used to buy one for video games. You know, the player's guide. You can buy a player's guide for that now.
Get a fuck.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
Well, if the Earth can be evolved, then anything's possible.
When that fucking shit came out in '99, it was absolutely fucking mind-blowing technology for movies, bro.
It was, though. I saw that in theaters, and I was mind-blown.
Thick as shit I ever saw in my life. I was like, now it looks kind of, it's all right. I mean,
the first Matrix holds up. The second and third, I don't like the taste it left in my mouth. So I'm hoping that 4, even though I know isn't going to be near as good as the first.
Yeah,
I'm hoping it helps balance the scales. I really do.
Yeah.
Well, come on.
I need to go.
You guys like all 3 of them.
I need to do it.
But listen,
man.
here's the funniest thing, Kenny. Here's the funniest fucking thing I've heard all year so far. It was a meme I saw. Of course it was. And it was a marquee with all the Matrix shit on the outside of it, both sides, and then a big long line outside of people wearing masks, having to show their fucking passports to get in and see The Matrix.
That's a good one, man. Damn.
So I don't think I need to really. I mean, that's this year. I think the best of this year. I think that Mims wins the meme war. God, fuck, I can't even talk.
Meme.
2021 meme war.
That's right to the point. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Hey,
You
retard.
fucking idiots out there. Oh yeah, Matrix is such a good movie. Yeah. Oh, it's so deep, man. It's just such a reflection of life. Yeah. Did you get your mask? You got an extra one?
How's the V working out there, bro? How's that V working? Is it good? Stabby, jabby, wabby is good.
Shit.
How's that working out?
I took my
I know
daughter
it's
to
like
see a
a
kids
fucking
movie the other
7
day.
or 8 people right now with fucking that tested positive.
Hold
for
on,
coke.
hold on. I know I'm talking over people, but I want you guys to know our sperm is worth a lot of money right now.
I know.
All the men, our
That's
sperm
right.
is worth money.
Right.
You can't identify as a man on this one, folks. Sorry. This is only if you actually are honest with yourself. So yeah, we could be rolling in it next couple years here.
Yeah, got to stock some cryogenics up.
Nah, bro, I'll just stay healthy. Fuck that shit. You're a pussy, man. I'm just kidding. Kenny, go ahead and say some shit,
Anyway,
man. I've been stepping all over you.
You know,
Go
like
ahead.
7 people, man, either got cocoa or they're tested positive for cocoa, and all of them have got the spank in the arm.
The whippersnapper in the arm.
Everyone. I'm like,
ridiculous. I know.
How's that work? I just want to say, how's that working out for you there, man? How's that working?
You know what I like, though? It's such a wrench in the gears for both of us. Number one, on the truth side of things, it's like, I actually didn't see that coming just yet. At least I didn't. And then they're like, holy fuck, the vaccine didn't do, or the thing didn't do the thing it's supposed to do.
The thing is not working. The thing's not working. So yeah, it's kind of weird.
It's weird. Yeah, it's like, oh.
You know, I heard the CDC, man, is going to dump the PCR test as of the 31st. Apparently, it's not accurate.
Years later.
2 years later, it's like, no, that was a bad test. Sorry, my bad.
Like the guy who invented it said it before he died, before all this. But
Yeah.
now, December
He said it back in the
31st.
80s, 90s. Yeah, 2000s. Don't work, man. It's not good for that. Doesn't work for that. Stop it, Fauci. Stop it, baby. Stop it.
That's so sad, dude.
Stop inserting that there and there. Wasn't meant for that.
Maybe they had to start pulling the plug early because they knew that they weren't going to fucking get everybody on board quick enough.
Did I tell you my theory? I had a kind of a piff.
Sure, piff out, man. Let's go.
I was like, what if they came out and said, hey, man, we beat this thing. Good job, everybody. All right, back to normal. You guys good? Have a nice weekend.
I guess I'm okay.
I would love to see. That would be such a. The guy that has to be in the playbook somewhere. You know, like let's just flip it and tell him, yeah, we beat it, man. Good job, everybody.
Just like a George Bush mission accomplished kind of deal. You're just like,
yeah, got the big banner out. We kick COVID's ass,
and all the news reports say the flu's back and colds are up. You know, 1 million.
It would be just like, oh my god,
we didn't actually want it to go back to normal, you morons! Wow.
They hunted its body and threw it in the ocean.
Just chuck your masks. Have a good weekend.
Big old mask burn piles. We're like, this is the end of a good movie. What's happening right now?
I can dream a little.
Decent movie.
Just thought it was funny. I'm like, why did that come into my head? I mean, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah,
that's funny.
That's like what if they say just kidding and reverse the Patriot Act and take away the Homeland Security and everything?
Yeah,
Ooh, I don't know. I don't think they do that one. That's not the one they'd do.
They like that.
I don't know if that's the move.
They like that one.
They don't like to go backwards.
Well, because listen, they can still use it any time. Cocoa Pebbles failure or not.
No.
Dude, this is like having Osama bin Cocoa Pebbles in your back pocket that you can release anytime in a variant.
Say that. So, did you say Osama Pebbles? What?
Yeah, like
Osama bin Pebbles.
Yeah.
I can't even say it.
Osama bin Cocoa Pebbles. It's like the boogeyman. It's the boogeyman invisible terrorist that can get you at it.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's Sonny the Cocoa Puffs bird.
But it's like having Osama
crashed
bin Laden
into
in
2
your back
fucking
pocket
towers
at all times.
Son of a bitch. I'm sorry, dude. I'm mixing all of my conspiratard nonsense. at this point. I can't handle it.
That's what
That
it's
would
like,
make
though.
it.
I'm done with conspiracies. I'm fucking done. I'm over them.
They
I
went
don't
from
care.
an imaginary enemy to another one.
Right.
But now this one's like unlimited.
Hey, what happened to the Delta
model?
The Delta C? Didn't it just disappear?
No, people get sick with that.
We got the unicorn now, man.
But then they've got the unicorn.
The unicorn is the new. Welcome to
So
the.
listen, you can still get the Delta with and the Cocoa Pebbles Smackaroo doesn't do anything for that, but they're hoping it does for the new Deviant, and they're going to come out with some more boosters that are specially made for the Deviant seed.
The unicorn does have a point on its head, so it's there to poke you and potentially. Well, that's what they're telling us. I don't know.
To protect yourself from the upcoming Pegasus deviant, you have to upload your consciousness into the fucking AI.
Is the next? It's going to be like Griffin. One of the status is going to be Griffin status.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. It's symbolism. Look it up. It's the basically the Phoenix.
So Osama bin Laden, Cocoa Puff, Fruity Pebbles. That's it.
Fruity Pebbles. Yeah, that's all we're missing is Fruity Pebbles. So wait, we do have that with the whole trans thing going on. Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah.
There it is.
You
Boom.
got the Fruity Pebbles in there for sure.
Goodness.
Final booster is a lifetime.
Is it rainbow Fruity Pebbles?
Well, it's
How
Fruity
about that?
Pebbles, so it's all the colors. Yes, rainbow fruit.
Rainbow Fruity Pebbles.
Heavy on the purple. What were you saying, Mr. Anderson?
I was just saying that the final booster is a lifetime subscription to Metaverse.
Hey, when your neighbor's done borrowing your phone, you should reconnect.
What happened to Cocoa Pebble?
Pebble?
It's Cocoa Puffs.
There's two different kinds. There's Cocoa Pebbles and Cocoa Puffs. Cocoa Puffs had the cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs bird, and then there's
Right.
Cocoa Pebbles it was just Pebbles, the character, the daughter in the Flintstones.
And the Flintstones.
Which were far superior to Cocoa Puffs.
What about the Flintstone vitamins? Come on.
I think you're right about the Pebbles Puffs thing.
No, they
and the Flintstone vitamins, dude. Those were bomb. I ate way too many of those.
I used to eat them like candy.
I know, me too, man. I just did. Why not? They were there. There's like a big family-sized bottle. Just fucking. Your mom's like, no more candy. You're like, bullshit. I know where you can keep those fucking Flintstones vitamins.
I know I got.
Spoiler alert: there was never vitamins in there anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, good. My kidneys have been shot by 12.
Sugar and more sugar. Yeah.
It was just like Skittles. That's all it was.
Skittles is a good deterrent for the unicorn. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Rainbow unicorn. You got to eat Skittles to be safe.
You gotta have Skittles pop.
Yeah, Skittles is the answer. Everything. I love coming in here, having a piss with you guys and gals. Just got to take a piss out of this stuff sometimes, and if you don't, man, it'll either depress you or.
Well, you got to wring the towel out every now and again, you know.
Well, you'll be really pissed all the time. That's not healthy. Either one, you know. But
it's getting goofy. It's so goofy with the variant.
Everything's goofy. It's always been goofy, though. I used to tell my.
How come they don't talk about
even the NPCs are like looking at this like, what?
Yeah.
You hope so.
Yeah, that's good, man. I guess more people are like realizing it's not what they're telling us. We're not living on a spinning ball, by the way. I love to throw that one in every once in a while, you know.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my pants were down too.
You had a guy yesterday in here, man. Couldn't answer a question. Straight answer. Kind of a.
I feel like you just talked about 10 million people that we've.
Smarty pants guy. Thought he knew everything.
That's me.
Oh,
you're talking about me.
Maybe nah, there's He did sound like you. No, I think he was Australian. Damn it. Or something like
That's not me.
English, maybe?
Right, crikey, though. Go down to the Barbie.
It was funny, man. Is the sky blue? Well, depends what time of day it is. And like, fuck. Couldn't answer a question, man.
On Mondays and Wednesdays only. If this is an indication right here, this picture, my NPC parents who watch the news 7 days a week sent me this. So they believe all the mainstream narratives and all that shit, and they still are like, "This is getting ridiculous."
Well, see, and that's the thing. I don't know, my 2 cents on it, and it's the last I'm going to say for tonight. I promise you guys that. I promise. And I'm going to go back on that promise. But what I'm saying is, the people that I talked to, see, I haven't. I'm seeing my stepbrother for the first time in a year after telling him to go fuck himself. After he told me to go back to therapy to complain about him. Like a fucking asshole. You hear what I just said?
That is classic.
Like, one more time. He told me to fucking go back to therapy and complain about him some more. So, I'll tell you what. I said go fuck yourself supremely, and I took him off I blocked him on the cell phone, and that's when you know something serious is going down. Anyway, so
you talked to him yesterday.
Listen, no, I didn't talk to him. No, that was like 8, 9, 10 months ago. But now because it's Christmas, it's like, oh fuck, do we shake hands, or what the fuck do we do, and how do we do it? Well, it's going to be the first year that I'm sober, and he's sober.
That's right.
So it'll probably be fine. But anyway, he's the reason I brought him up is because basically the reason that we stopped talking was because we were talking about these items, these topics.
Right.
And I was starting to just kind of call everybody in my life a retard for certain reasons. And I was getting fed up. I was becoming a dick about it, but no more than usual. This has been going on since fucking 2001. And
right.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah.
I'll tell you,
this is family.
Hey, you let your family know. You sent your family the links. I know I did. It's like, hey, man, this shit ain't right. Check it out.
Bro, I don't even know if you've heard this story. It's a quick one. I bought everybody for Christmas in 2004 Alex Jones's Terror Storm. 21 people got Terror Storm fucking on DVD for me. I'm not even kidding.
I would
same gift for everybody.
I would have gone.
They were so pissed. Do you understand how mad everybody was for like 2 or 3 Christmases after that? They were like, I can't believe this son of a bitch. He's pushing his beliefs on us for Christmas. Anyway, go ahead.
Invisible Rainbows. It came out around 1925, somewhere around there.
Invisible Rainbows?
Yeah, it talks about how they, during the Spanish flu, how they...
Yeah, I was just talking about that earlier.
Oh.
They did everything they could. They tried to transmit this thing, man, and they were sticking people in the butt, in the face, spitting, kissing, fucking, everything, man. But they couldn't make it happen.
Wow.
They couldn't fucking do it, man. It doesn't spread like that, and that was kind of proof. I mean, they did hundreds and hundreds of people and tests.
What's it called one more time?
Invisible Rainbow. The Invisible Rainbow.
I was just talking for like half an hour about that earlier.
Yeah, he was.
I saw a little documentary on it, like maybe sometime in 2020 there.
Did you read it?
No, I got the information. Said that's good. I'm good. I need to read it.
I couldn't.
So what do you mean the author was spit on?
I don't know about that.
No.
No. He's talking about experiments that were done in the so-called Spanish.
Yes, the author was tarred and feathered. It was a tragic tale.
Tragic tale.
And they would take spit and everything out of sick people and inject it in the mouths and everything else of unsick people.
Right.
not a single person got sick. So it has to do. There's many variables, but it could be once you're kind of like how even though it sounds silly, a yawn is contagious, right? Because it's a certain vibration that puts off.
Yes.
So if you're sick and you're shedding toxins, and your body is in that state, and you're in a room, especially with closed windows and stuff, and you're getting those toxins that are sweated out, and also if their body's vibrating on that level, your body's like, I want to do that too and get rid of the toxins that are in my body.
There you go.
Correct, and when you do it, it makes yourself vulnerable in English. So to get the same kind of things that this person getting rid of in their body, but the same vulnerability in the person.
You have most perfect English when doing Russian with your Russian accent. Most perfect.
It's not so good, but it could be better.
Squeeze one out there.
Who's rubbing their dick against the mic, man?
Who is really enjoying this conversation right now?
Sorry, it's too good of a conversation.
Woo-wee. You do sound relaxed too. Who was that?
Felix.
Hello.
Yeah. Felix.
I'm
so Felix.
sorry.
Such a cool
What's
name,
up?
Felix, man. Felix the Cat, growing up, man, one of my favorite comic books. Felix the Cat.
Yeah, it was a little vulgar too. He'd get drunk all the time.
I know, he was loose. I liked him.
Yeah,
I liked him a lot. You know what I mean? He did not hide who he
That was
was.
Fritz the cat, wasn't it? Fritz.
Fritz did some stuff too. I know that. I know that about him.
Magical bag of tricks. Felix the cat and his magical
tricks, man.
Well, next to Garfield.
Yeah, Garfield. And you know what? No other actor is Garfield but Bill Murray. Come on, you serious? It's the only voice in history that would make sense for Garfield anyway.
So does my partner, my buddy here.
Is it some
He says
secret who the voice was?
Murray did it, I think, for some comics or something. No, he did it for like the Real Deal that they came out with in I don't know, last decade. Bill Murray was Garfield, and it was okay because I think he did some early stuff with the comics and the cartoons. Gosh, that was a bad story. Anyway, over to you, dude.
Does a great voice for a pussy.
So, the last few days I've been talking about this discrepancy of time with sunrises in this islands off of Alaska and Russia in the Bering Straits. And somebody did a little research, and they found out it's on the Meridian line. Okay, it's on the the line that separates the
International time.
But for whatever fucking reason, these two islands are a couple of the international date line, and it zigzags and it twists and it fucking turns and it ziggy zags and it proves that without a fucking doubt they're lying to us about the map. So, but at 3 hour difference in sunrise, where they just fucking like the sun crosses this line and it's 3 hours later.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You're like, we just lose 3 hours and nobody gives a shit.
And nobody gives a fuck, but we start your day at 3 hours early. Okay, fuck off.
Well, has anybody talked to pilots?
I'm not due at work for 3 more hours, man.
Let's talk to the pilots about that. Because we have to know what they have to say. If not FAA traffic control centers. Sure? Gotta get deep.
If you go on Date and Time and you type in the
fuck all that nonsense. Why don't you go to the horse's mouth and teeth?
I like the horse's mouth. Okay. I'm willing to fucking drive up there and get out there in a boat, but that's me. I might do that next summer, but we'll see. If there's really a 3 hour difference in the actual sun coming up, would be an awesome phenomenon to witness, man. It'd be worth it.
What the hell would happen to your phone, your cell phone time?
I don't know, but I would have to videotape it and share it with you guys later. Sure. But no, man, I just don't. yeah, obviously the map's a piece of shit. Yeah, it works. I mean, I know that Hawaii's fucking 3,000 miles away, man. I'm pretty sure. I'm like, I put like a 99.9% chance it's like 2,700 miles from my house. That's good. That map's good, man. I checked out Chicago. It's 2,000 miles from Chicago to LA, baby. I did the fucking drive. A couple times. But, but the whole entirety of the map is a little bit, it's got some problems because I think Iceland's like as big as, or Greenland's as big as, Iceland being Greenland? Greenland's as big as fucking South America.
Where were you driving?
Chicago to LA, baby. Route 66, man. You ever take that? You ever do that?
No.
Yeah, it was good. It's a good drive, man.
I probably have taken it. I just don't remember.
It's really a Highway 40 now, but it used to be called Route 66. But yeah,
it's actually a Route 666 in Utah. It goes from Utah to Colorado. Route 666.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stay off that road. Stay off that road.
Do not drive there.
Not drive that road. Do not do it. Don't do it, baby.
If that road is the only one between you and A and B, fly.
Yeah, flying. Now I'll never fly again. I've decided, unless they stop this craziness.
You guys ever been in a glider before?
So I heard this morning, man, if you're going to LA and you're going to go out and you're going to fly out and you haven't had your test, you can do a rapid test for $250.
Oh, that's all?
That's all.
That's my lunch money for the week.
And they're interviewing this guy. He's like, oh, what a fucking ripoff, basically is what he was saying. And I'm like,
well, yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
I'll flip a coin for $20,
man. It's fucking extortion, man.
But did you know that you could get the goose juice for free?
Right. But you
gotta pay $250. 250 cold ones. Fucking A, man.
See if you're what? Rabid? Like a fucking rabies dog or what? What's it
Yes,
for?
you're a rabies dog and you're not allowed to fly at that point.
Alrighty.
Because
I'm sorry, miss. Your son is a rabies dog.
I think I resolved.
Those aren't allowed to fly.
I resolved that I'm never flying anywhere ever again. Last year, at some point, I was like,
really?
It was fun. It was good. It was good while it lasted.
There really is no reason to do it.
I really wanted to go to Europe, man, and see all the Tartarian shit. I really wanted to do that, man. Damn it. Anyway, I'll just have to watch Martin Leakey do his thing.
Well, you got to wait until we scorch the sky, and then we're done with that. And then Neo comes back again in the body of Robin Williams and
that would not be productive.
And John Levy.
John's great.
I love the way John goes, "This is totally mind blowing." he's like, it's the calmest mind blow I've ever heard, man, in my life.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's so.
I don't think anything could rattle John.
Yeah.
I love that, man. I'm like, my friend pointed out and goes, "Did he just say that was mind blowing? Like he was sleeping?"
That was mind blowing.
He did. Let me back it up. And it's like, it's totally mind blowing.
I can't believe they present this as an actual thing we should believe, but here we go. Welcome.
We love you. Yeah.
Welcome.
That's after his mind was blown.
I always thought that John Levy sounded a lot like Jimbo. Like they sounded a little like.
No, Jimbo is a complete fucking maniac, and when he got something up his ass, watch the fuck out, man. That motherfucker could go off. I don't think.
I was just talking about their voice.
But no.
Of course.
Jimbo's a little different. It's got a little. It's different, man. I love Jimbo, man. Spent a lot of time on hangouts with Jimbo, man. Talking about all kinds of.
It's better.
Where the fuck is Jimbo, man? He's MIA, man. What happened to him? Anybody seen him around?
I came around right when he was starting to not be around anymore. I was listening when Jimbo was Still kicking the can around a little bit.
So,
Jimbo,
so am I coming through any better now?
you are
Yeah,
perfect.
you are. Yeah.
Truth.
All right, great.
Truth. You sound true, baby.
Alrighty then.
Mm-hmm.
Coming from you, Kenny, it's not weird.
It's not weird for me. Exactly.
It's not weird.
Not weird. Hey, the Earth is flat. Don't make it weird, all right?
How long have you been in here, Glatt?
6 months, 8 months, maybe in the voice in the voice text or the live stream.
The live stream.
But I've been listening for 2.5 years, and I've known that it's flat since 2015.
Okay.
Dude, do you have a YouTube channel?
Me?
Did you ever make one?
Just the one that's attached to the YouTube account, and so it's got playlists and liked videos and shit. But I don't create content.
You were not a content creator.
No, I don't care about any of that shit. Everybody else does so much awesome work, and I would just be like feigning being good at that, right? And check my videos out. It's what everybody else is saying, but different. So, whatever.
I watched Journalism last night, and I was
it's his haircut.
like, shut the fuck up, man.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. No, I don't. I used to create content, and then, yeah, that's all it became. I would take like really good videos that my friends would make, and then I would get my favorite parts, clip them out, and make videos of that. And then we would just all like suck each other's dicks for 50, 100 videos.
Right.
Like the same information.
That's why I rarely do it.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, am I wrong about that? That's
Yeah,
all right.
man.
Anyway.
That's why I rarely do one.
I'm not.
I didn't mean like we would film that. Okay, that was figurative.
That was figurative. We got it, John.
Repeat and regurgitate.
But no, man. I mean, I didn't want to set out. I didn't set out. I'm gonna make videos. I mean, I would have done it if I was 20 years younger, man. I probably would have fucking been killing you fuckers. I'd have been all over it. But anyway, I was like, yeah, shit. I'll do some live streams, hang out. That's about it, man. I do take my camera out and observe some shit. I caught some pretty interesting stuff. I put that up there. But
Yeah, I like the stuff on your channel, man. I do.
It's all right. It's here, it's there. I do tributes. There's a lot of people dying these days.
Yeah, man.
I did some tributes. We lost a couple flat earthers recently, and I was like, I'll do a little fucking hangout and let's see what happens. You never know what's going to happen when you do a live stream hangout, whatever, But anyway, it's fun. I do enjoy just taking a piss on most of this crazy bullshit we're all going through. And whether it's flat earth or the fucking, all the other shit we're going through. It's fun to laugh at it because if you don't, you're gonna be fucked. According to Issa, he says if you're not having fun with it, man, you're doing it wrong. And I was like,
I'm telling you, man, the happiest person in the entire kingdom is the jester.
No doubt. So have fun with it. It's gonna be sucky, and it's totally sucking right now, man. I know a bunch of people dying, and I'm like, just trying to keep my head up and get up in the morning and go do my thing and come in here at night and laugh about it.
My question
Laugh
is,
about it.
are they dying or being
It's good
murdered?
to hear your voice, Kenny. I haven't in a couple
Yeah,
days.
we haven't checked out in a couple weeks, man, but I've been coming in when you go to bed.
Yeah, bro, I've been going to bed earlier.
I know. You're starting to get old, dude.
No, I just got shit to do. I was putting shit off, and now I'm starting to do it. So you know how it goes.
I'm fucking with you, but yeah, I do like 10 to midnight out here on the West Coast, and
Yeah,
been
it's
my
10:30 where you're at then, huh?
yeah, it's kind of like my time frame. The wife's in bed. I come out here, have a couple beers, smoke a bowl, and that's it, man. I'm not, go to bed, sleep good, get up, kick ass tomorrow.
Have a couple 2, 5, 14 beers, whatever.
Well,
Wherever the night takes you. No, I'm just kidding.
I've been known to drink like 5 beers.
Ooh, 5. Goodness.
Which is like a fucking, I mean, the beers I drink, man, that's like...
You know what pissed me off?
Literally like 10 beers, you know? There are 2 beers per can, man.
So like I drink 5 beers, right? And I drink it pretty quick.
Yeah.
And then I'd get tired, just too tired because I'd be lazy. I'd get the lazy buzz, right? Sitting down, and I'd be like, I'm just going to fall asleep right here. But then in 20 minutes, I would have to pee worse than I've ever had in my life.
That's called a 6-beer piss.
Yeah, the 5 to 6 beer piss, right.
If you're wearing a ShamWow, it'll soak it up, man.
ShamWow. Dude, remember those commercials in between, like, we're going to war with the entire world. By the way, this is the best sham you've ever seen.
The ShamWow. Or what about the Slap Chop, man? The Slap Chop, baby.
Slap Chop. Didn't he kill someone? Wasn't he just like a Dexter?
So he got some hooker who bit his fucking tongue off, dude.
Horrible.
Yeah. The guy with the fucking
What's the natural law on that?
The guy with the
Can he just bite her tongue off and the judge would be
Vince,
like,
baby, it was Vince. Anyway, there's a great YouTube parody of him in jail. And you gotta see it, man. The guy standing out in the yard with the orange jumpsuit on. He's like, "Hey, man, you need a knife?" You gotta look it up, man. It's hilarious.
Hang on, what's it called?
I don't know, ShamWow in jail or something like that.
Okay. That's probably what's gonna come up.
Slap Chop guy or whatever in jail but yeah, he's in jail. He's like, "Hey, man, you need a shank? I got one, man. Check it out." It's hilarious, man. If you've ever watched a infomercial with Vince doing the Slap Chop, man.
Oh man, Vince.
I made a video with Bill Gates doing a Slap Chop with the Coco, the Coco V, and I don't know if I was all scared out one day. I mean, I blocked a bunch of videos and they're not public, but it was hilarious, dude.
Why'd you get scared?
Well, I was going to lose my channel. I was going to get a strike, something like that.
Oh, sure.
I was like, oh shit, I'm going to take this shit down. But yeah, that's the video right there. Hilarious.
Yeah.
He does a great job. He's got the headset and everything.
Give me 2 minutes, I'll watch it.
Yeah, go ahead, watch it. You'll laugh. I want you to giggle. It'll tickle you fucking... It'll tickle you. All right. I am not looking at the live stream chat on YouTube. I've been neglecting you guys for some reason. I don't know why. I watched Lost History of Flat Earth, Volume 2.2. It's Volume 2, Season 2. I don't know, whatever. It was absolutely. I learned a lot of stuff about the way the sun and the moon and the stars work. It was an hour and 18 minutes or some shit. It was long, but it was good, man. He covered a lot of stuff. Some of it I knew, some, the Analema. But it really is a fascinating body of work that this guy's put together, man. This Eward cat, man. I don't know who he is, where he is. I think he's in England. He sounds English to me, but it's been an epic piece of information he's put out. He repeats himself quite a few times and throughout the 12 hours of shit he put out. But he talks about Tartaria, he talks about the history, he talks about religion, he goes into flat earth big time. And he left it last night, man. He goes, a lot of you people are not going to be happy with what's coming up next. And I thought that was interesting. I thought he left it with a, like, I'm going to show you something you're not going to agree with. Basically, kind of set it up like that, and we'll see when volume when it comes out. We'll see when it comes out, but
For 2009, that was pretty funny.
right, it was funny for something that was 12
Yeah,
years
eggs, ham.
Anyway, I was talking about Lost History of Flat Earth. I watched 2.2 last night, and
Okay, cool. I haven't caught up yet.
yeah, it's taken me a while to catch up. I thought he had part 3 and part 4, but I don't know, volume 2, part 3, part 4. But I am I'll find them later. But he kind of left it like, I'm going to show you something you're not going to agree with. It kind of left it like that. And I was like, what's he going to go? The Earth is a globe. I'm like, that's what I was thinking all day today. I'm like, what do you mean he fucking left it like
Wait, he just left you hanging?
left us fucking spanking, man. And I was like, you bitch, Ewok.
I don't know, man. Something smells just like
It smells
something.
funky, right?
Something.
I wouldn't say it smells funny, but it smells funky for sure, man. And
That's all I'm saying, man.
it does. It's too good. It's too fucking good,
Yeah,
right?
it's too good. It's too much like right, just
clean.
on the money.
Too on the money. But
It's on
I
the
think-
nose. So
I
when you're
think-
like when you're trying to make a funny joke, right, and you go over the mark,
yeah,
it's not funny. And if you don't hit the mark, it's not funny. You got to hit the mark. But if you hit the mark too on the nose, right? They say that's a little on the nose. It's like you're being obvious about it. Is what it is.
Yeah. So I think he's going to flip the script. I think he's going to flip. He's going to come out with something that none of us flat earthers are going to be like, fuck off. We're all going to be like, fuck off.
Well, that's why I haven't really been giving him a lot of my energy. Just you know what I mean. I'm kind of watching to see how it plays. Before I continue to even watch stuff, because honestly, listen. I'll go measure the Earth again real quick if I ever need more confirmation. I don't need some fucking video. And that's, I guess, all I need to say.
Do you know I measured the Earth and it's a dick Earth? Check it out.
No,
6
that makes
inches
sense
long.
to me.
It's only 6 inches long.
6. It's just 6, though.
That's all. 6.1. I don't know.
I mean, I guess it gets the job done.
Gets the job done, baby. Dick Earth. You remember that?
Dude, I've heard it all.
Yeah.
Heard it all.
I heard Titty Earth, man.
Sounds like a false dichotomy.
I did look into Titty Earth. It's an interesting concept, man. I could send you a link.
Do not care. I don't care about that. Couldn't care less. I mean, there's parts of that I would care about, but the whole deal itself.
Anyway, yeah, it's too clean, man. I've talked about it. I watched it. I haven't watched it twice or anything, but I've just kind of been following, the whole Ewar thing, man. I'm like, that's cool.
I also get the feeling that this is nothing new. It's just repackaged.
It is, but it's extremely well repackaged. I'll give him that.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, a salesman is a salesman.
Damn it. Those snake salesmen, the snake oil salesmen.
And it's not like, that's the thing. That's how they get you. Holy fuck, it's just so on the money about 99.4% of shit. Why did you do that weird thing at the end? No, I'm just...
This movie, play, book, I don't know what it was called. It's called The Rainmaker. And it starred Burt Lancaster. And I watched this shit during the 80s. I think it was filmed sometime in the 60s. But he goes into this town, man. He's like, total fucking snake oil salesman going, dude, I can make it rain. And then, they're in the middle of a drought, and they got all these farmers and the crops. But he's like, dude, I'm just a salesman, man. And you have to believe me in order for this to work, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't believe me, man, this shit ain't going to work. I'm fucking telling you I can't do fuck all without your belief, basically. And he got the whole town to fucking give him money and do all this shit. It was like, fuck off, man. He was telling them straight in their face, I'm here to fucking rip you off. But if you don't believe in me, this shit ain't gonna work, man.
I can't do it. If you don't believe in my ability to fuck you over, I won't be able to. And now, for some reason, you think that's a problem.
But if you guys all believe enough, it's gonna work, but you have to give me all your money. And it was what a great, comparison of what the hell's going on today, man. It was fascinating.
You can be anything.
And space, it falls into the space thing.
You can be anything. You can be all the things. You can identify as Earth itself.
You have to believe in space, man. You don't believe in space? You think space is fake? What?
It's so funny. I love it when people say, what we're made of. And like people, I hear this shit sometimes. And when I was, it used to not faze me. Now it just really makes me mad. They're like, made of stardust. I'm like, shit. No, the fuck,
dude.
How the fuck can you be so stupid? Sorry, go ahead.
We've always, growing up, whatever, man. I've had conversations, girlfriends and friends, parties, whatever, man. I'm like, dude, where the fuck did we come from, man? How did all this shit get here, man? What the fuck? I mean, obviously the shit there, the trees, the ocean, the water, fucking mountains, fucking, I go, it is absolutely fascinating to think about this shit. I go, where the fuck did all this shit come from? It didn't come from nothing. I'll tell you that. But where did it come from? Yeah. And that was always like a super big question in my head, man. I'm like, you don't just get rocks and trees and plants and fish and fucking, water. Whoa. This is amazing, man. We live in an amazing place. But where the fuck did it come from? I mean, it's so cool, man. I hope to find out someday that where all this shit actually did come from. But it didn't come from some fucking spinning rock that dropped a fucking comet on our ass and we created water out of fucking nothing. Fuck off.
Be careful. Be careful now. Our ancestors from the stars are going to be here soon, and you're going to have to answer that.
Hey,
they're listening to you right now, and they don't know what you're saying. Yep.
Good for them. They have ears to listen.
So you guys really think they're going to do that, alien?
No.
XO was saying something about it today, and he's mentioned it twice now, and I think. Oh boy, sorry. There we go. I was stretching. Yeah, it's interesting.
No, I don't think they're going to pull that yet.
I don't think they ever will, to be honest. I think that's maybe. It's just I just keep thinking about it. How the fuck would they pull that off?
You know who Rodrigo Nunez is?
I think they can do that.
Anthropologist.
No.
You never heard of him?
Maybe. It's very, 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 very
super flat earther, man. He does like live. He does live streams. Today he did one on. I think it was Apollo 14. The astronaut Bean. Was it Bean? Anyway, he was going through what this guy wrote a book about going to the moon, and he was
Alan Bean.
Alan Bean, that's it.
And what's the?
He wrote a book, and he did a lot of lectures about going to the moon. He did a lot of appearances, a lot of videotape on this guy talking about his. But
oh yeah.
Oh, so bad, dude. This guy can't remember. He can't remember fuck all. He speaks like shit. He writes like shit. Even, Rodrigo's Nunez PhD fucking level anthropologist who has impeccable English, man. Impeccable. It was like, dude, man, this guy's shit's so hard to read. It's ridiculous. He goes, if he really, went to the moon, he would have a much more deep understanding of what it really felt like to jump off the land or to the fucking surface, It was so weak and like, you could tell the motherfucker's lying, man, is basically what he was getting at. And it was just a fascinating little listen today. I caught it. But Rodrigo Nunez, man, he was on Globebusters for a little bit, but they kind of kicked him out, man. But he's on his own, doing his own thing. He does little workshops, and the guy's fucking super smart and cool as fuck, man. You can tell he's a fucking total chill guy. He drinks water, basically, and doesn't.
He's
I
my
think he
kind of
might
guy.
smoke a little or something. I don't know. He might, but anyway.
And you're halfway there if you're drinking water.
But
This guy,
anyway, go ahead.
Alan Bean. Yeah, he's a bumbling buffoon.
He's a fucking buffoon.
I feel really bad for him. I've watched a lot of his, just like, like if you watch a video of his and you pause him at any frame and he looks desperate, like
desperate and discombobulated.
He's trying to convince you of something he doesn't believe, and you can see it's a hollowness behind his eyes, and it's like a steadfastness with his body that's ruining. Like it's in the bags under his fucking eyes. How much he's had to lie his whole life about this shit. Wow.
Yep. And
He was probably appointed doing this, like recruited to do it, and the passion for doing it didn't come from within. And that's probably why it's hard to read.
Well, you get into your 50s and 60s, man. It's hard to keep that fucking energy going that you had when you were in your 30s or whatever, and be convincing, man. The guy was fucking losing it a little bit, obviously later in age, and it was just so obvious, man. The guy's like,
well, we know they didn't go, right?
We know they didn't go.
And no single individual is going to come up with an idea to write this, just lie and write
but
a fake
if
about it, right? So we know that they recruited him to reinforce their
truth. If you and I went to the moon, every fucking detail of every fucking step we took would be so meticulously remembered.
Oh yeah, we would bring the moon
I go, dude. I hooked my fucking hose on the thing, and it fucking fell over, and it was a disaster. You know, we would fucking know every fucking stupid ass detail. This Bean guy goes, well, we had just so much work to do, and we just kept on working, and I only had like 40 seconds to look out and enjoy the view. I was like, what? Fuck off. 40 seconds, man. He goes, after I was working all day, man, I had to do the hump, the this and the that, but we had to do these experiments. And, fuck off. 40 seconds to look up and go, hey, man, there's the Earth, bro. Check it out, man. Fuck, man. Wow, it's cool. Yeah. But yeah, it's just such a dichotomy of fucking liars, man. And
I just love it. I love that people buy it and listen. Listen. The part that I now love. This switches all the time. It switches gears. It vacillates. But my favorite part right now about this is not once have they killed anybody doing this. Not really. So no, they haven't.
They did have the fire. They called it the fire.
Oh no! That's different. I'm talking about like when they thought Challenger did what it did. They thought a bunch of people died when that happened. Right. I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about when they purposefully got rid of Gus. Yeah. Exactly. Toby. That's different.
That's a different.
But anyway, my main point is that the first time they tried, they succeeded in spades.
Boom. And the second, and the third.
It just all of them.
Fourth,
holy shit! What a track record! I'll put it to you this way,
dude. If somebody you go 6 for 6, bro, in a baseball game,
I was just gonna bring up baseball.
You're a fucking stud.
Right. Exactly.
I think I've only seen one guy go 6 for 6 in person.
Not only that. Okay, all you've done all you've done is heard about baseball your whole life, right? You've never played, never played, but your whole life you've been watching it and hearing about it and studying it. Okay?
Yep.
And then you're put into game and you pitch a no-hitter. It doesn't fucking happen.
I like that analogy, man. I like that a lot.
Well, it's even worse than that. You've never used a bat before, and you've never
Exactly right. That's what I'm. Yeah.
hit the ball either. So you don't even know if it's gonna,
Never ever have attempted to land on the moon ever.
Right.
And yet,
or even just even go to space, even put a person in space.
We went 6 for 6, bitches. I want you guys
You're
to write
unable to do it today.
Hey, 6 for 6 is like 6, man. That I think that's a telling number. They went 6 for 6, man. I don't know. I could be wrong.
God bless America.
I could be wrong. That they're Mason devil.
It's just listen. It's the marvel of American ingenuity. Right.
Yeah. Alan Bean was talking about how great it was to work with these great people. And everybody was on the same page, and it felt like we were all thinking the same thing all the time. And it was amazing. Yeah. And it was like we were telepathically fucking connecting to telepathy. It was basically is what he said.
How do you get chosen for something like that? That's what I want to know.
Well, you've seen those pictures of the little boys wearing their aprons around their caca poo-poo.
What?
The pictures of the astronauts are all wearing their little aprons around their.
Oh, you mean like the Freemason stuff?
Yeah, Mason aprons. What? Yes, around, and they're standing in front of. They're standing in front of the fucking lander with their fucking dick protectors on.
But see, nobody cares. They even if they know, hey, that's secret society stuff. They're like, yeah, probably. Really? You don't care?
Hey, they're spraying the skies with funky shit, man. Nobody gives a
Hey, Beavis. Oh.
Nobody.
Hey, Beavis, let's get out of here.
Tolly. I can't do Beavis and Butthead too well, but I can do Valley Girl. Totally, it was there, come on. Fine.
Welcome to the room. If you want to join the convo, hop up into the VC check-in.
Oh,
save me from this Valley dude.
Totally, you don't know what's up.
Who is it? Who is someone new? You say? Truth.
It's Neil's. They probably don't want to, but I mean, if they'd like to join the convo, they can hop up in the VC check-in. We'll get them a row.
I should. Let me check the YouTube chat and see if I'll be right back.
I can check Nils in if Nils is available to do that. It'll probably be the last thing I do tonight, but if somebody needs me to, I can.
I'm back. I got the YouTube chat. Shout out to Boggin. Shout out to Erish. What's up, baby? Shout out to Thero Lire. Shout out to Iron. Shout out to that's it. That's all I got for YouTube chat. Shout out to those. Anybody want to join, man? The link is in the description. If you haven't figured that out, man, I can't help you. I can't help you.
Hey, listen, if you can't figure out the Discord stuff,
I can't help you, man. It took me a minute.
I need you to hit the reset button on your life.
Jose was on my ass. Fucking, I don't know how many, at least 50 times, dude. He fucking was like,
to do what?
to join us fucking 24/7. It was back in the old days, man. He was fucking riding my ass. I'm like, dude, I'm doing the hangouts, I'm doing live streams. I'm over here, I'm good. I didn't know Discord, man. I didn't know it at all, man. And then one day I was like, I got to figure this shit out, I don't even know where to click,
Yeah.
I didn't know that you click on live stream to get to the live stream. It took a minute. You got to turn your microphone on, and you got to make sure you. But yeah, I made it here, man. That's the point, man. I actually made it, and I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Tell me to piss off. It's cool, man.
Thanks for being cool. And being here. You're the only person I've ever met. See, I've met piano tuners. I've met endless musicians, endless people who make instruments, but I've never met somebody who makes a piano.
Yeah. It's a process, man, like anything else, man. It's not a secret. It's a well-known craft.
No, I know. I've never seen it done, and I've never actually really even imagined it being done until speaking with you. So it's cool. It's like
Hey, these guys that discovered all this stuff, man, they were like the NASA engineers of the day, I think.
Far more powerful stuff too, the way the acoustics work in a piano.
It's absolutely insane that these Mongos fucking went out and tested every note to such a degree of preciseness, man. It was like, oh, you fuckers, man. Crossed it over this way and that way. Yeah, thank you guys for coming up with the piano. Now we have digital pianos, and they don't sound as cool, but they're good,
Dude, imagine if they would have stuck with the original setup for the piano. What's it called? The recorder or something? It was bad. It didn't really sound that good. It was kind of tinny and chintzy, but it was technically the first piano.
I think they call it the harpsichord.
Was that the harpsichord? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it was kind of.
I've used it once in my whole career.
The strings rather than hits the string with a blunt.
Have you ever used the flutesichord?
Democ, we were gonna build one, and we never got around to it.
Yeah, I was gonna make a new musical instrument called the flute, the
flutesichord,
the tuning flute. It's designed like a tuning fork,
and then it has the first piano. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna make a tuning fork and then put like the holes in it, and you could like hit it, play it at the same time, and have the different sides out of either right or the left, and it's shaped like the tuning fork but hollow, and has like the like the harpsichord aspect on both sides, like a recorder or whatever, tuning fork, all at the same time. Flute.
We call that a Jew harp. Have you ever heard that instrument, Jew harp? No. Okay. You stick this like fork looking thing in your mouth, and you flick it.
Boing, boing, boing.
It boing, boing, boing. It vibrates, and as you move your mouth, it changes the pitch, right? And you gotta kind of like get this thing in your mouth. It's the Jew harp, man, is what I've known it as. It's a very hillbilly instrument, man. That's what I find interesting. They call it the Jew harp, and it's a hillbilly instrument that they play in like bluegrass bands.
Yeah. Yeah,
it kind of bangs around, but it sounds cool as shit. So does the didgeridoo. The didgeridoo sounds cool as shit.
So that's like a really nice version of the first pianos.
It could be, man.
This guy.
Pianos was raindrops.
Listen to him play that. Actually, Mozart sounds fine on a harpsichord. I don't always like the sound of it, but of course Mozart sounds good on everything. You will stop your flapping about Mozart. Mozart's just fine.
No, he was gay.
I don't know. I think he
He
was,
was
a
a
part
big
of
show
the.
off. So what?
I think he was a part of
He
the
was a
Illuminati.
Liberace. Wasn't he Liberace of the fucking?
He's on steroids, blind.
He's got the same fucking get up as Liberace. Come on, man. Fuck off.
This guy's not even that clean of a player, but the tone of the
actually
instrument's good.
I met Liberace once, man. I worked on one of his pianos, fucking back in the 80s. And
cool.
he was fuck all queer as fuck, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was
Tell
like,
us more.
Did he
oh my
make a
god.
pass at you? Did he want to take you like the skee ball practice?
No, he had nothing to do with me, man.
Skee ball?
No,
Really?
no racquetball. No.
Racquetball, right? Yeah. 1989 gay dude called. He wants to go fucking play racquetball with you.
But
Come on, let's go to the gym.
1989 Wall Street executive wants to have
You
a
got
little
no
fun on the
undies
side.
on.
Go
He's got
racquetballing.
his little shorts. He lifts his leg up by you in your face. Come on, buddy.
no, man, I'm too hetero for like Liberace, bro.
He said, "You're gonna fix my piano and we can play some racquetball."
Not gonna happen. I'd be like, cool, man. You guys go play racquetball. I'm gonna take off, man. I'm gonna hit the bar. I was living in Vegas at that time. He was there headlining. I don't know, somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, he needed his piano moved, and it got fucked up, and I helped fix it. And
that's cool, man.
You are a pretty good piano fixer.
Yeah, he had a glass piano, man. It was made out of like all mirrors and shit.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
There's all these little squares of.
Yeah, and he had them all put on there. Yeah, I've heard about it.
When he
hold on a minute.
When they moved the piano, undoubtedly, fucking a bunch of these little squares came off.
Yeah.
I had to fucking glue them back on. Right?
You didn't move it with them, right? No, there was a special on that. Listen, they did a special on that. I seen a long time ago. They did a special on Liberace's thing. I don't know. You weren't involved in the special, were you? You like one of
No. It's just some little shit grunt.
It was about exactly what you're talking about.
But I helped glue that shit on. He came in, played the piano, said hi to us. That was about it, man. It was like
it was about like how his piano was put together and like the weirdness and stuff, coolness about it.
But Mozart though, man, was a total fucking Liberace of his day, bro. The Liberace, that's where we started this conversation, was the Liberace, or not Liberace, Mozart.
Well, why wouldn't there have been a tuning fork flute? You know, something you could bang on the ground that makes different pitches depending on what hole you cover or not.
I'll tell you, man. Tuning fork is a fucking amazing little piece of shit, man.
It's a flux capacitor.
I got a bunch of them because I don't trust them. But
I need one, Kenny.
They're out there, man. You can fucking go on eBay or fucking Amazon. You can get a tuning fork straight up.
Yeah, I used to have a couple of them.
But they're not expensive either.
I've never seen a hollow one.
$7, $8, $10, something like that. And they're not expensive. But it isn't a fascinating vibration of cymatics. And somebody was on here earlier today talking about cymatics, saying, man, that's an interesting thing, man.
If they only knew that that's an actual reactor. Listen, the flux capacitor is not a lie. But hold on a minute. Hold on, Jamal.
Hold on. Let me pour myself another glass of wine. Hold on.
Pour yourself another glass.
Hold on, Jamal. Hold on.
But it doesn't have to do with time.
Let's talk about
it. Doesn't have to do with time.
Flux capacitor.
Yes, it doesn't have to do with time. That's the funny part. That's the part that was a joke. It doesn't have to do with time at all. It's a reactant. It's just a reactor. It's a flux capacitant reactor. When what it can do is connect two materials with a frequency. Right? So you have chemical reaction, you have electrical reaction, you have magnetic reaction, you have sound reaction, you have it all at the same time, focused from two formats, focused down the neck to one. therefore causing another reaction through the sound and vibration, forcing something together, another way of a vacuum, if you will, or fusion.
And that, boys and girls, is where I will leave you.
Dude,
yes, sir.
You're leaving at cymatics? Come on.
Dude, it's a smart conversation.
I'm kidding.
My brain is turning off. You guys handled it. It's a great topic. Keep going. Keep going on this topic.
We're totally gonna fucking crush this shit. And you'll come back tomorrow and go, you guys. No, I don't know, man. But
Democ, take it away, Kenny. I love each and every one of you guys.
Come on, man. Be good.
All of you listening.
Be
all
good,
of you who
man.
don't even like me. I love you.
Sean, get some sleep, would you? You need it. I need it too.
Don't tell me what to do. But you're exactly right.
But you live on a globe. You live on a globe, Sean.
I do?
Mm-hmm. And I can prove it because I got pictures.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna go sleep like I'm not moving anywhere. How's that sound?
Don't move, man. Hey, I gotta tell you, quick, Sean, man. I talked to my buddy yesterday, and he goes, "Dude, I've been sober for a year." I was like, "What?"
Nice.
He goes, "Dude, I haven't smoked any weed or drank anything for a year." I'm like, "Fucking right the fuck on." But he didn't sound any different than I knew him.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you know what I mean?
You know, some people just sometimes you just turn the fucking switch off,
like,
and
dude, the earth is flat, and I stopped drinking, and
I stopped drinking. Like, really?
It was like, oh,
that's a lot.
This fucking cocoa thing's bullshit, and I stopped drinking. It was just like I stopped drinking. I'm like, oh, well, you save a lot of money, bro. I'll tell you.
He wasn't doing it right.
That's all I told him.
Yeah,
save a lot of money, bro. Because you'll save a shitload of money, man, if you don't drink, man.
Yeah, he just wasn't doing it right. That's all.
Drinking's expensive, man. It's fuck.
Do it right. Anyway, it will really fuck your life.
All right,
up.
Sean, that was it, man. Thank you, bro.
Well, hey, yeah, you know, for say my other one of my other many alcoholic friends in recovery says, "Good job."
I like
Word.
That. That's good.
All right.
We'll leave it at that, man. We'll leave it at that.
All right. Army of Truthers, I love you all. I'll talk to you later.
Truth it. Cheers.
All right. Cheers.
Democ, back to vibrations real quick, man. I live in a vibration world because I make a living off of vibrations. And I'm always interested in cymatic vibrations, especially. And when you pluck a string or hit a tuning fork or hit a note on a saxophone, man, these are cymatic vibrations, right? And those cymatic vibrations can definitely fucking change your mood. If anybody doesn't,
it can change alchemical makeup of things, just like electrical current. Same as an electrical current. Like,
dude, certain
it can add resistance to a design format of resistance, a design pattern of resistance, which is the frequency itself, which is the pattern, which is like a certain beat, a certain ratio, or a certain frequency, or the idea of an amount, or you get what I'm saying, like wattage.
Yes, because the intensity of the vibration can, literally lift rocks, or it's such.
Well, yeah, sound can become like liquid. It can become a liquid medium of resistance around anything.
I believe this, man. I don't, know this for a fact, man. I will say that you don't hear me believing in shit too much, but.
So the reason I say the tuning fork is a flux capacitor is because depending on what material, like helium, nitrogen, hydrogen, what temperature and what flow you have them going through there and coming out together at, you're going to get a fucking crazy ass reaction. Thing on the temperature, and if you put one of those inside a vacuum while it was spinning, I'm just going to be quiet.
No, Democ, I think I think you're totally on to something here. And I think we've talked about this before, actually. And when you create a vibration that can do things that you didn't think were possible, it is a place that of understanding of our reality, man.
Well, once you can find the frequency that freezes, then that's the key to pretty much all of it.
Well, if you look at all this Tartarian shit and these old buildings, they had these frequency windows, so to speak, man.
The negative frequency that can freeze, like it's the same effect or frequency. I mean, I don't want to say too much. I've already said too much, but either way, underground, when things flow underground or above ground, there's a differential. There's a negative and there's a positive, like the ion, I guess you, or whatever you want to say.
Yeah. 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 Yes, man. There's always a negative and positive. I've preached this for decades, bro. I said to people, man, I go, yeah, there's people dying in the streets and I go, look at all the negative shit that they put on the news, man. Every day, man. It's 100% negative shit, man. And I just say, hey, man, focus on the positive, man. If you actually go out in the street and say, hey, man, it's cool over here. It's safe. It's good, man. I've been in a bar, man, in Los Angeles, California, where there is 47 different kinds of ethnicities there, bro. 47 ethnicities. And everybody's fucking cool as fuck all, man. And you're like, what racism are they fucking pitching, man? Because there's Chinese, Japanese, the fucking list, German, fuck all, everything you can think of in this one fucking bar, dude. And I'm like, my friend goes, dude, where's the racism? And I'm like, I don't see it, man. Obviously, I'm a white guy in the middle of the fucking ethnicity central.
When
he's fucking pissed. Nobody's fucking pissed or yelling at anybody and saying,
no, guys are all having a good time.
We're all having a drink and having fucking food and having a good time, man. That was it. There was no fuck all bullshit, fucking what they sell on the fucking news in Hollywood. None of that.
Do people think it's a joke when I say the flux capacitor? I mean, I want to ask one time, like, do people really think it is? And if they do, I just want to point out, what the fuck do they think their nerves are in their body? Each and every one of them.
I like that you brought up the flux capacitor because it is an iconic thing and an iconic movie.
Not to do with time. It's not to do with. That's where they fucked you up. That's where the funny part is when people bring it up. They're like, oh, that's the whole joke about it. They have the truth. So much percent of 90% of the truth of what it has the ability to do, and then 10% of a lie. The 10% is it's not to do with time.
I think it has to do with vibration. I think
the 88 miles per hour, 1.21 gigawatts,
88 hertz. 88 hertz, man. That's really low. Man.
Yes.
That's a really low note on the bass.
But I'm saying, look at your nerves. Doesn't each and every one of your nerves transgress just like a flux capacitor from a Y looking stance, like to another Y, to another Y, to another Y? A flux capacitor is just a Y.
It's a Y. You're right. Okay.
All your heart nerves, the main vein that goes to your heart is a Y.
Veins and nerves are all a bunch of Ys. Yeah. Why are we here, Damok? Why the fuck are we here? What are we learning? What are we going to take with us, man? What can we do to make this place better and learn and fucking on the next fucking go round, figure it out, man. I think there's a lesson to be learned here, man. And the lesson is that these motherfuckers have been lying to us about all kinds of shit. And it's a fucked up place, man, that we live.
What does Maddox mean? When you say the word cymatics,
Dude, that's what I love about you, Tamak. You break down the words. Maddox means it's either magnetic or it's matic.
Motorization, right?
Could be motorized.
So hold on. So every piano, every organ is a fucking super motor. It is a motor, it is a reactor, it is a conductor. God damn it. I'm trying to tell people this. They don't listen. Your car is just a it's just a motor. And you're not doing it manually with your fingers, and you very well could. You could literally type your fucking car like that, and every action and reaction that you did with your finger or whatever, and you pushing your feet. Do you remember the little hieroglyphic drawing of the little guy inside the machine pushing the stuff with his feet and his hands? It's an organ motor. The great motor that'll move the whole building. Imagine your whole building all connected and set up in a way and funneled and tunneled and nerve systemed in a way with liquid, sound, hollowed points, cymatic.
He dropped out. He dropped out, Mook.
It's a working motor in play, just like your body, your heart. Boom, 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 boom. It's a motor. It's a hydraulic sound motor.
They say our heart is a pump. And
yeah, that's what it is. That's what a fish is. That's what our lungs are. Everything is a pump. Everything works off of a pump.
Okay.
Action and reaction, resistance. No resistance, no power.
That's gas pressure without a container. If you don't have resistance, you don't have power.
You don't have
pressure. If you don't have pressure, you don't have power. That's another thing that gets overlooked.
That's what a sound is. It's focused pressure. It's everything focused. When you play a tuba, it's wah wah wah. When you the little thing, there are motors. They're just different watts and variances of amounts of output. Yes, sir.
So
they all have an amount.
Damak, let me ask you that understanding these frequencies is the key to
pretty much everything.
Everything, right?
It's the key to gold, everything, levitation. It's the key with magnets. Magnetism is that. It's electricity is that. It's all the same thing, which can form a gas into a liquid into a reaction of, or in between.
Are the kids watching cartoons in the background there, Devin?
Sorry.
He's got some background.
Sorry, that's what makes me smart. I'm sorry.
Overlook the background noise, man. Overlook it. But it sounds like, yeah, you have an actual murder scene going behind your Damak. Why? Yeah. Hey, thank you guys for putting up with me. But cymatics is an absolutely, that's my profession. It's cymatics. And I'm always interested in talking about it, man. Always.
Cymatics only happens with resistance itself.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about striking a string on a piano or a guitar, bass, whatever. You're going to hear these beautiful fluctuations in those frequencies, man, and you're going to react to those frequencies. And somehow these motherfuckers figured out how to fuck us up with these frequencies as well, man. But those frequencies can heal.
Well, look what they do to water.
Fuck you up at the same time.
Put liquid on top of a speaker and watch how the speaker is controlling the liquid.
Yes, I've seen the videos.
Listen, the speaker controls the liquid. You're 90%, 70% liquid, whatever the joke is. Yeah, funny thing. Your liquid is controlled by frequency 100%.
Right. Democ, you have a lot of background noise, which is totally cool, man. I like it, man, actually, personally. But that's what we're here to do, man, is figure out where the fuck we are and how it works. And Cymatics music is such an integral part of the brainwashing and the unbrainwashing, the cleansing of your mind at the same.
Is the lowest frequency actually coldness itself?
Well, now we're talking.
When you talk high, low, elf, whatever, frequency.
Are you talking like frequencies can control temperature?
Fucking right.
Oh shit! Now we're fucking completely in a different realm here, man. Holy shit! I've never even thought about that, dude. Ever. I've never thought about frequency of sound can control temperature. Oh,
why would it not?
I got to smoke on this one, man, for a minute. Hold on. Let me take a hit of my cigarette.
Smoke with you.
Let me take a hit of my cigarette here, man. Down sound.
I got a million ideas for so many inventions that would make the world so badass, and osmosis, all kinds of shit. Just touch of a hand, no batteries not included. Come on, man. Come on.
No batteries not needed.
Remember I told you that? That's the name. That would be the name of my invention place. Batteries not included years ago. Remember, like 8 years ago?
Oh, is that long ago?
No,
at least 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Or 5, 6, maybe.
No, 6, yeah, definitely.
But
it's been a while. It's just been a while. That's all.
No, man. I love your ingenuity mind, your engineering mind. Don't ever change, Democ. Don't change, bro. Fuck that, man. We can change, dude. Let me ask you, Democ, real quick, man. Let me ask you one real quick question, man. We all know about the incredible buildings that have been erected. Star forts, fucking cathedrals, fuck all. Right? We all know that those beautiful buildings were built, man. Right? We know this. We know this without a doubt. And we can look at the pictures. These motherfucking... They must have had the most incredibly... incredible society.
Do you know how
they got along so well that they were able to do?
You know the telephone game, right? You know the telephone game. Okay, hold on. Not the repetition one. The one where you put a string on the 2 cups.
Yep. Of course.
The cities were that. The buildings were that. The designs were that. They were using liquid or metal material or passageways or resonation tunnelways for fluctuation of frequency to pass the current or flow of energy or the message or the frequency or the information.
So they were passing this information.
Yes, the smart ones.
All right. They were building these beautiful buildings, dude. We can all actually go to one today, tomorrow, next day.
And they still work their organs. The building is an organ. It's a whole building.
These fucking buildings that are just unfucking believably ornate. They built these motherfucking buildings, and they just to have the belief that you can build a building like that and be part of it I mean, is it comparable to like, oh my God, we're gonna go to the moon, dude? We're going to the moon. Or is it something else? Is it something different than that?
It's like your little ant inside the veins of a big body working machine, and the building you're in is a part of that machine. Like your building is the heart, your building is the liver, the lung, the kidney, the whatever.
Well, we're building these things, but at the same time, man, you and I both know that there's guys that work at NASA and work at SpaceX. By the way, 128 people tested positive for the COVID-19 at SpaceX today. I don't know if you guys know that.
How do you play this telephone game? How does every telephone information pass? Through vibration and cymatics. Why do you think cement and all this shit's connected? And if you spit or say fuck you in one building 10 states away, if it's connected the right way, you're gonna fucking hear and record everything. I don't care what anybody says. Take that to the bank.
Well, they're gonna record everything. I know this. You know this.
CIA, way back. Think of all these buildings, everything in the building. They set up these buildings. What never leaves? The building. Times change, you change, laws change. Them fucking cement buildings stay there for hundreds and thousands of years. And they're recorded. The building is a recorder itself. The building can record everything that goes on in it. Fuck what they tell you about all this other bullshit. And I'm not saying the building's alive. I'm saying the humans are using that technology that, you know what I mean?
Hey, they're going to record everything we do. I know this for a fact. I don't have to guess, man. It's like flat earth. I don't have to guess because they've got warehouses, 15 football
LED, concrete, the copper wires strung everywhere, all the fucking shit, the way everything's set up, the whole power system, it's all a recording system, all of it. That's what it all is. Now, what they do, they can do whatever they want with it. Who knows? Who cares? But they're just doing it.
I tell them, good luck with all that information because
Right.
Good luck. Good to fuck luck, man.
It still doesn't give them anything that they don't have.
Yep.
Check that out.
Exactly, man.
Still doesn't give them originality. That's what people have. That's what they need.
It goes back to the cymatic thing, man. If you were out here saying, hey, man, fuck off, you guys are full of shit, we're here to tell you guys are full of shit.
I'm putting out that frequency and everybody's picking up on it and they're going to do the same thing.
They have to deal with that frequency, man. They have to.
That's right. And they can't. That's what the cocoa's about.
That's what the cocoa's all about, man. Fuck yeah. So the point is, man, they're going to have to deal with this information. And they're going to have to crunch it to their computers and they get supercomputers and fuck off, man. I don't give a fuck because I'm going to fuck your computer up and Damok is going to fuck your computer up and Sean is going to fuck your computer up. And the list goes on here on 24/7, man. And we are going to fuck your computer up. Because you're not going to know what to do with this data, man. You're not going to know what to do with Damok or Kenny or fucking Sean or Roger or any of these beautiful people that come in here. They don't have a fucking program for us, man. They don't have a program for us, is my point.
I'm just trying to pull the blanket out from under, just trying to uncover what they try to hide from everybody.
Yep.
They produce everything. Everything's made from hydrogen through the gasoline and everything, helium, all of it. It's all the same type of product under a different frequency or compression.
Well, that's the whole conversation tonight was about the frequencies.
That's what makes helium. You can go hydrogen, helium, nitrogen, depending on the frequency you add to it or compression.
Well, think of the frequencies as truth, flat earth, truth and flat earth. Those are the super frequencies, man. And they spent millions of dollars to try to debunk us, bro. and they failed, man. They failed so miserably. They did, man. They tried. They went out to the desert and they went out and they put on a Sunday morning in America on television. They spent millions of dollars to try to prove that flat earthers are ridiculous, man. And they did it, man. And we sat here and watched it, man. Every step of the way. We watched these motherfuckers spend millions of dollars trying to debunk us, trying to discredit us, man. They want to discredit us. Discredit, man. It's the fucking discredit, man. Don't discredit your amazing ability to see through their bullshit, man, because we see through their bullshit, man. And that's the beautiful end of the road shit, man, that I've got, man, is the fact that, okay, we're not living on a spinning ball shooting through outer space. I checked it out, man. It's not true. And we are the ones that said, hey, man, let's figure out where the fuck we are. And we are figuring this shit the fuck out, man. We are doing the research that figures out where we live, man. And there's nothing more important than that, man. Nothing, man. Nothing's more important than figuring out what you live on. And if you're in that ballpark, man, you are a great human being, man. You are an amazing human being. If you actually want to know where the fuck you live with your own observations and your own realizations of where you live. And if you know you don't live on what they tell you all kinds of shit that doesn't add up, man. It doesn't correlate to your reality, man. If your reality says that you feel like you're not spinning, guess what? You're not spinning, man. You're not. You're not going to spin through this outer space at millions of fucking miles an hour or whatever they come up with, man. Trillions of miles away. The reason is that it's trillions of miles away, not millions.
The frequency is what separated the mediums to the electrical voltage or wattage, and that's why you have like different densities or ideas of mediums of density. It's just different frequencies stacked or layered upon each other. What if you can stack frequencies?
I like your thinking, man. What if you
can wave a frequency? What if the frequency has a wave and not the liquid itself, and not the, you know what I mean? The meat, you know, you see them, yeah. The medium can wave too.
Well, if you go in the ocean, you don't sink too fast because of salt in the water. It's very dense medium.
But what does that? No. What does that really do to the water, though? Sure, it's adding a little bit of stuff. It's adding some particles to the medium of liquid, right? Makes it a little thicker. But what else is it doing? It's changing the frequency through electrical, through chemical. The alchemical electrical fucking exchange. I mean, like, what's going on with the helium? It's not really the total density, because If that was the case, then the helium balloon that you're putting the helium in has density. It's way more dense than the helium, but it's not holding the helium down. And it's still rising.
Right. Yeah.
So that helium has a potential in it. It has a negative potential or a positive. I don't know which one. It has a fucking potential. I know that. And it's doing the opposite of what it's supposed to because of the potential of that.
Right.
Because the output of the fucking potential of that, like whatever that is, the negativeness of that is why it does what it does. It's not necessarily because of density. It's the electrical fucking kinetic fucking frequency makeup of that shit after the pressure it's been put under.
Dude. Oh man, that's heavy, bro. That's heavy. It is
Just like you electrocute it, you can change it, or if you heat it up, it's gonna do different, or you cool it, it's gonna. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's changing the voltage. The temperature and the voltage go hand in hand.
Oh man, we are in a fucked all.
Now, see, temperature and voltage are just like the magnetism, because you know how magnetism can flip poles. The temperature can do the same thing in the voltage. So, like, you get something super cold, it can become hot. You can become a superconductor. So once it's negative to a certain point, it becomes a super negative.
Well, isn't that the bullet train? The bullet train in Japan?
Well, yes, sir, but isn't that temperature? Remember the key temperature: cold, 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 cold.
Cold, 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 right?
Superconduction. What a conductor of a train controls the train. The temperature controls. It's the conductor of.
They call it the lev.
It's the conductor of the sun.
Lev train.
The temperature is the conductor of the sun. It's the conductor of the medium we call a vacuum. We call a vacuum the reactant of. It's not a vacuum, don't get me wrong. The reactant between two resistors or two mediums or two different frequency or potentials, you're going to get a vacuum reaction. High to low, hot to cold, negative to positive.
Hey, I can prove that. Right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can.
I can prove that. Those are things I can prove, like no curvature. I can prove no curvature. There's one. All right. Damok, damn, baby. Don't ever give up, man. Don't ever give up, bro. You are a incredible contributor to our reality, man. Thank you.
The government's probably working on some shit right now because of me. They're like, oh my God, fuck, look, come on, son of a bitch.
Yep. Exactly, damn. Because of you, the government has allocated a complete department saying, hey, man, how do we deal with a guy like Damok? I mean, there's got to be a fucking couple 100,000 Damoks out there, but how do we deal with this guy right here that understands our reality better than we do? Probably. And he's just a fucking dishwasher in Chicago.
Chef.
And a chef. No, man. I'll always know you tomorrow.
But no, I know you're right. I do dishes too. I get down. I do whatever, really. But yeah, I can do that. I can do electricity. I can do cement work, brickwork, masonry, carpentry, drywall, anything, painting, plumbing. I do it all.
That's what I love about you, Tim. When you show up to work, you work, man. It's not like you're there to fucking, I'm just here to make a pay. No, fuck that, man. I'm not here just to make a paycheck. I'm here to fucking work.
Right.
That's the beautiful attitude that Damok has, man. Is I'm here to work. and he attacks the flat earth the same way, man, or the fucking COVID-19. Doesn't matter, man. He's going to bring the reality to the situation, man. And the situation is, hey, man, we have to bust these tables and we have to wash these dishes and we have to cook this food. It doesn't matter what the fuck's going on, but Demark understands, like I do, is that we're here to cook the food and clean the dishes, man. And that's fine, man. I'm good with that, man. I'm good with cleaning dishes and cooking food, man. I'm good. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm good with that, man. I know what that means. Because I did it, and Demark does it every fucking day. And if you're taking the perspective of, hey, man, I want to just show up and get paid, fuck off. That's not going to happen, man. You got to show up and do your part, man. Do your fucking part, kick ass, and go home, man. That's all you can do.
Yeah, the people that just want to show up and get paid become the unemployed. They become the dudes working for food on the sides and side of the road.
That's the difference, Demark. If you have the mental attitude of, hey, man, I'm going to show up at this job and I'm going to kick ass, and, you know, I'm just going to kick ass. Dude, you know how many jobs I got paid? People were like begging me to come back. Begging. Dude, you got to, because I kicked ass.
Right.
And when you have that kind of control in your life, that when you show up to do a job, that you kick ass and fucking take names, then you're going to be the one that stands out, man. I guarantee it. And
I can walk anywhere that I've worked before and say I need a job, and now I'm guaranteed a job pretty much.
Yeah, exactly, Demark. And that's what I know about you, because I've known you a few minutes in my life, and you're the guy that shows up and says, hey, man, we got to do this, that. Let's do it. It's not like, oh my God, I'm here. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. This is shitty. Fuck off, man. You want to be the guy that just shows up and goes, let's just do it, man, because that's what needs to be done. Yeah, and if you can do that in life, man, you're winning. You're a fucking winner. You are the man. You're the shit, and you'll take care of business, and the rest will take care of itself, man. The family, the friends, that shit'll take care of itself. Because most of your friends are fucking globe earthers. And I know that. Because most of my friends are globe earthers. And they're just stuck in their fucking globe. They're stuck in their cocoa nonsense. And it's a fascinating thing to either live through, watch, participate, whatever. I paid a lot of money, man, to see this show. I knew it was coming, and it's here. The fucking party has started because of COVID-19 has said, hey, everybody, you all have to do this. The entire fucking world has to do this. And you all cucky fucked all and said, hey, man, that's a good idea.
I know. I wonder what little old cripple old guy like fucking Stephen Hawking like admission the cocoa law. Everybody got it. Let me wheel my chair around to the right. I got to sign this bill.
It's a mandate, Demar. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, how can a little guy in a wheelchair, like, enforce that? How can these little guys enforce that? These little 90-year-old dudes like Bowden.
Let's go, Brand.
I mean, they're crippled dudes. How are they running shit, really? Does this make any sense?
Fuck off.
90-year-old dudes who fucking depends running shit.
It doesn't make any sense. You know that.
Fucking Hillary Clinton's falling over each other to piss on themselves down on the concrete like a bum standing next to you, and they smell like shit. How are they running stuff and they can't even talk? And they have the shakes, the shimmy shakes.
Hey, bro, man, a mandate is when two men go to the movies together and get popcorn, homie. I'm just saying that. You know what I mean? Straight up.
I love it.
Hell yeah. Either way, I'm just saying, how can a white-haired person that's like can barely like lift 15 pounds tell the world what to do?
Hey, Demarc, it's called politics, man.
It's called ignorance. If you ask me, it's called slavery at its finest.
Dude,
it's like the Field of Dreams, bro. If you say it, they will listen.
If you
don't listen to 90-year-old retards who don't have your best interest in mind.
I agree, 100%.
Who only have their pocket in mind. If money is the only interest or outcome, fuck it.
Money is everything. Come on, Demarc. Money is everything. Don't fuck around. I got my own private jet when I'm flying, and I don't have to cocoa nothing. Fuck off. That's where those motherfuckers live, dude. That's not where we live, bro. And it's okay, man, to call those motherfuckers out and say, hey, man, you're flying around on a private jet while the rest of us have to take a fucking test to even get on a fucking plane.
Well, whose son is the security guard for those fucks?
Well,
whose son is the military that watches over some of these fucking faces? Like, come on, man.
It's Tiger Woods, man.
Whose daughters?
Well, Demarc, you and I know better, man. I've known you long enough, man. I know where you're fucking every corner of every belief you have. And I think you know most of mine. And beliefs are the enemy of knowing. And we like to know shit. And I love the way you break down the language of words. Some people call it etymology, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a fuck. But when you can break down the words of the language that you and I both know, which is the English language, it is a very refreshing outtake of the reality of what we're dealing with and how we've been so manipulated in our language alone, man. Fuck all the other NASA nonsense.
Constitution means constant tuition. And who do you pay a constant tuition to?
That's what I'm talking about right there in Demarc. That is an absolute breakdown of a single word that we could probably carry a conversation on for a half an hour minimum. Just one fucking word like Constitution. How do we break that word down?
Constitution.
Constant. Yes, exactly. Intuition. Is that in there? Intuition. Like, you know what intuition is, right? I mean, you guys, like, that's a vibe you get or a sense you get that something fucking weird is going to happen, or I should get the fuck out of here before something weird happens. Constitution. Constitution. See, we can go into intuition. Constitution. What about tuition, man? That's paying for your education. Is tuition correct? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Okay.
You have to pay that, yes.
You're going to
something
pay
you owe, like a bill of rights. A bill of rights, like I give you a bill. Now you owe me. So if I give you a bill of rights and you sign it, you owe. It's a bill.
If I give you $100, I owe you. I owe you $100. That's how that fucking works. I don't know if you guys got that all fucked up, but that's how it works, man. That's how it's a fucked up fiat currency bullshit system. But yeah,
no, if I give you $100,
I owe you $100. I owe you $100, man. I'm not. It doesn't work the opposite, man. It
does determine the way. Like if you're a server handing a bill to someone, it's what they owe you. So you're handing them a piece of paper called a bill, and now in return they owe you money for that.
Right.
So when you hand someone a bill, that means they owe you money for that.
But if I hand you $100 bill,
meaning your bill is just a promissory note, it's not the money.
I get that, man. But
our dollars are only promissory notes.
If I hand you what do we call a C note? If I hand that fucking C note to you, I still owe you $100. And that's a hard concept to get around a lot of people's heads, man. That's the way the fiat currency works, man. And it's fucked up, man. And I will drink to that because everything is fucked up these days, man. And we can debate every possible scientific experiment ever known to mankind in here, and we will debate it. Every fucking single scientific explanation of where we live, we will crush the fuck out of it. And we will explore it, demonstrate it, and we kick ass, man. And that's what I love about the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man, is that we are going to question everything, man. And please keep questioning everything as well as I will do the same. I will do the same. I drink to that. Shot of whiskey. All right. You guys are fucking tits, as they say in England. You guys are fucking tits. And keep it going, man. Don't give up, man. Just keep it fun. Have a good time. Look at all the evidence. Look at all the evidence. How dare you? How dare you look at the evidence?
That's actually
what is wrong with you?
That's actually an insult in England. You call somebody a tit.
Yes. Tits.
You bloody tit.
You're a fucking tit.
You damn tit.
I like my favorite one this week was Born. The fucking Boris Johnson is a cunt. Did you see that video? Boris Johnson is a cunt. Dude, you guys in England, you guys toss around a cunt like it's It's like, hey, how you doing, cunt?
I have an aversion.
It is. Oh my God! It's such a stigma here in America. You can't say cunt. You can't fucking say it, man. Where I live in America, you can't say cunt. That's a bad. It's a Greta would be pissed. How dare you?
Oh no!
Dare you? How dare you call someone a cunt?
You tit.
You tit. You cunt tit. But yeah, I love that about England, man. They don't fuck all about the cunt, man. And
they
it
don't
is
spend
a
money on
very expressive word. It has a lot of meaning and dynamics behind it, and it's. Thank you for introducing us to the word there in the UK. The UK introduced us to the cunt. And thank you. And you girls that have a cunt, you should enjoy your cunt. I don't know. Oh, shit. All right. You guys cut me off. Somebody mute me. Hank. Oh, fuck. All right. Is there any mods in here? Please cut me off. No, I'm just kidding. But keep going, boys and girls. If you're not having fun doing this end of the world fucking apocalypse, fucking Coco 19, fuck all.
Omicron.
You're fucking it up, man. Have some fun with it. Because it is a fucked up, unbelievable shit fucking hole we're going through. But at the same time, we can have a piss, as they say in England. We're going to take a piss on this shit, and we're going to have fun and laugh about it, because these cucks don't know what laughter is, man, until you've belly laughed about the fucking Coco 19 fuck all. They don't even know what flat earth. These guys are so beyond our consciousness, man. They're fucking not even close. And we are kicking their balls. And it's fun to watch, man. It's fun to watch us, little fucking minority, fucking nothing. All we got is fuck them, man. We are killing them, and it's fun to watch them to react to us kicking their ass, man. And all they do is keep coming up with some bullshit variant or whatever, you know. They come up. It's fun to watch. Thank you guys for not buying their bullshit. Not buying their bullshit every day, man. And as long as we keep doing that, we're going to be just fine, man. And we have kicked their ass. They've come up with so many cucky fuck all strategies to kind of deal with us, man. And it's funny to watch them, break every humanity law of all time. Of all time, man. They are breaking the law. Breaking the law. Hey, Judas Priest breaking the law, man. You guys remember? Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the... Yeah, man. I was like, yes, we're breaking the fucking law. Because why? Because every law was meant to be broken, man. And if you can't dig on that, man, I can't help you. Because those motherfuckers that made the laws are just a bunch of cuck fucks. And fuck them, man. Fuck them. I want to feed myself. I want to cut my own wood. Yeah. Fuck off. I'm going to be the guy that feeds myself and fucks and tells you to fuck off. Fuck off. I'm not special or nothing. I'm not like some super fucking hero. I just tell them to fuck off. You gotta tell these motherfuckers to fuck off. Fuck off, you fucker.
Fuck off, fucker.
Anyway.
He likes swearing. He likes swearing flat out, dude.
Dude, I don't have the answers. Dude, I don't have the answers, man. I don't. I'm trying to say, man. I can prove the Earth is flat. Period. That's it, man. I can take you out to the ocean. We can look at some ships. We can measure the horizon. Yeah, I can fucking do that, man. Motherfuckers, I know I can do that. That's not something I have to guess or speculate, but I can prove without a doubt that the ships don't go over the fucking horizon, fuckhead.
And if you don't like it, you can fuck off.
If you don't like it, you can fuck off. And that's exactly where I'm at, man. I'm a realist. Is that a political party? I don't know. I'm a fucking realist. And reality. If you want to deal in reality, I'm your bitch. Because I can tell you, reality is what you make it, bro. Even though it sucks, and they're giving us all kinds of cocoa fucking nonsense, we can rise above that reality and say, well, we're going to make our own fucking reality. Fuck off.
I don't know what you would call a realist. I mean, it wouldn't even be a philosophy. I mean, let's get real.
What's that?
I don't even know what you would. Let's not put labels on things, but a realist, it's not even a philosophy, is it? It would be just a...
Exactly. It's not a philosophy. It's a reality. Well, I would encourage people to enjoy their reality, man.
Yeah.
And it's going to suck, man. I know it's going to suck for people living in apartment on 12th story of some building. It sucks, man. It's gonna suck fuck all, man. But people living on 20 fucking acres of land, fuck off, man. I mean, that's incredible, man. You got 20 acres of land? Who gave you that land? Who inherited you to enjoy this 20 acres of land? And that's where we're living, man. We're living on the land. The fucking land is flat. I checked it. But, yeah, there's a lot of people that don't think it's flat. But who owns that fucking land? The fucking queen owns the queen owns the land. All of the land. Who owns the land, man? That's what it comes down to. Who owns the land? And that sucks, man. When you look at the record books of who owns the land.
No. What it comes down to is who owns the queen.
That's a deeper question. But in all reality, man, if I was to go out and say, hey, man, I'm just going to park my shit in the middle of the fucking desert in California, whatever, man. The authorities are going to come along and say, hey, man, you don't own this land. We own this land. And you have to pay the queen the money. Fuck off, man. I mean, at some point, there is a reality of our situation, man. At some point. And the reality of the situation is that you don't own fuck all. They don't own fuck all. But they think they own fuck all because they convinced you they own fuck all. And that's no difference than the fuck. They want everybody to, hey man, I want you to put this in your body and it's going to help you against this thing. It's the most beautiful thing that's ever come along in the entire world. I want you to put this in your body. I know it. I understand it's going to rearrange your DNA, but it's amazing. It's just fucking amazing, man. And I don't want you guys to miss out on this beautiful, amazing opportunity to rearrange your entire DNA structure. Don't believe me because I'm not really a person. And fuck all y'all guys. It's going to be amazing. If you take this thing and you stick it in your DNA, it's going to be cool. You'll be good.
Yeah, we're not actually supposed to get into that shit, are we?
I'm being a bit ridiculous. You guys know this, right? But that's kind of what they're doing, man. And I don't agree with it, man. I do not agree with it. I agree with freedom. I agree with choices. I agree with if you don't want. I'm not the person that would tell you, hey man, you have to do this thing. Those people are demonic motherfuckers, man. That tell you have to do this in order to fucking feed your family, man. Fuck off, man. No, that's not where my mind resides. My mind resides in the fact that if you're able to provide for your family, I'm cool, man. Right on. I would never force you to do fuck all to provide for your family, man. You have to go out and kill all the deer in order to what? All the deer? No, I'm not gonna do that, man. But I might kill a deer to provide food for my family. I might. If I got put in that position, I know where the deers are every morning, man. I do. I could go kill a deer in no problem. But do I want to do that? No, I don't want to do that. But how many people go to McDonald's every fucking day? And how many cows are killed every day because McDonald's exists? Anybody got the answer to that question? Because it's got to be in the millions of fucking cows just to feed McDonald's, man. Just to feed McDonald's. Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Just to... Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I love that, man. See? just to feed McDonald's alone, man. They say it's like millions of fucking cows a day, bro. Millions of fucking cows. And there's somebody on the other end of that beautiful processes that feeds millions of fucking hamburgers every day that says, I'm just in it for the money, man. I don't give a fuck all about how many cows fucking died because McDonald's made their number and it's okay, man. It's fine that McDonald's. No. Dude, if I was invested, personally in McDonald's, financially, not personally, financially, and say, hey, man, I'm so happy that McDonald's so many. Dude, how the fuck do you live with yourself thinking that you're going to prosper because McDonald's sold 37 million hamburgers today? It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up, man.
Hamburger. A hamburger. No. Steve Martin, Pink Panther. Never mind.
I'm a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin, wild and crazy guy. So yeah, they want you to go out and get this beautiful. Apparently, it's the most protective thing you can do. Is to go out and get this thing that they put in your arm. It's amazing. And it does things that are just amazing. And they can put you in a situation, and even though you got this amazing thing, it doesn't work out exactly like they told you. And it's different than they told you. And you're going to be very susceptible to this thing that might most likely not make you feel good. It's amazing that they came up with this technology, and I think we should all embrace it and suck up to the man and take whatever they're giving us. I think we should do this, man. We should suck up and let them give us whatever they want, man. Come on.
But I noticed that America's bought 500 million of them, and they're going to put them in their sites all around America now. It's going to be dealing them out. And Fauci was on the news the other night, just last night or something, telling about stipulating how they need to get the unvaccinated vaccinated. They really want this thing in us. But I'm not going to speak anymore on the topic, but it's fucking crazy.
No, you're right. They are on a mission.
And there was a woman, apparently, I don't know how true it is. She's a doctor. She was being interviewed on somewhere, and she did a sampling of one of the vials. Some was left.
The vials, yes.
Some kind of a thing with like an octopus type of small microorganism in there that seemed to have some kind of a self-awareness or something.
Yes. Our advice here on 24/7 is that
don't talk about the ouchie.
We can talk about it. We have to do it in code. We have to do it in a way that doesn't alert the mainstream
AIs.
That's all. We can say Coco. We can say V. We can say little things like if you took the V, if you took the we don't have to fucking like say the actual word that they're using. We can get away with it, bro, all day long because the AI ain't that fucking smart, man. I don't want to take down Julio's channel. I'm the last guy that wants to take anybody's channel down, man. I do not want to participate in somebody getting a strike or something.
I used to see there's a state in America that recently passed something or other where people will donate their bodies to being fertilizers or something. So, to grow stuff and stuff. So you basically are eating Soylent Green. That was passed just recently in some state in America.
Wait, you said Soylent Green?
Yeah, people can now legally donate their bodies to be used as compost.
Fuck off.
Yeah. I'll just do a quick...
Hey, if any of you guys want to donate your body to compost, let me know. Fuck off. Dude, we have hit a new level of fucking retard fucking nation, man. And that's the fucky thing about what we're going through is because there's...
Washington State. Here we go. I'll put a poster link up.
How many people are still wearing their fucking masks, bro?
Not me.
Not me, for fucking sure, man. Not me. I get it. I'm never wearing a fucking mask. If you...
I have to around the patrons where I work, but they know I'm unvaxxed, so... the work knows I'm unvaxxed and I'm not getting vaxxed. Oh, shit. The V, sorry.
No, don't get vaxxed, first of all.
Don't say the whole world, just say V. We have to speak in code for FED.
We do. We have to speak in code. Don't get the V or the Coco V or the fucking...
fucking V.
Left arm, right arm. I don't give a fuck all.
You know what they can do, FED? They can fuck off.
They can fuck the fuck off. Not only fuck off, but fuck the fuck off.
Bunch of cunts.
Yeah. But we are out here trying to understand all this bullshit that's going on. And we already know the bullshit's going on. And we're still out here trying to figure out what the bullshit's going on. Because those motherfuckers are fuck all straight up totalitarian motherfuckers are trying to make us all comply, man. And they're doing a good job because if I was the last guy in the world, man, I went to a very public place today and everybody was fucking wearing their masks. Everybody.
Yeah. Every
fucker was wearing their fucking mask. I'm the only one saying fuck off.
But were you wearing a spacesuit though? Were you wearing one of those face shields though?
Nothing.
You can breathe with those things on.
Yeah. I always
I was like to put them on and be like, Buzz Aldrin reporting for duty. No, that kind of shit.
And
but hey, I just wanted to say some earlier today when I was talking with my brother about one of my brothers about the Earth being flat. You know, I was at my parents' house in the living room, and there was a globe on the living room table. You know, I was like pointing at it and saying to him, like, "Hey, you know, Zach, should maybe take my Glock, you know, and go into the woods with that thing and just use it for target practice, you know." And I wanted to suggest to everyone in the audience that when you go to your Christmas family gatherings, you know, make sure to point at the globe and be like, "Hey, you know, what do you say we get some guns, you know, and just use that thing as target practice out in the woods." Yeah, good family tradition, as long as you still have globes.
I would say globe lives matter. Globe lives matter. Come on.
Or say, "May the flat Earth be with you."
I would not want, more importantly, I would not want someone to go through this life not knowing the fucking Earth is flat and stationary, man. And I just want you guys to know that the Earth is flat and stationary. And if you can't figure that fucking out, man, I want to help you. But if you, at that point where I've helped you, I can't help you. I cannot help you. And if you're the Simon Dan of fucking Globe, fuck off. Because you're fucked up, man. You're fucked. Anyway. Thank you.
Who here is familiar with the HARP facility?
HARP, yeah.
Yes.
Familiar with HARP?
HARP.
So
yeah,
HARP.
Yes.
It's in Alaska. The antenna arrays.
Yes.
Well, I bring that up because I've known about that for many years. What I do for a living, I deal with a lot of technology and stuff, but it's something I've known about for a long time, and I used to explain it to people on how it works. I used to explain how they shoot the beam up and they bounce it off the ionosphere and come down. And later on in life, coming across new information, I realized how fucking stupid that is. How you bounce signals off of nothing. How does that work?
Yeah. Hey, man. Bounce it off the ionosphere, bro. Come on.
Right, which is supposed to be, one of the closest things to the vacuum, right? I mean, it's
that's
officially
outer space, man.
So how are we bouncing something off of nothing?
I love the way you put that, man. Bouncing something off of nothing.
Makes no sense.
Yes.
But when you realize that the sky is a something, it's a thing,
yes.
Then you realize that you're bouncing something off of something, and it makes way more sense. There's a ceiling.
Yep.
Now it makes sense. So a story I told for years, now it actually makes sense.
Are you familiar with Crow 777?
Yeah. Sky Clock.
He worked in the Navy. He said, "Hey, you guys gotta bounce these signals off of this. Bounce this fucking signals off of what?
Well, because they're shooting the beam. It's radio waves, and they're shooting it. Radio waves can only be shot in one direction. Like it doesn't bend or turn or curve. You can only go like shooting a gun, right? And it has a finite distance. It can only go so far, depending on how much power you have behind it. Like, for instance, a 50 caliber rifle is going to go a lot farther than a 22. So same thing with radio waves.
Right.
But it can only go in a straight line. So, when there's a solid or other above some type of ceiling, you shoot this straight beam. Then if you think about it in terms of take a laser and shine it at like a mirror, and then you can actually bounce it and hit the wall behind you or the other wall on the other side. You can angle it. When you angle it different directions, you can hit different spots. So if you think of it in terms of HARP shooting up to some type of ceiling, then now it makes sense on how you can beam that energy, deflect it off of the ceiling, and then to anywhere they need to use it, like moving clouds. I know it's used a lot in the Pacific. If you look at geoengineering in the Pacific, it's very heavy, especially up in the Alaska areas. If you guys check it out up there, it's insane. I also know a guy where I lived. I was in Vegas for a little while, and he had a radio tower on his property. And this radio tower, he had a buddy that lived in Palmdale, California, and they were able to speak back and forth to one another using his radio tower. And I asked him how that works, and he's like, well, it bounces through the mountains. So he shoots it. It's a straight beam, and it can deflect off the mountains, so it can go bing, 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 but it only goes in a straight line. And his when he sent a signal, it went from Vegas all the way to Bakersfield, and that was the next receiver. There was no other receivers in between them. And I don't know the exact distance between that.
Where's Bakersfield?
But
About
completely impossible.
200 miles, huh?
Yeah, so it's going to take 200 miles. Yeah,
fucking 100 miles minimum.
So if the ground that we're on is a level plane, it makes a lot of sense because it's going tower to tower straight across to each other and just deflecting through the mountains across. Now, if we have some type of imaginary curve which has not been seen or detected, it would shoot off into the sky. His radio signal would be up in the sky, and the guy in Palmdale, his tower would have to be enormously high to be able to receive that signal. So, and then from him, he shot, so the guy in Palmdale, they had people down, it was like past LA, like down towards like San Diego, where they would also receive, so they can talk from like the San Diego area, Orange County, whatever, up to Palmdale and Palmdale to Vegas.
That's a buster right there.
Hey, guess what, man? We don't live where they told us we live. Motherfucker.
Everything points to some kind of ceiling barrier thing. Everything points to something above us that is solid.
Yep. Polaris, bitches.
My mic's dropped out. I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't hear the last.
Oh, well, I brought up to the guy, I asked him how that would work, because I gave him the curvature. We basically went over the curvature formula. We wrote it out. We did some math. And, he was stumped. He couldn't answer the question. And he paused for a while, and he sat back, and he's like, yeah, that doesn't work. Because I asked him, is there any other way? Like, it travels straight, right? Because he built the fucking thing. He knows this shit in and out. And, he couldn't explain it. And he's like, yeah, man, I can't explain that. I don't know how. All I know is that when I send it, it goes straight to his receiver, and we use the mountains to bounce it back and forth. So, if he did anything with that information after that, I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him in a while.
He must have blown his mind a little bit.
He was dumbfounded and he did not have an answer for it.
You think that's a common thing that's people are doing but don't realize it?
Right.
How come you don't have a flat Earth tag yet? Nice to see.
Have a what? Oh, I don't know, man. I've mentioned that quite a few times, but anyone who's able to do that doesn't.
Every time you
around
come on, there's nobody about that can actually is able to do that or something.
I guess so.
Your timing is whack.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was just checking your name in there, and it's just PC verified, and that's it. But you sound like a flat earther. Well,
Yeah, I can't post anything. I can't post links or pictures. Well, I can post the link, I think, but
How long are you a member?
most of this year.
Wow.
But I've been in this circle of study for many years, 5-6 years.
Okay, and you're not here too often on the server, or?
I was early on, and kind of when I was coming on, there was a lot of toxic conversation at the time, and I was trying to kind of get away from the toxic. Anyone who's going to openly talk about something, I'm all for it. But when it starts getting toxic, it just kind of turned me off for a while, so I kind of got away from the discussion for a bit.
Yeah, every server has those moments. Yeah, we need to get you tagged up, bro. And
word.
You can't type in the live stream chat.
Yeah, I can type in the live stream chat. I can't share PDFs or books or
YouTube links
pictures or anything like that.
Right. Need to get you hooked up, bro.
Put in the word for me.
I will.
Yeah, I like the dome there Cut put in. It's like the King Dome. Yeah, no one ever really wonders why we build all these domes. The Super Dome, the King Dome. Why we always use this.
Millennium Dome in London.
Right.
It's all domes. Where did that Earth dude go? He left.
Does anyone know the distance of sonar via Navy equipment, like submarines and even naval ships?
There's one or two guys on here that know all about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the distances that they can cover. It's insane. So like a sub at the bottom of the ocean can send out sonar to look for enemy subs at great distances.
Because the thickness of the medium.
That's right.
Just like the whale.
Whales. Yeah, just like whales.
A whale can go supposedly, pardon, halfway around the world or whatever. Yeah.
It's over 1,000 miles or something. I don't know.
So it'd be like 500 miles in all directions.
Yeah, something like that. That's funny. I heard something about that the other day. It wasn't on here. It was somewhere else.
So yeah, it would seem 500 miles is probably direct line of sight in all directions. Direct line of sonar.
And also, I had a customer who was a retired submarine operator, and we were talking for a while, and I like to probe people who are in the profession versus more than just what I read. But how he described the submarines and how they will flood the tanks to go down to certain depths, and they pretty much lock that in and travel in a straight line for great distances, not adjusting up or down, so they stay at that level, and obviously keeping in mind of the floor of the ocean and any peaks so they don't run into anything. And then
Well, you
when
know
they're
how
ready to
you
come up,
squeeze,
they sorry.
like you squeeze on something that's like something that can float. Like if it floats to a certain amount, you can get it to a certain level, and then like if you press like the back or squeeze the water behind it or in front, then that object goes just from the reaction of resistance of the water. So to like force the object forward, yeah.
Right. Well, like it's for altitude or depth. In this instance, for depth, they can flood the tanks with water and actually decrease, go down in depth, so they go deeper, and they'll lock it in. So when they're traveling, they're literally traveling in a parallel line.
Yeah, like a level, like an air bubble, yeah.
That's it. And then they keep it there, and they travel at great distances. It's been years since I talked to him, but the distances he was telling me was pretty fucking far. And if you think about it, whatever depth you start at, if you do that via the mainstream
They
model,
probably kind of
your ass would be poking out of water in no time.
if you locked it in off center, if you had that water pressure underneath and you locked it into a certain extent off center, that would be automatic propulsion, wouldn't it? Just a hair off center would be the automatic propulsion at that certain level. It would hold you at that level because you put so much in, and then you have it like a cocked. The idea of like a cock idea, like diagonal kind of in a way, just a hair, and it should push it.
Like an angled travel.
Yes, angle trajectory from high to low, hot to cold. Yeah, positive, negative. Yep. Instead of trying to force its way up, it's just going along its line. Zip. Just like if you're moving the level, you take that cup of liquid and you tilt it right, tilt it left, the liquid's going to act accordingly.
That's right. Yeah, the bubble will always want to go directly up.
Yep, and you can also use, sound. Same thing we're talking about, but go ahead.
Yeah, these are the things, like we can talk about these things with, call them Globers. They always want to get hung up on dumb shit and get stuck on that and then argue, and then debates never go anywhere.
Because the physics that they understand are impossible. They don't comprehend the way that they're trying to understand it and work it out. Like for a globe is impossible.
Plus, it's their religion, and you're attacking it.
Separation anxiety. Separation anxiety, some of it. Oh no, what do you mean it's not real?
Why would they lie?
And you can give them one reason. There's plenty of reasons, but I can say, well, how much money has NASA made throughout the years? And we're just talking NASA, not all the other space agencies and films and all kinds of shit, the donations, the whole nine yards,
print all the
right?
money up that they want, right? Like that's even a big thing.
So, would you not like to have over $60 million a day? What could you do with $60 million a day? Oh my God. Just imagine that. That's just one. So when you ask why, that's one answer. And they're like, oh, well, isn't that good enough? Like, I can go on with other philosophical reasons as to why.
That's how you know, man. That's how you know the.
But a finite answer
tactics.
of they're taking your money and lots of it, that doesn't pain you at all?
Yeah, it's like Flat Earthers said earlier, it's all about the money. It really is. Squeezing every last fucking cent out of you.
Yeah, it's not only the taxes they take from you, people actually donate money to them. They sell merchandise. They have sponsors, advertisements, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
And then you show them a video of them hanging from wires using green screens.
And nobody bats an eyelid. The world goes.
It's no big deal.
Yeah. Well, what? What? Some guy in a harness? What's for lunch?
Yeah, man. It's wild.
And where they really fucked up was that girl with the short black hair, and she did that little thing with the puppet showing up, and she was apparently on the ISS, and they don't even realize they're doing it. They're actually, and I seen that, and it's like they're showing the world that they can green screen, that they can phase things in for a school
In and
club.
out that aren't actually there.
There. Yeah. Like you just shut
So
your.
it's not a theory that they use this stuff because they've proven
Just
it
did it.
themselves.
You're supposed to be on the ISS and you just phased this puppet in. Well done. You just shot yourself in the foot, retard.
Or handling things that aren't there.
Yep. Like when they were wheeling George Bush through the center, and there's Tim Peake with a chroma corner screen behind him. It's fucking thing, bro. And that very day, he was doing a demonstration of a tennis ball. And shit.
Any possibility that those mistakes are there on purpose?
Yeah, that's another thing.
Possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's like, do they want that to come out? Do they want what where
Is
would
it a test? Who notices? There's so many things it could be.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Absolutely.
Oh, did you guys see that video recently of some kid passing by it in some thing of blood? And guys, they were like, "Oh my God, check it out! This kid's passing by it in blood." It's like, guys, this is like way too obvious. It seems they want you to talk about it. Can't you see that? It seems like they do these things on purpose.
Yeah, let's just see how dumb people really are. Just put it out there for everybody to see, and the world goes on as normal.
It could be a litmus test,
Yeah.
Just
When I used to sit in the swimming pool, the little girls on my legs, and they used to rub my hair, the hair of my legs. Because it's the POTUS. Hey, a guy can't even string two fucking coherent sentences together.
That's one of
And
those.
then we can
trends
talk
of the
about how
presidency.
long the ISS has been up there. And so submarines, since we talked about submarines have to surface. They can't stay underwater indefinitely. They have oxygen tanks under there. They have scrubbers and all that stuff, but they can only stay underwater so long. They have to come up and open the hatches. It's something they have to do. Now, the ISS is claimed to have been up there without going into Earth's atmosphere and opening for how long now?
Ooh.
And then what I hear is, they send tanks of oxygen up there, this amount of megatons of oxygen. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Isn't there
And
people
it's
breathing in there?
Extreme temperatures from one to the other, from high to low, constantly.
Oh, yeah, the
real.
temperature and the shadow, right? And
Yeah.
and the light itself.
And the speeds and man, it's just such bullshit.
One of my favorites is when a micrometeorite punched a hole
The thumb.
in there, and then they shared a picture of some Christian band cover.
That's the exact.
And then they put a story out there that, they didn't wake the crew. They just let them sleep. It wasn't that big of a deal. And then when they woke up, they told them. So they went and they plugged it with their thumb, and then they put some duct tape on it until they can repair it later on. Motherfucker, I'll tell you right now, I've pulled vacuums for almost 20 years. All right. And the vacuums I've pulled, if you put your finger on an opening and I open the valve, when I have a vacuum down to, let's say,
Let me
200
guess.
microns,
Your
it
fingers
would
gone?
it would fuck you up.
Don't they claim it's not quite a vacuum now or something?
They just can say whatever they want.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
But the thing is pressure goes both ways. So if you want to be sea level and then pull a vacuum on an enclosed system, and then put your thumb on it and open it, you're not going to have a very good day. Now, if you go up to supposedly what they say in space, inside of you're in the containment that is at the atmosphere of, let's say, sea level, and outside of you is a vacuum much greater. So it's the same thing. Pressure will go, higher pressure will go to lower pressure. It's just heat will go to cold. There's no way around it. You can throw as much word salad at it as you want. It doesn't change that fact.
Yeah, the thumb incident, the entire ISS just fucking collapsed, right?
Dude, as soon as that hole would have been punctured, the whole ISS would have been compromised immediately. For instance, look up planes that have had instances where they lost cabin pressure up at 30,000 feet. See what
They've
happens.
shown it in a million movies, right? Hollywood likes to put out the truth.
Well, yeah, exactly. But now exacerbate. It could take that all the way up to what they say it is where the ISS is. Like, come on, man.
I think Stormfire is onto something there. I think that's a very good theory. I think it looks almost as if they
I've been thinking a long time that it's really just like another wing of Hollywood. Most of it.
They want people. They want to put it out there. They want to make it so ridiculous. They want to put the truth in plain sight and see how many people actually catch on. And unfortunately, it's not too many.
Right.
You know,
and I think the more ridiculous it is, the religious zealots that go for it
more they believe it.
protect it even more feverishly.
Right.
Yeah.
Like there was a big.
They don't even know it. They can't see it.
Was a bright light in the sky there a few nights ago, and the newspaper says, "Oh no, that's because there was an emission from a black hole from somewhere else." And pointing around, right, yeah, and they don't even realize the black holes are just theories; they're not even proven. Something about a black hole leaking something or other. Was there a reason for this bright light in the sky? And it was probably something completely different.
Or dark matter. Their model was so far off of reality of any way, shape, like it's so far out there that they had to create dark matter.
Yeah.
Just to further prop up the bullshit.
What's the other one? Dark matter and dark energy, is it? Or
dark energy or the dark force.
The force.
Man, I wish, if the standards were flipped to where we were able to operate at the standards that they operate at, oh my god, and vice versa, like this thing would be dead tomorrow.
Yeah. Just make up shit and everybody just eats it up like it's fucking dessert.
It's easy to be on that side.
It is. We were all there, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100% deeply
100%.
invested in it.
Spinning galaxies that shoot lasers and oh man.
Trillions.
Uranus opens up and release gas.
Yeah. Pluto actually has Pluto on it. Pluto.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it gets wild. That's why quantum conscience is always saying, most of it's got to be on purpose or something weird's going on.
Yeah, I believe that. I do believe that.
Yeah, this reality we live in is quite fascinating.
I mean, there's things you can work out for yourself at the start of your journey when you start realizing you've been lied to about everything. And you start thinking about stars and trillions of light years, and you yourself on your own start thinking about can light really travel that far? It's got to travel through fucking vacuums, black holes, past planets, and it's how many fucking trillions of light?
I've spent so much time trying to think about these distances, right?
Hmm.
And I can barely wrap my head around maybe the distance of they say an ocean is, you know.
That's nuts.
I remember younger thinking about the ends of the universe, and then what's beyond the universe. My brain, I just had a block. Like I couldn't conceive of it, you know, of this vast universe, and then what's on the other side? Is there another side? And that's what they want. They want your minds in the clouds, quite literally. They want it up out in space and
Yeah,
fairy tale
fuck
land.
this place, right? Mars
Yeah,
is habitable, right? Let's go there.
yeah.
Insane.
I can literally throw a potato in my backyard and it starts to grow. But they want us to go to Mars. Like,
And then you start to realize, oh wait, this place is probably the only place where you
That's
can do
it.
any of this.
Right.
And didn't Werner von Braun devil in writing novels and about humans going to Mars, and the guy who started it all was called Elon.
Elon, and in it they had a rocket that looked strikingly similar to Elon's rocket.
The dragon, and he calls it the dragon. Oh my
That
god!
kind of stuff is
Yeah,
for
it's
the
it's a
deep
theaters.
puzzlers.
Sorry, bro.
And then you've got everybody's favorite that nobody likes to talk about: the Mandela effect. The wolf will lie down with the sheep. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, I certainly agree with a few of them for sure.
Yeah. Which one of those bug you the most?
The Jaws one with the when Jaws and 007 Bond smiles at the girl.
Yeah.
She definitely had
I'm too
braces.
young for that one, but I get
Dolly's
it. The scene,
braces.
the scene
Dolly's
makes sense, right? If you think
It
about
doesn't
how
make
the
sense
scene
anymore.
would go, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense
You know,
without
they repeated this actually in a commercial where they used that guy that was, you know, Jaws in the movie, and it was some like rental car or whatever, and he walks up to the clerk at the desk, and she smiles, and she has braces. He smiles, and he has braces. It was emulating the scene from the movie.
Yes, that's
That
right. I remember
scene
that.
never existed.
I remember that. I remember as a 15-year-old or 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Very, very
That was
intense. 14, 15, 16-year-old, somewhere around there. Going to the cinema to watch the new Bond movie, and it was a great moment. It was a great Saturday night. And I remember that succinctly in my head. That was the whole purpose of the scene. And you watched it and you went, wow, that's some great, that's so good, that's funny or whatever. And now suddenly it doesn't exist. I'm
I
sure I
remember,
experienced that.
I definitely remember an interview with a vampire. I had a friend
That's
that
the other
was
one.
that was like crazy about you know, like
That was one of my favorite movies, yeah.
had the DVD and the whole deal, right? He was into it. And now even this guy I talked to, and he's like, "Nah, man."
On that, I actually did a little search the other day, and it turns out I went on Google, and there's an interview with a vampire and the vampire. There's actually
there's
two fucking versions on Google now. And I just went, like my head, I just went, fuck that, man. I'm not gonna bother anymore.
Well, I mean, imagine the way it could work on the internet, right? Anything can just switch right over, change right over.
Yeah, but the whole reason why you remember that is because it was such a strange way to put something. An interview with a vampire. You're like, well, shouldn't they have just said the vampire, or why a vampire? It was just kind of strange, and it stuck out in your mind. And now suddenly, that also apparently is not what it was called, and you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, they didn't really
Hey,
portray
to the people,
the vampires as special, you know.
hey, to the people DMing me right now, if you have something to say and you're in this voice chat. Why don't you talk instead of DMing me?
Wow, you're lucky. I don't get any DMs. Nobody fucking loves me, bro.
Are you guys talking
When you
about
start
the
saying
Mandela
certain
effect?
things, you get
Yeah.
trolls that jump in on you.
We are, Holly. We're just we're deviling in it.
You
Just
nailed
dipping
me
our
like
toes in the
3
water.
times.
I'd like to add to that.
Go for it.
Did you know Star Wars C3PO had a red leg all this time?
Yeah, it's a gold leg, isn't it? It used to be all gold, and now he's got a silver leg or something.
No, red.
Oh, it's red now. Fuck, that's changed. That's changed since last month. Holy shit!
I definitely remember all gold.
Are you kidding me? Is it red?
I don't ever remembering it being a red. It was always gold.
That's what I remember.
But they're saying it was red, like his lower leg.
No, it wasn't. No way. No fucking way. He was all one color.
Yeah, check it out.
Is there no Mandelas in the Matrix? It seems like it'd be a big one.
Yeah, true that.
And I was born in 71. And I remember in the early 90s watching like Parade and Mandela's celebrating Mandela's death. He died in prison.
That's the other one, isn't it? That's where the whole thing started. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember clearly watching it.
Wow. See, and I remember it the other way, but I'm pretty sure you remember. You know what you experienced. But I remember the other way. I remember he got freed from prison. Strange. So what that's, I suppose, we're talking about is what we're living in trying to send us messages, trying to tell us, and we see things, and we see NASA faking things, and we see things changing and phases changing and lions lying down with lambs and wolves, and you're like, it's like
Certainly like to hope so.
Yeah. So what is the purpose of that? What is it trying to tell us? That reality is mandible, it's bendable, it's changeable, it's ones and zeros.
It's what we perceive, and if they can change their perception, then they can make what reality is.
Right.
So, what that says to me, unfortunately, reality isn't real. We think it's real. It's trying to make us think of this real, but it's not really.
Especially what they want you to think is important.
Yeah. I don't know. I just find it far easier just not to take it seriously at all and just see it as a fucking journey and just stop worrying about the future and just decide to be happy and just live in the now, live in the moment, and realize that everything's a fucking fugazi and they're just lying upon lying upon lying. It's all fucking lies. Lies, yeah. Oh, the Thompson twins. It's just fucking lie after lie, bro. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there.
Well, good, man. You're right. What's real?
Yeah, what is the message that we're just trying to be conveyed here? What are we supposed to understand from all of this? Not just the Mandela effect, but from NASA, from telling us we're living on this, we're not living on that, and the magic that they use.
Hey, I got a question. Has anyone, this is kind of like to do with the Mandela effect, has anyone remember watching video or news articles about them building the International Space Station?
No, not really. Suddenly it was just there, wasn't it?
It's kind of a big deal if you think about it, right? Building a fucking space station in space, right? When they document that shit.
It looks so awkward. How would you get it up there?
Yeah.
Piece by piece.
Yeah.
That would be a whole operation in itself, like a piece of a space station, and then connecting it and up in the vacuum. And
Well, it's an international, so there's multiple. There's a lot of countries that were involved in building it.
Yeah, but how do they get it up there in the vacuum and then put it together? Huh?
Right, like isn't there any type of documentation of this? Like, this is quite a feat for mankind, right? Next to going to the moon.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there is.
Like something like that should be fully documented. There should be pictures and videos and all kinds of information out there.
And you would also think that at least by now, over 50 years later, at least one other country would attempt to put men on the moon. Never happened.
Or a camera.
No.
Or a camera. Come on.
The recent landing on the moon was by China with the Jade Rabbit.
I'm talking about putting men, people.
Oh, yeah.
We were playing golf and driving carts and all kinds of shit and having fun and hooting and hollering and dancing and yeehawing fucking in the 60s and 70s.
What about a letter I?
And no one else has attempted it. You remember when that person hiked Mount Everest and got to the peak and then nobody else tried it again? You remember that?
Yeah.
What about the number one?
I don't. People put their lives on the line to repeat that.
What's that,
currently
Tim?
today, people
Yeah, but you
still
don't have
hike
to
that
put
mountain.
nobody's life on the line. All you need is a Roomba, an automatic Roomba, to make the number one. You set it down, it goes up, down, up, down, up, down. And everybody from the world looks up and says, look, the number one's on the moon. It appeared as something had to put it there. Now we know something went. A Roomba, a number one, just a little thing that goes down there and goes up so far, down so far, up so far, down so far. And the number one comes clear and apparent.
Is this a true thing too? You know how they said that the first attack in American soil was 9/11 a lot there? Was there a thing that happened like Torpedo Alley, or there was like 54 Americans killed in some place in the 1920s just off the coast? What do they call that?
What's that saying?
There was like
some kind of German boat.
Some German U-boat killed like so many Americans.
Something like that.
Yeah. There's a nickname for it. Black something or ding something, or it's like two words. It's like, but nobody ever talks about it. But it was before 9/11. It was the biggest atrocity, but nobody knows about it. But apparently, it's part of history.
The only story I know due to a U-boat was U-571. That was a Canadian war story, not American.
No, hang on.
Only because they made a movie about it.
That's the only thing I remember about U-boat. They made a movie about it.
That movie wasn't too bad, actually. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, but they got the history wrong. It was Canadians and Australians that captured that U-boat, not Americans.
Bumming themselves up again, huh?
Americans, they like to be at the center.
Bigger and better.
Did you know the movie Notorious Bastards were based on...
Inglourious Bastards, yeah.
Yeah, that was based on the Black Devils, or the Devil's Brigade, if you didn't know.
It's Canadian.
The Devil's Brigade is my patch that I use for my icon.
Yeah, it was probably some CIA operative type shit. The CIA operatives probably, anytime they wanted to get a notification for something, they'd say, okay, that was a group of Nazis. Okay, that was a group of Jews. Okay, that was CIA. Okay, that was some Al-Qaeda. Okay, that was, you see what I'm saying? Like, so for whatever purpose or whatever, like, outcome.
Exactly.
So So I was thinking, like, why would you not tell? Why would no one know about a group of Nazis who kill all kinds of people?
Yeah.
Yeah, fake history, man.
So it would have to be a group of CIA agents doing some weird shit, and or the CIA, the Nazis are in control of everything, and you can't do shit because they control the information anyway.
Well,
They
if you
actually,
look at it,
they actually won World War II.
well, if you
Yes,
look at it like
exactly,
this,
exactly.
if you can manipulate the past, you could form the future. Basically, if you could rewritten history, like which people, like all the winners have, like history's written by the winners, not the losers.
They didn't win World War II.
No.
In my mind, the way that I can explain it to you is there was no World War II. World War II was just the infrastructure, repositioning, housing, and setting central intelligence agencies where they needed to man them, and the pushback they got from people who actually lived there doing their thing. Does that make
Okay,
no
let's
sense?
address the elephant in the room. Who was the drunk guy that fell asleep and is snoring in his microphone right now?
Was Flat Earth dude, but he's not here, so it's somebody else. I think.
That's funny.
Well, think about the propaganda of a war that never existed, only that positioning and takeover of just a central intelligence agency, and they name it whatever they want. Nazi, whatever, communist, whatever.
Well, I know what definitely took place from 1939 to 1945. 70 million people died in that period of time.
I can answer the snoring question. Democ always has somebody snoring next to him, and he refuses to acknowledge it. So, like, that's Democ's mic that's doing that.
Okay, I think I
I'll
realized
never acknowledge it.
Hey, Lou. Yeah, I thought it was
Thank
Jeff.
you, Lou.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't care who it is, but it's your mic that's snoring.
Well, the only people that won World War II was the bankers
Oh, of course.
and those in the secret societies. Everyone else was a loser.
Right, it was like a rehash or retake over of power, like a reset.
Oh, and don't forget the famous designer, Hugo Boss. They made a lot of bank on that war.
Ford.
Well,
Ford
Hugo
made a
Boss
bunch of
was
money.
the designer of all the Nazi uniforms.
Yep.
Wrong,
You have was it IBM? Ford made the engines that were in their tanks and
Oh,
vehicles.
Rolls Royce made a lot of money
the Bush
too.
The Bush family sold them the fuel that fueled the invasions.
Oh yeah.
Like
one world government.
I think the Bush family made a lot of money off that war too. Before they became the family of the Bushes.
But again, that's just crazy talk. You know, how much easier is it to just believe the official story that there was an axis of evil and then the good guys and then the good guys prevailed, right?
Right.
That's
like I didn't really know which was evil and everything. It's the propaganda was the beginning of propaganda. They knew the power of it right there and then. That was when social
don't
media was
forget,
at the height.
Are you claiming Occam's razor? It's easier to believe the official narrative, basically.
No. They knew right there and then, or after the first commercials, the first war propaganda stuff, that this stuff works and humans can be programmed.
To literally mass murder each other.
Yeah,
I missed the beginning part of this conversation, so I might be missing context. But when you say it's easier to believe the official narrative, what do you mean? Like I might have missed something.
How much easier it is to because you can go and talk to some like 9/11. If you've never looked into 9/11 before, and all you know is what you were told, you just believe that there was this many people, 19 people with box cutters, 2 planes or 3 planes, 2 planes in New York, 3 buildings fell, right? I mean,
Oh, don't get into the passports.
how much
either.
easier it is to just believe that narrative than to actually question it, research it, and
Oh, they even found their
come up with some
passports on the
truth out of
bottom.
it.
That's what did it for me right there, and then I turned the TV off.
Look, I can understand where you're coming from. I'm glad I asked that question. So, like, yeah, I mean, if you're a normie who never questions anything, yeah, that's much easier. Like,
So much easier.
but
What's for lunch?
but no, if you've ever had an original thought, no, that doesn't work.
I have plenty of those. Lou, I don't know how this works, but I2C would like a Flat Earth tag. I don't know if you can do that.
On who?
Yeah, I2C. He wouldn't mind a Flat Earth tag. I don't know if you're able to do that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a moderator and can do that, but I don't know if it's warranted because I just got here. And, well,
Okay. All right.
you're
Yeah.
paying me, so.
Yeah, well, keep your ear to the ground. Yeah, no, he's definitely a Flat Earth. Well, he's not a glober anyway.
Yeah, I hope these
Yeah.
guys can vouch for me via our conversation earlier.
Yeah, we've been talking for a few hours now, and
Actually, you know what? I've got a pretty good feel for this. Just by his tone of voice right there in that sentence, I can tell that he's not a glober. Like, that's for sure.
yeah, exactly.
Who's this we're
And
talking
again,
about?
how much easier it is to just believe in the globe narrative. You don't have to memorize, like, if you talk to any legit flat earther, they know way more about the model than people that believe in it. And then you are educating them on their own model, and then they get to sit back on their high horse and call you crazy. How much easier it is.
Exactly.
Or to have one-word answers. You can just say gravity and feel like you won the argument. How easy.
Yeah, the magic word, gravity.
And they don't even understand gravity.
Credulous.
Cruising around in my cherry red roadster.
I'll try to stick around. I'll sit in the back. Eyes, if you want that role, I'll be listening, man.
All right, man, no problem.
He deserves it.
You know, when people watched Elon Musk launch his cherry red roadster, there was tears in people's eyes of joy. A lot of people believed it.
Yeah, it's a religion, man.
I know.
It's for them, it's like a crowning moment. It's almost like equal to Jesus coming down from the sky.
I didn't know cherry red roadsters were space hardened, space proof.
Elon said it was literally a normal car. Nothing
Exactly.
changed.
That did it for me. As soon as he said that, I was like, "Oh my god, no way, man! That's real. That's
Explode.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
What's up, Mike?
guys, look in live stream voice text. Can anyone debunk this video? I'm trying to argue with my friend about this. It's supposedly video of Earth from Apollo 11.
Oh Jesus!
I mean, it looks fake as fuck. But like, how am I supposed to prove that that's fake?
It's not. They just put cardboard around the outer window to make it look like they're in farther
I
away.
know, but how do I prove that? How do I prove that? I'm arguing with someone in Chill VC right now.
This video is from Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon.
Yeah.
And,
Mike, by the way, I was just in Chill, and you didn't leave me with like a good freaking feeling. Like, I would suggest that people don't click that link. Honestly, like I don't know what he's doing.
Dude, it's a fucking YouTube link. What do you think?
It could be a grabber.
Just tell me
YouTube link. How am I going to put a grabber on a YouTube link?
Video.
It's actually a debunking video of when they went to the moon.
It's them actually setting up cardboard.
Guys, don't click it, guys. Apparently, the YouTube.com video is an IP grabber.
No. Any link could be an IP grabber. You could always spoof it.
How could a YouTube.com link be a fucking IP grabber?
You could always spoof a link, dude.
So you can
Spoof
grab
the
my
actual
IP.
link?
It's not my actual IP. So
No, look, I'm not. Look. I think I doubt it is. Okay, I doubt it is. But the way that you were in the other chat, I have a bad feeling about you.
What was
honestly.
what was in my other chat? I just said fucking Jews rape kids, which is in the Talmud.
Well, I guess it's how aggressive you were. Whatever. It doesn't really have to do with your link.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk, but I was just trying to get my point across.
The
But
tone,
you can't
of
make,
your
you can't
voice,
have,
the tone of your voice, I know it sounds ridiculous, right? But
hey, Mike.
Yeah.
It's
So I
giving-
only watched like the first 5 seconds of that video, and I know where that's pulled from. Is there added stuff to it, like a debunking? I'll check it.
I don't know. I'm trying to debunk it. I'm arguing with someone in Chill VC. Scroll down. I'm in the Chill VC. I'm arguing with someone.
Oh,
who
you're
sent me
trying to
as proof.
debunk that video?
Yeah, I'm trying to debunk it. Yeah.
Okay. So
All I know is that I'm not going to click it. Period.
Don't click it then. It's a YouTube. It literally says YouTube.com. If you're that fucking schizophrenic, then don't click it.
That's not
No, it would be, that's the wrong word. It would be paranoid. Thank you.
You must be. How old are you? You must be fucking old ass man. You don't know how the internet works, buddy.
So here you go now with the
I
passive.
know how the internet works, buddy.
No, you can't. You can't spoof a fucking YouTube.com link. There needs to be something, a letter change
No.
in the URL.
You can't make a fake link look like a YouTube link. It's not possible.
No, something. There would be something off in the URL.
It is possible, Mike.
You can make something that says YouTube.com lead you not to YouTube.com.
I'm not saying it's a fake link.
It's
I'm
literally
just
not
saying
possible.
I'm not clicking it because I don't click shit from people I don't trust.
Okay, dude. I mean, other people have already clicked it. They see it goes.
Go ahead. That's their own fault. I'm not doing it.
Their own fault in what way? It's literally a YouTube video link.
Go ahead. Maybe it's nothing. I don't care.
If you don't care, then why'd you even fucking open your mouth to speak?
Because you have been very offensive from the last.
Are you a Jew
the
or a
last
Muslim?
chat.
If not, I don't see how I would have offended you unless you're Jewish.
Dude, I'm not a Jewish. All I'm saying is you came into a chat out of nowhere. You started
You're not a
talking
Jew
all
or a
kinds
Muslim.
of
All I
shit to
said was that
everybody
Jews
who
and
was
Muslims rape
talking,
kids, which is literally
and then
a fact.
trying to push an agenda that we weren't talking about. And now you bumped in here where you weren't even in this chat, interrupted, and said
I didn't
everybody.
interrupt. I
click
waited
this
until
link.
I waited until people were done talking and the chat was silent.
We were having a nice conversation. We're just going to go back to that now. If you'd like to shut up for
All right,
5
go back to that. This guy's a fucking
Cheers. You go back to
schizo.
chill. You go back to chill. You go back to chill.
Mikey doesn't like it.
Just rubbed Lou the wrong way. That's it, man.
Well, yeah, he did. He did. I'm not doing anything against him. All I'm saying is like this dude keeps barging into conversations like in different chats over and over and over again. Fuck
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, we were having a decent conversation here. We're talking about all fucking kinds of things. We were enjoying ourselves, and he just disrupts it. Fuck him. As Flat Earth Dude would say, he can fuck off.
Sundials and smoke signals.
Yeah, I don't trust anything. I run VPNs and shit like that. I try not to put my face online. You know, like you guys call yourself truthers, you know, like you should all be the same. Like I'm not gonna just trust some guy who comes in obnoxious and says, click this. Like, fuck you.
I'd just like to thank you, Lou, for not putting your face online and saving us from that monstrosity. Thank you. You gotta laugh or you'll cry. Where were we? What the hell were we on about?
Oh, we were just rambling.
Rambling on. Led Zeppelin do a tune rambling.
If anything, what this Mike guy could be doing is sharing a debunking video saying, hey, debunk this, just to get people to go to it and watch a debunking video.
Yeah. How do
Which is
I
nice.
debunk this? I'm having an argument with my friend about a funny thing happened on the way to the moon where they're putting cardboard across the fucking porthole and everything. How do I debunk it? Yeah, we just watched the video, dude. They're debunking
The
it
video.
themselves.
That's what I said. Go watch the fucking video.
Watch the fucking video.
He probably spliced it and put it on his, trying to make his own YouTube channel to get views.
Yeah.
I literally came into this room to get away from that guy. And
now you have us.
And he followed you. You got a hanger on there. He's stuck to your leg. He just doesn't want to let go, Lou.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how you get an impression of somebody just from their first couple of sentences. I didn't like that guy from the start. I'm not one to judge, but there's just something off about him. Argumentative, passive aggressive, just wants to fucking stir shit up and not actually have a decent conversation with normal people. Well, I say normal, but we try.
Yeah, what is normal now? I think everyone's so disconnected. Me growing up, I grew up with friends and I was outside all the time and hung out with people and talked to people in person, like normal people. Now everyone's so disconnected and virtually connected, and that most of the people that talk like this, they wouldn't talk to you like this in person. They just wouldn't do it. But online, they have this shield.
If you're talking about me, I would say that in person.
What's up, Mike?
I hope you all are talking about me because I debate flat Earth IRL.
If I said I was talking about Mike, I'd say Mike XYZ XYZ. I said we're talking in general about a lot of people.
Yeah, we were talking about disconnects.
Can't talk.
Oh, okay.
So
look, if it's about I literally debate flat Earth in IRL, like that doesn't matter. Do you think I agree with every flat earther out there?
About the fundamentals. About mainly it being flat. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about in general.
I want to question why this guy is even a moderator when he thinks that a YouTube link is a virus. Like, I don't even know how to respond.
Just chill with that.
They can be fished.
Share some it's the YouTube.com link. And you're not telling
YouTube links can be IP pullers, so it is a concern.
Look, Mike, he's muted. Mike is server muted. He came into the last room and said right away, he interrupted our conversation and said, "Sorry guys, I'm drunk," and then he derailed our entire conversation, started talking shit about Jews.
Exactly.
And then we all abandoned the chat, like 5 of us. We left because he joined. I came up here and he came up here and did this. So Mike,
he did the exact same thing. You think we don't see it, Mike? Red Mike, sorry. Change your name.
Well, he did it because I sent him a video about an unedited picture of Earth, and he was coming in here to ask for what you guys thought about it. So he wasn't. I don't think he was trying to derail the entire conversation.
He's just being a dick.
Poor Mike.
Maybe just a bit.
There's one rule here: don't be a dick. Mike's a dick.
Mike, check.
Mike's a dick. Mike might be a flat earther and he might be onto something, but he's a dick and he's definitely drunk. He admitted to it right away.
He's no flat earth asshole, that's for sure.
Oh, God. The drama. John Campanella.
You're unmute, Mike.
What?
No,
unmute Mike.
No, leave him muted. Leave him muted. I'm not banning him. Leave him muted.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I don't think he's going to add anything to the conversation at all.
He said you just lied about something, and he wants to respond.
Tell him nobody cares.
No, he can hear everything. He
He's
can
in the
hear
live stream
everything.
chat.
And guess what? Nobody gives a shit. All right, like I'm the moderator. You're not. You're nobody. So shut the fuck up.
Have a little cup of shut the fuck up.
Sorry, so what was the conversation before we interrupted?
Oh, we were just spitballing, as Americans like to say. We were spitballing about everything. Anything you'd like to bring up?
Sure. So, just one inquiry I have is,
why is Mike muted?
How do solar eclipses work on a flat Earth? Solar eclipse being, I'm pretty sure it's when the moon casts a shadow onto the Earth. How do those work on a flat Earth?
Oh, it's complicated.
Solar eclipse is just when the sun goes in front of the.
Yeah, how do they work on a flat Earth?
The moon going in front of the sun. Pretty simple. They're both at the same level. They're both the same size. Pretty simple.
I'll let my colleague.
But how does that work exactly? How do they just overlap?
One's in front of the other. They're not like touching. They just appear to be acting.
Yeah, but if you said they're at the same level, then how are you going to get a shadow onto the Earth and see them overlapping?
What are
if
you
they're on the same
talking about?
level? If there's no height difference, if
We're
there's no
talking about
height
a
difference
shadow on
between the
Earth.
sun and the moon, how are you going to see? How are you going to see a shadow onto the Earth from the sun?
What are you? Because you're blocking the light source. If the moon goes,
Yeah, but you just said they were on the same level.
The sun, that is the sun source. That is the light source shining at the angle it's shining to hit the Earth. If the moon goes in front of that, therefore creating a big shadow. What are you asking again?
I'm asking, how does that shadow reach Earth if they're at the same level?
Dude.
Because the way you're describing it is that there's going to be one level that has the Earth and the moon, right?
What is
No, I didn't describe any way. You just imagine any weird shit. Listen, take a cardboard cutout like a paper plate and put it in front of the light. See a shadow? It's not hard, buddy.
Well, yeah, you see the shadow that's on or behind the plate, right?
You see what happens with reality. Right?
You see the shadow that's behind the plate.
No, you see reality.
But you don't see the shadow that's below the plate.
No, you see reality. And does the plate stay white when you put it in front of the light source? No, the plate appears to be black, just like the moon does. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat how that works, like reality?
I'm asking, how does the shadow end up on the Earth if it's below the plate and the...
Stop saying if. Go get a paper plate.
I didn't say if. I said...
Okay, look, listen.
Okay.
You do a bad job of listening. And stop repeating weird shit. Get a pen and paper if you want to write down what I'm saying, right? Get a pen and paper or press record. Play that back if you want to repeat because you're saying it wrong.
Is there a moderator?
Yeah, you're saying it all wrong. You need a paper plate and a source of light. Do you understand?
You can have a source of light in a paper plate and you can see the shadow that casts onto that, but how is it going to get to below it where you're saying the Earth is? If they're parallel, how are you going to get to what's below it? How is the shadow getting down there?
What distance are they from you?
That doesn't matter. I'm saying, how is that getting onto the bottom?
What distance are the objects from you that you're speaking of? Because without knowing
286,000 miles from the moon and 93 million miles from the sun.
Yeah, cool ass story. That sounds about right, doesn't it? I don't think so. Not at all. Anyway, that's not the right distance.
Why not?
So what are you talking about?
Why doesn't that sound right? Well, I'm talking about the distance. You measure it by...
Can you show me 93 million miles worth of distance somehow?
Well, I mean, you can use Pythagoras by the angle of the planets.
Yeah, you can imagine it. You can just keep imagining cool imagination.
No, you can see an observation of the angle. I'm saying you can see the angle of the planets. And then
no, you can't. There's no angle of a planet. What are you talking about? There's no planet
there is.
nowhere. What do you mean
observe the
angle of what
angles
planet?
between the planets.
Where's another planet like Earth?
I'm saying you can observe the angle
There's
between
no
those
other Earth
planets.
anywhere.
I never said there was another planet like Earth. I never said there was another Earth.
Then how can
I'm
there be
saying
a
you can
planet
observe
where you're
other
seeing an angle
planets.
from? There is no other planet. Earth is the only planet.
Mars, Jupiter, Saturn,
There's no Mars,
Uranus.
Jupiter, Saturn.
Those aren't
There's Earth.
planets.
No, they're not.
Yeah, there
No,
is.
they're not. Story
You
time.
can see them.
Yeah, right. Story guy.
I've
You
gone.
can see
Okay,
rainbows too. Is a
I've
rainbow a
gone
planet?
to.
What are you talking about?
I've gone. I've
Yeah,
gone
go
to
by
an
your logic.
observatory
You're a real
that's near
smart
me.
guy.
I've gone to
Planet
an
rainbow.
observatory that's on
Yeah.
top of a
Did you see
planet.
the
Not on
rainbow
top of
from
a
your
planet, I mean on top of a
observatory?
mountain.
Did you see
Can
the
you let me
rainbow
talk for a
from the
second,
mountain?
please? Can you let me
See,
talk for a second?
did you see a rainbow? There's your
Can you let
planet.
me talk
The
for a
story
second
light,
before you
man.
interrupt me?
Go ahead.
Okay, so as I was saying, I've gone to an observatory before, and there was amateur astronomers there with their own telescope rigs, right? And one of the rigs was a refractor telescope that was zoomed in on the horizon, and it was seeing Saturn come up over the horizon, and it was really cool. You could see a really high definition picture of Saturn, or not a picture. You could see a really high definition image of Saturn through that telescope. But you would have to obviously readjust for it moving every now and again because you'd have to adjust for its orbit.
What is
so
your
it would go
point?
out of focus, but you could see. I'm saying that I've
You made a
observed
whole
other
bunch of
planets
stories up.
before.
So I saw a cookie float in the air at a floating angle of
Okay, that has nothing to do with making an actual observation with you or
angle
so
that I
keen
made
on.
up. No, listen, hold on. I gotta hold on. I'm gonna go by what
You always
said.
talk about doing
I saw a
observations.
rainbow
Butters
go
himself
by the
constantly talk about
horizon.
making their own
So my
observations.
rainbow planet was at a certain angle. Now my rainbow is 93 million miles away. And what else?
Dude, what are you talking about?
Rainbows and lights and distances to the sun and the horizon and angles. in the air.
Rainbow?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Where
Rainbows and lights
where
to
your
the distance
angles
of the
come
sun?
from when you
What
look
does
in the
that
air?
mean?
Where's your angle come from in the air? What does that mean? In arbitrary space in your fucking mind. What does that mean? Angles.
No. You
You're
have
not
a
looking in
fixed
the air
point
and
where you're
imagining
looking.
angles in your mind.
I'm saying you have a
I didn't
fixed
see an
point
angle
where
anywhere
you're
in the air
looking
to
at
any
different
dot.
planets, and then
I've
you
never
measure
saw
the
an angle
angles
to any
between
dot.
those planets.
You are making shit up.
Okay,
There is no such thing as an angle to anything
that's.
of any dot
I'm not
anywhere in the
making it up.
sky.
I'm telling
And
you
any
how
dot
people
in the sky
discovered
that
the
you call
distance to the
Saturn,
sun.
you could call a cookie corn.
Wow, do you stop talking for 3 seconds, or are you just going to keep
Well,
rap
no,
battling?
because you keep saying cookies and cornbread goes to the horizon and does what?
How
The
does that have
Saturn
anything
cookie.
to do with what I
A
said?
Saturn, a
I
floating
haven't even
Saturn
said the
UFO
frickin'
cookie.
word horizon.
The float, yes, you did. The floating Saturn cookie does what at what angle? Show us the angle real quick. Turn
You're
your
not
camera
going
on
to
and
listen
show
to
us
me.
the
It
magic
doesn't
angle.
matter.
It doesn't matter. The magic angle
There's
you
no
make up.
point in talking to you.
About what? Your imagination?
No, there's no point in
Can you
talking to you
present
because
me
you
with
can't
an
listen.
angle? Can you present me with the star?
No,
The
because even if
planet?
I do, you're going to start talking about a cookie.
When you present me with a star or a piece of Saturn, I'm going to talk about a cookie when you do that? No, I'm waiting.
If you can listen to
I'm
what I talk
waiting.
to, if you
Oh,
can
if I
listen
can
to what I
listen to your
say,
stories, of your other stories about Narnia and
okay,
cartoons.
that's
Well, let's talk about
not
dog
what I was
food.
saying.
Is that going to do anything for us? So you're talking about looking into space and making shit up. My kid can do that. A little kid who doesn't know anything can wake up in the morning and be like, "Look, dookie boopy doopy doo 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 in the dot, in the space, and the star, and the sun, and the horizon, and it's a distance." Get out of here. Where's your evidence? Is my question to you, other than your star stories, story man.
I was explaining to you the distance between
Yeah,
the
you're making
sun
up
and
fucking
Earth, and you
stories that
started
someone
talking
else
about
told you that
cookies.
you're reparroting that make no sense about anything. Produce.
Have you ever made a single observation about
Have
flat
you
Earth
ever
that you
made a
haven't regurgitated?
presentation of any physics of any observations? Have you had a preservation of a
Of any
presentation?
physics? Yes, I have. Of physics, I have. I've done
Okay,
physics
show me
experiments
how a
before.
star works and how the presentation of orbit works with three
How
bodies
did
in a
I?
vacuum.
How
Hold
did
on
you
a minute.
go to
Hold on
how
a
a
second.
star works from
Hold
me
on. Why
saying
are you
I've done a
talking now?
physics?
I thought I was the one talking over you. Listen, 3 objects orbiting each other. Physics, show us. In the classroom, hurry up.
3 objects orbiting each other.
Yeah, turn your camera.
Orbiting each other?
Show us. What you,
Okay,
show us
well,
what you're
you
talking.
can...
Show us the angles they can do it.
Well,
what?
Okay, if you've ever seen the
more excuses without a
Are you gonna let me
presentation.
talk?
Isn't it funny?
Are you
That's all
you
you're
gonna let me
do is
talk?
talk. We know. We already know.
Okay, there is no point in talking to you. I'm leaving.
Is there a point in demonstrating anything?
There's no point in talking
Is
to you.
there
You're
a
too
point for you
ignorant
to
to listen.
demonstrate any of your claims?
Yeah,
That's why we're
there
here.
is a point.
Well, that's what we need. Go ahead. We're ready.
Okay, have you ever seen the tarp experiment where they'll have that elastic tarp and they'll put like a lead ball in the middle, and then they'll throw marbles around it, and then they'll see it orbiting, and the tarp is supposed to represent space-time, right?
No,
Have you
I've
ever
never
seen that
seen an
experiment?
orbit. That's not the definition of orbit. You do not use a tarp in the definition of orbit. Where is
Something
the
going
tarp
around
used?
something is orbit.
No, I don't think so. Stupid.
I'm looking up the definition
If
of
I
orbit.
walk around my block, I'm not
Definition.
fucking orbiting anything.
When
If
did
a
I say
bird
that was
flows
orbiting?
past my head, it's not orbiting my head. You're ignorant.
What?
Listen,
I never said that was orbit.
Orbit means free, right? Of anything going around another object from start to finish, all the way around.
Orbit's definition is.
Listen.
Do you want to know what the definition of orbit
No,
is?
I know what an orbit is. It's 2 objects going around each other.
The curved path
all the way around.
No,
Up,
no, it's
above,
not.
down,
It's the
and around.
curved path of a celestial object or spacecraft around a star,
Going around
planet,
in
or
a
moon,
circle
especially
above
a
something is
periodic
not
elliptical
orbit.
revolution.
Hey, retard. Moving something around in a circle above you like the end of a pencil of an eraser, if I wiggle that, that's not orbit. That's just creating a circle. You're stupid.
I never said that was. How
No,
are you
I need to
correlating
see
those two
something
things?
orbit
I
something.
never even
What
said
you
anything about
You
spinning
just
something
said
above
a
you.
fucking object was rolling on the top of another cloth. That's not a fucking orbit.
No, I
dipshit.
didn't. Oh,
You
I said
did.
that, yeah, but I
Yes,
didn't
you
say.
did, dipshit. Now show
I
us
said
how
it was
rubbing your blanket
okay.
is orbiting your blanket. Rub the top of your blanket and show us that's orbit.
Simulated.
No. Rub
Holy
the top of your
crap! Can you
blanket.
please stop talking for 3 seconds?
No. Present your orbit and your blanket material, please. That's not an orbit. We need to see an
the
orbit.
elastic.
Rubbing the top of a plastic bag is not orbit, son. Get fucking.
You're telling me to present something, and you're not letting me
You
talk.
just said you rubbed something on a plastic bag. Get the fuck out of here.
How are you correlating? Okay,
you said
I'm telling you that. Have you ever seen the?
And you had a lead ball rolling around on a piece of fucking elastic like you have a trampoline. You put a ball on it. That's not orbit, dipshit.
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck did you get
I'm saying
orbit at?
it's simulating the orbit.
That's not simulating
It's
shit,
simulating
motherfucker.
an
That is a lead
orbit
ball
around a
rolling on
celestial
piece of
body.
cloth. No, motherfucker. That is simulating a lead ball.
Hold on.
Okay, then what are models? Then what are models?
Where's Hank Hill? Like,
The only
even
way
though,
to simulate an
even though
orbit
his
is
logic,
orbit.
even though his logic is probably flawed, I think I know where you're going with this. I'm new in this combo, as in a different room, but just for the sake of conversation, can you please allow each other to speak and, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you. So, as I was saying, that experiments that I was referencing is a demonstration of a celestial body orbiting another celestial body of a greater mass. I'm not saying that is an orb. How is that impossible? That's just basic
If
gravity.
it's not that, then it's not demonstrating that.
It is demonstrating it.
So if I
That
pour a
model
cup
is
of water on
demonstrating
your
it's what
head,
I'm
I'm
saying.
demonstrating orbit. When it's nothing to do with it.
What?
What you're saying is nothing to do with orbit.
No,
but you're saying it is orbit.
Yes,
if I take my hand and rub it across your hair, little Timmy, That's not orbit. You're saying it is. Why?
Simulated. I'm telling you okay.
No, stop
I
telling
was
me
giving you a
anything. I have my own
demonstration
mind. You don't have
of
to tell me.
orbit.
I can think for myself. What you can do is talk with me.
Didn't you have to be told how to learn how to talk? Didn't you have to be
No,
told how to learn
apparently
how
you
to
have to be
walk?
told how to comprehend what
So if you
orbit
have
is.
your own mind, how did you learn how to walk?
You don't know what the word orbit is. Orbit is free space, one object going around another object continuously and never stopping. When have you seen that? When have you been demonstrated
That
that?
is not what orbit is.
That is exactly what definition of
All right,
orbit
I'm
is.
going to interject again. So there's multiple definitions of orbit, and one of which includes an orbit can just be a circular path. Is literally just one of the definitions.
Is it touching the object though? Is it riding along the object for an orbit? I didn't think that was orbit.
What? No.
Listen, when you grab a sheet,
That's not what an orbit is.
Stop talking. When you grab a cloth,
I was telling you that the sheet was simulating space-time. I wasn't telling you that that was an orbit. I was telling you it's simulating space-time.
it's not simulating anything. It's a sheet, and it's getting an object touching the surface of it.
Yeah, a sheet that is a variable for space-time.
Now, orbit means going around the top of something, flying, separated from. Stop saying rubbing across an object is orbiting it. You're not going to get anywhere with this.
I've never said that. That is not a claim I made.
You've never not said that.
What are
You said rolling balls on a cloth is simulating something that it's not. It clearly isn't. How can you simulate orbit of space, no gravity, in like a vacuum? How can you simulate that on a piece of cloth? That doesn't even make any sense at all. That's the total opposite of that. That cloth is resistance. Space is no resistance. You're not simulating that at all.
Okay.
Do you get it?
I think what you meant was okay. I understand the point you're making. I understand the misconstruction that you're getting from my model. But
no, you're getting the misconstruction.
The most simple. Okay, the most simple part that I'm trying to define with that model is that I'm trying to say that is a demonstration of a celestial body orbiting another celestial body. I'm not saying that that is a celestial body orbiting another body. I'm saying it is a demonstration.
No, it's not a
celestial body orbiting another celestial body. A demonstration can be anything I want it to be. A demonstration doesn't have to be the exact thing it is.
Your imagination, because it's not really happening anywhere.
No, it's
happening on the blanket. Where else is it happening? Can you produce it anywhere but your blanket, please?
In space.
You
can produce it in space if you were in a place that doesn't have any outside. Okay. If you were in space and you went somewhere that was barely affected by gravity, and you put two lead balls next to each other, they would go
Santa
towards
Claus,
each other.
how did you get that information if you can't prove that to yourself and all you got's an if?
Because gravity is dependent.
No, not the word because, and not saying another word like gravity. Not just keep saying words. Where is the presentation that anyone got these stories from? Do you understand that it's impossible for you to even claim this base of information because you have nowhere that you got any demonstration from other than a story or a claim? There is no presentation of physics backing this other than your claim of a story. Do you understand? And you have the same
There's
story.
no presentation of an object orbiting another object.
No object orbiting anything.
What about Saturn and its 78 moons?
Stop saying words. What about Narnia? Listen, what we need are two objects.
Yeah, what about you open up a Google search and look how many moons does Saturn have?
No, we don't need stories. We need two objects that we can go to.
That's not a story. That's empirical
evidence. Why do you
evidence.
keep talking? Apparently you have problems. Listen to me, man. I'm trying to be nice. Clean your ears out. Okay. Go get two objects. Go get two balls. Meet me at a building, right? Me and you.
I'm
When
not
we
meeting you
show up
anywhere.
at the building together and the two balls can orbit around each other without anything touching them and they're just orbiting each other and floating around and we turn the
Yeah,
film
if
on
they're
and we can show everybody that, that would back any claim you're making and I would be happy. Let's do that.
you know, that's cool and all, except that's impossible to replicate in an environment that already has gravity.
No, that's what you need to make your claim, stupid. No, in environments of gravity don't make any sense. Everything in the universe can't get away from or go through or do anything about gravity. So everything reacts with it happening perfectly.
So are you
fine.
saying the gravitational constant is
I'm
bullshit?
saying that's a bunch of garbage words. Where is your demonstration of it happening? If you don't
Where is
have
your
that,
demonstration
where did
of
you
the
get
flat
your
Earth
work?
ever being
Listen,
valid?
hold on, man. If I don't have a car, how can I make mathematics and make this everything to back a car that doesn't exist? If I
What did you
can't make a
say?
car,
How do you make a car?
no, I think you're slow.
What?
Listen to me. If I can't produce the thing, I'm trying to tell you about a car, right? This car exists, but it's too big for me to make it for you. And it's too much of this, too much of that, too far of this, can never do it. How did I ever get the idea that it happened or it can be or it is a car? Where did I get the idea that it is this when I don't have this? I've never had this. I've never had this physical, actual thing happening anywhere.
I think we should unmute Mike.
I think we should too. He's been muted for a while.
Fuck Mike.
I mean, I'm like, if I take you to a shop and I say, here's my
He's been muted for a full 10 minutes. That's a really long time. So, all right,
Dude,
just for the sake of
he
it,
should be unmuted.
you guys really want to hear what Mike has to say?
I don't know, Mike.
No, well, do you
He
want
should
to
probably
know
be
him?
unmuted. He's been
I have a
muted for a
feeling
while.
I have a feeling he's got words to me before he gets going on his thing. But do you want it?
Mike, it's me, bro.
Yeah, why not?
I'll say that shit to you whatever day you like. Upside down, inside out, bro. Voice chat. Oh, I'm so scared. Fuck Mike.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Mike. Hump day.
I'm just saying, all these great physicists and scientists and doctors and theoretical physicists and theory producers have all these theories on physics. Where did they get them from if they can't produce them?
Physicists.
Listen,
Where did they get them from? Math. Most of those.
so you
most of
write
those
down
claims were
numbers
based
on
math.
paper, and that does what for you?
No, that's
No, now not math.
well. If you don't understand math, that's not my
Now
problem.
I don't understand number art. Okay, cool. Leonardo da Vinci was the best with math number art. What do you know about number art?
What?
Math is for art.
What?
Math is only used to describe things that you actually have. If you don't,
What?
Stop saying what. If you don't have the thing,
I'm confused.
your fucking
That's why
math
I'm
is
saying what.
pointless. Stupid. If you don't have a bowl of soup,
Okay, I'll explain how it's not useless.
explain how
So,
it's
for
done.
example, we
if you
knew.
don't have a bowl of soup, all the
Can
math
you let me
in the
talk,
world
please?
is not going to taste
Can
like
you
a
let
bowl
me
of soup.
talk? Can you
No,
let me talk?
you're not making
Can you
no
let me
fucking
talk?
sense.
Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk?
Math isn't reality, stupid. I just wrote a number and it didn't shut you up.
Math
I
is
wrote
reality.
numbers shut up
Everything
too.
we see is based on math.
I wrote a number 2 and it didn't shut you up.
Literally everything can be explained
I
with
wrote
math.
the number 2 down and it did not shut you up. Isn't that weird? How come math didn't do
Isn't that
anything?
weird? Yeah.
Isn't that fucking
All right.
weird? I wrote a whole
Can
bunch of
I
numbers
explain?
and didn't do shit.
Dude, can I explain?
Can I write numbers with crayons?
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead, free will hunting. Tell us about all your numbers, Howard. do stuff. Goodwill janitor.
So for example, Uranus was. So we were observing the orbit of Uranus,
in the
right?
sky.
In I believe 1780. What was it? 1783. 1783. We were observing the orbit of Uranus, and we noticed that there were what is it? It was impure. What is it?
500 years
There
ago,
was.
when
We
they didn't
saw
even know what a
something
magnet was?
affecting the orbit. That's not 500
Oh, that
years.
was
Do
cool.
math.
Well, what? 5 years
Wait,
ago?
it is 5.
10? 100? The point being, they didn't even understand electricity at
did
that
math,
time.
and we looked where.
And they looked what?
Okay.
They looked through a piece of glass.
They did. Okay. Listen.
They looked through a Walmart telescope.
Fact of the
that
matter
doesn't
is,
work
we
20
saw Uranus. We saw that its orbit was being stupid. We did some math, and we found that
You did some math.
Neptune was the thing. We did some math, and we looked where Neptune was based on that math, and we found Neptune.
Did you smoke the meth out of that telescope too? Did you fill the meth in that telescope and light it the same way you?
It sounds like you just.
You guys, you guys are literally killing me, man. I'm dying over here.
No, listen. What I'm saying is, yeah, we're gonna go on tour. What I'm saying. So you got your $20 telescope from Walmart, right, for Galileo, right? And you discovered the universe with it. Is that what you're telling me with your little fucking piece of shit?
Getting a $300 telescope soon.
So your 500-year-old $10 telescope. Which one did you use? Can you show me which telescope they used back then, real quick, please? God didn't do it.
Why does that matter?
Why wouldn't it? You don't want to look at the equipment and go over what equipment you're talking about.
No, that's true. You do want to,
and you don't
verify the equipment that you're using.
Yeah, you want to verify.
I don't understand,
and it's worthless, and it didn't do anything.
Okay.
And your eye is better than that piece of shit. Here's another thing: when you're looking at dots and lights, and those dots and lights do what you think, you're just fucking inputting what they do. You're just saying that shit. You're just saying words.
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it sounds like when you say stuff about stars and what they're doing in orbit. It sounds like what?
Yeah, that's probably what it sounds like to you, but to somebody who knows what the other person is talking about, it does not sound like dots and lights randomly spewing out of my mouth. Believe it or not, there are some people that understand physics.
You know, we fucking observe what they do.
Oh, jeez. Here we go.
Sometimes.
Gaza?
What I'm saying is, if I wiggle a light in the distance in front of another light, does that mean it was orbiting around it or wiggling in front of it back and forth? And how the fuck would you be able to tell the difference from a million miles away, buddy?
What, mate?
93 million miles.
Listen to what I asked you. See, you have problems answering questions, don't you? I take an object.
Actually, I was not listening. I was typing something.
Take your hand, wave it in front of your other hand. If I'm 93 million miles away, that's going to look like an orbit to me. That's going to look like your hand went around and around and around and around the other object. But guess what? It fucking didn't. Isn't that funny? So it's just your imagination.
What are you?
Wait, don't wait me.
Hold on. So if I rotate my hand around my other hand, it looks like it's going around it, but it's not. Is that what you just said?
If I pass something back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like a clock's hand in front of the thing, it from a distance, depending on the light source.
In front of what thing?
In front of your fucking eyeballs. When you look at those two objects in the distance, when you look at them, if they're really far from you, right? And you think they're whatever you're talking about, the sun or the moon or these fucking stars are, right? You think they're two dots in the sky, they're two lights far away from you. You think they're going around each other. You have not a fucking inkling of proof. They could be doing it. They could be doing the opposite of that. They could just be going tink, tink, tink.
Well, most of the lights in the skies aren't orbiting each other. They're individual stars. I never said they were.
Listen, the game Pong on the screen. What it does is bounce left and right, back and forth from one wall to the next.
Yeah.
It appears if there was another ball behind it sitting, it could appear to be going around it. Do you comprehend or not, dude?
Yeah.
That's just how your vision works. Now, when people keep saying orbit, but they have no proof of it, it's a cool fucking story. That could just be a ping pong thing happening. That could be one thing going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. How do we know? How can you prove it?
You have a 3D view of it. That's how you prove it.
You have a
Not
what?
a 2D view, because Pong is 2D.
You can only see
Pong
one
is
side of a
2D,
ball.
meaning 2 dimensions. I'm
That's all
saying
you
Pong
see of the
Pong
dots
is
in the
2D,
sky.
meaning it's 2 dimensions,
That's all you
but
see
you
of
can
dots
see
out in the
3D.
distance.
You can see
No,
in 3
you don't,
dimensions.
stupid.
Okay.
You don't see a round
Our
ball.
reality is in 3 dimensions, believe it or not. You
Can
can
you see both
actually
sides of
like
the sun?
observe things.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Can you see both sides of the
You
sun in
only
2
see
different
one
pictures?
side.
Yeah. And
You
then you
see
can
one
extrapolate
side
that
like
to
a computer
3D.
screen. You see one side of everything, buddy. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't see the three.
Not if your vision's overlapping it.
What are you talking about?
If your
Anything you look
vision's
at,
overlapping something, you can see 2 sides of something at the
if
same
you
time.
and I look out in the distance,
How about if we don't look in the distance and we see a ball that's in our hand? Our left eye will be seeing one part of the ball, and our right eye will be seeing the right part of the ball.
you're still only
We'll be
seeing
seeing
one
2
half.
different sides of the ball at
No,
the
you're
same
not.
time. No, you're
You're seeing
seeing
one
both
half.
sides.
No, you're not seeing the back
Okay,
half.
you're not seeing the half that's not facing your
You're
eyes,
not
but if you
seeing
took
the
a
half in
picture,
your
you
head,
could see
bro.
the other half.
That's my point. You'll never see that other half. So you only see one side. You see one portion of any object in the distance. You see one sliver, like you're looking at one side of a quarter. That's all you'll ever see, buddy. And it looks like 2 quarters sliding in front of each other back and forth. You can't tell
Not
me
if you
the
have a
difference of
telescope.
that or orbit. Can't tell me the difference.
Orbit.
2 quarters sliding in front of each other, 2 miles away from you. Tell me how they're not orbiting or orbiting. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Oh,
No. What I'm saying is you can
now
see it
you
from a different
understand.
view. Instead of it being like a view
Hold
where
on.
you're
Where can
seeing
you see
it
it anywhere other
in
than
front of
Earth?
you,
No. Where can you see it any way or any other way than you see it from the ground with your eyes from Earth?
you can see other solar systems. Not
What
with
are
your
you
eyes,
talking
but you
about?
can
Now,
see
now,
other
now
solar
you
systems
no.
with
Hold on.
telescopes.
I can't believe you got the gall to keep asking me what about shit when you keep naming stuff that makes no sense to me that doesn't exist. You're talking about arbitrary
Solar
lights in the
systems don't
sky, dude.
exist.
So you and I can look at rainbows all day and name it a solar system, Saturn, a moon. Does that make it any matter?
Okay.
What's your point?
I'm saying
Can you
that you
touch
can
it?
use telescopes to see other bodies.
And
Can I touch it? Fuck no. You
so
kidding
that
me? You
means
know how
what are
long
you
it would take to
talking
get there?
about?
Okay, do you really think not touching something means it's not real? If I didn't touch Donald Trump, do I know if it's real or not? Do I have to touch him
I
to know
didn't
it's
say,
real?
hold on a minute.
Or is the
Hold
media
on.
just in there?
Hold on, Goofy. Quit. Don't add shit to my fucking sense. I didn't say anything about the word real. I
Do I
said
have to?
you see
Do I
one
have to? Yeah, you
side.
did. You just said it's not real. You said solar systems are not real. That is exactly what
Oh,
you just
solar.
said. You cannot tell me you
Exactly.
did not just say that.
A solar system's not real because that's just a word you made up, you dumb bastard, by looking at light.
Okay, and since I can't touch them, solar system is not a word I just made up.
What's a fucking show me a solar system in your hand? What is a solar system?
In my hand, I can draw something.
You can draw a picture.
What is a solar system?
So you
Yeah,
can
on
draw
my hand,
something.
I can draw something. Yeah, on my hand, I can draw a solar
That's
system.
something out of your
Easy.
imagination.
Thing in the middle, with another thing, and put orbiting lights. Done.
In your hand?
Yeah, in my hand. I can draw it on pen. Easy. Done.
So you put some ink dots in your hand and you said it was a solar system.
Yeah, it's a solar system. Yeah, that's a solar system. Also, that's a horribly misconstrued model
anything you
that
want to
Cut
call
just posted in the.
anything you want to call a solar system can arbitrarily be a jank ass solar system that doesn't make any sense or doesn't do shit because it doesn't have to, because they don't, because they're impossible. Stop saying what. Everything that you keep talking about, physics,
You're making baseless claims.
No, I'm making the perfect claim. Only physics and reality can be demonstrated. Your solar systems can't. Your lights in the sky can't be demonstrated to orbit. Nothing that you say can be demonstrated. Not a distance of 93 million miles. Not orbit. Not anything. Not gravity. Not the physics of. None of it. It's all a story on paper, in a computer screen, or in words. There is no objects doing any such.
you have not described a single thing or any one of the claims you have made so far. You have not described them. You have not even given me a shred of data or evidence to any of your claims. You've just simply said stuff that has not had any relevance or it doesn't have any relevance to anything I've been talking about. Like saying solar systems aren't real. How can you even say that? Solar system is a word that was invented when we saw other planets orbiting a star. How can you say that that word isn't real, that I just made that up? What basis do you have that I made that up? When you've literally heard other people say solar system in this chat. How does that make sense?
What? You make a sense, bro? What you just said?
I was telling him how I just made up. I was telling him how did I make up the word solar system? Because he said I made up solar system.
Hello? I suppose what it meant is that people are making up solar system.
Why the hell are people just randomly typing at me in the chat?
The solar system pretty much is bullshit.
Pretty much.
Yeah. How? Tell me. Tell me.
The heliocentric
Why is it
model
bullshit?
is bullshit. The Earth is the center of
How?
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Why?
Earth is the center of everything.
Why is it in the center of everything?
I believe that the
What
sun
claims
is
you? What?
smaller.
Okay. What empirical data do you have to base that off of? What
common sense
empirical data based off of that? It's off. Okay, that's not empirical data. Give me empirical data, and I'll believe you.
Oh, you want source?
I want empirical data.
Your observations.
I would start off by sending him a few links for the curvature chart and slowly start there.
No, I don't need that. I don't need your curvature equation.
Boys,
I know
let me
what it
ask
is.
you: is NASA the almighty?
Well, the curvature chart was
No, because it's
was
a
made by
private agency
NASA.
that's government funded, and there's multiple different astronomical agencies, such as SpaceX, which is privately funded, which
But
is a
you
private
trust
company.
them, right? You trust them as like the god of science.
How do you? Okay, I never once said that, right? I never said they were the god of science. And I do think they have a pretty credible reputation. Yes, I do think NASA has a credible reputation, not the government, obviously.
Well,
SpaceX is actually funded by grants that is given to it from the US government, so not NASA.
Well, okay, I know that NASA has some shady history behind it. You know, with Operation Paperclip and so on and so forth.
You're not doing any talking. Can you actually talk for once and
What
not
I'm trying to
just
say
say
is
this?
that, you know, I'm trying to destroy your big daddy NASA that you're hiding behind.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying? You're saying you're
people that-
destroying NASA?
People that are like pro globe and they'll like to discredit flat earthers, you know, they like hiding behind NASA and you know, all these other documents that they shill.
No one's hiding behind NASA. If you're saying that we're hiding behind evidence as to why we believe the Earth is round, that is exactly this. You can say the exact same thing as to why you believe the Earth is flat. You hide behind different theories that other people have made, such as Globebusters and his videos. You hide behind those videos and constantly source them. So you saying you're trying to discredit NASA, Big Daddy NASA that everyone's going behind, is the same thing as me saying I'm discrediting Globebusters. Every single one of his videos, okay? So you saying that makes no sense, first off, okay?
We don't need any of that.
Have anything else?
All you need is the world record
Why not?
long distance photograph. That debunks everything about the heliocentric
What did you say?
model.
World record.
World record.
World record.
not just the world record, but
long
other
distance
long distance photographs. Yes.
I
Okay,
like to go
what is
back
it?
to the point.
Explain it.
It's
No. I want to talk about this photograph for a second.
Can you speak whale?
Yeah. What is it? Are you saying in generally or what?
Let me post it.
Okay.
So, boys, is there
You posted it
any
in live stream voice text?
boys? Is there like any YouTube channel you can recommend me to for me to come out of my flat Earth cult?
Well, I never said it was a cult, although it is kind of similar, but it's not a cult.
Let's say, like,
There was.
Help me come out of this stupid ideology. Where would you recommend me?
Okay, I would tell you to watch the Professor Dave Explains. He's pretty cool, and he made a 45-minute long video about response to Globebusters and why the Earth still isn't flat. So I'm pretty sure you've watched it before, but
Professor Dave.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
I prefer Vsauce.
Holy shit! I know this dude. He's like such an annoying shill, and he likes calling people idiots, and that mentality and attitude. That's just trash.
Most people in this, not you right now, but a lot of people in this Discord server have said, "Oh, you just don't understand this. You're an idiot." So that's not exactly an act. You can't exactly use that as an argument as to why you don't like him, because there's a lot of people in this Discord that do that.
Yeah, he's the one that made the videos destroying flat Earth without using science.
Did you make that video? No, it's popular.
The only thing he proved is that he's just an asshole. He just talks with such a condescending, attitude. But us, for us, we're very
he talks
people.
pretty condescending.
Like you boys, you're here talking globe stuff. We don't attack you. We're just trying to convince you.
I actually am very grateful for that. None of you have been attacking me.
Yeah, but you think we're a bunch of...
I've been in this server before, and no, I didn't say that. I have been in this server before, and it has been a much worse experience in the past.
I like the point that you brought up the first thing.
Sorry, what were you saying? Holy.
We could always get Mike in here to make it a worse experience if you are.
Get Red Mike in here.
No, I was just saying I like to.
Honestly, Mike would be great. He's just drunk right now. Oh, with the solar eclipses?
Yes.
Okay, so if you would like to answer the question for me, how do solar eclipses work on a flat Earth?
I would absolutely love to answer that question. My answer would be I have no idea.
Sounds like you're implying that the Earth's shadow
so based
causes.
No, it's not. No. It was the solar eclipses are when the moon's shadow casts on the Earth.
Well,
So it's the other way.
I've been really looking into that. I've been studying the moon for some time now. I do a little bit of amateur astrophotography in my part time. I bought
Here's
some
what I
gear,
know.
Do that.
Here's what I know.
Holy stalking. Give him a sec.
I got a 10-inch. I got a nice 10-inch Orion telescope. I hook up Nikon P9000 with a 200 millimeter zoom lens. I can get some nice pictures, like astonishing pictures. I've been looking at the moon for a long period of time.
The moon.
And I don't have any answers. All I'm doing is observation still. I can't answer any of the questions that you asked, with the. I do know one thing that's very odd is that for 3 days, at the end of every month, the moon is nowhere to be seen in the sky. Now, the moon has 9 phases. 9 phases of the moon.
Yeah.
And then it goes into the new moon every month.
Yep.
Right. And the moon, where does it go for 3 days? Now, there's the scientific term saying it goes into Earth's umbra. I'll get onto that.
No, that's not what happens with the new moon. That's okay. So with the Earth cycle, with the lunar cycle, you're not actually seeing the Earth's shadow cast on the moon. You're seeing the way light reflects off of the moon from your standpoint on the globe. So you're not actually seeing the shadow being cast on it. In a new moon, you're just seeing the dark side of the moon, or you're not seeing the dark side, but you're seeing the side that is not lit up by light because it is in between the sun and Earth. Although it's not.
They call it Earth's umbra, like the Earth's shadow.
No, that's behind it. That's when a lunar eclipse is happening. When a lunar eclipse is happening, the Earth's shadow goes onto the moon, but that's not what happens with a new moon. With a new moon, you're simply having the side of the moon that is not seeing light in between the Earth and the sun.
Oh. And the other problem I have with the moon is when it does the eclipse and
I can show you a cycle.
Okay. And when the eclipse happens and the moon's shadow is casted on Earth, it's smaller than the moon. Like, it's about, the shadow is about 60 miles, 80 miles.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it do that? It's the light is directly behind it. Wouldn't the shadow be as equal size? Wouldn't it be like 2,000 miles?
It would be. It would be if the sun was the same size as the moon. If the sun was the same size as the moon and all the light is coming from the exact same direction, it would be the same size. But the sun is, what is it like?
The sun is 93 million miles away, approximately 400 times larger.
Although it's 4 million times bigger than the moon.
Right, 4 million. Yeah, not 400. That'd be ridiculous. No, I'm just, I got to understand the globe model to understand reality, right? Basically, reality, if you want to build a model that represents reality, you got to really, it's got to match reality. So the problem we have is what I was mentioning to you earlier about the curvature chart. If we live on a sphere, we should be able to measure that. Now, we don't get the measurement of what they're talking about. So that must mean it might be larger than what they're saying. So say if it's 50,000 miles, we should still be able to
in circumference or what?
Yeah, circumference. So you would be able to still measure a curvature, right? So even though that we don't get the proper measurements of the square root for each mile and the math, we should be able to measure a curve. Like this, people are saying we're seeing things 10 miles, 30 miles away with high zoom cameras and stuff, which I could set up my gear tomorrow and show you that I could see very far. Now that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat or round. It's just not matching up to the numbers that they're telling us on how large the Earth is. So is it larger than what they're telling us, or is it flat? Because the numbers are just not adding up with reality.
So you might have had.
That's all I'm saying.
So if you were doing
in this distance, that's all.
Yeah. So if you were using the correct equation, and you could, if you were getting if you weren't getting the correct curvature, if you weren't getting the correct curvature for what it's supposed to be, the amount of space there's between, there are a lot of different factors that play into that. Your observer height is one factor. The height of the object is another factor. You also have other factors like whether you're on a hill or if the object is on a mountain. There's a lot of different factors that go into this.
What if all the factors were one factor and you only came to one factor?
Oh yeah.
Can I what?
Of course.
What if all the factors were one factor and you came to one factor?
But due to that, I live down by the Great Lakes. I live here in Canada, and
okay.
Like I could see over across Lake Ontario some days, and the distance that I'm seeing, and I could easily look at the buildings, the shoreline. Like I can go over to Niagara on the lake, and I can look at Toronto skyline.
Really? You can?
Yeah, and I can see, a lot of buildings, and if I Google those buildings, and I can see the distance on how far I'm looking, and I can see how tall these buildings are, how many floors these buildings are. If I want to go into depth, I can even find out who built and designed each building. What I'm saying is that if the curvature is a certain curve, so I'm seeing more of the building than I should be able to see. So all I'm saying is that perhaps it's larger than what everyone's saying.
So
it could
basically,
be
all right. So with that specific example, I've actually heard that example before. What you'll notice is that you're seeing the top of the skyscrapers in that city, correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
Well, now
you're seeing the tops and midsections of those skyscrapers.
No, sometimes I'll actually see cars. It depends on the day.
No, you won't. You'll not see the sky. You'll not see cars.
Yeah. Well, I can personally post something from my personal camera if you like.
What is okay?
Talking
Actually, that'd be pretty interesting.
Talking about things.
Could you see?
How big is the ISS?
So with this,
how big
is the ISS?
It all depends on the day. Like for me to get it really clear, it's got to be dead winter. I find that there's less haze, obviously humidity, smog, all kinds of, how the sun is shining through. It's got to be a clear day, cold and crisp. I can get some sick pics and zoom in video. I can video the whole thing on tripod, show you how high the tripod is. I'll go 1 feet right off the water, bro. And you'll be like, no way, man. And I'll draw, you can actually sit on the shoreline. I'll zoom right in on you. You'd be like, what? That's creepy.
I would love to see that actually.
It's pretty sick, man. Like,
do you have
don't
a video
take my
of that?
word for it. Like, you can even look at some YouTube videos, just Nikon P900. Check out the camera, man. It's just a digital zoom. It's
Do you have a? Yeah. But do you have a video of you doing that?
No, I only took a lot on the moon. I can send you a couple things on the moon, which is really sick. I can zoom in on it so good that it almost looks like it's like a Nerf ball. You know what I mean? Like the detail on it, it's like, what? It's pretty sick.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting a telescope soon, so I'm gonna be able to do that too. That'll be pretty sick.
Yeah, if you're gonna go telescope, just go 10-inch, bro. Spend the money. You want 10-inch. Okay, you'll be happier with that. Get some sun filters. You'll be blown away. Get some nice sun filters and just take a couple hour video of the sun in all the spectrums. The green is sick. Through welder's mask.
So somebody wanted to ask the question. Yeah. So somebody wanted to ask the question, where is the sun and moon positioned in their model? In your model?
What model?
Or not, sorry. Where is the sun and moon positioned in the flat earth?
up.
How high?
I don't fucking know. How do you think?
Well, I've heard some people in this before say it was 26,000 miles up.
26,000 miles?
I've heard that.
This is like the definition of a straw man. You have one person somewhere say give a distance to it, and you're going to assume that we all believe it.
It might have been 26,000 feet, actually. I'm pretty sure. No, it was in this Discord server. It was one of the valued members. They were saying that it was
doesn't matter
2,600 feet
who
or
said
something.
it. One, you took the testimony of one person, and we don't even necessarily have to believe it. You could have made that up right now.
That's true. That's true.
It's 26 trillion miles up, right? I mean, if they told us,
I'm not sure. It was something like that.
Most people today would fucking believe it. And if they told us that the moon is actually in Earth's atmosphere, most people today would also believe that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So what was the position
Hold on.
of the sun?
The thing is, the sun, moon, and stars, they're lights in the sky, right? And because it's going through so many different mediums, it's not the actual position or the actual size. So if you don't know the actual position and actual size, and you don't have known objects to calculate...
Wait, what did you say?
We don't have known locations because we don't have an actual position because of refraction, because of the layers of the atmosphere. You with me so far?
Check out that video I posted.
Right, so if we don't have the actual size or the actual location, and we don't have anything in the sky to compare anything to with known size, we can't calculate with triangulation known size and location, can we?
No.
You can. You can do
Right,
it
so
with,
nobody knows.
I'm pretty sure it was done with the... Okay. I'm pretty sure it was done with the angle of the planets and then using Pythagoras to find the distance to the sun. I'm pretty sure that is how they did it.
Okay, so when a man walks in a store and he robs a place, what do they look at? They look at the 6 foot meter, the 6 foot marker next to the door when he walks in, right? Right? Because it's of known height, right?
Yeah.
Okay, why do they do that? Why is there a 6 foot and 5 foot marker?
Why did they do what?
Store? Never mind, bro. Go ahead and talk.
Hey, bro.
I've never noticed that.
Hey, bro.
Hey, what's up?
I posted a video I took with my camera on the moon.
Oh.
If you look at that, if you were living on that,
that's fucking sick.
You'd be able to...
Pretty good.
No, listen. Now, if you were living on that, honestly, could you not measure a curve and say, "Look it, bro, we're living on a ball"? Would you be able to?
Yeah, if you live there, you can see it.
Right. Now, look at those craters. Now, picture one of those craters full of water. You would be able to measure the curve, right? Still. But you can't measure a curve on Earth.
Wait. What did you say?
Just think about it. Look at the moon. If you were living on that, would you be able to measure a curve?
You can't handle his proofs. He's going to turn your mind into gravy right now.
Just think about it. If you were living on a ball like that, would you be able to measure the curve?
If you were living on the moon, would you be able to measure the circumference of the moon? Is that what you're asking?
That's all I'm asking. If you're on
curvature of the moon. Okay.
Look at it. It's
beautiful.
What do you call that?
I'm pretty sure you can.
Right. So what I'm saying,
because you could use Eratosthenes' method where he used poles.
Yeah, you can do the same thing on a flat plane. That's the problem.
Okay, yeah, but you could do the same thing on a globe on the moon, and you would get the moon's circumference.
No.
Yeah, that's what Eratosthenes did, and he came within like what, a couple 100 miles of the actual Earth's diameter, of the actual Earth's circumference.
Okay, well, that's where we get the curvature chart. Do you understand? Okay, that's the number of, they say, okay, a couple 100 miles. So we know how round the Earth is. So let's measure the curve. Well, it doesn't add up, bro. It doesn't work. So is it larger? And it's got to be a lot larger. So if we go 50, it doesn't work. 50,000 miles doesn't work. Still no curvature. So, And again, if the Earth was a ball,
there is.
Right? No, think about it. No, if the Earth was a ball like the moon, how far do you need to be off the surface of that object to even start seeing curvature? If it's 25,000 miles, then you would need to be over 1,000 miles above its surface to start seeing curvature. It's called perspective. You need to step back to look at it, right? You got to be above something, see the full thing. I don't need to see the full thing like I do with my camera at the moon.
If you want to visually see it, yeah.
Right. So what do we have that is 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface?
Is that high up?
Yeah.
Satellites.
No, we don't. We don't have anything. Not even the International Space Station.
Yep.
Yeah, we do.
So
I have satellite internet right now that I'm using,
which I love. Math.
I'm using satellite internet right now to join this Discord.
Now, how high is that satellite?
26,300 miles up. It's in what is it?
That's really good. It's in the thermosphere. It's beyond the thermosphere.
It's exosphere, and beyond.
I give them the answer there.
The thermosphere stops at like 500 miles up.
Space station. How high is the International Space Station?
Pretty sure it's like 300 miles up.
And see how much curvature it shows in the video?
It's 200.
Which video? 200?
Well, the live, the live video of the International Space Station. It's live right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. Well, if the Earth was 25,000 miles around, being only 200 miles above its surface, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature of what they're showing you. You would need to be...
Well, how do you know that? Have you been that high up?
Well, I don't need to know that.
How do you know you wouldn't be able to?
It's what math is telling me, right? Due to perspective, right?
Can you tell me the equation that tells me that?
How high do I need to be off the surface of that to start seeing curvature? That's all I'm saying. And if I lived on the moon, you can see how round it is. It's beautifully round. If I lived on that, I would definitely be able to measure that I live on a sphere. But when I'm living on this plane and I go out and I try to measure it, I can't find it. So that obviously means it's larger than what they're telling me. That's as far as I can get. That's as far as my evidence goes.
That's larger or it measures.
There's no reason for them to tell you that it's larger than it actually is, because if it was larger than it actually is, that means the size of the continents and the size of the countries that we all know is completely wrong.
Right. That's all I'm saying. I don't
why would that matter?
Have the proof or smoking gun.
Also, you know that that's not true because you can drive from coast to coast of America. You can drive from the west coast to the east coast, and that drive takes what, like 50 hours or something?
Right. Well,
it's about, what is it, like 3,000? I think it's about 4,000 miles.
Well,
drive. And that is from coast to coast of America.
That's a big problem. That's a big problem right there. If you can't measure the curvature of the sphere we're living on, that's a big problem right there.
You can.
No, you can't.
Nobody's done it, bro.
I'm just saying, like, you can't. Like, check it out, man.
Have you done it?
And that's what I started off with you with the curvature chart. You can look at the curvature
chart. It uses trigonometry. You can use it. You can put it into the equation.
Right.
And then you can go a certain distance away with the observer height, and you'll see how much curvature there is. You probably won't be able to observe it depending on where you're looking, but there you know
you
that
should
that
be
is
able to
how
see
much
it if you can do it with
curvature there is.
sticks and shadows.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of variables that go into that, such as how high the thing you're looking at is. Like if you're looking at a mountain from the sea level, you'll probably see the peak, depending on the distance to how far you are away, right? And if it's a certain distance away, you'll still see that there is curvature, right?
No.
No, like that's the.
Well, yeah, because you won't be able to see the entire thing. You won't be able to see the bottom of that mountain. You'll only be able to see the peak.
Guessing curvature.
Well,
There'll still be a part of the mountain that you won't be able to see.
Well, no. The biggest problem you have on this plane for getting evidence like that is you get lens refraction problems. Like if I take my gear out, the best thing I can do is hope for a calm day and use a body of water, right? When the water's still, it's very level, I can see amazing temperature, huge difference, right? I get that heating effect off the water. Now, if I get to like the salt flats would be like right after like a little bit of rain or something in that area, it looks like a mirror. That would be ideal to get to, but I live in Canada, very difficult to go to. But if you can get into the flattest place you can get, which I don't know, what is it, 72 miles, I think, is the salt plains in some areas. But if you can do that and do laser testing and high camera, you should definitely be able to measure curvature. And
yeah,
even
there have been
even structural engineers that even design the Dalian Bridge in Hong Kong or China or something. It's crazy. It's like 110 miles long.
Yeah, you can see
that's an impressive feat of itself. And they got to have calculated to Earth's curvature on building something like that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, because you'll actually see that bend in the bridge. It's really cool.
No, they didn't build it.
Yeah, you can. You can see the bend in that bridge because it goes to the Earth's curve.
Wait a minute. Because a bridge has an arc in it, it's dependent on the curve.
It has an intentional arc.
So a bridge has a curve in it, and they intended it to follow the curve of the Earth. It proves that the Earth is curved.
That is the purpose, yes. Well, I mean, because you have to do these engineering feats that proves that there is a curve.
He's never going to do it. Ever. Boys, you're just going to live in...
Let me find this bridge.
I know. Like forever.
Like Don Yang or...
Good luck.
I think it's in China.
Okay, this bridge shows it nicely. Let me see.
Are you now just looking for bridges?
Like this.
Sea level.
I don't have to... Okay, it won't let me send it in the chat, but if you look up... Okay, hold on. Here, let me just send you this picture in DMs, and then you can probably just post it.
You know this is not going to be proof of anything,
Let's
right?
see. All right, you can see the bridge.
All right.
You can see that it has a bend in it from each peak. You can see the bend in the middle.
So a curved bridge is proof of a curved Earth.
No, I'm saying a curved bridge is a result of the curved Earth.
Wow.
Because the Earth is curved, you need a curved bridge that is that long.
Does a curved bridge necessitate a curved Earth?
Does it necessitate a curved Earth?
Yes. Does a curve
Well,
necessitate a curved Earth?
no.
No.
I'm saying that when you have a bridge that's on sea level, it does.
So now it
does
does.
what?
A moment, like seconds ago, you said no, but now it does.
Hold on, let me think.
Just be clear. Think about it hard before you answer.
You can have a bridge that is between two mountain peaks that is completely okay, so here's my thought process. You can have a bridge that is between two high objects that doesn't have a curve in it, right? You can have a bridge that's that long. But when it reaches a certain length, it has to account for the curvature of the Earth.
The question was clear. It's a yes or no answer. Does a curved bridge necessitate a curved Earth?
Not necessarily.
Thank you. Can we move on?
I'm saying that a curved bridge sometimes is a result of curved Earth. That's what I was saying. But yes, we can move on.
Your argument sucks. You know that, right?
Who's Daniel?
Boys. How does it feel
what's
to
up?
be so indoctrinated, bro? So
Did you say feel to be indoctrinated?
Yeah, so out of touch with reality that reality just kind of does its own thing.
You can say that about anything. I could make the exact same argument for you being out of touch with reality for being a flat earther, and I'm not going to make that argument because I don't think you are actually in touch, out of touch with reality. But
Hold on. What object follows the curve of the Earth?
What?
Like dirt, hills. Like what does again? What thing?
Okay.
Huh?
I don't want to talk to you.
You don't want to tell us which object or which mountain or which hill or which source of dirt or sand?
No, I don't want to talk to you specifically.
Isn't that weird?
So, boys.
I have another question, actually.
No, I have a
How
question.
do satellites work?
I have a
Okay,
question.
sorry. You go.
Actually, it's two questions. Any proof of curvature and any proof of gravity? Just either one.
Any proof of gravity? Okay. You can do scientific experiments that prove the gravitational constant, right? That's a number that has been verified. The gravitational constant.
No, it hasn't.
You can do.
You're wrong.
Experiment, please.
No, it hasn't. But can I just add?
Yes, give me a second.
Gravity. Any proof of gravity? At all?
Yeah, thanks, Fall. That's the obvious answer, but the more in-depth, the Cavendish experiment.
Helium does what?
The Cavendish
does what?
Hmm?
Clouds do what? What are you talking about? Stuff falls.
Can I just stop you there?
Cavendish is not an experiment.
We've heard Cavendish.
The Cavendish experiment.
And you would accept the Cavendish experiment as proof of gravity? Have you
It's a
repeated
proof of the
this,
gravitational
or
constant.
has anyone repeated this experiment? Because scientific method is supposed to be repeatable, no?
Yeah, people do it in high. Yeah, people do it in high school all the time.
Really?
People do the Cavendish experiment in high school, yes,
And has
to prove the
mass
gravitational
attracting
constants in
mass?
physics class.
Do the balls move?
Yeah.
Do they
I
show
haven't done it
mass?
myself. I've seen demonstrations of
They
it.
show another mass entering the center of another mass. Like, so if one of my masses wasn't a lead ball, it was a ball of jello, and the other mass was a BB, would that BB find itself in the center of the other mass like gravity says?
If you hung a BB ball,
We have that experiment.
what he's saying is if you hung a wee BB ball, lead BB ball, next to a fucking really great big fucking lead ball, right? And you put the two of them together and you strung them, right? You just let them hang in the air, right? Is the smaller one going to start fucking rotating around the bigger one because gravity? Is there a force?
No, because you're on Earth.
Isn't that the funny thing, though? Listen to this real quick, though. What he just exclaimed is one rotating around. It's supposed to be mass attracting mass. Think about that real quick. Now one puts on the brakes.
Didn't say that. He
Stop
said
talking.
that.
Stop talking. Learn something real quick. Listen.
No, because you're not
One
even
puts on
saying something that I said. You're taking something that somebody else said and
Give a
saying that
fuck
I
what you
said it.
I
I
don't care
never
what you
said that.
You need to listen. One thing is putting on the brakes. Fuck what you said, dude. I'm talking about gravity.
Okay.
One thing is putting on the brakes, right? Gravity. And then it becomes orbit. What fucking point does it decide to become orbit or become gravity and go to the mass?
When it has
together
angular
mass
velocity.
or go to the center? Which amount of gravity does that? Which portion of fucking object decides where it wants to go, whether it wants to go around it and stop, whether it wants to go inside of it, whether it wants to touch
depends. Okay, it depends.
When does the push start?
It depends on if the object that is in there, that is in this model, has velocity. If the object that's in this model has forward velocity, if that's fast enough, it would orbit.
How do you describe a georock that's hollow on the inside but only has the outside shell? How do you describe a fucking egg that's more on the outside edge than it is the inside? You say
How
gravity.
does that have
you
to
say
do
the
with
center
what I
of
was
mass being more dense and center and mass and gravity and pulling towards mass. How is that when everything we see is the opposite? You say it, but the opposite's what happens in reality.
Can you describe the Cavendish experiment for me, please?
Like the word ricochet.
No, I haven't.
Things
replicated
bounce
it.
off each other. They don't stick. Come on now.
Boys, you were just...
I have not done the Cavendish experiment myself, so no, I cannot.
Can you explain it now in Cliff Notes, please?
I could find a Google article and read it to you, but I cannot explain it myself.
Okay, so why are you talking to us about Cavendish when you don't even know what the fuck it means?
Because I've heard credible sources use it.
You heard things, so it's hearsay.
What do you mean by credible? What do you mean by credible?
Is CNN credible?
Cite those sources. I'm going to be tough credible. What are these sources? If you're going to cite credible sources, we want to see those sites.
You understand when we say to you that
if you want the
boys, you understand when we say that we believe that you are a believer, you're a faith-based organism believing in all the bullshit that people are telling you, because
isn't everything faith-based?
No, listen about it. Because when we ask you for the reason why you are so set up and you believe the way you do, and we ask you for the definition of your beliefs, you cannot expel them to us.
You understand how explain things, just not things that I haven't tested myself.
You understand?
So do you believe in the Einstein's theory of gravity, or are you Newtonian? Or do you know the difference between
Einstein?
The two?
I know the difference between the two. I know that Einstein created relativity that states that gravity moves at the speed of light, and that light can be refracted across other bodies, and that gravity is the curvature of space and time. And I understand that Newton said that it was two masses attracting each other, and that happened instantaneously.
How do you
Einstein's theory of gravity is the
totally opposite to Newtonian.
Einstein's relativity and Newton's gravity are the same premise, although Einstein fixed basically what Newton was saying.
They're not the same premise.
You are
Newtonian is
factually
spooky
incorrect.
action
They're not.
at a distance.
They're not.
Are they not?
So
Are
this is
they not?
instantaneous.
Okay.
And Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. One is 3 space and one is 4 space.
And what was Cavendish's goal? What was he trying to accomplish?
He was trying to find the gravitational constant. No, it was not Earth's curvature.
He was trying to show that mass
He
attracts
was finding
mass.
the gravitational constant.
He was trying to find the density of the planet.
Listen,
Wrong again.
yeah, you're wrong. Big time wrong.
Motion.
Cavendish, the G wasn't was so-called came out of Cavendish's data 75 years after he was dead.
The first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in a laboratory.
No, he was trying to weigh the
first
Earth.
to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant.
He was trying to
No,
weigh
that's
the
not
Earth.
what it was for.
Oh,
That's-
you want to,
that
okay, I'm going
is-
to read you the
yeah,
title of the
it
paper.
was for
I'm
the
going
weight
to
of
read
the
you the
Earth.
title of his paper that was published by the Royal Society.
That's correct.
I'll just post
That's
the paper right here.
Correct.
Give me 1 second. I posted this 100 times.
101 now. Yeah, it was trying to.
So for the record, you like quadrupled down wrong every time.
Yeah, he kept doing it. Even with listen to this. This is a funny thing. Gravity, right? It's supposed to attract mass to the center, but then it's supposed to stop it. But then it's supposed to make orbit. But then it's supposed to make it touch. But then it does none of that. It warps time, a concept, or space, another arbitrary concept. How odd. It does the exact opposite of itself at the same time as doing the opposite of itself. That means it doesn't fucking exist.
You don't understand it. That's not my problem.
No, if you don't understand that it
Gravity
doesn't
is
exist, it's not my
contradictory
fault.
to itself. That's why they
Explain
had-
it to you.
You don't understand, boys.
Gravity is contradictory to itself. Explain that.
Well, no, all the theories that have been built upon gravity is contradictory to itself, which is why they had to develop things such as dark matter to make the things in the universe that they could not explain work. So they had to create something, another thing that they can't prove or see or taste or
Quantum
touch
physics.
or experiment with.
More theories?
Yeah, and then they had to add quantum physics because regular physics wasn't working for them. No physics works with that dog shit. That's why they have to use other stuff that you can't demonstrate. It's always too big, too small, too much, too little, too late.
It's a theory piled on top of another theory piled on top of another theory.
Yes.
Quantum mechanics in and of itself is not a replacement for physics. It's not a band-aid for physics.
Well, listen, there is
That's
no
not what
such
it
thing
is.
as physics if you can't.
He said dark matter was.
If you can't,
He didn't
touch
say
it
quantum
physically,
physics was.
You said dark matter was?
Yeah, there is no
Dark
global
matter was
physics.
something.
There's no such thing as gravity physics or globe physics because you can't produce them.
True.
Get real, buddy.
Globe physics? There's a different physics for gravity and globes.
Listen, there's no such thing as a globe. There's no such thing as gravity. You can't demonstrate either. Nice
There
try.
is such thing as a globe, such as the moon. The moon is a globe.
So other than
which you would
your
agree
bridge,
with.
other than your bridge, which we already proved was a bad argument, what can you say? What can you say that we've done that necessitated a curved Earth, where we calculated for a curved Earth, and it had to be so it worked? Because NASA.
How about instead of necessitating for a curved Earth, we go to the fact that space exists and that we have things orbiting around it?
Have you been there?
How about that?
Okay, that's a cool story.
Have you been there?
Okay.
Space.
I'll explain why I say that. I say that because I have satellite internet. Okay, Viasat. That's a
Okay.
company that operates
I
off
have
of
so-
satellite internet.
You have what? You have what?
Viasat. It's satellite
Viasat.
internet.
So how far can you send a?
It's
how-
from us.
Well, let me ask you: how far can you send electromagnetic waves over the surface of the Earth without a satellite?
Pretty much forever.
You can bounce it off of the
Everywhere.
atmosphere, and you can reach other parts of the Earth.
bounce it
Okay,
off
that's
the
cool.
atmosphere.
You know how expensive that
What
is?
part
I
of
want you to
that?
quantify
You
it.
can bounce
Like
it off
how
air.
far?
Air.
Okay, how far?
Yeah,
Where
how
is it?
Probably.
Where
I
is
don't.
it?
I have no
okay.
idea.
No, so you're sending a signal and it's propagating through the air, right? And it's traveling in a distance in a straight line. At what point does it decide to bounce back? Where
Sounds
where
like
is the
gravity.
bouncing?
What are you saying?
Okay.
When it meets a mountain.
At what distance does it come back to you instead of
Where-
going forward?
So it's true. You're sending. So like you shoot a gun. I shoot a bullet through the air. The bullet's traveling through the air, and if it hits a wall, that's at the point where the bullet will ricochet and bounce in a different direction. At what point does your electromagnetic wave or radio wave as it's propagating through the air, at what point does it decide to bounce as opposed to continuing to travel forward? Where up in the sky does it bounce?
I would okay. It bounces off of the satellite that is in orbit, and then that goes to the what is it? The dish that I have on my house.
You believe in
and
satellites?
then sends those. Do I believe in satellites? Yes.
Definitely.
Because satellites is just a term for
So
something.
if I'm sending a signal up in the sky, right, up in the sky, and it's bouncing off what you call the satellite to come back down to Earth, right? You following me?
Yeah.
So now if I go to the top of, let's say, Mount Everest and do the same thing, am I going to get reception? Am I going to get cell reception?
Are you going to get the best signal ever because you're right next to it? Is what he's asking.
Depends.
Why would it
Right, so
depend?
any mountain, you should be able to go to any mountain in the world
and get the best
and,
reception
and
ever.
send a signal. No,
What do you
you're
mean
shooting a
that's not how
signal
No, it
up
depends.
to space to a satellite, right? And how many satellites are there?
Only 10%
in
of
orbit?
internet data is sent through satellites. 90% of it is land-based. Depending on your provider, you might have satellite-based cellular service, or you will have land-based cellular service.
So you're telling me that in the lowest valley,
And it also depends on the orientation of your satellite.
So you're telling me it doesn't depend on height or elevation; it just depends on orientation where you point it. So if I'm in a 1,000-mile deep valley compared to a 2,000-mile high mountain, you're saying I'm not going to get better reception close to the satellite on the top of the mountain? Are you crazy?
I'm saying it depends on your provider.
No, it
Because there's
doesn't.
different kinds of
No,
reception.
it doesn't.
And
No, it doesn't.
Yes, there is. Yes,
No, it doesn't.
does. Because if
No,
you
it
have a
doesn't at all.
satellite provider
It depends
Can
on
you
which
stop
way
talking
you
for a
face your
second,
dish
please?
to the tower, to your tower, your AT&T tower, your cell phone tower. You angle your dishes to your tower, buddy, not up to a
And I'm saying
satellite.
that depending on your provider, you'll have different towers in different areas.
You don't have any satellites. All you have is towers.
Yes, you do have satellites. Why do we send rockets to send satellites into the orbit?
Why do we send bottle rockets up and make pretty sparkly lights at 4th of July?
Why do we use balloon satellites when we
Why
have
do we
orbiting
spend?
satellites?
What makes you think? What makes you think that a satellite would, well, for one, be a better choice than like towers on the ground or wires underwater or underground? And like, what makes you think that
Because you can reach farther areas on the Earth that can't be reached by.
And that is what I was trying to get to you guys interrupted me. How far can you send a radio signal without a satellite?
I have
know
no
the
idea.
answer.
I have
I know
never
the answer.
researched that. Okay, then tell
10,000
me.
10,000 miles.
Wow.
Okay.
So in 1918, they were doing radio communication 10,000 miles, United Kingdom to Australia. That is nearly antipode. That is nearly the North Pole to South Pole on the globe. So how did they do that? Well, there was the idea of satellite wasn't even invented. Arthur C. Clarke didn't come up with that idea until the 30s. So
is the distance from north to south.
Yes, 12,000 miles is the distance north to south. This is 10,000.
7 in a straight line through the Earth.
Radio signals don't go through the Earth.
I know. So you're saying that because these can travel 10,000 miles, that disproves the globe model?
It's super ironic.
It disproves that satellites are necessary or are the only way this transmission can happen. That's what it is.
He literally just cut.
So can you tell? Listen, if we right and you picked up that signal, could you tell the difference if it came from a satellite or from the ground?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, you can actually. Yes, you can.
Tell us how that's done. And tell us how it's done.
The response time. The response time between a satellite versus the response time from a a tower will be a lot worse from a satellite than from a tower. Like, for example, right now on Discord, I have 726 ms. That's because the signal is bouncing to the,
You mean the
to the
latency?
satellite.
Yeah, he does, sir.
Yes, the latency.
You would have worse latency.
The latency is going to be
off
a
the
lot
ground.
worse.
Off the ground.
No, you would not. No, you would not, because the satellite's 26,000 miles away.
Okay, so the ionosphere is supposed to be 4,000 miles away. So if you got to bounce one up
I said it was
4,000 miles and
26,000.
back down, listen, you have to bounce one up 4,000 miles and then bounce one back down 4,000 miles. What's that? 8,000. And latency isn't only determined by the time of the signal. It's also determined by how much time it spends in the router. I happen to do network engineering for a living.
It's also the output that you put into the signal.
There's lots of factors that go into latency.
Yes.
I think ICC does that too.
That's true, but
It could be humidity in the fucking air.
I'm saying that the distance would cause. I'm saying that the distance
no
the
way to
satellite
prove
has
that.
to your modem or your dish is going to be greater because of the speed of light.
Is
If
there
the speed of light was
What?
infinite, it would not.
What are you
But the
talking
speed of
about?
light is
There's
fixed.
there's no speed of light.
Yeah, it is because those waves travel at the speed of light.
There's no such thing as a speed of light, dude. Get real.
Ask Indigo. They travel at the speed of light. He's a network engineer. He'll tell you.
That's a new one.
Okay. Your friends will tell us a lot of stuff
I'm saying
that's unrepeatable, untestable, and unprovable. That's really cool. I can stack that with the other stories you told me in my book of Narnia.
He actually thinks that they plugged a hole in the ISS with a thumb.
You have
Nixon called the moon with a corded cell phone, with a corded phone, a rotary.
Hold on. You said plugged a hole in the ISS with your thumb? What the hell is that?
You didn't hear about that?
How old are you?
No.
Okay.
How old am I? That's not relevant.
Okay, sure enough. About 4 years ago, was it 3 or 4 years ago? Michael
2 years ago. No,
Okay.
2 years ago now. I think it was 2019, I believe.
Michael Media hit the fucking ISS, punched out a hole. The entire ISS should have lost its entire atmosphere, but they plugged it with a hole by somebody.
Well, first,
Yeah.
well,
I
let's
have a
tell the
question.
full story.
I have a question.
Well,
I have a question.
let me tell them. Okay, go ahead.
It's
All right, so how much time have you spent on Discord talking to people?
In total or today?
Satellite guy, come on. Like, yeah, in general. Like, a lot. Has it been a pretty good amount?
2 hours.
Sorry, what are you saying today? I'm tired.
Any day, all of Discord. Have you ever noticed when people are driving?
I usually don't use Discord a lot.
Have you ever noticed that when people are driving and using their mobile data to talk to you, that every few minutes they start to robot out, and then they have to disconnect and reconnect, or they have to wait till they reconnect to another tower?
I have not noticed that. No.
Whoa, that happens a lot.
It's not that bad.
I haven't noticed it because I don't talk to Discord a lot.
You're not talking to me through a satellite.
Cell tower.
It depends.
No,
yeah,
it doesn't depend.
probably a cell tower.
Absolutely.
It happens. Oh my god.
Your GPS comes from ground based as well.
90% of data is land based.
Yeah, so's your GPS. It's land based.
Actually, it's more like 95% or higher. 95 or higher.
Underground base cable.
That thing is wired. Like 99% is wired.
Pretty sure the number was yeah.
Well, you know how you're telling us that
I
it's
think it
all
was 90%.
You remember how you're telling us it's all because of satellites? It's all fucking underground, bro.
That there was what?
Satellite.
Yeah, 90% of it is, 10% of it's in satellites.
Use internet because satellites. It's all fucking.
Because there's big internet cables that go on the bottom of the ocean that often get cut.
We know about them.
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever
Mhm.
Have you ever lost signal like in the mountains?
Why would it happen?
Yeah. I live in a place where we lose signal a lot,
All right,
which
so
is why I need cellular internet.
wouldn't a satellite, which is above you, be unobstructed from mountains?
No, it's still obstructed by things, just not mountains.
What things?
Sometimes.
What
Clouds
things?
and moisture in the air.
What thing?
Cloud, moisture,
It can,
bro.
yeah, it can
We
obstruct
send
the.
signals
It can
through.
obstruct the wave.
Oh my god.
Does the moon get in the way?
Indigo, you know that it. You literally said that it obstructs. That it obstructs.
The ground obstructs. Yeah, the ground obstructs transmissions of radio waves. Yeah.
Yeah, but the radio waves can also be obstructed by atmospheric conditions, correct?
More so, I would say electrical
a radio.
storms.
Well, it depends on the frequency. So radio waves, a little, and like a severe thunderstorm. Yeah, that could screw shit up. Just
Right.
because of the lightning and stuff hitting all the
That's
time, it
right.
overpowers.
Just like when you run
much
high
noise.
voltage wire in a conduit, you can't put low voltage communicating wires in the same conduit because it can mess with the communication. It's the same thing. So, but saying normal atmospheric conditions can mess with your signal is kind of and then say mountains won't mess with your signal. It's a weird thing
So
to
do you-
say.
I never
I
said
wanna-
that. Mountains can't mess with
Do
your
you
signal.
actually think that your phone is connecting directly with a satellite, or is it going to a tower which is relaying to a satellite?
Well, he thinks.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember.
Well,
I don't
you'd have to think your
remember what it
GPS is via satellite, but it's ground based.
I never said that.
I want to ask you. I want to ask you a question. What could NASA say that you would not believe? Like, how far do they have to go? Land a man on the sun at night. I mean, how far do they got to go?
What I won't believe.
Well, because they've said some pretty crazy stuff lately. They said that there's a star that spins at 70,000 revolutions per second. They said it rains diamonds on Jupiter and Saturn. They said Uranus smells like farts. Pluto looks like Pluto. Like, they say some pretty ridiculous shit, and no one ever questions it. They just say, yeah, that must be true.
Yeah, because well, someone's got to say the crazy shit that happens in the universe, right?
Yeah.
They're
So
just the media. They're just the media source. But if they said something like, yeah, we land on the surface of the sun, I'd probably be like, okay, that's bullshit.
So I'll give you an example. Gravitational waves.
What
right?
But
you think they measured gravitational waves? You think that?
Probably.
So they say that to measure that, they measured displacement that's 1/1000th of a proton radius. Okay? So what do you measure
Wait, what did you say?
1/1000th of a proton radius with? What ruler is smaller than a proton? Like, the ruler would be made of
no
things that
idea
are
how
larger
you
than the
measure that.
protons. Well, this is what they say. You can go
I have
right on
no idea
LIGO's
how you would
website.
measure that.
Look, I don't know how you'd measure
I'm
it
sure
either.
if I studied this for my entire life, I would probably know, but I didn't.
No, they're
Don't
just
have it.
making shit up. That's the point. They're making shit up.
No, I think it's people. No, I think it's people that are highly educated that develop crazy
That are making
technology.
words up.
No,
doing
words
doing
that
things
don't
that are
exist.
unfathomable to normal people.
No, they're not
No, they're
unfathomable because I
unbelievable.
can read, right? And so when I read that the thermal noise of their equipment is 11 orders of magnitude larger than what they're trying to measure, I know they're full of shit. You don't have to, like, listen, and the only way to, like, when I say 11 orders of magnitude larger, the noise is larger. Do you understand what signal to noise ratio is?
He probably knew at one point, but it's
Okay,
late
so
in his
signal one way you can think about it is having a jigsaw puzzle, right? And a puzzle piece, right? One piece, the image, that would be the signal. And the missing pieces are the noise. Right? So you have 11
Okay.
orders of magnitude signal to noise. So imagine you had one jigsaw puzzle piece, And the missing pieces were 10 followed by 11 zeros. That's the number.
Oh, at science.
That jigsaw puzzle is of having one piece out of 10 to 11 zeros after it. That's ridiculous.
Your
Those are
satellite
ridiculous
broke up
claims.
for a moment
No,
there.
this is LIGO. This is what LIGO says they're doing. It's bullshit. It's utter bullshit. Now I'll give you an example. When they said Uranus smells like farts, they claimed that they measured hydrogen sulfide on Uranus at 3 parts per million from 16 million miles away. When the best equipment on Earth can only measure down to a sensitivity of 6 parts per million, and a gas chromatic gas spectrometer have the physical sample. So they're doing better than what you can do on Earth with the best equipment with a fucking telescope 16 million miles away. That is
They're
horseshit.
doing that. They're doing that with the. I don't remember what it's specifically called.
Called
but it's a chemistry
imagination.
thing where you can look at something. No, you can look at something and you can see how the light reflects back, and you can see
works?
and you can visualize the properties.
Yeah, spectroscopy.
I have no
Yeah, it's
idea
called
how that works,
spectroscopy.
honestly.
It's called spectroscopy. That's how a gas chromatograph spectrometer works. But they actually have a physical
studied
sample.
that?
Yes. How do you think I know what it is?
You
like when
studied that
they
for
find like
chemistry in school.
in school, you don't have to learn only in school.
Like at a college.
No,
I'm aware, but did you get professional training on this or no?
no, but I can read the specs. I can read the specs. You can just go look at any piece of equipment and read the specifications. What's the sensitivity of the equipment? 6 parts per million for a gas chromatograph spectrometer. They said, this is their publication, they said 3 parts per million, and they say Uranus is 16 million miles away. Or 16 billion miles away.
Yeah.
So what they say, but that's why I asked you, like, how far do they have to go till you go, hey, this don't add up?
I don't really know how to. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to comprehend what you said. I don't know enough about what you said to fully understand it, and I am quite
what I'm
frankly
saying is
extremely tired.
what I'm saying.
So I'm not thinking
what I'm
straight.
saying is, well, let me explain it to you. What they're saying is that they can measure at
Cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just grabbing him a new satellite right now. Don't worry, it'll be a moment.
Hey, boy.
We gotta wait for it to go around the other side, the blind spot on the Earth.
It'll be about 90 seconds.
But look, all this stuff about the
Never
sky
said
and
that.
shit, none of it's falsifiable by any experiment any of us can do. And it's really just a waste of time. We're just playing with our imaginations, right? We were told stories, and you can either believe them, take it or leave it, right? That's all you can do, right? Is you can just believe it or not believe it. But you know what? We don't have to believe that there's no curvature to the surface of the Earth. We don't have to believe that because we can test it.
Right. But the other stuff you can't test. You just have to either imagine it, believe it, or just shut the hell up because it doesn't even matter anyway. Because there's what can you do with it? What can you do with 93 million miles away, buddy?
Things. What can you do with 93 million miles away? You can imagine the sun being 93 million miles away.
Cool. So that's what you do for everything. So your whole existence, when you look in the sky, and from spectroscopy to anything else, like looking at some colors or saying a rainbow is a planet or made up of different materials and something's going on in a rainbow, that's the same thing they're doing. They're saying, look at this rainbow. It's 7 different layers of planets because there's 7 different colors there. And this rainbow has diamonds, whatever. Its density is this in one layer. It's this in one layer. It's this planet in the other layer. This is a rainbow we're talking about. It's just a light, and it's just a light. So how can you say any difference about the lights you're seeing from a rainbow that you can't touch because you can't touch either one? There's no difference. They're just making shit up.
I'm gonna be honest. I am very tired, and I'm probably going to go to bed now. It's been great talking to you guys. Loved the conversation.
Hey, bro. Before you go,
but
we touched on something. I just want to mention it really quick.
yeah,
2 minutes.
Yeah, what's up?
So we were talking about the hole that got punctured on the ISS. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is a field that
it was a 2 millimeter hole in the orbital module.
Right. So, all right. So this is, I guess you can say it's in my wheelhouse. I have pulled vacuums professionally for almost 20 years. Right.
Oh, what do you do?
So the claim, what they say, is that a little meteorite hit this ISS, punctured a hole within the ISS, and what they decided to do, because the crew was all sleeping when this happened, they allowed the crew to stay asleep, and then when the crew woke up, then they told them about it, and what the crew did was they went up and plugged the hole with their thumb, and then they used duct tape before they can do finalized repairs on it. Do you have any problems with that right now?
It was a 2 millimeter large hole.
Okay. And?
I really don't know how much force is at play there. I'm sure you do, but if it's a 2 millimeter large hole, I don't think that would cause a crazy amount of damage.
Okay, so
if
I
it
can
was
pull,
larger, I would.
If we can do, this is an experiment you can do in your garage. You can do it in your house. You can do it in your backyard. You can do it anywhere you want. You can get a container, and you can pull a vacuum down to, let's say, 200 microns, right? And would you agree with me that a 200 micron vacuum is nothing compared to the vacuum of space? Can we get a line of agreement between each other?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not even close. You're in the Tor range when you're in space. So the micron level is weak in comparison to that. Okay, so I can get some kind of container, and I can pull the vacuum. I have the equipment. I can do it right now, and pull the vacuum down to 200 microns, which I pull deeper vacuums than that. But anyways, 200 microns, and then I can puncture a hole, a small hole, a pinhole, into that vacuum. What would happen?
Tell me.
I can tell you one thing.
Tell me
something
what
you
would
do
happen.
not want to do is put your thumb on that hole, because you'd have a really bad day. The pressure differential between the
What, would it
vacuum
tear off
and
your
the
skin?
atmospheric pressure, yes, it would. It would actually suck blood and shit through your finger into the vacuum, into the void. Yes. And that vacuum, the vacuum
Like
would
a
not
straw.
last long. And so if you think about this in space, in this story, it's the same thing, but in reverse. So they would have lost cabin pressure. Let's just assume it wouldn't have obliterated the cabin. We're just assuming that to give them more credit than they deserve, but they would have lost all pressure. Not only that, there's no way in hell anyone sticking their thumb on that. You will lose. It'll suck you through that fucking hole. Like
Just
quite
like
literally.
a straw. You'd be a
Quite
finished
literally.
soda.
Was this hole so was this hole a direct hole into the vacuum space,
Yes.
or was it a hole that punctured
Yeah.
an outer
It has
part
to be directly in
and then
space.
hit?
If an object from space went through the come on.
Yeah.
No, I
It
know,
was-
but
it
I'm
was
saying,
said-
did
it
it
was-
like
it was
just
said to
puncture
be-
the outside?
Yes. It went all the way through,
It
but
went
it was
through, and the guys had
but it
to
was
use their
supposed to be a
thumb and duct
pinhole,
tape.
a pinhole, like a pinhole shot right through, and they used their thumb to plug it.
Right.
So I actually have a real world example of this. Like 2 years ago, a plane window busted, and the lady got sucked out the window, and like 10 people were trying to pull her back into the plane and couldn't. She fucking died.
And that's
with her
only
head, with her
that's only
torso outside the
30,000
plane.
feet up. Right, and the pressure differential inside of that cabin to the outside of that plane at 30 to 35,000 feet is nothing in comparison. It's not even close. That doesn't even match the pressure that of what I told you of
It
atmospheric.
was announced that the hole was created by a drill but it was unclear if it was accidental or deliberate. Russian officials indicated the hole was some
that's
kind
the
of
other hole.
sabotage, perhaps during the module's manufacturing process.
Yeah, you're
Listen,
reading something
That
else.
was
if
another
you think
hole.
a person on something in space is going to create a hole while they're on it, fuck.
That's a different hole.
No, this is the air leak.
Finalize.
No. This is the air leak. During the night of August 29th, 2018, a small air leak in the ISS. This is the same air leak.
So
it was
the
a
original
sabotage
story-
caused by the Russians.
A sabotage.
So it's not.
Well, if
it
you
was
look
not
up-
a meteorite.
So
Where would the meteor go?
According-
Actually? Think about
This was a
this.
sabotage by the Russians.
According to Wikipedia, yes.
Oh,
that is
very
the source that I got it
credible
from, so it could not
Yeah,
be
I've
credible.
heard it.
Sabotage by the Russians.
Where does the meteor
I'll
go?
send you
Like,
the
if you are in space and like this big thing, right? And a little, meteor, whatever
Do you want
millimeter.
the article
When it
eyes to
goes
see?
when it comes through the first wall
if you want to go
or
ahead
the
and drop it
section,
in.
where does it go after that? Why didn't they catch it? Did it go
It'd probably
straight
be
through the whole
obliterated.
object like Swiss cheese? Like both parts or just one?
Should have been floating around, right?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it should have came in there and
traveling
stopped
at,
and started floating around. And they
It's
should be able
traveling
to
at
have
miles per
captured it.
second. It's probably going to be freaking
And since the
obliterated
whole
second it makes
ISS, the whole inside of
contact
it's
with it, 'cause it's
videotaped.
traveling at a couple
Since
miles
the whole
per second.
ISS is videotaped on the inside, why wouldn't they have it caught live on tape? The whole inside is videotaped.
have it in every single
single part of
cabin.
that bitch. Even the outside of it's videotaped.
Probably why they
How
said it
would
was a
they have not
sabotage.
had video footage of the thing when it hit going in and out, in? Like,
Because they said it was a sabotage by the Russians. I don't know. That's
No,
what
that's
I
a
read.
different one.
Who wants this
That's
article?
yeah,
Who wants
there
this
was,
article?
listen, there's multiple leak articles. They've had multiple leaks, according to them. This isn't the only one. We're talking about one where they claim there was a meteorite that went through, a micrometeorite, went through the side of the ship, side of the ISS, and they plugged it with their thumb. That's different from the sabotage one. It's a different, it's a different event.
So what should I look up to find the meteorite?
Meteorite.
Who's the moron who posted it? Scott Kelly? He posted a fucking album cover. That's the most hilarious thing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. To top it off, he posted it was a Christian rock band, and he ripped the cover of their album and put that when he.
There was only one ever hole in the ISS. Apparently, I'm not finding any meteor.
Hey, well, the
any
last thing I want to
meteor,
touch on the
impacts.
vacuum thing before you go, boys, is I posted a YouTube video. It's a clean YouTube link. I posted it in the chat, just to give you an idea of the power of a vacuum. And like I said, I've pulled vacuums
Yeah, no,
for almost
I'm-
20 years now, and yeah, there's. We can get into the topic and discussion of the spacesuits that they wear in these vacuums. Is that actually?
Oh, this is the one where it.
possible?
Mm.
Yeah, it
I've-
completely annihilates.
I've seen this
people
video
think.
before.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah.
There's more there, and this.
Yeah,
is,
no, that
all
video
this
is crazy.
Is a visual representation of what a pressure differential can do, right? And if you look at that tanker, there's more of these. The pressure differential between the vacuum in that tank and the atmospheric pressure on the outside of that tank is candy compared to what we're said to be dealing with in the vacuum of space with the atmospheric
Yeah, with the
pressure
vacuum of
inside the
space.
cabin. Which pressure mediation, it goes both ways, so it doesn't matter. It goes either way. So if the pressure's on the outside or the inside of the containment, it's the same. It wants to do the same thing. So the pressure, the molecules want to go to the vacuum or the non-molecule space. Like it needs to fill the void, right? So
Yeah.
just think about that, man. Just be honest with yourself. Think about that, and then start to think about them wearing the suits that they wear, and they're supposedly doing these spacewalks all day, every day, like it's nothing, like it's like a walk in the park, you know. And can these suits, these fabric suits, really do that? And I can show you that tank crushed with a vacuum, with a pressure differential that's completely weak in comparison. It just, it's like,
Well,
you know, the pieces
well,
don't
being
fit.
in space, it's opposite to the tanker, right? Because the tanker is under the vacuum and the outside is
Right,
not
but I
under
was
the vacuum.
describing
But when
to
you're in
you
space,
that
it's
that it
opposite.
doesn't matter.
So how does that?
It's so pressure wants to go to no
It
pressure.
goes both ways.
It goes both ways. So the force could either be going in or out. Doesn't matter. It's the same force. And the more, the higher the pressure differential, the more force you're going to be creating. So it doesn't matter, right? So I can take my house and seal my house, pressure it, and then on the outside of my house pull the vacuum, right? My house is going to implode. Like my house wants to, or explode. It's going to want to. If I do that in reverse, my house is going to want to implode, just like that tanker did. That tanker imploded under the pressure.
Yeah, isn't it going to want to explode only if it has access to the vacuum? Like all of the
No, it's going to be a force.
all of the air is going to want to go to the vacuum.
Yeah, it's going to push against the walls, the inside walls, and it's going to want to go out.
Yeah. Oh, wait. That makes sense.
Right. So, and then if you reverse that, it's going to be the opposite. So if you have seal your home, and you pull the vacuum on the inside of your home, and you have the atmospheric pressure on the outside of your home, the outside pressure is going to want to go into your house. So it's going to want to implode the walls. If you do that in reverse, it's going to want to explode the wall. So in the higher the pressure differential, the more force. So that's true force. Like you can look at that video I shared. Like that is power, baby. You know what I'm saying? And that video you just watched is bananas. It's weak in comparison to what we deal with in space. It's no joke. What they say we deal with, right? So these are things you got to really you got to be honest with yourself and think about, you know?
All right.
It's just an honest heart, you know? That's all like we ask for is just honest heart, honest discussion, you know? And then when we get into topics of something that we can't verify, do it like a validation study on something physical, especially in physics. We have to be honest with it. So yeah, I can't physically show you this, that, and the other, but I believe in the math, or I believe in. If you said that, you would gain way more respect. Like a Christian, if you don't believe in Christ, a lot of Christians, they say, I believe. It's faith. And I have, respect for those that say, yeah, you have to believe it. It's a faith. It's what it is. Right?
What?
So I have more respect for people who will admit that. I talk about things that I can't prove, but I'll say it.
Science is not a faith.
The
Science is based on
scientific
data.
method. The scientific method is not faith. But when you have theories that you've put out there that you can't prove it, and you believe it to be fact, it's faith. You're taking a leap of faith.
No, because those theories are based off of actual data that they have observed, or they're based off of actual not data they observed, observations.
Michio Kaku
They're based off of
even
observations
says they
and
don't-
hypotheses.
No, yes, it's all theoretical. Most of it's mathematical. I know, bro. Michio Kaku,
it's
who's a
theoretical and mathematical, which makes it not faith.
Observations
Observations
you
are
do
science.
observations
Yeah, but it
to
doesn't-
create a hypothesis, and then you get a hypothesis, and then you do experiments, and then the experiments lead to a theory. Right, so like Michio Kaku even says that
not
they don't even
making it
perform.
not a faith, because faith is pretty much baseless. Faith is based off of a religious text or a holy figure. Faith is baseless.
Faith
It's not based on facts.
Faith is all kinds of stuff, man.
I know.
You have faith
It doesn't always have to
you
be
have
that, but
faith that your government officials actually are looking out for your own good, right? You have faith that they actually
that's definitely not true.
Huh?
No one believes that
That's not
anymore.
true.
No, I'm giving you an example.
No,
Like, find
God, no.
something.
You kidding
You
me?
have
All these fucking vaccine mandates. You fucking kidding me? Come on.
right now. These are the same people that give us NASA and give us all this other stuff. Right? Like, there's just there's things in this world that we got to start questioning. Right? We can't just defend it blindly to our detriment, to our end, to our death. We have to question them. Could it be? Could it be? Hey, who knows? Take the leap, man. Watch the videos, read the books. There's some old flat earth books you can read that have a lot of information. Instead of asking people on Discord, there's tons of books that were written in the early 1900s, the 1800s. Like, you can read those and follow the path all the way up until now.
Yeah.
And kind of better understand.
Or you could just watch the video.
All right. That's probably enough out of me. I'm very tired.
Damn.
I'm going to go to bed.
20-second video. Just posted it. Yeah. There's no.
Okay.
There's no science in space. Cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, astronomy. No science.
Regular astrophysics.
All right. It's been great talking to you guys.
Yep.
Well, I want you to go to sleep with one thing: what the definition of pseudoscience is. Claims or theories that are not falsifiable by experiment. That is the literal definition of pseudoscience. So when they claim, XYZ causes a black hole, there's no experiment to prove that. To even demonstrate it, even conceptually, they can't even think of an experiment that would do that. So any claims about black holes is pseudoscience by definition. I think he was about to spiral.
He didn't have very good listening skills.
Dude, my God, I woke up to this kid just not on like crazy, man. Like, ugh. Anyway, he's a true believer. So, Lou, you still on?
Bro, I was like dozing off. What's up?
What bridge was he talking about?
Oh, I'm not even sure which bridge, but he started talking about one where he said that they built. I'm sure it's the same one that we've talked about over and over again. I forget the name of it, but
the Verrazano Narrows Bridge.
Yeah, that's probably the one. Yeah, that's not sure. But anyway, he was talking about one where
they had to tilt the uprights away 2.5 inches over a 3-mile span because the curvature of the Earth. Fucking, come on.
Yeah.
And then you read the bridge. It's like, what's the thermal expansions of the bridge? 12 feet. Yeah, they really needed to make up 2 inches.
Yeah. I mean, margin of error would be within that for the height of the pillars and stuff like that, too. Like, it would be or at least close.
Yeah, they measured to the 64th of an inch so that they could get it within accuracy over a 3-mile span, right? I mean, come on, it's so preposterous. I mean, you do construction, you do that stuff for a living, you measure shit all day. Like,
No, here's the thing. He didn't even have the specifics on that. He didn't even know anything about it. He was just saying, like, flat out, just like that because the bridge was curving, that it meant that the earth beneath it was curving.
It's funny because pictures of that bridge show the bridge curving and they show the water underneath it flat.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these guys get their when they talk, they search Google and they go to the how to debate flat Earth websites and use those talking points.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, he was definitely using talking points because he was just saying like things he didn't really even know what he was talking about.
Him. That's right. That's right. I will say though, we were able to get him to say, "Well, that's a good point." Whatever, at least kind of like back off, stumped kind of about the vacuum. Now hopefully that's a seed planted. Probably not. Sounds like he's in the religion wholeheartedly through and through. But
Oh
you never
yeah,
know,
no,
man.
that's not
We can't give up on everybody, you know.
that's a perfect example of cognitive dissonance. He can have us tell him exactly like he can hear 25, 30 points, which he probably just heard tonight, and none of them will register. His brain will not allow it to register. And that's cognitive dissonance.
Sure.
Well, also, what I kind of figured out is that the younger they are, the more invested into space they are, because they're being told this is your future. And for us to tell him there's no space, we're basically saying you have no future. You're stuck here. And that's kind of horrifying, I guess, from his point of view, because you look around the way the world is, it's like, I'm stuck here? Shit. This sucks,
And
but,
then they have to- they
everyone
have
has
to
to grow
question-
up.
Yeah. And then you're forcing them to question all the movies that they love, the video games, the shows, you know. That's hard for some people.
One of the first things I noticed when I finally came to the realization that the Earth is flat is how much space stuff there is everywhere. Just like, my God, it's just everywhere.
It's getting
Can't
worse.
escape
It's
it.
getting worse, man. Like I had the TV on yesterday. I wasn't watching it, but it was just on, and it was disgusting. Like the volume was down. I was listening to you guys, but they had a thing on Fox where they were it was one of these, I mean, you kind of almost got to give them leeway because it's their Christmas special, but it's the indoctrination that they were doing. They were trying to show for all the kids like how Santa works and how they had the Air Force involved. They had
NORAD Santa Tracker.
NORAD Santa Tracker. They showed the globe or globe graphic literally like every 3 seconds. I swear to God, for like an hour. Like
how does Rudolph compensate for the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, maybe we can ask Balex. He says
doesn't work
that
that way.
walls of the ISS can take a lot more. Is that right, Balex? Can you hop on voice, Balex?
What is he saying?
What do you say, Roger? You kind of cut out for a second.
Yeah, Roger.
Yeah.
What is his last word? What is his
He had
last
a
word?
he had a cool story about that the walls of the ISS could take more.
Oh, yeah, because they're steel, right? It's made out of steel, titanium.
But
we
I
can
shared
we
him a
can
video
we
of a
we can look up
steel-
the tensile strength, right? And that would make it real. We can look it up, and then that would make that thing there up there real, right?
Yes. Yeah. Of course. That's how it works.
I want to know how they pressurized it in the first place. How'd they get it into space and then pressurize it? Because, there's all that video of them building it, right? Oh, right, there isn't.
Didn't you know you can just open the door, then close the door, then open the door? You know, like when they were playing golf on the moon, they could just open the door inward.
Inward?
Or did it open outward? Yeah, it's so.
No,
crazy.
open
No, it
inward.
inward.
When they had when they all had their spacesuits on, and they were like, because of the size of the suit, they're all like 4 feet around, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Dude, there's an awesome video. It's called they took a cargo van on their way to the moon, and it just showed like all the equipment that they said they brought. It was like 5 cargo vans full of stuff. It would never fit in there. Just the volume of it. It's just like no way it could possibly fit.
All right, hold on. And Indio, you'll be better at this. Read what Balance is saying, and I'm going to start with it though. So what he's talking about, one order of magnitude below that, and blah 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 blah. So like what we're talking about is you're talking about like PSI, right? Like it would be the difference between 1 and 0 psi, basically, right? That's kind of what you're saying, Alex?
No, an order of magnitude is the difference between 1 and 10, 10 and 100, 100 and 1,000.
Right. No, I get that, but he doesn't, I don't think.
Yeah, look, like I was saying, LIGO, that's 11 orders of magnitude. That's 11 zeros, man. That's not like a small amount. If you do a measurement and you're off by an order of magnitude, you might as well just like hang it up, man. You like find a
Just throw
different
it
job.
away. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine,
You have to throw it away.
just imagine you went out on your job, right? And you took out your tape measure, and it said 1 foot, but you wrote down 10 feet. How far would you be off?
I'd be off by a magnitude of 10.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like,
In simple construction, if you're off by 1 order of magnitude, the whole thing's fucked.
Or another example, if I have a 4-foot water level, right? And I read the bubble wrong, where the bubble is now touching the right line instead of perfectly centered between the two. And it's rising up to the right by a 1/4 inch, let's say, over 4 feet. What does that amount to after I do it 400 times?
Fuck, dude. Not a stable dwelling, that's for sure. That would be like one of those Dr. Seuss houses, right? Cat in a Hat house that's all crooked.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's amazing, you know, how precise we have to be with the most simple things like building a house. But when it comes to space theories, you know, they can be so far off and they still believe it.
And what's funny is in construction, most contractors, honestly, at least in residential, like they'll be like, it's between the lines, it's good. Like, damn, fucking heck. You know what I mean? It's like, is it level or is it between here? It's between the lines.
Well, no, when it comes to the foundation and the flooring, which I've been on these jobs many times, they use much longer levels, and there's other methods of doing it. So they're pretty good about that. Now, if it's like...
Well, I'll tell you this. Well, when it comes to foundations, that's not what I do. I trust the guy who laid the foundation, that he used proper equipment to make sure that thing's level. I don't trust my level when I'm doing my job doing siding. I measure up from the foundation, and I check it up above me to the soffit.
Right.
And if it's off there, then I make an adjustment. I average it so that even if it's not level, it looks level. I don't trust a fucking water level, you know, like, and I'm not, you know, like.
You know what's awesome? You know what's awesome about pouring concrete, like a big slab of concrete, and then making sure that it's level from side to side? All you have to do is pour it. You build the frame around it, and you pour the concrete, and it because it's a liquid, it stays level from side to side, right? Every time, because a liquid always finds its level.
It does the same job as a water level, but it's a much bigger one.
Much better, and it's perfect every time.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, I can trust that the foundation is, especially with a poured foundation, I can trust that it's level, at least for my, you know, it's level enough for me anyway. And so when a guy is trying to use a torpedo level or a 4-foot level to go around a house, and then he's off by a couple inches when he gets around, and he's like, oh no, the house isn't level. It's like, no, you're an idiot.
Hey, so Lou, how about would I be able to get a roll?
Actually, well, I mean, shit. I mean, probably. But
there's been
you just totally cut over like like one of the top admins here in the server to go to me for the role. Like he was right there talking to you.
Oh, who is that?
India.
Oh, yeah. I gotta get familiar with names and stuff. All I know is so far you that had the ability.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of moderators. And actually, I'm not even looking. I'm on my phone. Who is that right now? That's Eyes.
Yeah, Eyes to see.
Yeah. No, you've been good all night, man. I think. How long have you been in here though?
In the server, probably going on a year now.
That long?
I was more in here early on, and then world was kind of going crazy, and then when I came in here, some of the topics that we were on, like some of the people that were on, were like super toxic, and so I kind of took a fast from everything for a little while to kind of baseline myself. But now I've kind of been coming back in the last.
All right. Well, my fingers on it. What do you? Anybody got an objection to Eyes to See getting the Flat Earth role? Going once, going twice. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Actually, you can call me a flat earther for like the last 5 years, 6 years.
Yeah. No, dude, you've been solid, man. So, yeah, you deserve it. There's a lot of people who I don't know, try too hard, but no, you actually like sound like you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think I've forgotten more on the topic than most of these guys that come in here questioning us have ever even learned or talked about.
All right, but to keep it, you gotta flat smack Balix out of here.
Oh, Balix?
Yeah, read the VC or the live stream voice text and put him in his place.
Sure. You measure the pressure difference.
And I'm kidding. There's no real demand. It's just for my own entertainment, honestly.
Like, what is this guy going on about a bicycle pressure versus environment pressure? We can measure that in PSI. That's what our gauges are. If he's trying to say the pressure force between the pressure of your bicycle pump to the outside atmosphere, anything close to a vacuum.
Yeah, he thinks
what he's talking about.
the pressure difference in your bicycle tire is way more than the pressure difference between here
Not
and
even
out
close.
and space.
The pressure differential between a vacuum I pull on a system compared to when I pressure up the system is not even close. I have gauges that measure the PSI. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
See,
If
I
he's
think
trying
what he's
to
trying to talk about. I think what he's trying to talk about is an old argument where, like, we haven't even really heard it from the Globe side in a while. Where they talk about. Let's see if I can phrase it right. So, like, there's no such thing as negative pressure. And often in the past, a lot of people would use like 10 to the negative 17 torr, and then they would mistakenly say, they still do it. They would still say negative pressure, but there is no such thing as negative pressure. They're talking about a differential when it comes to the torr, right?
It would be a difference.
Yeah.
It's just the amount of force, like, because everything wants to balance. Pressure wants to balance. Heat wants to balance. It wants to balance itself out. And now when you increase, so if you put a divide and you increase pressure on one side and decrease pressure on the other side, we use these measurements just to describe the force that is being pushed on those walls. It's just our way of interpreting the force, or what we call pressure, that's pushing on those walls, of the higher pressure trying to equalize to the lower pressure. That's really all. It's just a just like when we use like BTUs for heating.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just what we do to measure something in reality. It's like a gauge. It's really all it is.
I got to be perfectly honest about the Tor thing. I guess I probably should have, because if I would have looked deeper into how Tor works, but my understanding of it is basically when we say 10 to the negative 17 Tor, that's like a magnitude of like 17 decimal places, basically, right?
Yeah, so if you look at zero pressure, it's an even. So zero is the equal point, right? So everything's balanced at 0. And when you go up in PSI, then it's 1 PSI, 2 PSI, 10 PSI, 1,000 PSI, etc. When you go down below 0, then you can measure in PSI, but you get to a certain point where you then enter what's called the inches of mercury. And then when you pass the inches of mercury, then you have to get into the stages of, let's say, microns. That's like the next, and that's what I deal with often. So when you get in inches of micron, and then once you get to 0 inches of micron and you go below that, then you start getting into the Tor and so on and so forth.
Okay, so but maybe I'm off a little bit, but basically kind of like how like India, when he asked me like if I'm off by whatever, like how off would I be? What magnitude would that be? And it was 10. So like if you had a 1 like a 0.1, that would be in the tens column. But if it was 0.01, that's in the hundreds column. And if it was 0.001, that's in the thousands column. So like each one is a higher magnitude than the next. So when you go to the 17, you're talking about a magnitude that's unimaginable, basically, for the amount of pressure difference.
Yeah, I don't think we have material on Earth that can hold back that pressure. Like for instance, the NASA's vacuum, that place, I forget what it's called. It's like held thick with concrete. I think they have steel walls around it or some shit. But even that actually, so you lose vacuum. So even with what I work with, you lose vacuum. We actually have to have an allowance of losing vacuum, and we lose vacuum through our hoses, through our connections, and through the copper connections, etc. So you lose that. So in this NASA facility, you have to admit it because it's scientifically proven and factual that we deal with every single day. They lose pressure through the walls, through the concrete walls, right? And these concrete walls are, I forget, like 6 feet thick or thicker. I'm not.
Yeah, no, their best chamber, they were reaching -6 Tor, and the walls are between 6 and 8 feet thick, and they're steel reinforced with concrete. And it takes them like 3 days to get down to that pressure.
To pull it down, yeah, because now you're stuck on the machines. Are the machines powerful enough to pull this vacuum? Now, if you conceptualize that, if you think about that, and then amplify that pressure differential by way more, right? And you put yourself in that tweaker shelter they said is sitting on the moon. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. Oh, another thing. So like nobody's ever been ever decided to, like go into that chamber that they have here on Earth in their spacesuit. It would be too dangerous. So, but when they do supposedly suit up, their gloves have to be able to move, their boots, and these things have seals on them.
Right.
If there was a speck of dust anywhere in the environment, that thing could not seal properly. It couldn't anyway, probably, but even a speck of dust would make it far worse, right? Well, think about the Apollo astronauts. They had to suit up inside of that fucking shit up there, and multiple times.
Yep. Suit up, depressurize the cabin, then get out, go jump around and dance around in sand, play golf, and then go back in, close the cabin, repressurize the cabin, take the suits off, and repeat.
Yeah.
It's a joke, man. Like, seriously. You know, their suits would implode. Like, if you opened a door with them wearing these suits, they would literally just poof into a speck of dust. They would just implode or explode. Sorry, they would explode, not implode.
Even what they claim, like let's say the seal was perfect on the gloves, right? You need to be able to turn your wrist so that you can turn a wrench or whatever.
Yeah,
The
they're
amount of
seals.
the amount of
Allegedly.
pressure there would make it would be so intense that there's no way you would have the strength to be able to turn it, even if it was perfectly sealed.
To move your fingers, to do anything. Correct. Like, even if we assume that their suits can withstand that pressure differential, they would turn into the Michelin Man and be stuck. Period. And those seals, I question those seals. As someone who has a little bit of engineering and some technical under his belt, when I pull my vacuums, we have certain seals that we use. So I question their seals because even our seals can lose vacuum under a micron measurement. It's fascinating.
Well, you're definitely, with what you're talking about, what you do, you're definitely far more qualified to talk about actually this than I am. So I'll let you just
Then
continue.
you look at a video like there's a video, I know Russian Vid showed it a while ago, regardless of that guy. Of them kicking the door, like the door is open in space and they're spacewalking, and the door is flimsy, like cardboard. And there's a few of them. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah, we got the bot. We can even just throw up. If somebody, I'm not probably gonna do it here on my phone, but if anybody types exclamation mark what is it, memes floppy door or floppy door 2, we got that right there with the bot pops it up.
Right. And that's supposed to hold back the vacuum of space. So funny. These are the things that we can show and they ignore. They just ignore it. They have to ignore it. Yeah, I still can't share photos.
Under the floppy door. I don't like it. You probably can't quite with your rolls yet, so I'll do it. I thought that was it. I haven't worked with the bot in a while. Anyway, it's in there. Somebody knows the command.
You know, another thing that I bring up that they just ignore and can't answer is the testable, repeatable measurement of moonlight temperature. I have multiple instruments, altogether worth thousands of dollars, that measure surface temperature, ambient air temperature, etc. And I've measured on full moons multiple times, direct moonlight temperature and moon shade temperature. And it's demonstrable, it's provable, it's repeatable that the moon puts out cold light. Now,
Yeah, no, and I've definitely seen that stuff, and we've had multiple people in here who have done tests like that. What do you think though about? Do you know the argument against that then?
I don't know what they try to bring up. I know.
The best one I've heard is like greenhouse effect. So when you are in the shaded part, like under a tree, let's say, because you're under the tree. It's actually warmer. Or let's see. Yeah. It's warmer under the tree because like the heat that's there has less of ability to escape.
Yeah, I can destroy that argument already. That's the argument that they use. Are you kidding me?
That's like the best they got. That's the only thing they cling to.
That's so weak. That is so weak. You can eliminate that factor in your test. You can absolutely eliminate it.
Well, how would you do that exactly?
No, you don't. You can go out in the open, go out in the field, go out to a football field, right?
Yeah.
Where everything's
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but
moonlight,
how do you get
moonlight shining, and then you come up and you set up a table, whatever you want, a table, and you put up a board, a piece of wood, or whatever you want to use, right? So you have a table, and then on top of that, on that table, one half of that table, you have another piece of wood that's shading the bottom piece of your table. You know, I'm just giving a quick example off the top of my head. And then the other side, you leave it open to the moonlight. And then from there, I can use an instrument that measures ambient air temperature, and I can put a probe both on the moon side and on the shade side. And then I can take my my laser pointer that measures surface temperature, and I have other devices that can as well. And then I can use my laser pointer and check the surface temperature of the table, both in the shade and in the moonlight, and I can prove to you that both of them are registering colder in the moonlight and warmer in the moon shade.
Yeah, using your example there.
Using
your example there, like
greenhouse.
Yeah, if you because you can shade a large thing with a small thing because of the way shadows work, right? So you could actually have like something small that blocks the light that would not block the heat from escaping, right?
Yeah, and it'll still be open to the airflow. It'll be wide open to airflow, and there'll be no trapped heat. There'll be no trapped heat whatsoever. And you can alternate it, you can move it. I can prove this over and over and over again. So, you know, whoever wants to, if in real life, if someone wants to challenge me on this, I would love to. This is one I would love to do. I would absolutely love to do this in real life. I'll bring the instruments. You just bring yourself and your whatever, however you want to try to debunk me. Let's do it. And then I would ask, how is that possible? How is the moon emitting a cold light? Not only that, it has different properties than the sunlight. Completely different. When it's supposed to be reflected sunlight.
Yeah, I've heard, we used to talk a lot about this. It's been less over the last year or two, just because I think we have even stronger arguments, but that's still a good one. But I've heard some stuff about kind of like the moonlight kind of bringing, I don't know, things that feel more like death and decay, like funguses and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Whereas the sun is the opposite, you know, like almost like mushrooms and other funguses and who knows what else, molds, things like that. They grow under the moonlight, whereas, you know, flowers and the grass and the trees, they grow under the sunlight. Like,
that's right. That's right. And then to your name, lunatic. It's an observable, repeatable fact. Ask any nurse that has worked in an emergency room, and on a full moon, shit gets crazy.
Yeah, see, I'm not too superstitious, so it's like, and I'm not a nurse in an ER, but yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say.
My wife is a registered nurse, and
you cut out, or is that me? You're not allowed to talk about your RN or
he actually
wife.
keeps an eye on.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Now I do.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. I dropped out. I got a phone call, so it interrupted the connection. But yeah, I got a jet. But I just wanted to say I brought that one up because my wife is a registered nurse and she keeps an eye on the moon because of this fact. And it's like a common thing between nurses and doctors that work in ERs that, and it's also, I think you can even read statistics that visits to the ER are always higher during a full moon.
Yeah,
that's a weird one.
yeah, that's a correlation, not a causation, but it's still
And I'm fine
interesting.
with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm absolutely fine with that. It was just me throwing out, different properties between the moon and the sun.
Yep. That's fun
All right,
stuff to
gentlemen.
talk about.
I got to jet out.
Yeah, take care. I'm out too.